Supreme God Emperor Chapter 2639 to Chapter 2692. In the mine tunnel, the two of them were in seclusion. And in the entire trial ground, the smell of killing was getting stronger and stronger. 7. There was a lot of friction between the disciples of Zhonggu and the Qiyang Holy Empire. This time, they were put together for the trial. It could be said that when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. And in such a dangerous place, the trial was full of danger. And in addition to the fighting between each other, it was even more oppressive. But there were pros and cons absolute. There were also many supreme treasures in the ground. So many disciples had the opportunity to advance because of this. Even more in the trial area, there were already rumors that some people had reached the sovereign king realm. However, this seemed to have nothing to do with Mu Yun and Ling Yu. In the mine, 7 years gradually passed. In these 7 years, Mu Yun had been in seclusion. Enough 7 years to reach the 5th primordial spirit realm. Compared to Mu Yun had expected it to take much longer. 5th primordial spirit realm. In the heavenly lord realm, the 5th primordial spirit realm could be considered an expert. Now, there were about 20,000 people in the trial area. However, there were definitely no more than 2,000 people who had reached the 5th primordial spirit realm. It took them 17 years to reach this step. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Until at least now, he had the strength to protect himself. So when he woke up, Ling Yu, who was beside him, had disappeared. And there was a jade bottle beside him. 20 primordial spirit pills. We don't owe each other anything. She left? Mu Yun asked. Yun was slightly stunned. This woman was very straightforward. Mu Yun had no regrets about this. He and Ling Yu had met by chance. That day, he had no choice but to save her. After that, Ling Yu also took out a corresponding primordial spirit pill as a reward. The two of them could be said to have a greater relationship. Mu Yun stood up and looked at the mine tunnel. How do I move an or vein away? Mu Yun had been thinking about this problem, but now, with his ability, it was impossible for him to do it. Not to mention him. Just even a sovereign king would not be able to do so. If the origin stones could be condensed into a mine, it would be at least 1,000 miles long. The range of its spread would definitely be vast. Furthermore, there was a high possibility that the mine would collapse or even explode if he was careless. Only Mu Yun could not bear to give up just like that. In the end, Mu Yun decided to stay behind for the time being and dig up some origin stones in the depths for her own use. While moreover, after reaching the 5 yuan spirit stage, he would be able to deal with some of the Genesis beasts in the deeper regions. It was not a bad idea to pick divine plants and divine fruits along the way. Most importantly, he could hone his strength. Beat after making up her mind, Mu Yun began to take action. For a few months, Mu Yun cultivated the Heavenly Dipper Seal and the 9 Cauldrons Divine Sword technique in the mine every day. The power of these 2 third-grade ancient god cultivation techniques was ferocious, and they required an indomitable aura to erupt. While Mu Yun was even more focused on the heaven and earth yin-yang art. Here the ancient god cultivation technique was the foundation of the 2 instruments pavilion. The fact that pavilion master Yi was able to teach it to him was enough to prove that the master of the 2 rites valued him. Heaven. The eruption of the Dipper Seal condensed the heavenly Dipper energy and condensed the heavenly seal. The more profound the seal was, the richer the origin energy condensed, the stronger the power of the seal. While the 9 Cauldrons Divine Sword technique was about being imposing and ferocious. The sword energy and origin energy combined to condense 9 cauldrons. This sword technique could be said to be perfected. While now, Mu Yun was already able to condense 7 cauldrons. Until Mu Yun could feel that she was still lacking a lot in terms of the heaven and earth yin-yang art. Here it was not without reason that this ancient god cultivation technique could become the inherited ancient god cultivation technique of the 2 instruments pavilion. It is true that the 5 yuan spirit stage is called the upper echelons of the heavenly lord realm. It is indeed a watershed. Mu Yun muttered to herself. Hand below, he was picking a 5-colored flower that was about to bloom. Although he did not recognize this flower. But, its value was definitely not ordinary. Guard. The origin beast he was protecting was not at the level of an ordinary 5 yuan spirit stage. he had spent a lot of effort to kill it. Phew, exhaling, Mu Yun stood up. In the past few months, he had spent his time fighting, stabilizing his cultivation base as much as possible. It was not necessarily a good thing to increase one's realm too quickly. The instability of one's foundation might also cause great hidden dangers. Boom, moo, while Yun was thinking to himself, a violent rumble suddenly erupted in the mine. Hearing the rumble, Mu Yun's aura immediately hid. He had been here for the past few days. Those origin beasts had an extremely strong sense of territory among themselves. Most of them would grab a precious divine plant or divine fruit and wait for it to ripen before swallowing it. Even if a battle broke out, they would rarely meddle in other people's business. Therefore, with this rumble, there was a very small chance that it was the origin beasts fighting. Someone was coming. Mu Yun looked in another direction and finally decided to go over. During this period of time, he had been excavating the mine, but his strength was still much weaker. This guy. Killing origin beasts had allowed him to gain a lot. Now that someone had barged in, it was best to see who it was. Bang, a loud thud could be heard as a huge figure fell to the ground in the mine. 7-8 figures stopped at this moment. Is he dead? Shui Wenyuan. He's dead. A long-haired, white-clothed man nodded. Phew. The others all heaved a sigh of relief. This guy is definitely an invincible existence in the 6 Yuan spirit stage. The woman who had spoken earlier was wearing a purple dress. The hem of her dress was split open, revealing a pair of slender legs. Hu Shuang, not bad. 6 Yuan spirit stage. I thought you would be a flower vase. Wu Yun, try saying that again. Hu Shuang looked at the youth with a black mole at the corner of his eye and shouted angrily. All right, stop arguing. Shui Wenyuan waved his hand and persuaded, how should we split this Luo spirit flame grass? I don't want it. Give me an origin protection spirit pill. Hu Shuang waved her hand and said. Me too. Me too. They immediately began to distribute it. Moo. At this moment, Yun was in the mine tunnel, looking at the 7 or 8 people. The 3 people in the lead had powerful auras. At least, they were stronger than him. They should all be at the 6 Yuan spirit stage. While the other 5 people had auras similar to him. This small team seemed to only have 8 people. However, it was easy to kill Ko Ligua, Gong Sun Han, and more than 100 people. Mu Yun didn't continue to watch. Since Gong Sun Han and the others knew about this mine, it didn't mean that the others didn't know. While moreover, if there was more than one entrance to the mine, there would be more and more people entering this place. 6 Yuan spirit stage, Mu Yun gradually left. Among them, one of them was called Wu Yun. He seemed to be someone Ling Yue had asked before. 3 6 Yuan spirit stage and 5 Yuan spirit stage. Mu Yun decided to leave this area for the time being. Gradually, when Mu Yun was far away from those people. Suddenly, there was another rumbling sound in front of him. Mu Yun looked closer. 6 figures were surrounding and killing a source beast. When he carefully looked at the cultivation and strength of the 6 people, Mu Yun retreated again. 6 Yuan spirit stage. Now, could it be that the 5 Yuan spirit stage and the 6 Yuan spirit stage were already so worthless? Mu Yun shook his head. If these people saw him, they might not be so polite. Maybe they would immediately attack if there was a disagreement. He originally thought that after entering the 5 Yuan spirit stage, he would at least be fearless most of the time in this trial area. However, who would have thought that, now, he encountered 2 groups of people who were actually at the 5 Yuan spirit stage and the 6 Yuan spirit stage. It's very strange. Even if it was a mine, it shouldn't have attracted so many people, right? At this moment, Mu Yun gradually became confused. The situation was a little strange. At the same time, in the trial area. Among the vast mountains. Whoosh, a shrill scream suddenly sounded. In the end, it weakened and disappeared completely. His Highness is mighty. The huge figure fell. Immediately, a few figures flew over and said respectfully to the young man who was gradually loosening his fists. It's just a divine beast with the strength of the 6 yuan spirit stage. It's not considered powerful. The young man, who was handsome and dressed in green, smiled faintly. Prince Xiao is too humble. At this moment, someone flattered, Prince Xiao is the Iron King's most beloved son. In the future, when you reach the Sovereign King stage, you will surpass your brothers and become the heir to the Iron King's throne. It's not impossible. Alright, stop flattering me. Tai Xiao waved his hand and said, is there any news recently? I just received a piece of great news. That person immediately said, it said that a mine was found 3,000 miles away from here. It's rumored to be the periphery of the Tianke Palace. When the words Tianke Palace came out, Tai Xiao was stunned. Is it true? Your Highness, the Tianke Palace is the main target of the Qiyang Holy Empire. Whether this news is true or not, no one can be sure. Tai Xiao said. Xiao smiled faintly and said, isn't that simple? Let's go and take a look. Xiao waved his hand and said, pass down the order. All the disciples of the Iron King faction at the 5 yuan spirit stage are to go to the mine. Even if it's not the Tianke Palace, it's still a mine. It's quite beneficial for everyone's cultivation. Yes. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao smiled and said, this time, we might be able to meet Mu Xingkong and Luo Tianyi. I've been wanting to spar with those two for a long time. The person immediately smiled and said, Your Highness, this time, Prince Ji Fengyang, Prince Ji Fengyun, and Princess Ji Linghua are all participating in the trial. The 3 of them are all at the 7 yuan spirit stage. Your Highness will surpass them soon. At that time, how can Mu Xingkong and Luo Tianyi be your opponents? Xiao smiled faintly and didn't mind. I'm definitely going to surpass them. But right now, if I can defeat Mu Xingkong and Luo Tianyi once, that would be satisfying. Tai Xiao continued, but this time, many disciples of the 7 valleys came. It's troublesome. I hope to meet more of them. One by one, I'll kill them until they don't dare to look me in the eye. The few of them kept nodding their heads submissively. Tai Xiao was the son of the Iron King, one of the 3 famous kings in the Qiyang Holy Empire. In the Iron King manner, he was one of the most outstanding sons of the Iron King. His heart had always been proud and arrogant. At this moment, Tai Xiao wasn't the only one. More and more warriors arrived at the mine. There were so many that Mu Yun wanted to leave, but she decided to stay. There were several groups of people in the mine. From the first small group of people, to more than 10 people, and then dozens of people. Even more, the largest group had more than 100 people. Look, when those people gathered in the depths of the mine, even if he didn't know what was going on, Mu Yun could guess. It must be something big. However, he didn't know what kind of big deal it was. So that was why he chose to stay and wait for the situation to develop. Lord of Heaven, 5th Primordial Spirit Realm. Now, even in the Yin and Yang Pavilion, he was considered to have the strength of an elder. Until he didn't care about Golong Kai and Xiong Dongyu. He had been in the trial area for nearly 20 years. In the remaining 30 years, it was not impossible for him to reach the 6 yuan spirit realm. Fight. After making up his mind, Mu Yun stayed in the mine and went into seclusion and peace. He hid his aura, didn't make any movements, and used an array formation to hide his body. No one could discover him. Time passed bit by bit. This one day, Mu Yun was awakened by a series of rumbling sounds. There seemed to be an intense battle happening in the mine. Mu Yun carefully walked deeper into the mine. Deep after entering, Mu Yun realized that almost all the source beasts along the way had been killed. While the deeper he went, the higher the quality of the source stones. Most finally, he reached the end of the mine. An incomparably huge underground world appeared at this moment. Then in the underground world, there was no end. At this moment, thousands of figures had gathered in all directions. There were also quite a few figures that were gathering towards this place. Here at this moment, 6 figures stood proudly in front of him. Their powerful auras intimidated the surroundings. 4 discussions broke out all around. Wu Yun, Shui Wenyuan, and Hu Shuangshuang of the Sevenfold Valley. Tai Xiao, the son of the Iron King. Mu Xingkong, the son of the Mu King. Luo Tianyi, the son of the Luo King. These people are all famous Six Yuan spirit realm experts. At this moment, there was a hubbub of voices. Apart from those 6 people, there were many others who were also at the Six Yuan spirit realm. However, they weren't as famous as the 6 of them. 6 even at the Essence Soul realm, there were differences in strength. Ruluo Rue was at the 5 primordial spirit realm, but he had the ability to cause the golden body to explode. But Kuligua, Gong Sun Han, and the others didn't. This was the huge gap between them. Here at this moment, the appearance of Mu Yun, a 5th primordial spirit realm cultivator, did not attract anyone's attention. There were quite a number of primordial spirits realm experts present. Here the earth was already the core of the mineral vein. Several figures were moving back and forth in the core. In the center was an incomparably magnificent hall. It was thousands of feet tall, thousands of feet long, and thousands of feet wide. In front of the hall, there was a huge door. Big above the door, there were 3 large words that shone brightly, like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. Tianke Palace. Mu Yun felt her heart sway when she saw those 3 words. Here at this time, Tai Zixiao, Mu Xingkong, and Luo Tianyi brought a lot of people and were not far away. While on the other side, Wu Yun, Hu Xuanshuang, and Shui Wenyuan had also brought quite a number of people with them. There was a faint feeling of tit for tat between them. Long time no see, Wu Yun. I wonder how your strength is now. Tai Zixiao looked at Wu Yun and smiled. When can you step into the 7th primordial spirit realm? I heard that Ji Yunlong of the Sevenfold Valley is now charging towards the Sovereign King realm. I remember that you two were side by side. How could Wu Yun not hear the disparagement in Tai Zixiao's words? If we're talking about heavenly monarch realm geniuses, Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun of the Qiang Holy Empire are quite admirable. You, Tai Zixiao, are just a person fishing for fame. You can try whether or not you're fishing for fame. Tai Zixiao said. Tai Zixiao grinned. Wu Yun did not care and sneered. Since the 2 of you have already discovered this place, it's meaningless to fight now. Hu Xuanshuang of the Sevenfold Valley spoke. Let's work together to open this place and enter together. I think there's more mystery here. They did not speak at this moment. Hu Xuanshuang continued, if we stay here and wait for Ji Yunlong, Qi Fengyang, and the other geniuses to come, we won't have any chance of entering the Tianke Palace. As soon as she said this, their faces turned serious. The few of them were indeed very strong at the 6th primordial spirit realm. However, there were people stronger than them in this trial. The 72nd prince of the Qiang Holy Empire, Qi Fengyang. 6. The 19th prince, Qi Fengyun. 7. The 14th princess, Qi Linghua. As well as Hong Ping and Ji Yunlong of the Sevenfold Valley. These people were all at the 7th primordial spirit realm. This time, there were definitely no more than 207th primordial spirit realm martial artists who entered the trial area. Well, the ones that they were truly afraid of were only these few people. Previously, there were rumors in the trial area that someone had reached the Sovereign King realm. Although they did not know whether it was true or false, there was no smoke without fire. If those few people had reached the Sovereign King realm, then it would have a great impact on them in the future. At this moment, if they discovered the Tianke Palace earlier and entered it, they would be able to obtain more. Since that's the case, get ready. Mu Xingkong, the son of the king, said. Mu Xingkong's long hair was tied behind his head. He was dressed in gray and had an ordinary appearance. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Tianke Palace belongs to Shaoqing Tian, one of the 9 disciples of the ancient emperor Wu Jian. Hu Xuanshuang said. Your Qiang Holy Empire discovered this place. The main purpose of this trial is also this place. Although Shaoqing Tian is one of the 9 disciples of the ancient emperor Wu Jian, he seems to be the weakest one. It's still unknown whether he has reached the prime realm. This is also our chance. If Shaoqing Tian really has reached the prime realm, not to mention us, even the sovereigns, saints, and emperors would be powerless. Hu Xuanshuang looked at the few of them. Get ready. The 6 heavenly lords and 6th primordial spirit realm experts stood apart. Tai Zixiao shouted, everyone, get ready. If we need you, immediately attack. If anyone dares to play tricks, open the door. We won't let them go. As Tai Zixiao's words fell, no one dared to delay. At this moment, Mu Yun stood among the crowd and looked at the majestic palace. Thousands of feet tall and stacked on top of each other. While, at a glance, it was impossible to detect it from the inside. More, it was as if it was enveloped by a huge array, making it impossible to detect. At this moment, Tai Zixiao, Hu Shuangshuang, and the other 5 stood in a row. The origin energy in the bodies of the 6 figures charged towards the door of the Heaven K Palace. Suddenly, all of a sudden, the gate began to shine brightly. Scram! A deep roar sounded at this moment. The Tian K Palace is a sacred ground. How dare you act so atrociously? If you want to enter the Tian K Palace, then you have to withstand the test. A powerful aura swept out as the roar sounded. At this moment, the faces of the 6 people paled as they retreated backward. Tai Zixiao shouted. Tai Zixiao cursed. The ancient Emperor Wu Jian had died millions of years ago. As the disciple of the ancient emperor Wu Jian, Xiaoqing Tian didn't even know that he had reached the prime realm. Damn. Even heavenly lords like them couldn't break into the palace left behind by someone who had died millions of years ago. Hu Shuang looked depressed. It seems that we can only follow master's wishes. Hu Shuang looked at Wu Yun and Shui Wenyuan and said, "What do you think we should do next?" Shui Wenyuan said, "You have many ideas. What do you think we should do?" Wu Yun nodded. Hu Shuang said, "Then we will follow master's wishes." Since those invincible experts of the older generation left behind the ruins, they don't want their things to be buried in the dust of history. In that case, we might be able to pass the test and enter. Okay. The 3 of them began to call their disciples to come to the palace door. Hu Shuang cupped her hands and said, "Senior, how do we pass the test?" There was silence in front of the door for a long time. Straight. When everyone was getting impatient, the palace door suddenly opened. "You will understand after you enter." Seeing this scene, everyone had a strange expression. "Let's go." Hu Shuang and the other disciples of the 7 valleys entered the palace. "Let's go too." Mu Xingkong, Luo Tianyi, and Tai Zixiao also led their people in. Pa. At this moment, a large group of people entered through the palace's gates. However, when they stepped into the arched door, everyone was slightly startled. In their eyes, they did not enter directly into the depths. Instead, rows of palaces appeared. Each palace was only 3 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters long. While, moreover, the wooden doors in front of the palaces were all open at this moment. That voice sounded again. "If you want to pass the test, enter the Fiery Heaven Palace. After passing the test, you can enter the palace." That voice without any gentleness sounded again at this moment. Everyone. They immediately understood. Here this was the so-called test. Only however, no one knew what this test was. Forget it, let's give it a try. That's right, this is the Heavenly K Palace. Xiaoqing Tian was the disciple of ancient Emperor Wu Jian back then. He will definitely be able to obtain an opportunity. Since you are already here, why are you being so timid? Immediately, voices rang out one after another. Many people began to enter the so-called Fiery Heaven Palace one after another. Bang, suddenly, however, a bang sounded at this moment. A few cultivators were directly blasted out. However, in the next moment, many people entered the other side. Here the design of the Fiery Heaven Palace had doors on both sides. Originally, the entrance door was open. After passing the test, the door on the other side would open. If they could not pass, they would be sent flying. Here this kind of test was indeed very strange. At this moment, Mu Yun arrived in front of a Fiery Heaven Palace. "Don't be in a hurry to enter." A voice suddenly sounded. "Kid, if you enter, you will most likely be sent flying." Huh? Mu Yun was stunned. "Change your aura." Guai said, "Hide the aura of your soul." "I will release my aura." "Okay." Mu Yun naturally did not doubt Guai's words. Ta. The moment they entered the Fiery Heaven Palace, a murderous aura rushed towards them. Mu Yun was about to resist, but Guai suddenly stopped her. Immediately after, that murderous aura, which was originally aggressive, suddenly wilted when it came into contact with Guai's aura around Mu Yun. For example, they were both ferocious tigers. When they saw a rabbit, they wanted to pounce on it. However, at the critical moment, the tiger cowered. For a moment, Mu Yun was a little stunned. But in the next moment, a pulling force appeared. His body was directly pulled into the Tian-Ke palace. Just like that, he miraculously entered. Guai withdrew his aura at this moment. Just as Mu Yun was about to ask, Guai said, "You have the bloodlines of 2 titled emperors in your body." Ancient Emperor Wujian is not a fool. Mu Yun immediately understood. Qing Emperor Yi Yushir. Human Emperor Mu Qingyu. With the aura of 2 titled emperors, even if this Tian-Ke palace was only a place for the 9th disciple of ancient Emperor Wujian, he would not be allowed to enter. It seemed that the so-called test was to test one's aura and blood. Why were those people sent flying? Mu Yun was puzzled. They're too weak. Guai said nonchalantly, "This is not a place that just anyone can enter. From the beginning of the martial path until now, if you consume too many pills, this place will not recognize you." Xiaoqing Tian is still a stubborn person. Mu Yun said in surprise, "You know Xiaoqing Tian?" "I don't know him, but I've heard of him." "Didn't you say that you don't remember what happened in the ancient and primordial era?" "It's none of your business." Guai cursed, "You brat, can't I recover some of my memories?" Mu Yun stopped asking. This guy, now that he had recovered more and more, he was looking down on him more and more. Mu Yun didn't say anything else. He walked deeper into the palace. From the outside, this Tian-Ke palace was 10,000 feet tall and layered. But when he really entered, he realized that this place wasn't that simple at all. The entire Tian-Ke palace was more than 10,000 feet tall. From the ground to the sky, one building after another floated independently. The style was completely different, giving people an extremely domineering feeling. Looking around, it was unknown how long and wide it was. This place was more like a method of refining weapons. If this Tian-Ke palace was really displayed between heaven and earth, it would be at least 100 miles long and wide. And now, from the outside, it was only 10,000 feet long and wide. Mu Yun's guess was right. It should have been condensed through a refining method. Such a technique could be said to be at least at the utmost exalted level. It seemed that Xiaoqing Tian had stepped into the sovereign realm. Supreme martial artist, in the entire Great Thousand World, he could be considered a powerhouse. Mu Yun yearned for Jizun very much. Heaven Monarch Realm. He had now reached the 5-essence Spirit Realm. Sovereign Divine Bone Realm. Immortal Saint Stage. And the most powerful Imperial Emperor. In the 9th Heaven Realm, these 3 realms were enough to be regarded as experts. However, it was precisely because of this that the path he needed to walk was even longer. At this moment, Mu Yun composed herself and looked around. At the same time, many people had already entered the Heaven Deficiency Palace. As the news spread, more and more people would come to this place. At that time, even a 5th primordial spirit would be nothing. After making up her mind, Mu Yun went straight into the depths. At the same time, several hundred people had already entered the Heaven Deficiency Palace and scattered in all directions. Mu Yun looked ahead, chose a hall at random, and entered it. The entire hall looked very spacious. The hall was spotless. It seemed that no one had lived here for millions of years, and it still maintained its original state. Mu Yun entered the hall and looked around, but he didn't find anything strange. After exiting the main hall, Mu Yun entered another main hall. It was still very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. He entered more than a dozen halls in succession, and it was the same everywhere. After all, there was a limit to the speed of his investigation. At the same time, the others around him didn't find anything strange either. In the huge Heaven Deficiency Palace, it seemed that the palace servants weren't the only ones who had disappeared. There were also countless supreme treasures. This made Mu Yun feel even more incredulous. After all, at this moment, it wasn't just him. The others also didn't find anything strange. In this way, after a few days of searching, close to 2,000 people had arrived here. Everyone spread out and didn't find anything. Mu Yun also found a place, sat down, and began to cultivate. This place was too strange. He thought that he could find something strange, but he didn't expect that he would find nothing. It was the same for the others. This time, Mu Yun really had no choice. He could only put down his face and look for Guai. Old Guai, you must know the secret of this place, right? Mu Yun said patiently. Get lost, I don't know. Guai said bluntly. Are you going to let me return empty-handed? Mu Yun said with a smile, think about it, I'm only at the 5 primordial spirit realm now. When can I reach the level of a titled emperor? If I don't reach the level of a titled emperor, how can I avenge you? Just cultivate slowly. Guai said indifferently, anyway, I've waited for thousands of years. It doesn't matter if I wait for the last part. Besides, you said that you're slow. Aren't you embarrassed? It's amazing for others to advance one level in thousands or 10,000 years. You've advanced one level in a few years, and you're saying that you're slow? Mu Yun still said patiently, I don't have that much time. If I can get Xianxia's inheritance and become an imperial emperor, wouldn't that reduce the time even more? You're not dreaming, are you? Guai chuckled and said, Kid, even if you get the inheritance of others, it's probably difficult for you to absorb it all. What do you mean? You have a different fate from others. It's not an empty phrase. Your talent is completely different now. Why do you think it's because of that? Even if you're the son of Emperor Qing and human emperor, your talent is only a little better than ordinary geniuses. The reason why you can improve your realm now is because of your fate. Guai said slowly, you can accept the inheritance of others, but your fate won't accept it. Mu Yun was stunned. In that case, even if he had the inheritance, he could only watch. However, nothing is absolute in this world. If there's an inheritance, you might be able to accept it, but it's definitely different from others. Guai said calmly. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. This old thing was putting on airs again. I'll take you to a place, but it shouldn't be of much help to your strength growth. But it's still not a problem to help your formation improve. Okay. Mu Yun got up and left. Following Guai's fingerprints, Mu Yun arrived at the east side of Tianke Palace. At the easternmost side, there was a large hall with 4 side halls beside it. It looked rather magnificent. Hasn't it been searched? Just because it's been searched doesn't mean it's been found. Guai said unhappily, go in. Mu Yun entered the hall alone. The entire hall was in a mess. Obviously, when it was searched earlier, it had caused a lot of damage. In the middle of the hall, there was a painting on the wall. It was picturesque and looked out of place with the entire hall. At this moment, there were many sword and saber marks on the painting. When Mu Yun saw this scene, she shook her head slightly. Go in. Go in? Go in where? Mu Yun was at a loss for words. Inside the painting. Guai said, I'll open the painting for you, and you can enter it directly. Before Mu Yun could say anything, Guai had already started. Suddenly, a wave of chaotic power was released at this moment. Guai seemed to have torn space apart with one hand. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure directly drilled into the wall and disappeared. In the next moment, Mu Yun's figure appeared between heaven and earth. The sky and earth were gray. The grass, trees, flowers, and even the flowing water were gray. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun even thought that she had come to a different world. It's just hiding in the world inside the painting. It's just a weapon refiner's method. Accommodating a space into a divine artifact is not a great method. Hearing this, Mu Yun was speechless. To be able to accommodate space, it was at least at the supreme stage. This was not a great method? Let's go forward. Mu Yun walked along the gray ground, stepped on the grass, and walked forward. 2 or 3 thatched huts appeared in front of her. And at the edge of the thatched hut, a figure was sitting peacefully. In front of the thatched hut, the stream flowed slowly. That figure held a fishing rod and sat there peacefully, looking at the lake. Eh? When the fisherman saw Mu Yun, he was slightly surprised. I thought that at least a sovereign king, a holy lord, or a descendant of an imperial lord would appear here. I didn't expect a heavenly lord to be able to enter here. The man turned around and glanced at Mu Yun. He was dressed in gray sackcloth and looked rather simple and honest. When the man was sizing up Mu Yun was also sizing up the man. Sit. The man waved his hand, and Mu Yun sat on the ground. You can enter this place, which means that you are capable. I can give you 2 things here. You can choose for yourself. The man said to himself as he swung his fishing rod. 2 balls of light appeared at this moment. Firstly, the cultivation inheritance is what I have inherited throughout my life. Secondly, the array formation inheritance. Back then, when I was at the peak, I was a level 6 ancient divine array master. After I became a supreme, I didn't continue to study array formations. Choose one of the 2. You can choose for yourself. The man said indifferently, as if he was chatting with his neighbor. It was as simple as giving away a vegetable. Mu Yun was at a loss for words for a moment. Cultivation inheritance, array formation inheritance, wasn't this too rash? But she liked it. Mu Yun looked at the man and asked, "Can I have both?" As soon as she said this, the man was stunned. He looked at Mu Yun and didn't say anything for a long time. She wanted both, how greedy. Choose one of the 2. Mu Yun gritted her teeth. Then I'll choose the array formation inheritance. The man didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and directly slapped Mu Yun. That ball of light fell between Mu Yun's brows and instantly fused into Mu Yun's mind. That ball of light entered between Mu Yun's brows. In the next moment, it surged into Mu Yun's soul. A pure soul power entered Mu Yun's soul. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became clear. What entered his mind was the purest form of soul power, not soul power with will. In an instant, a strange scene appeared in front of Mu Yun. It was as if it was a person's entire life. No, to be precise, it was his entire life. A lifetime of studying array formations. From the initial spirit array, to the immortal array, the divine array, the ancient divine array, along the way, it filled Mu Yun's mind. And at this moment, the path that senior had walked became the path that he had walked. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. The path of the array formation rushed into Mu Yun's mind, making Mu Yun exclaim in satisfaction. But gradually, when the path reached the level of a level 3 ancient divine array master, it got stuck. The inheritance was like enlightenment. The inheritor left behind his lifetime of comprehension and gathered it into the essence. It could bring great benefits to the inheritor. And the inheritor was like reaping without sowing, taking everything into his own hands. Just like when Mu Yun met Miao Xianyu again, Miao Xianyu had already reached the Lord level. That was the power of the inheritance. It was more like a powerful senior had paved the path for the latecomers to walk smoothly without any bumps. But now, Mu Yun realized. This path could allow him to reach the level of a level 6 ancient divine array master in 1 step. But to reach the level of a level 3 ancient divine array master. It got stuck. Mu Yun wanted to curse at this moment. It got stuck here. Why, this was very strange, Guai said that. It was because of his strange fate as a 9th son of heaven. If it was the inheritance of the cultivation realm, he might encounter great obstacles. But this was not the case. He had already chosen the array formation inheritance. But he still met with obstacles. What a joke. Mu Yun woke up at this moment. He had already touched the mysteries of the level 3 ancient divine array master. It would not take long for him to reach it. And now, after obtaining the inheritance, he had not reached the level of a level 6 ancient divine array master in 1 step. He was stuck at the level of a level 3 ancient divine array master. How was this an inheritance? It was simply observing the path of others. Mu Yun was helpless. Be content. Guai smiled and said, although you did not reach the heavens in 1 step, at least you have obtained the path of your predecessors. In this way, it'll be much easier for you to break through the bottleneck. Mu Yun was very tired and did not want to speak. Guai's words were not without reason. He did not directly reach the level of a level 6 ancient divine array master. But now, there were many ancient divine array diagrams in his mind. To an ancient divine array master, the array diagram was undoubtedly of utmost importance. Alright, don't be greedy. Let's leave this place. Guai smiled and said, this is the most precious place in the entire Xianxia palace. Aside from this, there are also the Earth Defect Pavilion and the Martial Defect Pavilion. Those 7 primordial spirit realm disciples will probably discover something when they arrive. Earth Deficiency Pavilion and Martial Deficiency Pavilion? Mu Yun wondered, why can't I find it? You're too weak. Guai smiled and said, every one of those 7 essence spirit realm disciples is the heart of their sect. Many sovereign emperors probably gave them some special means to investigate. Just wait patiently. Mu Yun nodded. Since the Heaven Deficiency Palace used to be the 9th disciple of ancient Emperor Wu Jian, how could it be so simple? There were some secrets that they just couldn't discover. 7 Primordial Spirit Stage, he was already at the peak of the Heaven Monarch realm. In 4th-class sects like the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire and the Sevenfold Valley, he could only be considered an outstanding genius disciple. And in the 2 Instruments Pavilion, he could be considered a big shot. The gap was too big. While thinking, Mu Yun's figure gradually withdrew from the painting. In the next moment, Mu Yun appeared in the main hall. However, Mu Yun, who appeared in the main hall, was stunned. Guai, Did you bring me to the wrong place? Mu Yun said slowly, you didn't enter from this main hall just now, right? Of course not. Guai said firmly. Mu Yun was completely speechless at this moment. When she entered the main hall just now, there was no one in the entire hall. But now, more than 10 figures in the main hall were staring at Mu Yun. Everyone, sorry to disturb you. Mu Yun coughed and said with a smile, I accidentally passed by this place and didn't know that you were here. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll leave now. Among the dozen people, Mu Yun saw a few people she had seen before. Wu Yun of the Sevenfold Valley. Hu Xuanshuang and Xue Wenyuan. These 3 6th Essence Spirit Realm experts and the other dozen people were all at the 5th and 6th Essence Spirit Realm. Mu Yun was a little confused. When he entered the main hall, there was no one here. But now, a group of people had appeared. It couldn't be so coincidental. When he entered this place, these people immediately chose such a place to discuss important matters here, right? As Mu Yun spoke, he took a step forward. Stop. A disciple stepped forward and shouted in a deep voice. Bang, the divine wood sword and the heaven and earth furnace smashed out almost at the same time. In an instant, that disciple's head exploded, and he died on the spot. Mu Yun's figure flashed and rushed out of the main hall. He was not stupid. Those people were not stupid either. Wu Yun and the others must have entered the main hall and investigated carefully. They stopped here after confirming that there was no one in the main hall. Now that he suddenly came out of the main hall, these people must have guessed it. He must have obtained some fortuitous encounter in the main hall. Staying here was waiting for death. Seeing this scene, the others immediately chased out. Wearing the pale yellow divine robe, Mu Yun did not say a word and sped away. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. He was really unlucky to the extreme. Most importantly, he had not obtained any so-called inheritance. Just like that, he was being chased. It was easy to enter this place, but Mu Yun still did not know how to get out. Left with no other choice, he could only lead these people around the Heavenly Deficiency Palace. Kid, don't run. Wu Yun and the others looked at him. They had been in the Xianxia Palace for a long time. But they did not find anything strange. But just now, this kid appeared out of nowhere. This point was very strange. This kid must have found something extraordinary. Not chasing, only a fool would not chase. There must be a big secret on Mu Yun's body. In an instant, more than a dozen figures chased behind Mu Yun. In the huge Xianxia Palace, Mu Yun could not pull away. More than a dozen people chased with all their might, while he ran with all his might. Both sides were in a tug-of-war at this moment. Damn it! Mu Yun cursed in a low voice. There were more than a dozen people behind him. There were several 5 Yuan Spirit Realm and many 6 Yuan Spirit Realm. If he turned around to kill, the possibility of him dying was higher. Under such a fleeing, Mu Yun gradually could not hold on any longer. The pale yellow divine robe dissipated at this moment. The pale yellow divine robe could greatly increase his strength. However, it was not limitless after all. This kid can't hold on any longer. Catch him alive. Alright. Wu Yun, Hu Shuang, and Xue Wenyuan were chasing with red eyes. Wu Yun. At this moment, a delicate shout suddenly sounded. Boom, in the next moment, a rumble sounded at this moment. The figures of Wu Yun and the others were blocked. Without saying a word, Wu Yun hurriedly circled around the various halls and hid his aura. In the end, he was completely undetectable. Wu Yun and the others were unable to restrain their anger at this moment. Bastard! Wu Yun turned around to look. A few figures stood in the air. It's you! Wu Yun was stunned when he saw that person. Then, he sneered. Qi Lingyue, I haven't heard from you for a long time. I thought you were dead. I won't die even if you're dead. Qi Lingyue was wearing a long dress with a ribbon around her waist. Her slender waist was perfect. If Mu Yun was here, he would definitely exclaim in shock. Qi Lingyue was the Qi Lingyue he knew. Wu Yun, I'm not dead. The one who should die is you. Qi Lingyue said coldly. Is that so? At this moment, the few of them all laughed contemptuously. Behind Qi Lingyue, a figure walked out. Wu Yun, you Seven Valleys disciples are getting bolder and bolder by bullying my sister. Qi Lingyue. Seeing the mature woman, Wu Yun's expression changed. Qi Lingyue, 7 yuan spirit realm. 7 yuan spirit realm sounded only 1 yuan more than 6 yuan spirit realm, but this 1 yuan was worlds apart. It could be said that the 4 yuan spirit realm and 5 yuan spirit realm were a watershed in the heavenly lord realm. The 5 yuan spirit realm's power was limitless. However, the difference between the 5 yuan spirit realm, 6 yuan spirit realm, and 7 yuan spirit realm was huge. Qi Lingyue, who was at the 7 yuan spirit realm, could easily kill a dozen of them. Wu Yun, you Seven Valleys disciples are very bold. Do you think you can kill the princess of the Qiyang Sacred Kingdom? Qi Lingyue flicked her finger. Wu Yun blocked with his arms. Bang, at this moment, an explosion sounded. Wu Yun's arms were bleeding. Damn it! Wu Yun cursed in a low voice. He was furious. However, there was nothing he could do. Qi Lingyue was at the 7 yuan spirit realm. What could he do? Tell me, how do you want to die? Qi Lingyue said arrogantly. Qi Lingyue, I don't think you can choose how you want to die, right? At this moment, a mocking laugh sounded. In the distance, a few figures came one after another. Senior brother Hong. Wu Yun was overjoyed when he saw one of them. Hong Ping of the 7 Valleys, a 7 yuan spirit realm heavenly lord. With Hong Ping here, he had nothing to be afraid of. Although Qi Lingyue was also at the 7 yuan spirit realm, she might not be Hong Ping's opponent. Hong Ping, you're really annoying. You're everywhere. Qi Lingyue chuckled. If the 7 Valleys disciples need me, of course I have to be here. Hong Ping was not angry. At this moment, there was a hint of hostility between the two sides. Boom, 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 a series of explosions suddenly sounded at this moment. In the depths of the Tian-Ke Palace, there seemed to be an opening somewhere. The sound of explosions could be heard everywhere. Not long after, figures rushed out one after another. Seeing this scene, Hong Ping frowned slightly. But in the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. Looking at Qi Linghua, Hong Ping said, Qi Linghua, your younger sister is also fine. I think that since we fought here until both sides were injured, those people might have found a way to break through to the Sovereign King realm. Why don't we all disperse? There are many good places in the Tian-Ke Palace. I think you know this better than me. Qi Lingyue looked at Qi Lingyue. I will kill him with my own hands. Qi Lingyue said with hatred. Okay. Qi Lingyue turned around and looked at Hong Ping. I'm too lazy to argue with you here. I will avenge my sister myself. After Qi Linghua finished speaking, she waved her hand and left. At this moment, the smile on Hong Ping's face disappeared. What's going on? Senior brother Hong. Wu Yun hurriedly cupped his hands and said, previously, we saw Qi Lingyue fighting with a divine beast here alone. She was seriously injured and wanted to kill her. In the end, we didn't expect her to have so many life-saving treasures. She ran away, right? Hong Ping said in a cold voice. Let's set a small target first. For example, 1 second. Remember, guest house. Wu Yun nodded. Hu Shuang, Shui Wenyuan, and the others also nodded bitterly. Smack, in the next moment, Wu Yun slapped him. Bastard! Hong Ping shouted coldly. Do you know who Qi Lingyue is? Her father is Emperor Qi Shi, the current emperor of the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom. Just this alone means that you shouldn't touch her. It's fine even if you kill the son of one of the 3 kings, but you can't touch those princes and princesses. Hong Ping shouted again. Do you know why the monarch of the Crimson Sun Holy Empire, Monarch Qi Shi, dotes on Qi Lingyue the most? I don't know, Hong Ping cursed. If you don't know, why are you messing around? Emperor Qi Shi has countless wives. Most of them are outstanding women from various sects and families under the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom. Qi Lingyue's mother is one of Emperor Qi Shi's many concubines. Most importantly, her mother, Ling Xian, is also an emperor. Wu Yun, Hu Shuang, and the others' expressions turned ugly. Their father was an emperor. Every prince and princess in the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom was the same. However, their mother was also an emperor. There were very few of them. No wonder Qi Lingyue was so protective of her. This woman had such a powerful background. There was not even one princess like her among hundreds of other princesses. Hong Ping cursed. I'll help you this time. Remember, be careful in the Heavenly Deficiency Palace. Luckily, Qi Lingyue hasn't recovered to the 7 primordial spirit realm yet. You guys can still survive. After the trial, go into seclusion in the sect, don't go out until you're an emperor. Hong Ping said and left with the others. Wu Yun, Hu Shuang, and Shui Wenyuan's expressions completely collapsed. They didn't expect to offend a giant just because they wanted to kill a fat sheep. Who would have thought that behind this fat sheep, there were 2 giant tigers watching? How unlucky, they wanted to vomit blood. However, they weren't the only ones who were cursing in their hearts. At this moment, Mu Yun was gasping for breath. He stopped and bent over in the depths of a large hall, holding his breath. Ever since she entered the trial area, she had been running away. Encountering Lingyu, being hunted down, fleeing. Entering the mine and avoiding Coligua and the others was also an escape. Now that he had just obtained a legacy that could not be considered a legacy, he still had to flee when he ran into Wu Yun and the others. At the very least, he had reached the primordial spirit realm. Instead of being arrogant, he only cared about fleeing. However, every time they escaped, they would be able to reap some benefits. Mu Yun also felt that it was worth it. Mu Yun didn't rush over when she heard the rumbling in the depths. The location of the Tian-Ke Palace had been exposed for some time. Those top disciples at the 7 Yuan spirit stage had probably arrived one by one. In the next 30 years, this place would most likely become the main battlefield. The most important competition was between the Qiang Holy Empire and the Sevenfold Valleys. The disciples of the other sects could only survive in the cracks. Mu Yun understood that he was one of them. But sometimes, the benefits obtained in the cracks were even greater. Mu Yun made up her mind. After checking her surroundings and confirming that there was no danger, she headed to the place where the explosion came from. At this moment, there were also disciples heading towards the depths. When he arrived at the place where the explosion had occurred, Mu Yun saw many figures surrounding the area in front of him. Seeing so many people, Mu Yun wasn't worried anymore. When she arrived at the edge, Mu Yun saw the scenery in front of her. At this moment, on the ground, a palace gate was being jointly attacked by 3 figures. The aura of those 3 people seemed to be extremely vigorous. 2 of them were dressed luxuriously with dragon patterns. Their aura seemed to be of the same origin. The other person had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes gave people the feeling that there was a powerful aura that could shake one's soul. The 3 of them had a strong deterrent force in their movements. At this moment, Mu Yun even felt that this was not something that a 7 Yuan spirit stage cultivator could produce. Sovereign King? No, she had seen the power of the Sovereign King realm. The Master of the 2 Rites was at the first level of the Sovereign King realm. That kind of power was within her movements. It could be said that after reaching the Sovereign King realm, the body of a martial artist was like a tall mountain or a long river. These 3 people hadn't reached that level yet. In the crowd, Mu Yun saw Wu Yun, Hu Shuangshuang, Shui Wenyuan and the others following behind a young man, looking very sullen. On the other side, there were also a few figures that were rather abrupt. Two of the women stood at the front, followed by a few 7 yuan spirit stage experts. As for those two women, there were some similarities between their eyebrows. Mu Yun recognized one of the women. Ling Yue, the woman beside her was slightly mature, and Mu Yun didn't recognize her. But at this moment, the surroundings were already in discussion. Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun are probably going to step into the sovereign king realm soon. Yes, none of Emperor Qi Shi's princes and princesses are bad. That's Princess Qi Linghua and Princess Qi Lingyue, right? They are indeed heavenly beauties. One looks voluptuous, and the other looks delicate. Don't get any ideas. I heard that Qi Lingyue is extremely doted on by Emperor Qi Shi. Emperor Qi Shi has hundreds of children who dote on Qi Lingyue endlessly. It's said that Qi Lingyue's treasures can be piled up into a mountain. Even a sovereign king might not be able to kill her. Hearing this, Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. Qi Lingyue, princess? Mu Yun couldn't help but laugh. It was no wonder that when Qi Lingyue was being hunted down, she had so many treasures on her. It was as if there was no end to them. Princess, Mu Yun was a little upset. It wasn't because of jealousy or hatred. The children of Emperor Qi Lingyue weren't enough to make him envious. After all, he was the son of two emperors. However, although he and Qi Lingyue had a greater relationship, they could be considered friends in adversity. This woman really hid a lot from him. However, he couldn't blame her. The two of them were originally mutually beneficial. That must be Ji Yunlong of the Seven Valleys, right? Someone else said, I heard that this person is the #1 disciple of the Seven Valleys heavenly monarchs. He's at the peak of the 7 primordial spirit realm and can step into the sovereign king realm at any time. He's a prodigy like Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun. Isn't that so? The surrounding people discussed animatedly. Although there were disciples of other sects present, most of them were disciples of the Seven Valleys and the Qiang Saint Empire. These two great factions naturally knew a lot about the disciples in their own factions. At this moment, the three of them were constantly using divine weapons that had never been heard of before. At this moment, the palace gates were showing signs of opening. Qi Fengyang, Qi Fengyun, let's see what happens next. All right. Qi Fengyang laughed and said, in the heaven-deficient palace, the earth-deficient pavilion and the martial-deficient pavilion are the most well-preserved now. It's most suitable for us heavenly monarchs. Ji Yunlong, don't die inside. I won't die even if you die, haha. As Ji Yunlong spoke, he clapped his hands. Buzz, at this moment, the gate was completely opened. A green light covered everyone's vision. By the time everyone reacted, the few figures in front of them had already disappeared. So fast. Mu Yun saw that Qi Fengyang, Qi Fengyun, and Ji Yunlong were extremely fast and were not afraid of the green light at all. In the next moment, the figures rushed into the depths and disappeared. At this moment, a hint of excitement appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. For some reason, when he entered this place, his blood and qi actually boiled a little. Perhaps, there were many good things in this place. Following the large group, Mu Yun directly rushed in. Boom! The ground shook, and waves swept out. In the next moment, everyone realized. After they entered the palace gate, it was as if they had entered a different space. What entered their eyes was an endless mountain range and forest. At a glance, it was as if they had entered the outside of the waterless ancient mountain. Roars rang out continuously at this moment. After everyone entered this place, tiger roars and dragon roars could be heard all around. Thud 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 sounds could be heard. Suddenly, a group of divine beasts charged out from the side. It's the ancient iron fur ape. The extinct ancient iron fur ape? Run! The weakest of those guys is at least at the 5 primordial spirit realm, and the stronger ones are even at the monarch realm. In an instant, everyone began to shout in fear. Who knew that a group of ancient iron fur apes would appear after entering this area? There had been no records of such divine beasts since the primordial age. Now, they did not exist in the Great Thousand World. Now, in the Great Thousand World. From the 9th race to the 1st race. There were many races that were formed by divine beasts. For example, the powerful dragon race, the phoenix race, and so on. Most of the divine beasts did not like to transform into human form, nor did they like to communicate with humans. They only lived in the mountains and rivers. The ancient iron fur ape was like that. Why did these ancient iron fur apes not go extinct and survive in this place? No one had the strength to think about it. Those guys had already charged over. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were killed under the impact. At this moment, Mu Yun threw out a punch to meet an ancient iron fur ape. However, in the next moment, a powerful fist force counterattacked. His entire body retreated, and his face was pale. This guy's fist was too hard. He could sense that the ancient iron-haired ape was only at the 5th primordial spirit realm. However, when he threw out a punch, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. Terrifying and domineering, Mu Yun's face was pale. After that power entered his body, it continued to pound against his body in waves. It was as if the force of the vibration was endless. At this moment, Mu Yun hurriedly swallowed a primordial spirit protection pill and gradually recovered. However, with the help of the rebounding force, Mu Yun's figure retreated and opened up the distance between them as he rushed into the depths. He had just entered the so-called Earth Deficiency Pavilion, and he did not want to die here. However, the Earth Deficiency Pavilion was not a palace, but a space that was like an alternate world. It was unexpected. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. After the initial chaos, many disciples came to their senses and hurriedly fled. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and gradually calmed down. In front of her was an endless forest with layers upon layers of trees. Even after running for thousands of miles, she still saw such a landscape. There didn't seem to be anything special in the huge earth-deficient pavilion. However, Qi Fengyang, Qi Fengyun, and Ji Yunlong had said that the earth-deficient pavilion was the most well-preserved. There should be some good things here. After making up her mind, Mu Yun continued forward. Boom, at this moment, a loud explosion sounded from the left. Then, explosions sounded continuously. Some people seemed to have met and fought. Mu Yun was used to such things and couldn't be bothered to care. However, Mu Yun immediately sensed a familiar aura amidst the rumbling sounds. She stopped and thought for a moment. Mu Yun still walked out. Boom, the explosions became louder and louder. When she arrived at the battlefield, a few familiar figures entered her eyes. At this moment, the dozen people were surrounded in the center, and there were only 7 or 8 people outside. However, the dozen people were on the passive side. The 7 or 8 people outside were arrogant at this moment. Brats, hand over all the things on you. The leader smiled and said, otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Do you really think that by allowing you small sects to come here, you will be able to improve? You're just stepping stones. Don't go too far. The leader of the dozen people was furious. His face was flushed red. Look at your clothes. You're disciples of the 2 Instruments Pavilion, right? On the other side, a young man sneered and said, it shouldn't be easy for the 2 Instruments Pavilion to nurture a heavenly lord. I advise you to surrender and hand over your things. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Hearing this, the dozen people of the 2 Instruments Pavilion were even more furious. However, it was useless. The 7 or 8 people surrounding them were all at the 4 primordial spirit realm. Only one of them was at the 4 primordial spirit realm. The people of the 7 valleys really bully the weak and fear the strong. A lazy voice sounded. Mu Yun walked out at this moment. Looking at the crowd, Mu Yun smiled and said, picking on the weak. You guys are really capable. I think you don't dare to provoke the people of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire, right? Who do you think you are? The leader looked at Mu Yun and snorted, the matters of my 7 valleys are not something you can interfere with. Then the disciples of our 2 Instruments Pavilion will not be bullied by you. Mu Yun said indifferently. Hearing this, that person immediately understood that this busybody was also from the 2 Instruments Pavilion. It seems that the disciples of the 2 Instruments Pavilion are not afraid of death. The rest of the people also burst into laughter. The strongest in the 2 Instruments Pavilion was only at the 4 primordial spirit realm. It was almost impossible to surpass 4 primordial spirits. A 5th-grade force was nothing to a 4th-grade force. The leading disciple sneered and threw a punch at Mu Yun. Scram! Boom! With a punch, a wave swept out. Where are you hitting? But in the next moment, a voice sounded in his ear. All of a sudden, a strong oppressive aura spread across the area. 5 primordial. 5 primordial spirit realm, the disciple was completely dumbfounded. Although the 4 primordial spirit realm is a little weak, it's better than nothing. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the leading disciple's body suddenly exploded. When the others saw this scene, they already felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, they did not care about killing and robbing. They fled in all directions in an instant. Can you run away? With a finger seal, Mu Yun's figure flashed and caught up with them. Bang! 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 Low explosions sounded at this moment. Not long after, Mu Yun turned around and returned. The dozen figures looked at Mu Yun with complicated expressions. Why are you looking at me like that? Xianxia smiled and said, Are you scared? You have reached the 5 primordial spirit realm? Yes. Mu Yun did not hide it. In fact, there was no need to hide it. These people could see through it. Hearing this, the dozen or so disciples of the 2 instruments pavilion had even more strange expressions. One of them had a bitter and ugly expression. This person was Xianxia. Back then, when Mu Yun entered the 2 instruments pavilion, what realm was she at? She was only at the Earth Monarch realm. What about now? Not to mention reaching the Heaven Monarch realm, she had even reached the 5 primordial spirit realm. Now that he thought about it, the competition that the elders of the sect mentioned. It was really ridiculous. 100 years. Only 60 years had passed, and Mu Yun had already surpassed him. Competition, what was there to compete with? At this moment, Xianxia revealed a bitter smile. Thank you. Xianxia cupped his hands and said. After all, we are all disciples of the 2 instruments pavilion. There's no need to thank me. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, This place is quite dangerous. Be careful. It's better not to get the treasures than to put yourself in danger. This is the primordial spirit protection pill, one for each person. If there's too much chaos here, find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the primordial spirit protection pills fell into the hands of everyone. In an instant, the eyes of the dozen or so people lit up. The primordial spirit protection pill was priceless. Most importantly, this divine pill was not available in the 2 instruments pavilion. Not to mention the 2 instruments pavilion, only the core disciples of the Qiang Holy Empire and the Sevenfold Valleys could have it. However, Mu Yun waved her hand, and more than 10 pills were given to them just like that. Alright, I'll leave first. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun's figure flashed and disappeared. At this moment, the dozen or so people looked at each other. Mu Yun has reached the 5 primordial spirit realm, a disciple said bitterly. Back then, when Mu Yun was still participating in the Earth Lord disciple competition, they were high and mighty as spectators. Now, in the blink of an eye, in just a few decades, Mu Yun had far surpassed them. This reversal was hard for them to accept for a moment. The 2 instruments pavilion is going to change, Xianxia also sighed. Mu Yun was so monstrous. It was only a matter of time before she reached the 6 primordial spirit realm or the 7 primordial spirit realm. There were still 30 years of training left. Would this fellow reach the 7 primordial spirit realm in one go? At that time, when she returned to the 2 instruments pavilion, even if the 2 deputy pavilion masters did not agree. Without the protection of the pavilion masters, Mu Yun was almost certain to compete for the position of pavilion master. This fellow was really too strong. Everyone, be careful. Xianxia said, Let's slowly search here. If there's a chance, we'll fight for it. If not, we'll lay low. Mu Yun is right. Our lives are the most important. All right. The group of more than a dozen people left this place. At this moment, Mu Yun continued to go deeper. It was really a surprise to meet Xianxia and the others. As for saving them, Mu Yun's idea was very simple. Those disciples had no enmity with him in the first place. In addition, if he succeeded as the pavilion master of the two instruments pavilion in the future, what was the point of having so many disciples killed or injured? He wanted the two instruments pavilion to be able to expand and expand. He did not want all the geniuses to die. As for making Golong Kai and the others feel grateful, Mu Yun had never thought of it. There was no need. At this moment, Mu Yun went deeper and deeper along the undulating mountains and forests. Along the way, it was empty and boundless. There was really nothing special. In the end, Mu Yun simply stopped. The strangeness of this place was not something that a 5 primordial spirit realm cultivator could see. He could not tell, but the others were different. The people of the Qiang Holy Empire and the 7 Valleys all had supreme treasures on them. If he wanted to find out any secrets, it would ultimately depend on them. After making up his mind, Mu Yun thought about it and decided that it would be better to look for the top disciples of the 7 Valleys and the Qiang Holy Empire. It was better than being here alone, like a blind man touching an elephant, randomly searching for an elephant. After making up his mind, Mu Yun began to search. After half a day, Mu Yun finally sensed a familiar aura. Lingyue, to be precise, it was Qi Lingyue. Beside Qi Lingyue, Qi Linghua and a few other disciples of the Qiang Holy Empire followed closely. These people did not seem to have teamed up with Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun. At this moment, the team of nearly 10 people was looking around cautiously. Is it safe? Qi Lingyue could not help but ask. It should be fine. Qi Linghua said seriously, Wu Yun knows that you want to kill him, so he will definitely not sit still and wait for death. Wu Yun's father is an elder of the 7 Valleys and Hong Ping's master. Perhaps Hong Ping will help him get rid of future troubles. At least it's safer for me to stay by your side. Qi Linghua complained. On the other hand, Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun are looking for treasures by themselves. Hearing this, Qi Lingyue was not angry. She smiled and said, the two of them are not on good terms with me. They are trying their best to step into the sovereign king realm before me. Hearing this, Qi Linghua was also annoyed. Forget it, we don't have to rely on them. As long as you recover to the 7 primordial spirit realm, we don't have to worry. As the two of them finished speaking, a round token appeared in Qi Lingyue's hand. The command medallion looked like it was made of white jade. On the command medallion, there were many dragons and phoenixes engraved on it. This is what my mother gave me before she left. She said that it can help us find the Earth Deficiency Pavilion and the Martial Deficiency Pavilion. Let's just follow this item. The two women led a few people and followed the token, flying in a direction. At this moment, Mu Yun hid his aura and followed from afar. He had seen too many good things in Qi Lingyue's possession. She ate the primordial spirit protection pills as if they were jelly beans. This woman was extraordinarily rich. If he followed her, he would definitely be able to find the treasure. The team continued to fly towards the northwest. Finally, they stopped in the middle of a mountain range. Mu Yun followed from afar, not daring to follow too closely. After all, Qi Lingyue was not simple. Who knew if she had any treasures that could detect him? After the team stopped, they immediately dispersed. Mu Yun was not in a hurry, and he waited in ambush. At this moment, Qi Linghua and Qi Lingyue looked around and carefully examined their surroundings. At this moment, small flags appeared in Qi Lingyue's hand. Those small flags had different colors, black, white, and blue. They looked the same, but the colors were different. Qi Lingyue waved her hand, and the small flags flew up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, more than a dozen small flags flew in one direction. Boom, suddenly, the sound of an explosion rang out. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. At this moment, the small flags were attacking one after another. 1T/P and they were all attacking the same place. 1T/P with a rumbling sound, the small flags kept changing, and the attack power became stronger and stronger. 1T/P when Mu Yun saw this scene, she was also secretly surprised. 1T/P this woman really had too many good things on her. 1T/P greater than 1 by 1, they were endless. 1T/P she was simply a walking treasure. 1T/P with such a treasure, why would she come here to train? 1T/P If Mu Yun had so many treasures, she might as well find a place and cultivate to the supreme stage before coming out. 1T/P At this moment, the small flags kept smashing down, and the ground made thumping sounds. 1T/P The ground was smashed away, and the ground caved in. 1T/P Gradually, a door that looked like the door of a palace appeared at this moment. 1T/P Qi Lingyue looked at Qi Linghua with a happy expression. 1T/P This is the land of the lacking earth pavilion. 1T/P Yes. 1T/P Qi Lingyue attacked again. 1T/P With a wave of her hands, a huge hammer appeared at this moment. 1T/P The huge hammer exploded with a loud bang, and it smashed towards the palace door. 1T/P With a clanging sound, the palace door opened a gap. 1T/P Gradually, the gap between the two doors opened wider and wider. 1T/P Let's go. 1T/P Qi Linghua and Qi Lingyue rushed into the main hall with a few people and disappeared. 1T/P Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was really envious. 1T/P Qi Lingyue had countless supreme treasures on her. 1T/P Even as a princess, she couldn't be so rich, right? 1T/P Moreover, Qi Linghua was also a princess, but she didn't see that she had more treasures than Qi Lingyue. 1T/P After the group of people entered the palace, Mu Yun continued to wait. 1T/P As expected, not long after, a disciple suddenly walked out of the palace and looked around. 1T/P After confirming that there was no one around, the disciple entered the palace again. 1T/P To be able to reach this step today, how could he be a fool? 1T/P When Mu Yun saw this scene, she smiled. 1T/P After the disciple entered the palace for a long time, Mu Yun exhaled. 1T/P Now, she could follow him. 1T/P However, Mu Yun was about to move. One figure after another suddenly appeared at this moment. 1 the people of Chichong Valley, at this moment, more than a dozen figures 1T/P greater than 3 of them were Wu Yun, Hu Shuangshuang, and Shui Wenyuan. 1T/P In front of the 3 of them, there was another person that Mu Yun had never seen before. 1T/P However, looking at the respectful attitude of the 3 of them towards that person, it wasn't difficult to guess. 1T/P This person was probably at the 7th primordial spirit realm. 1T/P Senior brother Hong Ping, they've gone in, Wu Yun cupped his hands and said. 1T/P I know. 1T/P Hong Ping said in a deep voice, Wu Yun, if it weren't for the fact that your father is my master, I wouldn't have helped you. 1T/P That Qi Lingyue is not so easy to kill. We can only act according to the situation. 1T/P I understand. 1T/P Wu Yun cupped his hands and said, I'm already very grateful that senior brother Hong Ping can help. 1T/P Hearing this, Hong Ping waved his hand and said, actually, in the end, it's still a matter of strength. 1T/P If you can reach the sovereign king realm, even if Qi Lingyue wants to deal with you, it's impossible. 1T/P Our 7 valleys treats the disciples of the sovereign kings as treasures. 1T/P After junior brother goes back, I will definitely work harder to cultivate. 1T/P Hong Ping looked ahead and said, everyone, be careful. Don't be unable to move when you see any treasures. 1T/P Everyone hurriedly nodded. 1T/P At this moment, Mu Yun was looking at them from afar. 1T/P This was getting interesting. 1T/P He originally thought that it would be difficult for him to fish in troubled waters when Qi Lingyue and the others entered. 1T/P Now that the people from the 7 valleys were here, the possibility of him fishing in troubled waters was much higher. 1T/P After making up her mind, Mu Yun calmed down. 1T/P Wait a little longer. 1T/P Perhaps there would be more people coming? He now realized that the people who entered this place were all shrewd monkeys. 1T/P As he continued to wait, Mu Yun gradually lost her patience. 1T/P It seemed that no one was coming. 1T/P Swoosh, 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 and 1T/P Just as Mu Yun lost her patience, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly sounded. 1T/P Another wave of people arrived at this moment. 1T/P There were more than a dozen people, and there were 3 of them. They looked extraordinary. 1T slash P Muyun was stunned. 1T slash P he had seen these three people before. 1T slash P Tai Zixiao, Mu Shinkong, and Luo Tianyi. 1T slash P these three people were the three princes of the Qiang Holy Kingdom. 1T slash P interesting. 1T slash P another wave of people came. 1T slash P these guys were getting more and more interesting. 1T slash P originally, he had only thought that someone might come. 1T slash P he didn't expect that someone would really come. 1T slash P Tai Zixiao and the other two led more than a dozen people into the hall without saying anything. This time, Mu Yun was completely not in a hurry. 1T slash P if there was really a supreme treasure in this underground hall, three groups of people would have already entered. 1T slash P it wouldn't be his turn either. 1T slash P he might as well see if there would be anyone else. 1T slash P these guys were each more sinister than the other. 1T slash P it seemed that he wasn't the only one who thought of a way to follow him. 1T slash P not long after, figures appeared at this moment. 1T slash P Mu Yun didn't recognize this group of people. 1T slash P however, there was only one person whose aura spread out, giving people an extremely terrifying feeling. 1T slash P greater than 7 primordial spirit realm. 1T slash P the man's expression was calm as he waved his hand and said, "Go in." 1T slash P immediately, more than a dozen people entered the hall. 1T slash P this time, it was completely interesting. 1T slash P there were 4 groups of people in total. 1T slash P there were about 100 people from the Qiang Holy Kingdom and the 7 Valleys. 1T slash P this time, Mu Yun didn't wait any longer. 1T slash P there were 4 groups of people. It was time for something to happen. 1T slash P it didn't matter if there were more people behind. 1T slash P the more people there were, the better. 1T slash P at this moment, Mu Yun's figure flashed and rushed into the hall. 1T slash P after entering the hall, it wasn't completely dark. 1T slash P instead, it was filled with rays of light. 1T slash P greater than a gentle light came from the top of the hall. 1T slash P at this moment, she looked up and saw dazzling pearls shining down from the top of the hall. 1T slash P after passing through the door of the hall, there was a long passage. 1T slash P on both sides of the passage, there were murals. 1T slash P in the mural, there was a figure with a majestic figure. Although it was in the mural, it gave people a great pressure. Even if they were walking in the passage, they could still feel that pressure. 1T slash P at this moment, in the mural, the figure was sitting lazily on the grass. 1T slash P in the 2 rows below, 8 figures sat down, looking very serious. 1T slash P beside the man, a young man knelt respectfully and served him. 1T slash P ancient Emperor Wujian? 1T slash P Mu Yun couldn't help but ask. 1T slash P as they continued to move forward, the murals seemed to form the process of ancient Emperor Wujian's teaching. 1T slash P from the initial 9 people, it grew to 90 people, 900 people, 9,000 people, 90,000 people, 90,000 people, and so on. And the palaces were built one after another. 1T slash P the 9 disciples also opened their own palaces one by one and continued to teach. 1T slash P the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace with ancient Emperor Wujian as the core was magnificent and grand. Tens of thousands of people came to congratulate. 1T slash P in the painting, even if they didn't personally experience it, they could see how powerful and glorious the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace of ancient Emperor Wujian was. 1T slash P but then, there was a turning point in the painting. 1T slash P in the dilapidated palace, a vortex appeared in the sky. 1T slash P it was as if the power to destroy heaven and earth was born. 1T slash P at this moment, it seemed that the catastrophe of heaven and earth was about to come. 1T slash P after that, the painting was gone. 1T slash P Mu Yun walked out of the passage, and a chill ran down his spine. 1T slash P this passage made him feel like he had walked out of a lifetime. 1T slash P after leaving the passage, he saw a huge hall. 1T slash P white jade pillars stood tall in all directions. The entire hall was like a square, magnificent and magnificent. 1T slash P Mu Yun stepped in and looked around, praising. 1T slash P these white jade stones were as gentle as jade, and it was very comfortable to touch. 1T/P if it was used to forge a divine weapon, it would definitely be a good material. 1T/P Mu Yun even wanted to dig it out and carry it away. 1T/P but when he touched it with his palm, he felt that he shouldn't be able to carry it away, so he gave up. 1T/P after passing through the hall, Mu Yun appeared behind a barrier. 1T/P the scenery suddenly changed. 1T/P it was no longer a dazzling light, but a little dim. 1T/P looking around, it was actually 100 miles away, and it was all ruins. 1T/P Mu Yun could even imagine how prosperous this place was in the past. 1T/P but now, it had completely turned into ruins. 1T/P looking at the messy ruins, Mu Yun's eyes flickered. 1T/P at this moment, a few figures were actually fighting in the ruins. 1T/P looking carefully, those people were the disciples of the Seven Valleys who entered this place last. They were fighting with Tai Zixiao, Mu Shinkong, and Luo Tianyi. 1T/P Zhao Kunming, you just entered the Seven Primordial Spirit Realm. Do you really think the three of us are afraid of you? 1T/P at this moment, Tai Zixiao, Mu Shinkong, and Luo Tianyi were attacking Zhao Kunming together. 1T/P Zhao Kunming's expression didn't change, and he was calm and composed. 1T/P Tai Zixiao and the other two were at the 6th Primordial Spirit Realm. 1T/P and he was at the 7th Primordial Spirit Realm. 1T/P if not for their outstanding talent and powerful strength, ordinary 6th Primordial Spirit Realm cultivators would have been killed by him. 1T/P however, at this moment, even so, the three of them could only barely resist. 1T/P I know you're not afraid of me. 1T/P Zhao Kunming laughed and said, but, why would I be afraid of you? 1T/P everyone who sees this Earth Blood Source Serum has a share. What do you think? 1T/P Zhao Kunming smiled faintly, there are hundreds of caddies of Earth Blood Source Serum in this pool. Everyone knows the miraculous effects of the Earth Blood Source Serum. Isn't it too much if the three of you want to take it all for yourselves? 1T/P hearing this, Tai Zixiao, Mu Shinkong, and Luo Tianyi were furious. 1T/P what nonsense was this about everyone who sees it having a share? 1T/P when the three of them entered this place, they specially investigated this area and found this Earth Blood Source Serum with their Dharma treasures. 1T/P this guy suddenly popped out and said that he found it too. 1T/P it was obvious that he was shameless. 1T/P now, he actually wanted to take a share of the soup. It was simply shameless. 1T/P it seems that you're not willing. 1T/P Zhao Kunming was not angry. He laughed and said, in that case, let's see who's the real deal. 1T/P the four of them became more and more courageous as they fought. Their disciples were also filled with anger at this moment. 1T/P when Mu Yun saw this scene, she glanced to the other side. 1T/P on the ground, between the ruins, a jade basin floated up. 1T/P in the jade basin, light red water flowed slowly. 1T/P although it was called water, it was more like a slurry. 1T/P the viscous slurry was light red and carried a heavy aura. It gave people the feeling that it was like blood. 1T/P Earth Blood Source Serum. 1T/P at this moment, Mu Yun licked her lips. 1T/P this thing could be said to be a top-notch good thing. 1T/P to a heavenly monarch realm martial artist, this was a great tonic. 1T/P replenished chi and blood. 1T/P what was the most important thing for a martial artist? 1T/P naturally, it was the physical body and soul. 1T/P all along, the strength that martial artists pursued was the strength of their physical body and soul. 1T/P and on this point, there were many ways to go about it. 1T/P just the physical body alone involved a lot of things. 1T/P the Saint Realm was said to be undergoing the baptism of the power of heaven and earth, but it was actually using the power of heaven and earth to temper the body. 1T/P as for the monarch realm, it was an even more advanced baptism of the body. 1T/P human monarch 5 viscera, earth monarch 6 viscera, heaven monarch 7 elements. 1T/P as well as the monarch 4 great realms bone tempering, the Saint Lord Immortal, and the Emperor Lord Immortal. 1T/P this was the ultimate pursuit of the body. 1T/P. As for the Earth Blood Source Serum, to a heavenly monarch, it was no different from a priceless treasure. 1T/P. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House Mobile Edition. Seeing this, Mu Yun couldn't help but breathe heavily. If he absorbed the Earthly Blood Source Serum, he could completely cleanse his body and make the 5 yuan spirit realm reach a kind of extreme perfection. No wonder the two sides didn't back down. If it was anyone else, no one would back down. Words at this moment, the two sides were fighting fiercely. Crippled in the dilapidated ancient ruins, dozens of people from both sides were fighting. No, after a while, someone had already died. Tai Zixiao, Mu Shinkong, and Luo Tianyi were indeed the descendants of the three kings. When they joined forces, the 3 6-yuan spirit realm experts entangled Zhao Kunming and couldn't get away. Reverse on the other hand, the Seven Valleys disciples beside Zhao Kunming weren't as elite as Tai Zixiao and the other two. In just a short while, 2 or 3 people had already died. Here at this moment, Zhao Kunming was a little anxious. Zhao Li, take the Earthly Blood Source Serum. Yes. As soon as Zhao Kunming's words fell, a 6-yuan spirit realm disciple immediately rushed towards the Earthly Blood Source Serum. Look, at this moment, how could Tai Zixiao, Mu Shinkong, and Luo Tianyi let Zhao Kunming do as he wished? Here 2 of them wanted to chase after Zhao Li, limitless magical explosion. Right at that moment, a loud shout was heard all of a sudden. Zhao Li. At this moment, Zhao Kunming went all out and attacked. In an instant, Tai Zixiao and the other 2 were blocked. Even along with the others, at this moment, they were so shocked that they were dazed. Apart from Tai Zixiao, Mu Shinkong, and Luo Tianyi, the rest of the 6-yuan spirit realm experts turned pale. The 5-yuan spirit realm disciples even spat out blood. Even though Mu Yun was a distance away, her face also turned pale. Too strong, too strong. After all, Zhao Kunming was a 7-yuan spirit realm expert. He was too strong. Here at this moment, even Zhao Li's body was trembling and his face was pale. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's eyes flashed. The opportunity was here, only this time, it was a critical moment. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure charged out. The 9-cauldron ancient sword instantly slashed out a domineering sword light. Divine. At this moment, the wooden sword turned into an invisible sword light and pierced towards Zhao Li's brain. At this moment, the heaven and earth furnace also smashed out. Boom, in an instant, the sword might slashed towards Zhao Li. God, the wooden sword followed. Tian, the earth furnace quickly followed. Boom boom boom, at this moment, explosions rang out one after another. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have been completely shattered. Zhao, at this moment, you did not expect that under Zhao Kunming's all-out interference, there was still someone who could free up a hand to attack him. This is in an instant, even if he wanted to defend himself, it was already too late. That the sword shook his internal organs and numbed him. The divine wood sword pierced through his chest, exploding, flesh and blood badly mangled. Then, the heaven and earth furnace directly bombarded his mind. Mu. At this moment, Yun had already arrived beside Zhao Li. The pond that contained the Earthly Blood Source Serum was uprooted by Mu Yun and stored into the Heaven Exterminating Diagram. Look, when Zhao Li was on the verge of death, Mu Yun simply finished him off with her sword. In the end, he felt a surge of energy spreading out from within his body. His devouring power was activated, and his essence, qi, and soul began to spread out. Mu Yun withdrew and left. Zhao Li. Right at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Zhao Kunming finally reacted. Yes. This person attacked and assassinated Zhao Li in the blink of an eye. Where do you think you are going? Zhao Kunming was unable to restrain his anger and instantly charged out. No. After a while, Tai Zixiao, Mu Shinkong, and Luo Tianyi also reacted. The thing that was in their hands had flown away. Apart from them and Zhao Kunming, there was also a fellow who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was hiding here, preparing to benefit from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. Damn it! At this moment, the person was filled with rage and shouted, "Follow me and kill." At this moment, Zhao Kunming was too lazy to care about them. Two at the same time, they merged into one side and chased out. At this moment, Mu Yun was not panting. Pale yellow divine clothes appeared on the surface of his body as he ran towards the depths of the ruins without looking back. The earthly blood source serum was in his hands. A rough estimate was at least 50 kilograms. 50 kilograms of earthly blood source serum. What kind of concept was that? He could use the earthly blood source serum to temper his body. The time needed to reach the 6 yuan spirit realm and 7 yuan spirit realm would be greatly reduced. Even more, if he killed Zhao Li, a 6 yuan spirit realm martial artist, and devoured his essence, his strength would improve greatly. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with joy. As for being chased, since the beginning of the trial, he had been chased. But did it matter? It didn't matter. With the thing in hand, he could run away. It was not that easy for these people to kill him. With all his strength, Mu Yun was no longer the same as when he was chased by Luo Rui, who was at the 5 yuan spirit realm. He had already reached the 5 yuan spirit realm. Behind him, only Zhao Kunming's speed was much faster. However, catching up to him was not something that could be done in a short period of time. The underground palace in the ruins was extremely huge. After making many turns here, Mu Yun gradually lost sight of Zhao Kunming. Damn it! Zhao Kunming cursed in a low voice. He actually could not feel any vitality from Mu Yun's body. However, Mu Yun was clearly a living person. This was enough to show that Mu Yun definitely had a treasure on him at this moment, a treasure that could conceal his aura. Otherwise, it would be impossible to escape his eyes. This guy had been waiting for a long time. His heart was punishable. How could Zhao Kunming watch 100 kilograms of the earth blood source serum fly away just like that? Tai Zixiao, Mu Xingkong, and Luo Tianyi would not watch the duck in their hands fly away. Zhao Kunming was strong, but his disciples were not. Dragged down, the earth blood source serum would definitely belong to the three of them. Now however, it was intercepted by a brat who came out of nowhere. How could he not be angry? At this moment, the tug-of-war began. Three Feng, front and back, chasing and escaping. Someone's there? However, as Mu Yun ran forward, more than 10 figures looked at him warily below. Mu Yun looked down and discovered that there were 2 groups of people standing guard in the middle of the ruins. Looking carefully, he had seen those 2 groups before. 7 Hongping of the Heavy Valley led Wu Yun, Hu Shuangshuang, Xue Wenyuan, and the others. On the other side were Qi Linghua, Qi Lingyue, and the others. Only however, the 2 sides did not fight. They seemed to be working together to open some secret place. The ruins covered a large area. Dilapidated buildings were everywhere. But, the more dilapidated it was, the more likely it was that a treasure would appear. At this moment, those people were probably preparing to open some secret treasure. Mu Yun did not doubt this. Xi Lingyue had too many treasures on her. If even she could not discover the secret of this place, Mu Yun reckoned that these people would not be able to discover it either. At this moment, the people below had obviously discovered Mu Yun. It's not a good idea to continue escaping like this, Yun was pondering. Thief, where are you going? Behind him, Zhao Kunming's voice sounded. Instantly, Yun broke into a run. Zhao Kunming. Feng, Hongping naturally recognized Zhao Kunming. He shouted. He called out, but Zhao Kunming ignored him. Zhao Kunming was determined to kill Mu Yun this time. This guy is being hunted down again. Qi Lingyue muttered. Do you know him? Yes. Qi Lingyue nodded and said, he was the one who saved me back then. Then should we help him? No need. Qi Lingyue said seriously, the 2 of us can benefit each other. Moreover, this guy is very good at causing trouble. We might not be able to help him. This is the incomplete Earth Pavilion, but there are many things we need. Let's check it out first. Okay. Qi Lingyue nodded and was about to say something. Suddenly, more. Then a dozen figures caught up. Eh? Qi Lingyue said in surprise, it's Tai Zixiao, Mu Xingkong, and Luo Tianyi. What are they doing? At this moment, Tai Zixiao and the other 2 completely ignored Qi Lingyue and Qi Lingyue. They only cared about chasing after Mu Yun. Qi Lingyue also saw it at this moment. It seems that this person really can't be helped. Zhao Kunming was determined to kill Mu Yun. He didn't even bother to greet Hongping. Now, Tai Zixiao and the others were also chasing after Mu Yun. If not for the huge trouble they had caused, Why would these people keep chasing after Mu Yun? Hongping, don't look. Qi Lingyue said, they are busy with their own things. Let's hurry up. Otherwise, when they are done, there will be more competitors. Hongping frowned and didn't say anything. Immediately, the few of them joined forces and tried to open a broken door in front of them. Mu at this moment, Yun remembered the position just now. Seeing Zhao Kunming charging over, Mu Yun suddenly stopped, turned around, and directly attacked with her sword. Zhao Kunming Kuan-ming chased after Mu Yun all the way. When he saw that Mu Yun had stopped running, he thought that Mu Yun had run out of strength and was ready to kill her. This attack would definitely be powerful. Zhao Kunming immediately stopped. On guard, but all of a sudden, Mu Yun retracted his powerful aura and started running. Only but this time, the direction she was running in was no longer in front, but back. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yun had already flown 10,000 meters away. Bastard! Zhao Kunming was enraged. He had been fooled, Mu Yun was only at the 5 primordial spirit realm. Even now, she still dared to fool him. Zhao Kunming was completely enraged. Prepare to die. Zhao Kunming directly punched Mu Yun from 10,000 meters away. It's Mu Yun. At this moment, Tai Zixiao and the other two caught up. When they saw that Mu Yun was actually coming towards them, their expressions changed. Mu Yun shouted, I've already given the earthly blood source serum to Zhao Kunming, but that guy still wants to kill me. Nonsense. Tai Zixiao shouted. Zixiao berated, brat, you will definitely die today. If I'm talking nonsense, how can I turn back and run now? Mu Yun shouted, he said he would let me go, but who knew that he would chase after me as soon as I left? I'm only at the 5 primordial spirit realm. How can I escape from his 7 primordial spirit realm? As soon as she said that, Tai Zixiao, Mu Shinkong, and Luo Tianyi were immediately unsure. Right. If Mu Yun didn't hand over the earthly blood source serum, how could Zhao Kunming let her run back? Could it be that Zhao Kunming had really taken the earthly blood source serum and was just pretending? The 3 of them were bewildered. Mu Yun shouted. He's here. At this moment, Yun's face was filled with fear. She shouted, if anyone stops me, I will self-destruct to prove my innocence. I gave it to Zhao Kunming, but he went back on his word. Yun shouted loudly, looking as if both sides were going to suffer great losses. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun immediately fled this place. At this moment, Zhao Kunming charged over. Where's Mu Yun? What are you waiting for? Chase after her. Zhao Kunming looked at Tai Zixiao and the other two with anger. Chase? Tai Zixiao sneered and said, Zhao Kunming, are you still trying to lie to us? Hearing this, Zhao Kunming was stunned. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House Mobile Edition. What are you talking about? Zhao Kunming. Seeing that Zhao Kunming was still pretending to be confused, Mu Shinkong shouted angrily, Mu Yun gave you the earth blood source serum, didn't she? Otherwise, how could you let him escape under your nose when you were chasing him? Now, Mu Yun has turned back. This is the greatest proof. Hearing this, Zhao Kunming was fuming with anger. You are stupid, Zhao Kunming cursed, just now, that kid suddenly stopped running and turned around to attack me. In the end, it was a feint. I was tricked by him. I think I'm stupid enough. You 3 idiots are even stupider than me. Can't you see such a simple plan to sow discord? Luo Tianyi said in a hoarse voice, sow discord? We are not on the same side as you. Zhao Kunming, whether Mu Yun is telling the truth or you are telling the truth, we'll know after we try. The 3 of them had never taken Mu Yun seriously. After all, Mu Yun was only at the 5 primordial spirit realm. But Zhao Kunming was different. Zhao Kunming, who was at the 7 primordial spirit realm, had too many tricks up his sleeves. It might be true to deceive them. The 3 of them looked at Zhao Kunming covetously. Trash, idiot. Zhao Kunming was so angry that he was dizzy. Zhao Kunming, swear a blood oath again. As soon as Zhao Kunming finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which condensed into a blood seal. If the earth blood source serum is on me, Zhao Kunming, will never be able to step into the sovereign king realm. Zhao Kunming shouted angrily, this is my 7 valleys blood oath curse seal. You should know, right? Seeing this scene, Xiao and the other two were stunned. Zhao Kunming was not lying, Mu Yun deceived them, damn it. At this moment, the three of them only felt their faces burning. Chase. In an instant, dozens of people gathered and chased again. At this moment, Mu Yun was happy to run. In the end, it was not that Xiao and the other two were stupid. It was because he was weak. 5 primordial spirits. The three of them looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts, thinking that it was impossible for him to lie. Compared to Zhao Kunming, the three of them subconsciously trusted him. However, this could only stop the three of them for a short while. When Zhao Kunming arrived, he would still have to run. This time, the three of them would definitely not let him off. However, this time, Mu Yun had thought it through. It's finally open. At this moment, within the ruins, Hong Ping and Qi Linghua were working together to open the dilapidated palace gate. This time, the cooperation between the two sides was more sincere. But next, it was time to see who was the real deal. Since that's the case, everyone, the rest will depend on your own abilities. Hong Ping smiled faintly and was about to enter with his men. Why should you go first? Qi Linghua snorted. Everyone is working together, and you didn't contribute the most. Is it appropriate for you to go first? Hong Ping raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Qi Linghua was originally at the 7th primordial spirit realm as well. However, she had been injured the moment she entered the training grounds, and her cultivation had yet to recover to its peak. Now, he was also at the 6th origin spirit realm. Qi Linghua, who had not fully recovered, dared to challenge him. It had to be said that Qi Linghua was too bold. Hong Ping sneered and said, Qi Linghua, if it weren't for Qi Linghua, you would have died several times. Do you know that? Then you can try. The two of them immediately confronted each other. Stop arguing. There might be many traps in this hall. I'll go first and explore for the two of you. A voice sounded. In the next moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Mu Yun's figure had already disappeared. This time, Hong Ping, Qi Linghua, and the others were all stunned. They had opened the main hall, but before they could enter, someone had already entered. It's that brat. Mu Yun. At this moment, both sides felt a little confused. Mu Yun thought highly of him. Mu Yun, die. A roar sounded at this moment. Zhao Kunming, Xiao, and the others had also arrived at this moment. A large group of people rushed into the main hall without saying a word. This time, Qi Linghua, Hong Ping, and the others couldn't stop them even if they wanted to. What was going on? Before they had even entered, the others had already entered with a flurry of clattering sounds. Damn it! Hong Ping cursed and rushed into the main hall. Qi Linghua also rushed in hurriedly. At this moment, Qi Linghua shook her head. Mu Yun was really a troublemaker. This time, he had offended all of them. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care about that. Did he want to die? He didn't want to. However, Zhao Kunming and the others would not give up until they caught up to him. Since that was the case, he might as well muddy the waters. Although the 4 sides came from the Sevenfold Valley and the Qiang Holy Kingdom. But Hong Ping and Zhao Kunming were obviously not on the same side. Qi Linghua was the princess of the Qiang Holy Kingdom, while Xiao and the other two were the descendants of the 3 famous kings of the Qiang Holy Kingdom. These two sides could cooperate with each other. But if they really encountered some supreme treasure, they might not work together. In this way, he would have a chance to escape. Moreover, even Qi Linghua was very interested in this place. Although he was being hunted down. But when he encountered a treasure, he was willing to accept it. On the path of martial arts, one had to kill, fight, and snatch. Otherwise, cultivation resources wouldn't fly into his hands for no reason. Mu Yun was going to snatch it now. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth, danger and opportunity coexisted. Rushing into the main hall, it was a main hall. Mu Yun had just stepped out when a weak buzzing sound sounded. Array! Mu Yun was slightly startled and stopped in his tracks. Array attacks were the most domineering. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life. Fortunately, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. A level 3 ancient divine array is within my control. Heaving a sigh of relief, Mu Yun discovered that this level 3 ancient divine array was called the Chaotic Feather Diversion Array. It came from the Tian-Ke Palace. Now it seemed that obtaining Xiao Qingtian's array Dao inheritance wasn't a bad thing. At least now, he could rely on the inheritance to become a level 3 ancient divine array master. Moreover, he had some understanding of all the arrays in the entire Tian-Ke Palace. Swoosh, 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 in an instant, the array was activated, and streaks of red feathers shot towards Mu Yun. With a low shout, Mu Yun took a step forward. Amidst the murderous aura, Mu Yun's entire body condensed power. Break! With a wave of his finger, array patterns appeared. The array patterns on Mu Yun's body were resplendent, and light shot out in all directions. The feathers that shot towards him passed through his body. But to him, it couldn't cause any harm. Hunting me down? At this moment, a thought flashed through Mu Yun's mind. Then let's see who dies. Mu Yun's face turned cold, and he stood in the middle of the hall, motionless. A trace of blood flowed out from between his arms. Swoosh, 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 not long after, dozens of figures rushed into the entrance of the hall. It's that kid. Zhao Kunming wanted to walk out, but he stopped in his tracks. Tai Zixiao and the others also hurriedly stopped. It should be an ancient array. Zhao Kunming said coldly, this kid is sealed by an ancient array. As soon as he said that, Mu Yun's face turned bitter. He wanted to move but didn't dare to, which made everyone even more convinced. He was trapped by an ancient array and didn't dare to move recklessly. This time, there's no way out for you. Tai Zixiao sneered. Mu Yun hurriedly said, everyone, it's wishful thinking on my part. I'll return the earthly blood source serum to you. Everyone, please spare my life. At this moment, Qi Linghua, Qi Lingyue, and Hong Ping also brought people in. Hearing about the earthly blood source serum, their expressions changed. No wonder Zhao Kunming, Tai Zixiao, and the others chased after Mu Yun so closely. The earthly blood source serum was very valuable. To a heavenly lord, it was no different from a divine item falling from the sky. No one would let it go. Qi Lingyue looked at Mu Yun, speechless. This guy was indeed fearless. And now, he had really reached the 5th essence spirit realm. From the 3rd essence spirit realm to the 5th essence spirit realm, Mu Yun's speed was unbelievably fast. This speed was unimaginable. Kid, spare your life? Zhao Kunming shouted, Zhao Li died in your hands. Do you think I'll spare your life? Kid. Tai Zixiao smiled and said, I can forgive you for playing with us earlier. Give me the earthly blood source serum and we'll leave. Whether you can live or not is up to you. Tai Zixiao, what do you mean? What do you mean? Tai Zixiao looked at Zhao Kunming with disdain and said indifferently, do you really think we're collaborators? In that case, I can only snatch it by force. Zhao Kunming was furious. Mu Yun was at the 5th essence spirit realm and could safely reach the inner part of the hall. This ancient array shouldn't be a threat. He also had life-saving items on him, so he might be able to resist it. But now, in comparison, Tai Zixiao and the others were more passive. If that kid was really tempted by Tai Zixiao and the others and gave the earthly blood source serum to them, it would be even harder for him to snatch it. Swoosh, in the next moment, Zhao Kunming directly attacked. With extreme speed, Zhao Kunming was like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Mu Yun. But at this moment, Mu Yun didn't make a move. He was waiting for Tai Zixiao and the others to make a move. He didn't believe that those 3 guys wouldn't make a move. Bastard! As expected, Tai Zixiao, Mu Shinkong, and Luo Tianyi couldn't help but make a move. The 3 figures joined forces and instantly attacked. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. The 4 figures were fast, but the ancient array was even faster. As he attacked, the runes within the ancient god formation shone brightly. Streaks of red feathers attacked the 4. Oh no! At this moment, the 4's expressions changed. This ancient array wasn't weak. It was very strong. The 4 didn't dare to think too much at this moment and hurriedly defended. If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure suddenly flew out. Slash! The divine wood sword and the heaven and earth furnace instantly attacked 2 of them. Mu Shinkong and Luo Tianyi. Bang! Bang, a low explosive sound broke a small gap in their defenses. But this small gap was enough. Mu Xingkong's and Luo Tianyi's tight defenses were torn open. The red feather instantly pierced through their bodies. Boom, Mu Yun's 9 cauldron ancient sword directly slashed out at this moment. When the sword was drawn, life was lost. First, set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. No. Tai Zixiao roared angrily. But it was too late. Mu Xingkong and Luo Tianyi's defense had a loophole. The array's attack was domineering enough, and the two of them could no longer hold on. At the critical moment, Mu Yun added 2 more strikes. It would be strange if they didn't die. Tai Zixiao was furious and hurriedly retreated. If he didn't retreat, he would die too. Zhao Kunming also hurriedly retreated. This array wasn't as weak as they thought. Instead, it was very strong. Mu Yun deliberately lured them into the array. The 4 of them rushed into the array. Mu Xingkong and Luo Tianyi died. Zhao Kunming and Tai Zixiao returned in a sorry state. This time even Hong Ping, Qi Linghua, and the others looked at Mu Yun cautiously. Mu Yun, who was at the 5th essence spirit realm, gave people the feeling that she was abnormally powerful. Her strength was stronger than ordinary 5th essence spirit realm cultivators, and so was her temperament. Ordinary people would have panicked when being chased by Zhao Kunming, Tai Zixiao, and the others. Mu Yun, on the other hand, she even thought of a way to kill the 2 of them. However, at this moment, whether it was Hong Ping, Qi Linghua, or Qi Lingyue, none of them had any intention of interfering. Zhao Kunming and Tai Zixiao retreated and looked at Mu Yun, who was in the array, gritting their teeth in hatred. The 2 of them were furious from the bottom of their hearts. This bastard. Mu Yun, I will definitely kill you. Tai Zixiao roared. If you want to kill me, then come. Mu Yun smiled and said, Mu Xingkong and Luo Tianyi are waiting for you. Aren't you going to avenge them? Then just rush in. Although Tai Zixiao was extremely angry, he hadn't lost his mind yet. The more Mu Yun provoked him, the more he couldn't be impulsive. He had already fallen for Mu Yun's trick twice. If he fell for it again, he would be stupid. Take your time. I'll go in and take a look first. I'll take it as scouting the way for you. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she rushed in without hesitation. At this moment, Hong Ping, Qi Linghua, Zhao Kunming, and Tai Zixiao looked at each other. Everyone, if we wait any longer, that brat will empty the place. Tai Zixiao said hatefully. I want his life, and you're all here for the treasure. Why don't you work together to break this formation? You're the one who's anxious. Hong Ping said indifferently, we are not in a hurry. Earlier, Wu Yun and the others had already told him the time. Mu Yun was the person they were chasing after earlier. He appeared out of nowhere in an ancient palace. This kid might be very familiar with this place. At this moment, each of them had their own thoughts. It wasn't difficult to break the formation, but it would take a lot of time and effort. Now, no one wanted to waste their time standing out. Now, it was time to see who could hold on. Tai Zixiao growled, I really can't open this array. Otherwise, I would have chased after that brat earlier. Tai Zixiao, your king father is the Iron King, a dignified Saint Lord expert. Since you are here to train, who would believe that your king father wouldn't give you some life-saving items? Hong Ping sneered. At this moment, hundreds of people were standing in front of the formation. For a moment, there was a stalemate. At this moment, Mu Yun entered the back hall from the 2 sides of the front hall. When she arrived at the back hall and looked ahead, Mu Yun was stunned. The back hall looked even more spacious than the front hall. That's right, it was spacious. The entire back hall was supported by stone pillars that were spread out in all directions. It was majestic and majestic. It was 1,000 meters long and wide. As far as the eye could see, it was incomparably empty. In the deepest part of the back hall, rays of light flickered. Mu Yun followed the light and came to the depths. She saw a figure sitting peacefully on a chair in the middle. Although it was a figure, it was actually a skeleton. The clothes on the skeleton had long been torn, but the bones emitted a faint white light. It was as transparent as a luminous pearl. This skeleton, Mu Yun was a little absent-minded for a moment. Supreme bones. Guai said. Supreme bones? Yes. Guai said seriously, you have reached the 5 primordial spirit realm of the Heavenly Lord realm. There are 3 realms after the Heavenly Lord realm: Sovereign King, Holy Lord, and Imperial Lord. Imperial Lord Yu is at the Supremacy realm. The Supremacy realm cultivates the Supremacy body, refines the Supremacy bloodline, and condenses the Supreme bones. Once the Supreme bones are condensed, even if one passes away for 1,000,000 years and their flesh and blood dissipates, the Supreme bones will still remain indestructible. Hearing this, Mu Yun froze for a moment. Supremacy realm, that's what true immortality is, right? The Supremacy body technique on the wordless stone tablet you obtained back then is actually a technique for a Supremacy to condense the Supreme bones. However, you are too weak now, so you can't understand it at all. In the future, when you reach the Imperial Lord realm, you can start to cultivate the Supremacy body technique and prepare to enter the Supremacy realm. Yes. Mu Yun looked at the Supreme bones and couldn't help but ask, can the Supreme bones be devoured and fused? Logically speaking, it's possible, but usually, no one will do so. Guai said seriously, actually, you'll know if you think about it carefully. In the Supremacy realm, everyone condenses the Supreme bones according to their own cultivation methods. It's possible to fuse with other people's Supreme bones, but your own path is different from others. There will be mistakes. When the time comes, it will be a great hindrance to your own cultivation level. Mu Yun nodded. Wouldn't that be a waste? Who said it's a waste? Guai smiled and said, isn't the Master of the Two Rites almost finished? Back then, when he swallowed the life-extinguishing divine pill, he actually extinguished the potential of his bone marrow, flesh, and blood. Therefore, he will die in less than 100 years. However, if he fuses with this Supreme bones, it's equivalent to changing his body. His soul will be transplanted and his physical body will be reborn. Hearing this, Mu Yun said doubtfully, it should be very difficult to do. It's difficult for others, but it's much easier for you. Take out the heaven and earth furnace and refine him. Refine him ruthlessly, and the Supreme bones can be fused with him. Mu Yun's eyes lit up. In that case, the Master of the Two Rites was not doomed to die. Although after refining the Supreme bones and completely fusing with them, the Master of the Two Rites might be at the peak of the Imperial Emperor realm. However, it was still better than dying now. Take it. Mu Yun waved her hand and was about to take it. You're courting death. Guai scolded, this is the Supreme bones, condensed after a Supreme being died. You're just a Heavenly Lord. If you touch it, you'll die from the shock. Mu Yun was silent for a moment and took out the heaven and earth furnace. Now, 12% of the heaven and earth furnace was in his hands. A large portion of it was still resisted by the heaven and earth furnace itself. However, most of it was suppressed by the world tree and the heaven exterminating painting, so it couldn't do anything. At this moment, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. The heaven and earth furnace slowly appeared, and a stream of hot magma spewed out from the furnace. Time passed bit by bit, and the magma enveloped the entire Supreme bones. At this moment, Mu Yun's origin power spread out and enveloped the Supreme bones. However, only then did Mu Yun realize that the Supreme bones were terrifyingly heavy. The stronger a martial artist's body was, the heavier it would be. If Mu Yun didn't control his strength now, it would be easy for him to trample a large number of ancient saint emperors to death. However, this Supreme bones were terrifyingly heavy. Bit by bit, the Supreme bones were wrapped and gradually condensed into the heaven and earth furnace. In the end, Mu Yun was panting and her face was slightly pale. Strong, dragging the Supreme Being bone was as heavy as dragging a huge piece of land. In this short period of time, he had consumed more than half of his origin power. This was the Supremacy realm. In the entire Ninth Heaven realm, there were 5 major regions in the Abyss realm. The Eastern Wilderness was one of the 5 major regions, and its overall strength was weak. There was no supremacy. If a supremacy was born in the Eastern Wilderness, the entire Eastern Wilderness wouldn't be in the current situation where the various 4th-tier forces ruled over it. If one wanted to unify the Eastern Wilderness, they would need to step into the Supremacy realm. The Eastern Wilderness, the Western Wilderness, the Southern Sea region, and the Northern Heavenly Mountain origin. Of the 4 major regions, the Eastern Wilderness was the weakest. The western wilderness, the southern sea region, and the northern heavenly mountain origin all had third-tier forces and clans overseeing them. As for the core of the Abyss realm, the Abyss region, it was the most central and core existence of the entire ninth heaven realm. The main reason for this kind of distribution was the distribution of origin power. The Abyss realm was vast and boundless, with a population of trillions. With the Abyss region as the core, its origin power was the most abundant. The stronger one was, the more they would be able to squeeze in and fight for a place. The third-tier forces and clans that couldn't squeeze in could only choose the western wilderness, the southern sea region, and the northern heavenly mountain origin. As for the fourth-class sects and clans, they could only choose to stay in the eastern wilderness. To put it bluntly, the third-tier and second-tier forces looked down on the eastern wilderness. This distribution was like that of ordinary people. They lived in the cities. Outside the cities, in some strategic towns, those who lived were the local rich families. Those who had entered the city were those who had a foundation. Those who entered the center of the cities were the top existences. It was impossible for an emperor to be interested in the ruling power of a town. Now, the second-tier forces in the ninth heaven realm's Abyss region wouldn't look at the eastern wilderness. And this was also his opportunity. If he could really unify the eastern wilderness, it wouldn't attract the attention of the major forces at all. However, reaching the Supreme Being realm was not something that could be accomplished with just a few words. If it was really that easy, there were many imperial emperors in the eastern wilderness, but no one could take that step. It was useless to think too much. Mu Yun recovered for a moment and looked around. There were many ashes on the ground in the entire back hall. It seemed that only the Supremacy's bones had been preserved. The others had long turned into yellow soil. Those guys haven't caught up yet. I think they don't get along well with each other. No one wants to make a move. Mu Yun pondered and said, I reckon that whoever can't hold it in first will rush in here. I have to hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun crossed the back hall and continued to go deeper. This was a palace. The front hall was empty, and so was the back hall. However, after passing through the back hall, it became narrower. What entered his eyes was a long and narrow room. On the walls of the room, there were carved beams and painted rafters. Rows of bookshelves looked neat and orderly. Mu Yun looked at the wall, but his expression changed a few times. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, bookstore. This was a long and narrow room. It was hundreds of meters long and less than 10 meters wide. Along the way, there were books and scrolls on the bookshelves. Looking carefully, they were all ancient god tactics. Third grade ancient god tactic, Roaring Earth Fist. Third grade ancient god tactic, 10 god sword slaying technique. Third grade ancient god tactic, Raging King Fist. Looking carefully, there were hundreds of books in a row, all of which were third grade ancient god tactics. These ancient god tactics didn't seem like they were for people to cultivate, but more like, they were displayed here for people to see. Look at this point, Mu Yun was stunned. This was too extravagant. Third grade ancient god tactics were displayed for people to see, purely as decorations. How big of a deal was this? For a 5th grade force, a third grade ancient god tactic was a treasure. But, at this moment, it was more like straw paper. What a waste, what a waste. Mu Yun kept shaking his head and put away the books and scrolls. Come at the end of the room, Mu Yun found that there were 2 glass bottles on the bookshelf. What is this? Looking at the 2 glass bottles, Mu Yun couldn't help but say. Coiling dragon pill. Ye dragon blood. He opened his mouth. This Mu Yun definitely didn't recognize these 2. Ancient Emperor Wu Jian is indeed worthy of being the ancient emperor of the past. It's only the 9th disciple's palace, but there's actually this thing. Coiling dragon pill? Ye dragon blood? Yes. He said seriously, this is a good thing. Coiling dragon pill is the dragon tendon of a divine dragon refined into liquid, and then tempered with the help of the 9 heaven jade lotus heart and the nether spiral heart flame, 2 rare heavenly treasures. Ye dragon blood is even more amazing. It takes the essence blood of a divine dragon, and it's the essence blood of the heart, and nourishes it for 10,000 years to maintain its spirituality. Once the dragon clan gets close to these 2 things, their auras will definitely be released. Guei smiled and said, "It seems that the relationship between ancient Emperor Wujin and the Dragon Clan is not very good. Just now, we went from the front hall to the back hall. This should be the passageway to the back room. It just looks more spectacular. This coiling dragon pill is placed together with the Yi dragon blood. Once the dragon race gets close to it, their qi and blood will erupt. I guess this master doesn't want the Dragon Clan to be mixed in and enter the back room." Yun immediately understood. However, to spend so much money just to test the Dragon Clan's qi and blood was really generous. "You brat, you've earned big time." He said again, "The Earth Blood Source Serum, the Supreme Being Bone, and the Ancient God's Secret Art added together can't compare to these two." Yun was looking at the transparent glass bottle. "Unfortunately, there are only 3 coiling dragon pills and 3 drops of Yi dragon blood." "Pity?" Guei scolded, "Even a celestial emperor would fight for one, yet you're saying that it's a pity? Even if you are beaten to death, you can't reveal even the slightest bit of it. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt." "Yes." Yun nodded and said, "In that case, I can strengthen my dragon form." "More than that?" Guei couldn't help but say, "With this thing, when you reach the 7 primordial spirit realm, you can refine your bones and transform them into dragon bones. I let you cultivate your dragon form for thousands of years so that you can condense a dragon body and dragon bones." Guei began to speak, and Mu Yun listened seriously. Back then, the first god emperor, Yi Xiaoyao, fought against the heaven-sealing divine emperor, Di Ming. The first god emperor's weakness was that his physical body wasn't strong enough. However, back then, the ancestral dragon was by his side. With his dragon body, he could withstand Di Ming's attack. You can imagine how strong a dragon body is. Guei sighed and said, "If you can ascend into a dragon, there will be a day when you will be able to face Di Ming without any flaws. With the combination of the coiling dragon pill and Yi dragon blood, you can turn your bones into dragon bones and become a dragon. You're one step closer. And you didn't transform into a dragon for no reason. You have a human body. If you cultivate your dragon form to the extreme, you will have a dragon body, and the human body and dragon body can transform into each other. At that time, maybe 1 or 2 of your children will be born with dragon souls." Hearing this, Mu Yun couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart. This was really good stuff. This time, she should thank Zhao Kunming and Tai Zixiao. If not for them, she wouldn't have been able to enter this place by chance and find these things. Earn big. After putting away the coiling dragon pill and Yi dragon blood, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. This time, the harvest was huge. Mu Yun calmed down at this moment. Earth Blood Source Serum, Supreme Bones. 3 Ancient God Tactics. Coiling Dragon Pill and Yi Dragon Blood. Every one of them was worth the risk. "Kid, don't be too proud." Guei chuckled and said, "I reckon that the back room is the real good place. However, the danger in the back room can't be compared to the front room. To be able to place these things here so casually, it's enough to see the owner's generosity. But the back room will definitely be good stuff. I reckon that the sovereign kings, holy lords, and emperors will be jealous when they see it." Mu Yun nodded and stepped in. After passing through the corridor, she came to the end. Rows of houses appeared in front of Mu Yun. It could be said that there were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Layer by layer, it was like a large courtyard. At a glance, it was neat and uniform. Mu Yun was speechless for a moment. These were only left behind after the Tianke Palace was damaged. How majestic would the complete Tianke Palace be? Mu Yun was also a little envious at this moment. Why would such an existence be destroyed? 2. She didn't know what happened to the ancient gods and ancient emperors of the ancient era. Guei once said, "A million years ago, the first god emperor died, and Di Ming could be said to have completely controlled the myriad worlds. From then until now, it was called the current era. And from 1 million to 10 million years ago, it was called the ancient era. From 10 million to 100 million years ago, it was the primordial era. And after 100 million years, it was the desolate era. The desolate era. No one knew what the world was like in the ancient era. And the 4 great origins and the 13 treasures of the desolate era, including the world tree, were born in that era. 2. In the ancient era, the firmament Palm Dao, in the ancient era, the firmament Palm Dao, in the current era, Di Ming Palm Dao. Then. It was a period of time that couldn't be traced back. Song. Tian and Huang Tian were heroic people who could support the heavens and the earth. How could they die so easily? There were too many unknown things between them. Looking at the rows of houses in front of her, Mu Yun directly stepped in. These houses were built very neatly, and each of them was more than 10 meters tall. While the wooden doors of some rooms were broken and damaged, but some were well preserved. Moo. At this moment, Yun casually stepped into a room with a broken wooden door beside her. She saw neatly arranged tables and chairs. On the left was a bedroom, and on the right was something similar to a cultivation room. Looking at it carefully, there was nothing strange about it. 1. After connecting them, Mu Yun checked the houses one by one. Row by row, they were all the same. It was more like a disciple's bedroom. Mu. Yun did not give up and continued to investigate. But. At this moment, powerful auras suddenly appeared in the corridor. Zhao. Kuan-Ming, Tai Zixiao, and the others had finally arrived. Mu Yun stopped searching and hid in a hall. She hid her aura and soul and waited quietly. At this moment, Zhao Kunming, Tai Zixiao, Qi Linghua, Hong Ping, and the others rushed into the corridor. Damn it! Tai Zixiao cursed, Mu Yun is a bastard. She must have taken everything into her own pocket. Bastard! In the end, he took out his treasure to break the ancient divine formation. For Mu Yun, he had suffered a huge loss this time. Now, when he thought of Mu Yun, he was unable to restrain his anger. The front hall, back hall, and corridor are all empty. There are 2 possibilities. This place is empty. The other possibility is that there are many secret treasures here, and Mu Yun has taken all of them. Zhao Yun said. Kuan-Ming also spoke at this moment. Face compared to this assumption, he was more inclined to the second one. How could there be nothing in such a huge palace? From the level 3 ancient divine formation in the front hall of the palace, there were at least many things that were extremely important to a heavenly lord. But now, he didn't even see a single fart. Since, from the moment the hall opened until now, only Mu Yun was here. No, it was him. Who else could it be? At this moment, Qi Linghua and Qi Lingyue did not care about the others. The 2 of them immediately left this place together. No matter how fast Mu Yun was, it was impossible for her to take everything in such a large house in a short period of time. And, moreover, it was hard to say what kind of trouble she would encounter with these guys. Zhao Yun Kuan-Ming's expression was unfriendly as he led his men to search the houses. Hong Ping looked at Tai Zixiao and ignored him. He led Wu Yun, Hu Shuangshuang, Xue Wenyuan, and the others and left this place. At this moment, Tai Zixiao had become the weakest side. Originally, with Mu Shengkong and Luo Tianyi as his companions, the 3 of them would not have a problem dealing with a 7-essence spirit realm cultivator. But now, he was the only one. That would be a completely different story. How could he compete with Qi Linghua, Zhao Kunming, and Hong Ping alone? Everyone, be careful. Tai Zixiao shouted in a low voice, we are in a passive position now. Don't interfere blindly. Taiwan, quickly go and find someone. If you can meet my brother, tell him to come over. Tell him that there is something good for him to step into the sovereign king realm. Yes. Taiwan immediately led the 2 of them and left this place. Not to mention Tai Zixiao, who was furious with Mu Yun this time, they were also furious. Mu Yun was being played around like a monkey. How could they have suffered such grievances? Only then did Tai Zixiao look ahead and say, everyone, keep your spirits up. Remember, don't care about those people. Let's focus on finding Mu Yun. 5 essence spirit realm cultivators, 2 people with 4 people. 6 people in a team. Search separately and keep in touch at all times. Yes. As soon as Tai Zixiao finished speaking, everyone immediately separated. Tai Zixiao's gaze was cold. Mu Yun must die. 5 Essence Spirit Realm cultivators were being played by a 5 Essence Spirit Realm cultivator. No one could ignore it. At this place at this moment, Mu Yun was sitting quietly in a house, waiting. Now, hundreds of people from all directions had entered this place. If he was not careful, he would be discovered. It was better to sit here and wait quietly. At her fingertips, a hissing array pattern condensed. A smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth, like a ferocious tiger waiting for its prey to take the bait. Who could be so unlucky? She muttered softly and disappeared. Please remember the domain name of this book. Bird Book Network mobile version reading website. Your Highness, that kid probably knows that we're here and has already hidden. 1T/P, that's right. As long as he shows his face, he'll definitely die. 1T/P in a room, Tai Xiao led his men to check the furnishings in the room. A few of his followers were discussing. 1T/P Tai Xiao gritted his teeth and said, that bastard better not let me meet him. Otherwise, I'll definitely make him die without a burial ground. 1T/P Brother Tai, you're at the 6th primordial spirit realm. That kid is only at the 5th primordial spirit realm. With the few of us, where can he run to? 1T/P greater than one of them smiled and said, let's see if that kid can hide. 1T/P Tai Xiao's face was filled with anger. 1T/P Mu Yun was indeed too detestable. 1T/P during this period of time, every time he thought of Mu Yun, the anger in his heart would surge. 1T/P if he could kill Mu Yun, that would be great. 1T/P remember. 1T/P looking at everyone, Tai Xiao said, that kid is the most sinister. We must not take the risk when we meet him. 1T/P yes. 1T/P yes. 1T/P they looked around the room and carefully checked it. 1T/P whoosh. 1T/P in an instant, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 1T/P immediately after, a figure suddenly charged out. 1T/P as that voice rushed out, a violent force was released at this moment. 1T/P kill. 1T/P bang, bang. 1T/P greater than 2/5 primordial spirit realm martial artists died instantly. 1T/P at the same time, array patterns appeared on the walls and door of the room. 1T/P an array formation spread out at this moment. 1T/P who is it? 1T/P at this moment, Tai Xiao subconsciously attacked with his sword. 1T/P but he didn't manage to cut the person who attacked. 1T/P of course it's me. 1T/P Mu Yun walked out at this moment and said with a smile. 1T/P it's not good to talk about others behind their backs, is it? 1T/P Mu Yun looked at Tai Xiao in front of her and smiled. Why don't we have a good fight? 1T/P Mu Yun. 1T/P when Tai Xiao saw Mu Yun, he instantly charged out. 1T/P the few people beside him also charged out. 1T/P however, before they could take more than a few steps, all of a sudden, the power in their feet was restricted, and they stopped in their tracks. 1T/P the formation was activated. 1T/P it's a formation again, Tai Xiao was furious. 1T/P immediately after, gusts of strong wind appeared from within the formation and attacked the people around Tai Xiao. 1T/P at this moment, Mu Yun directly rushed towards Tai Xiao. 1T/P you're only at the 6th primordial spirit realm. 1T/P Mu Yun sneered. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? If we fight one-on-one, I'll beat you 10 times over. 1T/P you're boasting shamelessly. 1T/P as soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Tai Xiao's saber light slashed over. 1T/P 9 cauldrons divine sword technique. 1T/P in an instant, the long sword slashed out, and 7 huge cauldrons condensed on the long sword. 1T/P the sword light condensed into a huge cauldron, and waves of light appeared on the cauldron's body. 1T/P swish. 1T/P in an instant, the 7 cauldrons rushed out. 1T/P clang, clang, clang. 1T/P the sound of collision rang out, and the cauldrons collapsed one by one. However, Tai Xiao's figure also retreated step by step. 1T/P at this moment, the gap between them could be seen at a glance. 1T/P brat, prepare to die. 1T/P Mu Yun shouted in a low voice, and a Dharma seal was smashed out at this moment. 1T/P Big Dipper Dharma seal. 1T/P the seal condensed, and a rumbling sound rang out. 1T/P Xianxia's expression changed drastically at this moment. 1T/P no, something was wrong. 1T/P Mu Yun's strength seemed to be completely different after not seeing her for such a long time. 1T/P Limitless Divine Saber slash. 1T/P Xianxia withdrew his saber and instantly retreated. 1T/P greater than 1T/P at this moment, looking around, the few people who followed him had already been killed. 1T/P Xianxia's expression changed drastically. 1T/P this brat was ferocious. 1T/P are you afraid? 1T/P Mu Yun walked out with her sword and sneered, I specially prepared this level 3 ancient divine formation for you. I was just afraid that you would run away. 1T/P do you really think you can kill me by yourself? What a joke. 1T/P Mu Yun, don't court death by yourself. 1T/P Xianxia shouted, I am the Iron King's heir. If you kill me, is there any point in saying such threats? 1T/P Mu Shinkong and Luo Tianyi died in my hands. Do you really think that I would be afraid of this? 1T/P there are so many people watching. I can't get rid of them. 1T/P killing one is killing 3 is the same. 1T/P Mu Yun smiled coldly. 1T/P Xianxia was really confident. 1T/P at this time, saying such threats was tantamount to slapping his own face. 1T/P did he really think that he was a vegetarian? 1T/P let me send you on your way. 1T/P as soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, the sword energy was oppressive. The sword spirit condensed and stood on the long sword. 7 huge cauldrons smashed out at this moment. 1T/P if you want me to die, then you have to pay the price. 1T/P at this moment, Xianxia was forced to a dead end and faced death calmly. 1T/P at this moment, the long saber flickered with a huge light. 1T/P greater than a rumbling sound rang out at this moment. 1T/P greater than a burly figure appeared in the saber light. 1T/P who dares to touch my son? 1T/P the figure punched directly at Mu Yun. 1T/P boom. 1T/P in an instant, a huge force spread out. 1T/P Mu Yun's figure crashed into the wall with a bang, and her face turned pale. 1T/P very strong. 1T/P it was at least a powerful attack from a 7th primordial spirit realm expert. 1T/P or even more. 1T/P puff. 1T/P spitting out blood, Mu Yun half squatted on the ground. 1T/P at this moment, Xianxia was even more miserable. 1T/P his face was deathly pale, and his breathing was rapid. 1T/P not dead? 1T/P Xianxia was stunned. 1T/P this attack was equivalent to an attack that was half a step into the Sovereign King realm, but Mu Yun had actually withstood it. 1T/P you want me to die? How can it be so easy? 1T/P Mu Yun snorted. 1T/P with the pale yellow divine clothes and the dragon transformation body, the attack of a half-step Sovereign King was indeed domineering. 1T/P but it was not enough to kill him. 1T/P slash. 1T/P the long sword slashed out, but Mu Yun was just a feint. 1T/P the sword light was resplendent, but under that sword light, the divine wood sword and the heaven and earth furnace attacked even faster. 1T/P bang, bang. 1T/P Xianxia's body suffered a heavy blow, and he was completely unable to stand still. The long sword slashed down, and blood spurted out, until his death, Xianxia's face was filled with unwillingness. 1T/P at this moment, Mu Yun was panting heavily. 1T/P in the Qiang Holy Empire, the princes, princesses, and the direct descendants of the large families all had treasures on them. 1T/P Luo Rui's golden light self-destructed. 1T/P Xianxia slash. 1T/P they were all extremely powerful life-saving methods. 1T/P in the future, she had to be even more careful. 1T/P. At this moment, the entire hall fell silent. 1T/P. The coverage of the ancient array caused the fluctuations of the battle to only be in this palace. 1T/P. Mu Yun was relieved now. 1T/P. She had solved one of the problems. 1T/P. Sitting down, Mu Yun took a deep breath. 1T/P. It was time to reach the 6th primordial spirit realm. 1T/P. Tai Zixiao, Mu Shinkong, and Luo Tianyi's essence, energy, and spirit were devoured by him. 1T/P. In addition, he had killed a few 5th primordial spirit realm cultivators. It was enough. 1T/P. After making up her mind, Mu Yun was about to sit cross-legged. 1T/P. Boom. 1T/P. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly sounded. 1T/P. Following that, the rumbling sounds were louder and louder. 1T/P. In the depths of the house, there seemed to be a battle. 1T/P. Mu Yun furrowed his brows. 1T/P. If someone were to fight, it would not be easy to break through. 1T/P. With a flash, Mu Yun disappeared from the hall and rushed into the depths. 1T/P. He had just entered this place and did not find anything good. Then, Zhao Kunming and the others came in. 1T/P. Now, perhaps those people had already found something good in the depths. 1T/P. Now, it was very difficult to increase his realm. 1T/P. Even if he had the power of devouring, he still needed time to digest, absorb, and comprehend it. 1T/P. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures had become incomparably important. 1T/P. Mu Yun was unwilling to give up the opportunity. 1T/P. As he went deeper, the scene in front of him made Mu Yun dumbfounded. 1T/P. At this moment, in the depths, dozens of figures were besieging a few people. 1T/P. And among those people, Mu Yun knew one of them. 1T/P. Qi Lingyue. 1T/P. However, Mu Yun was even more surprised when he saw the people besieging Qi Lingyue. 1T/P. Hong Pingwei, Wu Yun, Hu Shuangshuang, Xue Wenyuan, and the others were guarding the 4 directions. 1T/P. Qi Lingyue was also among them. 1T/P. But at this moment, Qi Lingyue had joined the side that killed Qi Lingyue. 1T/P. Mu Yun hid his aura, squatted down, and looked carefully in front of him. 1T/P. At this moment, Qi Lingyue was wearing a long green dress, stained with blood, and her face was pale. 1T/P. The 4 or 5 people around her were mostly at the 5 or 6 primordial spirit realm, and all of them were extremely miserable. 1T/P. However, they still firmly protected Qi Lingyue in the center. 1T/P. Qi Lingyue, I should have known that you were ambitious. 1T/P. Qi Lingyue spat out a mouthful of blood, and her cold voice sounded. 1T/P. Sister Lingyue. 1T/P. Qi Lingyue smiled sweetly and said, You can't blame me for this. 1T/P. We are all father's daughters, but your mother is the emperor, so you are doted on. How would you know how wronged I am? 1T/P. I've treated you well. Qi Lingyue said indifferently. 1T/P. Yes, you've treated me very well, but someone wants your life and is willing to help me become an emperor. 1T/P. Qi Lingyue sneered and said, So, I still want to kill you. 1T/P. Why are you talking so much nonsense with her? 1T/P. At the side, Hong Pingwei shouted, Kill this woman. She has a lot of treasures on her. If we delay for too long, we won't be able to do anything. 1T/P. Okay. 1T/P. Qi Lingyue didn't say anything else. 1T/P. In the distance, Mu Yun was very surprised when she heard this scene. 1T/P. No wonder Qi Lingyue and Qi Lingyue were both princesses of the Qiang Holy Kingdom. 1T/P. But Qi Lingyue was full of treasures. 1T/P. On the other hand, Qi Lingyue didn't see anything good to take out. 1T/P. After all this time. 1T/P. Qi Lingyue's mother was also an emperor of the Qiang Holy Kingdom. 1T/P. Imperial emperors, even those who had just become imperial emperors, were supreme overlords in the entire eastern wasteland. 1T/P. In the eastern wilderness. 1T/P. In the central wilderness region, the Qiang Holy Kingdom, the Sevenfold Valley. 1T/P. In the northern wilderness region, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. 1T/P in the Eastern Wilderness region, the Earth Erosion Dragon Clan, the Purgatory Blood Phoenix Clan, the Moon Aurora Bear Clan, and the Ghost Flame Cat Clan. 1T/P in the Western Wilderness region, the Tuoba family, the Donghua Prefecture, the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven, and the Li Fire Sect. 1T/P in total, there were 11 top 4th grade clans. 1T/P and how many emperors were there? 1T/P were there 50 of them? 1T/P I'm afraid not. 1T/P Qi Lingyue's father was Emperor Qi Shi, and her mother was also an emperor. It would be strange if she wasn't covered in treasures. 1T/P right now, Qi Lingyue seemed to be jealous? 1T/P TSK, Mu Yun couldn't help but mutter to herself, both her parents are emperors. It's hard for Qi Lingyue not to be hated. 1T/P at this moment, Qi Lingyue and Hong Ping, the two primordial spirit realm experts, were the main attackers. 1T/P Wu Yun, Hu Shuangshuang, and Xue Wenyuan led the others to guard at the side, preventing them from breaking through. 1T/P since they had made a move, they had to kill them all. 1T/P if one of them ran away, it would be a big problem for them. 1T/P Mu Yun looked at this scene and was not in a hurry to make a move. 1T/P to help or not to help. 1T/P Mu Yun was conflicted. 1T/P's relationship with Qi Lingyue wasn't that good after all. 1T/P it was mutually beneficial. 1T/P it was fine if he didn't help. 1T/P however, Qi Lingyue had too many treasures on her. 1T/P he couldn't bear to see Qi Lingyue die just like that. 1T/P it wasn't that he couldn't bear to part with this person, but he couldn't bear to part with the treasures on her body. 1T/P Mu Yun gritted his teeth. 1T/P help. 1T/P after making up his mind, Mu Yun's soul power turned into a voice that floated into Qi Lingyue's ears. 1T/P 100 soul shielding pills. Mu Yun looked at Qi Lingyue as soon as she finished speaking. 100 soul shielding pills in exchange for Qi Lingyue's life was worth it, after all, she had risked her life to come here. But, she wouldn't return empty-handed, right? At this moment, Qi Lingyue was besieged by everyone. Around her, the men of sacrifice fell one by one. Qi Lingyue's face turned ugly. She had never thought that Qi Lingyue would want to kill her. But suddenly, Qi Lingyue's body trembled. Looking around, Qi Lingyue suddenly shouted, "Okay." Boom, suddenly, 10 black beads appeared in Qi Lingyue's hand, and she threw them out instantly. At this moment, the 10 pearls exploded, emitting light in all directions. Boom, between heaven and earth, rows of houses collapsed. The opportunity is here. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's figure flashed and instantly rushed out. Under the control of her soul power, the divine wood sword and the heaven and earth furnace were extremely fast. Double in between her hands, the yin-yang art of heaven and earth condensed at this moment. This was the first time she had used the yin-yang art of heaven and earth. Yin-yang seal, heaven and earth, in an instant, the yin-yang art of heaven and earth spread out 10 meters and instantly attacked in one direction. It was Xue Wenyuan. That terrifying explosion sounded at this moment. Xue Wenyuan was going all out to defend himself, but suddenly, a murderous intent came from behind. Xue Wenyuan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. But it was too late. The yin-yang art of heaven and earth suddenly blasted out. Bang, the powerful force smashed Xue Wenyuan into pieces at the place where the black bead exploded. The divine wood sword and the heaven and earth furnace were also attacking the 2 disciples of the 6th primordial spirit realm beside Xue Wenyuan. Touch caught off guard, blood burst out, and Mu Yun rushed in. The 3 disciples of the 6th primordial spirit realm were dealt with, and there was a gap here. Let's go. Mu Yun pulled Qi Lingyue up and ran away in an instant. At this moment, Qi Lingyue's face was pale. Take them. Qi Lingyue shouted. Your Highness, please leave first. Our deaths are nothing to be regretted. No one can die. Ling Yu shouted, Ling Xiao, Ling Fan, let's go together. Mu Yun shouted, stop dilly-dallying, if you don't leave now, nobody will be able to leave. Instantly, several figures charged out. Mu Yun pulled Qi Lingyue up and put on the pale yellow divine robe, doubling her speed. body then, Ling Xiao, Ling Fan, and the rest followed with all their might, heading towards the outside world. The 10 black pearls exploded, blocking Hong Ping and Qi Linghua's path. Damn it, it's Mu Yun! Hong Ping cursed. Qi Linghua roared, chase after her. If we let Qi Linghua live, neither of us will survive. Monarch Ling Xian only has one daughter and she is the apple of her eye. If she finds out that we killed her, even the 7 valleys won't be able to protect you. Hong Ping's expression was ugly. What if this monarch wanted to kill him? How could the 7 valleys protect him? Chase after them. At the same time, dozens of people rushed out in pursuit. For the surrounding houses gradually quieted down. Several figures walked out one by one at this moment. Senior brother Zhao, don't worry. Kuan-Ming smiled and said, interesting, Qi Linghua and Hong Ping joined forces to chase after Qi Lingyue, and Mu Yan appeared again. Tai Zixiao hasn't appeared yet, could he have been killed? Kuan-Ming smiled and said, let's deal with Tai Zixiao's followers first and get some benefits before leaving. Yes. More than a dozen people scattered at this moment, and gradually, the sounds of battle spread out in the surrounding houses. In the end, Zhao Kunming also left this place. The dilapidated palace was completely quiet. Only not long after, a series of air-piercing sounds could be heard. Several figures arrived at this moment. Tai Ziyuan, is there a need to be so anxious? Among the 3 people in the lead, a young man with long hair tied up, dressed in black, and a handsome face said lazily at this moment. My brother won't ask me for help for no reason, he is very proud. Tai Ziyuan said lazily. Tai Ziyuan was dressed in light silver armor and a red cloak, looking very mighty. Who doesn't know your brother? No one in the 7 valleys dares to touch him. Another person said, it's rare to encounter Tian Ke Palace this time, it's not worth wasting time here. Mu Tsangyu, Luo Bingshan, if you don't want to, you can leave. Tai Ziyuan said indifferently. To hearing this, they could only wave their hands helplessly. The 3 of them were all in the 7 primordial spirit realm, but Tai Ziyuan was stronger than them. That was why the 3 of them teamed up. Since of course, Tai Ziyuan was also the leader. Several people scattered at this moment. Tai Ziyuan looked at the mess below and frowned. Something big happened. Tai Ziyuan said. Ziyuan's face darkened, and he flew down and came to a house. Here at this moment, there were several corpses in the house, looking extremely bloody. Zixiao. Seeing one of the corpses, Tai Ziyuan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Tai Ziyuan Zixiao is dead. Tai Ziyuan, someone killed him. Tai Ziyuan shouted. An ancient mirror appeared in Ziyuan's hand and shone on Tai Zixiao's body. So gradually, a figure appeared on the ancient mirror. It was Mu Yun. It's him. Tai Ziyuan clenched his fists. Let's go. Without saying anything more, Tai Ziyuan turned and was about to leave this place. Young master, we found a living person. Suddenly, someone brought a disciple. That disciple was cut in half at the waist, and only his upper body was left, hanging on by a breath. What happened? The disciple said intermittently, it's Mu Yun. She killed 3 princes. Young Master Zixiao, Mu Xingkong, and Luo Tianyi were also killed by Mu Yun. We were chased by Zhao Kunming of the 7 valleys. At this moment, Mu Tsangyu and Luo Bingshan also stopped joking. Mu Yun rose to the sky. Luo Tianyi, also dead? To his face was solemn. The descendants of the 3 kings in the Sun Saint country were all dragons and phoenixes among men. Someone actually dared to kill 3 of them in one breath. Too much, too presumptuous. Mu Yun. Mu Tsangyu sneered at this moment, I'm interested in this person. Let's go. Tai Ziyuan did not say much. Tai Zixiao was dead. This was troublesome. The Iron King valued Tai Zixiao. Most importantly, his mother loved Zixiao very much. Dead, here, as the elder brother, he was going to be reprimanded again. If he did not kill Mu Yun, how could he explain himself? At this moment, Ziyuan had a headache. On the other side, Mu Yun led Qi Lingyue, Ling Xiao, and Ling Fan to escape for their lives. This time, they were really escaping for their lives. Back after that, Hong Ping and Qi Linghua went completely crazy. They chased after them and did not let go at all. You're really annoying. Mu Yun pulled Qi Lingyue and said helplessly. You're almost the same as me. Qi Lingyue swallowed a few ancient god pills at this moment, and her complexion recovered a lot. She said, you got a lot of earthly blood source serum and the things in the underground palace, right? It's just a little. It can't be compared to Princess Lingyue. Qi Lingyue curled her lips and did not say much. Mushi could not see through Yun anymore. Since you know that I'm the princess, think about it. Are you willing to join the Qiyang Holy Empire? Join the Qiyang Holy Empire? Be the prince consort? If it's the prince consort, I can consider it. Qi Lingyue could not be bothered with Mu Yun anymore. Your Highness. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, if this continues, we'll be caught up sooner or later. We'll stop them for a while. Your Highness, find a place to leave first. Idiot. Although Ling Xiao was at the 6th essence spirit realm, Mu Yun still scolded him without holding back. They're at the 7th essence spirit realm, and you're at the 6th essence spirit realm. You're almost crippled. Can you stop them? Qi Lingyue also spoke up when she heard this. Come with me. Don't worry. With him around, you won't die. Qi Lingyue looked at Mu Yun. Mushi knew that Yun was afraid of death. Back then, in the mine, Mu Yun had sought stability with instability. Speaking of stability, she was afraid of death. This time, Mu Yun was willing to save her. How could she be sending herself to death? Can the two of you run? Mu asked. Yun looked at Ling Xiao and Ling Fan and said, if you can run, grab your princess. What are you doing? Nonsense, what do you think I'm doing? Mu Yun let go. Ling Xiao and Ling Fan immediately grabbed Qi Lingyue. No, after a while, array patterns appeared in Mu Yun's palm. I didn't expect you to know so much about ancient divine arrays. I'm just a level 3 ancient divine array master. Mu Yun smiled and said, I can't kill a 7th essence spirit realm, but I can stop them. As Yun kept flying, she condensed array patterns and created an array. Qi Lingyue was also very surprised when she saw this scene. She had seen an ancient divine array master before. Compared to Mu Yun, she had seen an ancient divine array master who was more powerful than her. However, Mu Yun could still condense an array at such a high speed. This required a lot of calmness. Qi Lingyue was getting more and more curious about Mu Yun. Slow down. Mu said. Yun spoke at this moment. Actually, even without Mu Yun's words, Ling Xiao, Ling Fan, and the other 3 couldn't hold on any longer. We can't run away. After that, Hong Ping and the others caught up. Now, Qi Lingyue and Mu Yun finally couldn't hold on any longer. Run, where can you run to? Qi Lingyue asked. Ling Hua had a teasing look on her face. She looked at Mu Yun and said, little brat, I didn't expect you to ruin people's lives so many times. But today, you won't be able to escape death. Death is not scary. Mu Yun grinned and said, I'll be very happy to kill you. At that moment, she waved her hand, and it was like a huge net that spanned between everyone. Buzz, the huge net spread out, and in an instant, Qi Lingyue, Hong Ping, and the others were trapped. Mu Yun exhaled at this moment. Let's go. This time, Mu Yun was really grateful for the inheritance she had obtained. It allowed her to have many level 3 ancient divine array diagrams in her heart. As for in fact, there were quite a number of level 4, level 5, and level 6 ancient divine array diagrams. But she hadn't reached that level yet. It won't be a problem to trap them for a while. Let's leave this place first and come back to get it. Where to? Of course to the vein mine. Mu said. Yun said, that place is the best place for the few of you to recover from your injuries. Hearing this, Qi Lingyue nodded. Mu Yun was right about this. Actually, it wasn't just Qi Lingyue. He also needed time to settle down, improve his cultivation, and comprehend those array formations. Mu Yun looked at Qi Lingyue and said again, 100 primordial spirit protection pills. I don't have any now, Qi Lingyue said frankly. Listen, hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by not having it now? So, he was just making empty promises? Who are you lying to? I'm not lying to you. Even if my parents are both imperial emperors, I can't possibly have hundreds of essence protection divine pills with me, right? Ling Yu said again, but don't worry. When I go back, I'll send them to you. I still know where the two instruments pavilion is. Mu Yun was very tired. Send them there. Who knew if he could live until then, even if he went back alive, what if he wanted to go back on his word? It was difficult. Could he, a heavenly lord, go to the two imperial emperors and say, your daughter owes me 100 essence protection divine pills? Mu Yun thought of this. Or perhaps the two earthly lords were more likely to kill him with one slap. If the princess says she will give it to you, she will definitely give it to you. Xiao said sullenly. Mu Yun couldn't be bothered to say anything else. Bring Qi Lingyue and the others away from this place. They had to leave. Hongping wanted to kill him. Qi Lingyue also wanted to kill him. Taizi Xiao and the other two were dead. Who knew if the three kings still had descendants here? What if they also wanted to kill him? Mu Yun felt her scalp go numb when she thought about it. Compared to Qi Lingyue, his situation seemed to be worse. After all, Qi Lingyue was the daughter of the two imperial emperors. She could be said to be the apple of their eye. But he was alone. Father, you are the human emperor. My mother is Emperor Qing. The son of the two invincible emperors lived such a miserable life. Who would believe it? Mu Yun sighed. Yun couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Titled God and Emperor. They were rare existences in the entire upper-class world and the 9 heavenly realms. According to Guai, there were no more than 100 of them. In the entire upper-class world, there were tens of billions of people. There were less than 100 titled gods and emperors. His parents were existences standing at the peak. But, now, thinking of this, Mu Yun felt a little sorry for herself. Thinking about the past few lifetimes, he felt somewhat aggrieved. I must reach the sovereign god realm as soon as possible. At this moment, Yun made up her mind and said, only primes can stand firm in the great thousand realms. Guai didn't bother explaining to him the difference between the supremacy realm, titled god realm, and titled emperor realm. Mu Yun couldn't be bothered to ask. Thinking too much would only increase the burden on himself. The group did not slow down as they left the area and headed towards the Dawn Stone Vein they had discovered earlier. When they arrived at the Source Stone Vein, Mu Yun immediately set up a formation. He and Qi Lingyue could conceal their auras. However, Ling Xiao, Ling Fan, and the others couldn't. In the depths of the mine, several people were meditating and cultivating in the tunnels. This time, Mu Yun couldn't be bothered to care about Qi Lingyue. Even if he woke up from his seclusion and Qi Lingyue ran away, it wouldn't matter. This time, he would definitely not come out of seclusion until he reached the 6th origin spirit realm. There were still 30 years left in the trial. It would not be difficult for him to reach the 6th origin spirit realm within 10 years. After making up her mind, Mu Yun calmed down. Buzzing sounds could be heard one after another. Body inside, the essence, energy, and spirit that he had devoured condensed around his soul. Mu Yun began to enjoy it to his heart's content. Bit by bit, time passed. In the blink of an eye, 25 years had passed. In the formation, Mu Yun sat there for 25 years. Slowly, Mu Yun woke up. Body in his body, a domineering aura rose and condensed. 6th origin spirit realm. Comfortable. Mu Yun clenched his fists. In his body, his internal organs, meridians, and so on had a feeling of becoming one at this moment. 25 years. Actually, it shouldn't have taken so much time. However, this time, not only did Mu Yun raise his realm, but he also thoroughly sorted out the inheritance of the ancient formation. In his mind, the formation diagram of the level 3 ancient divine formation could appear at any time. Those level 4, level 5, and level 6 ancient divine formation diagrams were sealed in his soul sea. He needed to reach the corresponding level before he could gradually comprehend them. However, all in all, he still gained a lot this time. Standing up, Mu Yun had a strange expression on her face. Walking out of the formation, the origin power of heaven and earth was extremely pure and rich. You haven't left yet? Seeing that Qi Lingyue was still there, Mu Yun asked in surprise. No. Qi Lingyue stood up at this moment. She was wearing a green dress and had her hair tied up in a ponytail. She looked very honest. I'm waiting for you. Waiting for me? Yes. Qi Lingyue said seriously, you've reached the 6th origin spirit realm, right? Yes. A hint of surprise flashed across Qi Lingyue's eyes. Mu Yunyun's speed was indeed a little fast. At this speed, it was possible for her to reach the Sovereign King level in less than 50 years. While, once she reached the Sovereign King level, she could establish a sect in the Eastern Wilderness. In fact, in less than 1,000 years, Mu Yun might be able to step into the Sage Lord level or even the Imperial Lord level. Such a person was indeed a little terrifying. I'm talking about cooperation with you, Qi Lingyue said. At this moment, Qi Lingyue said, I've recovered my realm, the 7th origin spirit realm. Hong Ping and Qi Linghua can't threaten me anymore. I didn't take the two of them seriously. My target this time is Ji Yunlong, Qi Fengyang, and Qi Fengyun. Hearing this, Mu Yun became curious. Ji Yunlong is the #1 prodigy of the Sevenfold Valleys. Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun are also prodigies of the Qiang Holy Empire. Qi Lingyue continued, these 3 people are probably going to the Martial Lacking Pavilion. The things in the Martial Lacking Pavilion are better than the Earth Lacking Pavilion. There must be 2 things among them. What? Mu Yun was also interested. Qi Lingyue continued, the Primordial Protection Brew and the Bone-Engraved True Nectar. Mu Yun's eyes went dark. Damn, humans, he had never heard of any of them. Seeing that Mu Yun was stunned, Qi Lingyue said, don't tell me you haven't heard of any of them? So what if I haven't heard of them? Mu Yun had a righteous look on his face. The Primordial Protection Brew is a divine brew of a higher level than the Primordial Protection Pill. 1 drop is equivalent to 10 Primordial Protection Pills. If you get this, it's easy to induce the birth of a heavenly lord. Mu Yun's eyes twitched when she heard this. This was so terrifying, Qi Lingyue said again, I'm mainly here for the Bone-Engraved True Nectar. To tell you the truth, I've been in the Heavenly Lord realm for 100 years. Now, I already have the strength of a Sovereign King. The Sovereign King Divine Bone Realm is divided into 4 major realms. Iron Bone Realm, Silver Bone Realm, Golden Bone Realm, and Jade Bone Realm. And the Bone-Engraved True Nectar is to help the Sovereign King temper his bones. Moreover, it's an unlimited help. Mu Yun was shocked. So strong, both of these things were priceless. This was left behind by the 9th disciple of ancient Emperor Wu Jian, and the most useless disciple. Most importantly, this heaven-lacking palace had obviously suffered a heavy blow. But, with one's imagination, how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures would there be in the complete heaven-lacking palace? Qi Lingyue continued, the Bone-Engraved True Nectar is very valuable. Let's put it this way. If you reach the Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm and enter the Silver Bone Realm, you might need to temper your muscles and bones for 10,000 years. But the Bone-Engraved True Nectar can help you do it in 100 years. It's the same from the Silver Bone Realm to the Golden Bone Realm and the Jade Bone Realm. This time, Yun's eyes were really shining. This Bone-Engraved True Nectar was simply like the true nectar of heaven and earth. Too strong. What do you mean? Mu Yun said. Yun said at this moment. The Primordial Protection Spirit Brew and the Bone-Engraved True Nectar are most likely obtained by Qi Fengyang, Qi Fengyun, and Ji Yunlong. So, I'm going to snatch it. Mu Yun was stunned. Snatch? Wait. Didn't you say just now that the 3 of them are at the peak of the 7th primordial spirit realm? The 2 of us, together with your unreliable guards, snatch it from them? Qi Lingyue didn't say much. She just looked at Mu Yun and smiled. Are you willing? Nodding, Mu Yun didn't say much. Of course, she was willing. Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun were at the peak of the 7th primordial spirit realm. Ji Yunlong was the same, but since Qi Lingyue dared to mention it, she must have a way. 50-50. Mu Yun said at this moment. Otherwise, I won't do it. No problem. Qi Lingyue said. Lingyu continued, in that case, let's set off immediately. Wait. Mu Yun said at this moment, how can you be sure that the Primordial Protection Spirit Brew and the Bone-Engraved True Nectar are with them? Lingyu smiled. I have my ways to be sure. You don't have to worry. After all, I've saved you twice. Mu Yun said at this moment, this time, I don't want the 100 primordial protection spirit pills, but you have to promise me one thing. Say it. This time, I provoked the sons of the 3 princes and the 7 valleys. If they attack the 2 instruments pavilion, you have to help me once. No problem. Qi Lingyue said. Ling Yu agreed very quickly. Mu Yun didn't say much. Qi Lingyue's father was an emperor. Perhaps Emperor Qi Shi had many children and didn't care about this one. But, Qi Lingyue's mother was also an emperor. And she only had this one daughter. This, Mu Yun thought that Qi Lingyue could still guarantee this. Without further ado, she took Ling Xiao, Ling Fan, and the others and set off. Then, to explore the ruins of the Tianke Palace. But this time, it was different. Wrote above. Qi Lingyue looked at Mu Yun and said, actually, with your talent, the 2 instruments pavilion is not suitable for you. I know. Mu Yun smiled and said, but the master of the 2 rites saved my life. For me, he sacrificed too much. I'm a person who knows how to repay kindness. Moreover, I'm the next pavilion master. I have to shoulder my own responsibility. Qi Lingyue said again, if you're willing, you can be the commander of the Red Flame Army of the Qiang Holy Empire. Red Flame Army? Ling Xiao looked at Mu Yun and said disdainfully, it's the most elite army of the Qiang Holy Empire. I know. Mu Yun replied angrily, I'm talking to your princess. Who are you to interrupt? After being rebuked by Mu Yun, Ling Xiao was about to retort when Qi Lingyue waved her hand. Forget about me. I don't have that ability. Mu Yun smiled and said, but I can be the emperor's son-in-law. The few of them didn't stop and headed towards the entrance of the Tianke Palace. In the huge Tianke Palace, there was an alternate dimension. Mountains and forests rose and fell one after another. Everyone. After entering, they had been looking for secret treasures. More and more martial artists and disciples arrived after hearing the news. The huge Tianke Palace gradually became lively. Mu Yun, Qi Lingyue, and the others returned once again. It had been 25 years since the last time. But, there were no people here. Instead, there were more and more. It was strange. Since our target this time is Qi Fengyang, Qi Fengyun, and Ji Yunlong, we can't just go in head-on. Once we catch them, we'll fight them. Mu Yun said seriously, I suggest we find out some good news first. It's best if we spread the news that they have something good on them. Won't it be a mess then? Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. That's right. Mu Yun smiled. The more chaotic, the better. There are more than 20,000 people here. In the Heavenly Imperial Palace, there are at least 10,000, right? Maybe after a few decades, someone has broken through to the Sovereign King level and won't be afraid of Qi Fengyang and the other 2. Let them fight fiercely and we can fish in troubled waters. I was right to ask you to come. Qi Lingyue smiled. However, this smile made Mu Yun feel that Qi Lingyue was looking at her as if she was looking at a shameless villain. Even if they are powerful, there's no need to fight them head-on. Mu Yun said seriously, we'll have a chance to watch them fight from afar. Besides, we can't fight them head-on. Qi Lingyue nodded and looked at Ling Xiao, Ling Fan, and the others. Go and spread the news. Yes. Immediately, the few of them left. If they couldn't do this well, they wouldn't need to stay by Qi Lingyue's side as men of sacrifice. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue, on the other hand, were at ease. Let's go. After a while, Mu Yun suddenly asked Qi Lingyue to move. Ling Xiao isn't back yet. Where are we going? Nonsense, of course, to take revenge. Mu Yun said seriously, Hong Ping and Qi Linghua wanted to kill you. Don't you want to take revenge? This place is so big. Where can we find them? You can't find them, but it doesn't mean that I can't. Mu Yun smiled. Let's go. I'll take you there. Qi Linghua and Hong Ping are yours. Leave the others to me. Qi Lingyue was speechless. You really think highly of me? Even if she recovered the strength of the 7 primordial spirit realm, it would still be difficult for her to fight against 2. Mu Yun really thought that she was as fierce as Qi Fengyang, Qi Fengyun, and Ji Yunlong. Are you going? Go. Qi Lingyue said seriously, if you dare to go, why wouldn't I? That's it. The two figures flickered. This time, they did not conceal their auras. Mu Yun, 6th Origin Spirit Realm, 3rd Grade Ancient Divine Array Master. Qi Lingyue had recovered her cultivation and was now at the 7th Primordial Spirit Realm. With the two of them here, there was really nothing to be afraid of. In this trial, there were more than 20,000 heavenly lords from the Sevenfold Valley, the Qiang Saint Empire, and the other 5 forces. However, most of them were below the 5th Primordial Spirit Realm. There were less than 2,000 people who had reached the 5th Primordial Spirit Realm. As for the 6 Primordial Spirit Realm experts, there were even fewer of them. 500 of them was already not bad. There were even fewer 7 Primordial Spirit Realm cultivators. At most, there would be 100 or so of them. Once one reached the 7 Primordial Spirit Realm, unless one was on good terms with one another, one would choose to act alone. Indeed, the two of them had nothing to worry about. Mu Yun could not help but sigh. When he first entered this place, he was in the nascent divinity realm. But now, after 45 years, he had reached the 6 Yuan Spirit Realm. There was no one else with such speed, Tian-K Palace, in a vast space. In a valley. About 20 to 30 people gathered together. At this moment, 2 figures were frowning. These 2 people were Hong Ping and Qi Linghua. It's been 25 years, and there's no news of those people at all. Hong Ping could not help but curse. Mu Yun and Qi Linghua can hide their auras, but Ling Xiao, Ling Fan, and the others can't, right? Have you forgotten that Mu Yun is an array master? Qi Linghua said indifferently. Damn it, Mu Yun, it's all that kid's fault. Hong Ping's eyes flashed fiercely. If it were not for Mu Yun, Qi Linghua would have died long ago. How could the two of them be like now, without any appetite for food and drink? If Qi Linghua did not die, 5 years later, when the trial ended, the sect would send people to pick them up. At that time, they would be the ones to die. It's useless to worry about this now. Qi Linghua said calmly. Now, we should think about how to reach the Sovereign King realm. You and I are both at the 7 Essence Spirit realm. If we reach the Sovereign King realm, we will be considered experts in both the Sevenfold Valley and the Qiang Saint Empire. Even an Imperial Lord can't kill a Sovereign King casually. Qi Linghua understood this point in her heart. She did not know how many Imperial Lords there were in the Qiang Saint Empire. But there were only 100 Imperial Lords, and all of them had important positions. As for the Sovereign Kings, there were at most 1,000 of them. Every single one of the 1,000 sovereigns had a high status. As for the Heavenly Lords, there were at least 10,000 of them. There were nearly 10,000 disciples in this trial alone. There were many Heavenly Lords, but very few Sovereign Kings. Every Sovereign King was highly valued. If the two of them reached the Sovereign King realm, even if Qi Linghua went out and reported this to Imperial Lord Qi Shi and Imperial Lord Ling Xian, the 2 Imperial Lords would not kill them. Only with the corresponding strength could one obtain the corresponding status. That's true, but how can the Sovereign King realm be so easy to cross? Hong Ping smiled bitterly. Ji Yunlong of the Sevenfold Valley was stronger than him. But now, he had not heard of him stepping into the Sovereign King realm. If even Ji Yunlong was like this, how could he be so simple? If I just cultivate, I'm afraid it might take 10,000 years or even 100,000 years. But this is the Heaven Deficiency Palace. I don't believe there's nothing good here. Qi Linghua said indifferently. Your Highness. At this moment, a few figures flew over from afar. Did you find out about Mu Yun and Qi Linghua? Qi Linghua asked hurriedly. No. The disciple shook his head, but said happily, but I found out another piece of news. Speak. It said that Qi Fengyang, Qi Fengyun, and Ji Yunlong opened the Marshal K Pavilion. The 3 of them have already obtained the Divine Protection Brew and Bone Engraved Dew. What? What? As soon as that person finished reporting, Qi Linghua and Hong Ping could not help but stand up. This news made them unable to calm down. Ji Yunlong, Qi Fengyang, and Qi Fengyun. Qi Linghua could not help but say, the three of them could have stepped into the sovereign king realm. No wonder they suppressed their realms and did not advance. So they were waiting for this. This is interesting. Hong Ping said with a smile, the divine protection brew can greatly increase the condensation of the 7 elemental essences. The bone-engraved dew can help sovereigns temper their bones. The three of them have already made up their minds. They don't care about the other things at all. At this moment, their eyes were burning. The divine protection brew and bone-engraved dew, not only could they enter the sovereign king realm, but they could also help them improve in the sovereign king realm and lay a solid foundation. It was too tempting. Qi Linghua sat down and said, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. The three of them, just one of them can defeat dozens of us. Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun have always been together. At least 5-7 primordial spirit realm experts are their opponents. Ji Yunlong, at least 3. The two of them were burning with passion. That was the divine protection brew. It was too tempting for heavenly lords. As for the bone-engraved dew, even sovereigns would be jealous. How about I join? At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded. A figure arrived with more than 10 people and landed on the ground. Zhao Kunming. Seeing the person who came, Hong Ping and Qi Linghua became cautious. We all want to enter the sovereign king realm. If we don't take the risk, it will be difficult for us in this lifetime. Zhao Kunming said with a smile, I'm one. The three of us, together with this group of 40 to 50 people, can kill Ji Yunlong. As soon as these words came out, Qi Linghua and Hong Ping were both tempted. Zhao Kunming was right. 3-7 primordial spirit realm experts and a few 6 primordial spirit realm experts were enough to deal with Ji Yunlong. All right. At this moment, the three sides reached an agreement. Call back the people who are scouting for information. Qi Linghua said coldly, since we can't find Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue, then we will find a way to enter the sovereign king realm. By then, we won't have to be afraid of them. Immediately, everyone was eager to try. In a valley less than 100 meters away from the crowd, 2 figures were lying on the ground, quietly watching everything. After the crowd left, the 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Are we not going to do it? Qi Lingyue looked at Mu Yun and couldn't help but ask. Why should we do it now? Didn't you hear that they are going to find Ji Yunlong? Mu Yun said with a smile, let's just follow them. It's a waste of our strength to kill them now. Qi Lingyue immediately understood Mu Yun's meaning. Let's go. The 2 of them followed the team in front unhurriedly and followed from afar. At this moment, all kinds of news were spread throughout the entire Tianke Palace. Ji Yunlong, Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun, these 3 people had primordial protection spirit wine and bone-engraved true nectar. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and the entire trial ground was in an uproar. The eyes of the more outstanding disciples were all red. Primordial protection spirit wine, bone-engraved true nectar, which one of them wasn't precious and priceless, these 3 people had actually obtained them. Immediately, everyone in the Tianke Palace, whether it was in the dilapidated palace or in the wilderness, was looking for the 3 of them. Tianke Palace, in a stretch of mountains. A figure was sitting cross-legged with a calm expression. Senior Brother Ji, the news that you have obtained primordial protection spirit wine and bone-engraved true nectar has spread outside. Some people are working together to find you. A young man in a blue shirt said respectfully. Wishful thinking. The young man stood up and said indifferently, in the 7 primordial spirit realm, other than Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun, who knows who my opponent is? Working together? Even if ants work together, they are still ants. Shu Chang, Meng He. The 2 of you are my confidants. The primordial protection spirit wine and bone-engraved true nectar are precious. I have obtained 100 drops of this primordial protection spirit wine. You have already experienced the magical effects of 1 drop. 3 drops of bone-engraved true nectar each. I will reward you for the time being. When I reach the Sovereign King realm, the 2 of you will definitely be able to step into the Sovereign King realm. When that time comes, the 3 of us will definitely have a place in the 7 valleys. Hearing Ji Yunlong's words, the 2 beside him bowed and cupped their hands. Ji Yunlong said. In the 7 valleys, the disciples of the heavenly monarch realm were invincible. The two of them had sworn to follow Ji Yunlong to their deaths. Naturally, they wouldn't betray him now. First, they set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Senior brother Ji, only these few know that we got the primordial protection brew and bone engraved dew. Who spread the news? Shu asked. Chang was confused. Could it be a spy? Or maybe Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun spread the news on purpose. At this moment, he also nodded his head and said, "It is not impossible." Back then, the two of them entered Wu Kei Pavilion together. Those two fellows were extremely vicious. No matter who it is. Ji Yunlong waved his hand. I'd like to see who dares to find trouble with me. Before I become a sovereign king, I'll let them know what the so-called invincible heavenly monarch is. Just a bunch of ants. Ha ha ha. Ji Yunlong, we're all at the 7 primordial spirit realm. If you say others are ants, then what are you? A burst of laughter could be heard all of a sudden. Zhao Kunming. Hong Ping. Since you're here, then show yourself. You haven't changed after so many years. As soon as he said this, the sound of something breaking through the air sounded. Hong Ping and Zhao Kunming led dozens of people and surrounded the mountain range. You two are not qualified to find trouble with me. Ji Yunlong said again, there seems to be one more person? Ji Yunlong, you're indeed an invincible heavenly monarch in the 7 valleys. Qi Linghua also walked out at this moment. The 7 primordial spirit realm experts walked out one by one. They all looked high-spirited. How about it? Qi Linghua said, the 3 of us are here for you. Ji Yunlong, we don't want to make things difficult. Give us half of the primordial protection brew and bone engraved dew. You're really arrogant. The princess of the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom and the disciple of the 7 valleys are together. How refreshing. Yunlong sneered. Why are you talking nonsense? If you want to fight, then let's fight. The 3 of you are not my match. How about the 2 of us? At this moment, a voice rang out. Far away. A few figures descended from the sky. The Luo family of the 4 noble ministers. Luo Duan. Luo Qingyan. Cloud Dragon looked at the 2 of them and said with a smile, no wonder you advanced from the 6 Yuan spirit stage to the 7 Yuan spirit stage. However, do the 5 of you really think that you can take me on by joining hands? Cloud Dragon didn't look impressive at the moment, but his tone was filled with confidence. Fine. I feel that it's too early for me to reach the sovereign king level. Taking your lives to raise my reputation is also a good thing. Ji Yunlong laughed. Shu Chang, Meng De. Here. I'll leave the Luo siblings to you. Yes. Cloud Dragon looked at Qi Linghua, Zhao Kunming, and Hong Ping. Qi Linghua, you're still too young. If Qi Lingyu was here, I would have taken her seriously. You're not qualified. As for Zhao Kunming and Hong Ping, they're just 2 pieces of trash. Why would I care about them? Cloud Dragon laughed and attacked. At this moment, he was truly bold and unrestrained. He didn't care at all. Zhao Kunming and Hong Ping wore unpleasant looks on their faces. Time and again, how could the 2 of them feel at ease after being repeatedly looked down upon by Ji Yunlong? Kill. At this moment, killing intent filled the air. In an instant, Ji Yunlong's figure also moved. At this moment, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyu were 10,000 meters away, waiting obediently. Ji Yunlong is really arrogant. Mu Yun said with a smile. That's confidence. Qi Lingyu corrected her. Confidence? Even ants can bite an elephant to death. If Hong Ping and the others weren't capable, would they have come? If it were me, I would run away and kill them one by one. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Qi Lingyu smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Mu Yun really dared to say that. In this world, even an imperial emperor isn't invincible. It depends on who you're dealing with. He hasn't reached the sovereign king level yet. I think you're envious of him, right? I'm envious of him? Mu Yun smiled and said, I'm afraid that he won't be able to defeat those guys in the end. He'll be so angry that he self-destructs. We won't be able to get any of the primordial protection spirit wine and bone engraved true dew. Mu Yan's words weren't nonsense. Bang, when she fought with Luo Rue, that guy chose to self-destruct in the end, which made Mu Yan's heart ache for a long time. What? He didn't get anything and almost lost his life. In this great wide world, even in the weakest ninth heaven realm, imperial emperors, supremes, and even the ninth heaven emperor, Di Yuan, were all mountains in front of him. In the district a mere heavenly lord treated himself like a celestial emperor. If Ji Yunlong didn't die, who would? But then again, martial artists of our generation should naturally have the attitude of riding the wind and breaking the waves, pressing forward courageously. Qi Lingyu added. Do you need to show this attitude? Mu Yun asked. Yun smiled and said, I think that I'm invincible at that time, but there's no need for the whole world to know. Just let those who provoke me know. Qi Lingyu was stunned and didn't say anything. Mu Yun, what Yun said made sense. At this moment, in the distance, several parties had already started fighting. Then, Ji Yunlong was indeed not bragging. Hong Ping, Zhao Kunming, and Qi Linghua joined forces, and Ji Yunlong wasn't at a disadvantage at all. He even forced the three of them into a dangerous situation. Xu Chang and Meng Da also had the upper hand in the fight against Luo Duan and Luo Qingyan. 5-7 primordial spirit realm cultivators were at a disadvantage against 3-7 primordial spirit realm cultivators. However, the 5 of them had brought 60 to 70 cultivators with them. This was much more than the 10-odd cultivators following Ji Yunlong. Thus, they were able to suppress Ji Yunlong. But, everyone knew that Ji Yunlong had the upper hand. No matter how powerful the others were, it was useless. Boom, the deafening explosion stretched for thousands of meters. The mountain range had long been completely destroyed. How is it? Ji Yunlong asked. Yunlong shouted, how can the three of you be a match for me? Bang, with a palm strike, 3 figures retreated at this moment. Only at this moment, Zhao Kunming, Hong Ping, and Qi Linghua didn't say anything and rushed toward Ji Yunlong with murderous intent. Still not giving up? Ji Yunlong let out a loud roar as his ferocious attacks landed, causing the 3 of them to continuously retreat. Qi Liangfan, do it. At this moment, a low shout sounded. In an instant, a figure suddenly attacked. But, however, that figure was not charging towards Ji Yunlong, but Xu Chang. Boom, an explosion sounded. Xu Chang's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang, Luo Duan, who was fighting Xu Chang, took the opportunity to attack. With a poochie sound, blood flowed out. Xu Chang. Chang, a 7 primordial spirit realm cultivator, died. Xu Chang. Seeing this scene, Ji Yunlong's face turned ferocious. There was actually someone who avoided his detection and approached this place. Ji Yunlong, you're very strong, but you're too arrogant. Qi Linghua sneered. I'll kill you. Ji Yunlong was furious and rushed toward them. This he didn't expect that these people would plot against him to this extent. Xu Chang. Chang and Meng Da were his confidants. Die, he couldn't bear to lose one. Qi Liangfan, come and help. Qi Linghua shouted at this moment. Far away seeing this scene, Mu Yun smiled and said, as expected, none of them are easy to deal with. In this short period of time, 6-7 primordial spirit realm experts fought against 3, and 1 died. I wonder if there are still people secretly coveting. Qi Linghua said. Lingyu smiled and said, Emperor Qi Shi, as the king of the Qiang Holy Kingdom, has hundreds of children. Each of them is just like a disciple. Unless they're outstanding, he won't remember them at all. If my mother hadn't reached the Imperial Emperor realm, Emperor Qi Shi wouldn't have paid too much attention to me. Although Qi Liangfan is a prince, he's not favored. Yun nodded. In between, there were many twists and turns. After all, the Qiang Holy Kingdom was a giant fourth-rate force. However, there were many battles in the Holy Kingdom. Qi Linghua, Qi Liangfan, Hong Ping, and Zhao Kunming, the 4-7 primordial spirit realm experts, joined forces to attack Ji Yunlong. While Luo Duan and Luo Qingyan charged toward Meng Da. Their disciples who followed Ji Yunlong also fell into a bitter battle. Situation at this moment, it wasn't good for Ji Yunlong. Do you really think you can defeat me? Ji Yunlong was boiling with anger. Cloud Dragon Saber. Appear. With a shout, Ji Yunlong suddenly attacked with a divine saber in his hand. Slash! With a shout, Ji Yunlong's killing intent sword. Dragon God Art, Dragon Transformation Aura. Yunlong slashed down, and his aura instantly soared. At this moment, Mu Yun finally understood how Hai Qi Linghua thought of Ji Yunlong. He could really be listed as a 7 primordial spirit realm expert. This saber had no weakness in its control of origin power and the condensation of aura. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Hong Ping, Zhao Kunming, and Qi Linghua were all forced back. I'm going to take your life. Yunlong slashed at Qi Liangfan with his long saber. Bang, the saber energy was released to the extreme. With a puff, Qi Liangfan's body was directly split into 2. He was killed with a single slash. Seeing this scene, not only Mu Yun and Qi Linghua, but also Qi Linghua, Zhao Kunming, and Hong Ping, all turned pale. Strong. Really strong. Mu Yun was thinking at this moment. He might be able to resist such a powerful attack at the same level. 6 in the primordial spirit realm, with the pale yellow divine robe, the heaven's eye, and the eye of reincarnation, the combination of the heaven and earth furnace and the divine wood sword, and the mid-level sword soul, he might have a chance. Also maybe. Ji Yunlong was really strong. Slash again. Ji Yunlong shouted, and the saber light was extremely strong. Shu Chang's death seemed to have made him go berserk. A scream sounded at this moment. Then, under the siege of Luo Duan and Luo Qingyan, the 2 7 primordial spirit realm experts, Meng Ke's face was pale. One of his arms had been cut off. If this continued, he would definitely die. You're courting death. Yunlong shouted angrily and rushed towards Luo Duan and Luo Qingyan. His expression changed drastically. Ji Yunlong had just killed Qi Liangfan with a single slash. The 2 figures flew away at this moment. Where do you think you're going? Ji Yunlong cursed at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. However, in the next moment, a series of explosions suddenly sounded at this moment. Along the way, 3 figures suddenly attacked at this moment. First, set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. As Ji Yunlong swung his saber, the 3 figures also retreated. Gong San Yen. Chao Duankong. Yang Bai. Seeing the 3 figures, Ji Yunlong's face completely darkened. This was a trap. A trap. A trap targeted at him. It said that you're the #1 heavenly lord in the 7 valleys. I didn't expect you to be so brave. Gong San Yen smiled faintly. You're just not smart enough. At this moment, Qi Linghua, Zhao Kunming, and Hong Ping also surrounded him. 6 heavenly lords and 7 primordial spirit realm experts. At this moment, they surrounded Ji Yunlong. 4 sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere. At this moment, Ji Yunlong's face was terrifyingly dark. Meng was surrounded by Luo Duan and Luo Qingyan. He couldn't interfere at all. Even more so. As for Meng, because he had lost an arm, he was in danger at every step. Ji Yunlong looked at the 6 of them coldly. It seems like you've made up your mind. Ji Yunlong sneered. Since that's the case, let's see how many of you can survive this year. Sure. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 6 figures immediately charged forward. They had to exhaust Ji Yunlong to death. Only at this moment, how could Ji Yunlong allow them to exhaust him? Zhao Kunming, Hong Ping, no matter what, I'll kill you first today. Ji Yunlong roared and charged toward the 2 of them with murderous intent. Rumbling sounds could be heard at this moment. At this moment, the battle between the 7 of them had already turned the world upside down. Mu Yun and Qi Linghua looked at the battlefield and sighed. So strong, what a pity, what's a pity? Mu Yun said indifferently, it's just that they're a little reckless. Wouldn't it be better if they ran at the beginning and settled scores with them one by one later? Aren't they courting death by being so reckless? Qi Linghua asked. Qi Linghua also looked at the battlefield at this moment. These guys didn't hold back at all. Humph. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. Every move was deadly. Kill. Ji Yunlong's killing intent suddenly exploded. In the middle of the stage, Yang Bai was careless and had half of his head chopped off. His soul was not injured. Bastard! At this moment, Bai was enraged as well. He took out his trump card and rushed up. At this point, the 6 of them and Ji Yunlong were all furious. No, in the distance, a blood-curdling scream sounded. In the end, Meng He was unable to hold on any longer. He was tortured to death by Luo Duan and Luo Qingyan. Luo Duan and Luo Qingyan immediately regrouped with Gong Sun Yen, Chao Duankong, and Yang Bai. On the other side, Qi Linghua, Hong Ping, and Zhao Kunming were also connected together. No, the method had to be linked together. Because the 8 of them were spread out, Ji Yunlong could take the life of one of them with a single slash. 8 heaven monarchs and 7 primordial spirit realm experts. At this moment, they were besieging Ji Yunlong. This is, if this scene was seen by others, they would definitely be shocked to the point of being speechless. 8 They were 7 essence spirits. Furthermore, they were all famous figures. Even so, they still had to be careful when surrounding Ji Yunlong. Trash. Ji Yunlong looked at the 8 of them and sneered. Since you want to snatch the primordial protection wine and bone engraved dew from me, then show me your true abilities. Now that you're afraid, you want to snatch it with just the 8 of you? There are even more people waiting for you outside. Ji Yunlong sneered at this moment. Everyone, it's about time. Among the 8 of them, Zhao Kunming said, I think we don't need to waste any more time, right? Otherwise, if others find out, we won't be able to deal with it. All right. At this time, Gong Sun Yen, Chao Duankong, Yang Bai, Luo Duan, and Luo Qingyan of the 4 noble families. At this moment, Hong Ping and Qi Linghua nodded their heads. If you want to kill me, then come and try. Ji Yunlong said. Ji Yunlong laughed loudly. At this moment, his blade was shining even more brightly. He's going to use his ultimate move. Mu Yun said at this moment. What ultimate move? He's going to die. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and said, this guy has condensed a saber soul and has been accumulating power just now. Qi Lingyue's expression was strange. Saber soul. Naturally, she knew. However, it was extremely difficult for all the swordsmen and saber masters in the world to condense a sword soul and a saber soul. Not to mention a saber soul. Kill. In an instant, the 8 of them charged out. At this moment, Ji Yunlong's aura also bloomed. Go to hell. The saber slashed down. It was as if the saber light was terrifying, as if it was breaking the sky. Slash. Boom. At that moment, no one knew how many sabers were slashed out from Ji Yunlong's saber. Slash, slash. It was like a sea of sabers. Boom, the rumbling sound almost swept through the entire mountain range. Mu Yan's eyes flashed when she saw this scene. Let's get ready to make a move. Make a move? What for? Qi Lingyue was puzzled. They were prepared to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. It was not time yet. Save Ji Yunlong. Yun said as she flew, otherwise, if that guy is forced to self-destruct, we will have watched the show for half a day in vain. Qi Lingyue immediately understood what Mu Yun meant and followed her out. Moo. At this moment, Yun also restrained all of her aura. Puff, puff, in the middle of the battle, puff. Puff. Blood burst out and flowed out. 2 figures turned into corpses at this moment. Luo Duan. Yang Bai. This scene made the other 6 people's faces turn cold. Under the fierce collision, 2 people died. Gong Sun Yen, Chao Duankong, and Luo Qingyan were also seriously injured at this moment. Counter, however, Qi Linghua, Zhao Kunming, and Hong Ping were safe and sound. But, on the other side, Ji Yunlong was bleeding at this moment. The wounds on his body were terrible and he was also very miserable. 2 people. 3 people died and 3 were injured. Ji Yunlong had displayed his absolute strength in this attack. Kill. At this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded. Rumbling sounds were heard at this moment. The divine wood sword and the heaven and earth furnace instantly attacked. On the other side, a short sword appeared in Qi Lingyue's hand, and murderous intent surged out. Bang, bang, two explosions sounded. Chao Duankong and Luo Qingyan, who were seriously injured, did not have time to react. A life-and-death crisis came directly at them. Their bodies were directly penetrated. Mu Yun's heaven and earth furnace and the divine wood sword exploded. Qi Lingyue recovered to the seventh primordial spirit realm, and under the surprise of hiding her aura and soul, Chao Duankong and Luo Qingyan could not react at all. Mu, at this moment, Yun's heart was blooming with joy. This, in one breath, the essence, qi, and spirit of 4 seventh primordial spirit realm experts were directly devoured by him. Too great, great silent wealth, great. Mu Yun. Qi Lingyue. When Zhao Kunming, Qi Lingyue, and Hong Ping saw the two of them, their murderous intent became stronger. It was even stronger than Ji Yunlong's. Ji Yunlong, let's go. At this moment, Mu Yun came to Ji Yunlong's side and said, they are our mortal enemies. Why don't we team up and leave this place first? Who are you? Mu Yun. Ji Yunlong shouted. Ji Yunlong looked deeply at Mu Yun and shouted, let's go. Instantly, Mu Yun waved her hand, and the formation that had been formed long ago fell at this moment. At this time, the remaining people were stopped. Mu Yun pulled Qi Lingyue and sped away with Ji Yunlong. Everyone. They watched as the three of them escaped. Damn it. Mu Yun again, Mu Yun again. This bastard, damn it. This time, Qi Lingyue and the others were completely furious. Mu Yun was really too much of a bastard. Why are you helping me? Ji Yunlong was looking at Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue at this moment, full of suspicion. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mu Yun smiled and said, we were chased by Qi Lingyue, Hong Ping, and Zhao Kunming before. It wasn't easy for us to get rid of them. We followed their tracks and wanted to see what they were up to. In the end, we didn't expect that they were going to deal with you. However, we are quite happy to see that you injured them. Really? Ji Yunlong snorted at this moment. I'm really not satisfied that I couldn't kill all of them. If you return to your peak, killing them will be as easy as flipping your hand. Qi Lingyue said lightly. In that case, thank you. Ji Yunlong nodded. Ji Yunlong looked at the two of them and said, Qi Fengyun, and I entered the martial lacking pavilion before. It can be said to be a land of death. However, I was lucky enough to obtain the primordial protection brew and the bone-engraved true nectar. After all, the two of you saved me, so I will naturally repay you. However, this is not the place to talk. I'll take you to a safe place. As Ji Yunlong spoke, he led Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue all the way to a certain direction and flew away. On the other side, behind him, Qi Lingyue, Zhao Kunming, Hong Ping, and Gong Sun Yan led a large group of people and charged out. We can't let Ji Yunlong escape. Hong Ping shouted angrily, otherwise, he has the primordial protection brew on him. It won't take him a few months to recover. At that time, if he chooses to break through to the sovereign king realm, then the ones who will die will be us. Qi Lingyue said coldly, I'm not worried about him breaking through. Instead, I'm worried about that Mu Yun. That kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Maybe he's also after Ji Yunlong's primordial protection brew and the bone-engraved true nectar. Mu Yun must die. At this moment, everyone was filled with killing intent. How could this be? Gongsun Yan was puzzled and said, I've clearly checked the surroundings. There's no one here at all. Qi Lingyue and Mu Yun can both hide their soul auras. As soon as these words came out, Gongsun Yan's expression changed slightly. Difficult, strange. Only even now, there was no point in saying these things. Chase. Double at this moment, one chased while the other fled. At this moment, Ji Yunlong brought Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue to a low-lying basin. For there was nothing but a piece of wasteland around him. Can the two of you hide your auras? Ji Yunlong said, I can't. They will chase us here. Therefore, entering the martial lacking pavilion is the safest. But didn't you open the martial lacking pavilion? The martial lacking pavilion is more dangerous than the earth lacking pavilion. Qi Fengyun, and I only explored a small area. There are many dangerous places inside. I'll bring you to a place where they will definitely not come to hide. At that time, it will be us who will chase after them and kill them. Okay. Mu Yun agreed. Qi Lingyue looked at Mu Yun with a strange expression. Let's set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book-dwelling Mu Yun. Did she make a mistake? No, didn't they agree to save first, then kill? Now if they didn't make a move now, when would they make a move? However, at this moment, Mu Yun's gaze was fixed on Ji Yunlong's fingers. At there, 2 empty rings were worn on his fingers. Ji Yunlong, on the other hand, was constantly pinching the interspatial ring. Qi Lingyue immediately understood. Even if they killed Ji Yunlong now, Ji Yunlong would instantly crush the interspatial rings. They still didn't get anything. Ji Yunlong didn't trust them at all. Arriving at the basin, Ji Yunlong waved his hand, and streams of origin power spread out in all directions, giving off a very obscure feeling. And those origin power condensed, and immediately condensed into a talisman on the ground. The talisman flashed and suddenly covered the basin. Buzz, a buzzing sound rang out, and under the talisman, a passage opened. Ji Yunlong followed the passage and entered the underground. Mu Yunlong and Qi Lingyue looked at each other and followed in. Entering, the moment they entered the tunnel, the two immediately felt a wave of pressure coming towards them. Don't panic, this is the pressure of a supreme being. It's just the condensation of a wisp of a supreme being's soul. It won't cause us any harm. As Yunlong's words fell, he smiled and said, that day, Qi Fengyun, and I accidentally came here. Yunlong led the way, walking down the passage step by step. This passage was surrounded by a faint white light. And there were layers of origin power covering it, which was very magical. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body was tense, looking ahead, holding her breath. She couldn't tell what Yunlong was planning to do now. Only however, there wouldn't be any major problems if they followed carefully. The 3 of them continued to walk down, and at this moment, the invisible pressure became more and more obvious. At the end of the passage, a palace appeared in front of them. On the gate of the palace, there were 3 big words shining brightly. Wuke Pavilion. Mu Yun looked at the words and said, the Wuke Pavilion is actually here. Yunlong said, in the past, the Earth Deficiency Pavilion and the Martial Deficiency Pavilion should have been together in the Heaven Deficiency Palace. It's possible that something happened to the Tianke Palace later on. Some of the palaces were reduced to ruins, while others were sent flying. Therefore, the entire Tianke Palace is in shambles. Only Qi Fengyun, and I knew about this when we entered the Martial Lacking Pavilion. Mu Yun said, Big Brother Ji, I have a question that I don't understand. How did Qi Linghua and the others know that you have the Origin Protection Wine and Bone-Engraved True Nectar? How do they know what's in Wuke Pavilion? Naturally, they don't know. Ji Yunlong smiled and said, but there will always be some people who know. Furthermore, they already knew before we entered the Heaven Deficiency Palace. Oh? Mu Yun was even more curious. This is logically speaking, it was impossible for those people to know about this. How would other people know what was in the Tianke Palace? The existence of a celestial emperor is not something that can be explained by saying that a celestial emperor is invincible. In the Eastern Wilderness, there are more than a dozen 4th-tier forces and close to 100 celestial emperors. They have been passed down for millions of years. There are bound to be some things that they know. Furthermore, the seamless ancient mountain has always been in the Eastern Wilderness. It would be strange if they didn't know about some things. After saying this, Yunlong did not say anything else. The 3 of them directly entered the main hall. This Martial Lacking Pavilion is very strange. Qi Fengyun and I only entered a part of it. Ji Yunlong said calmly, the entire Martial Lacking Pavilion is circular. We enter from the entrance, go around it, and then come out. However, there are still some places that we can't enter. After Yunlong said this, Mu Yun nodded. Look, the Origin Protection Wine and Bone-Engraved True Nectar were only some of the things that Ji Yunlong and the others had obtained. Until who could say for sure about the other things? Well, moreover, according to Ji Yunlong, there was still a part of the martial lacking pavilion that they had not entered at all. Ji with Yunlong in front, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue behind, they entered the martial lacking pavilion. Not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind them. Qiliang Hua, Zhao Kunming, Hong Ping, and Gong Sun Yan led dozens of people and chased after them. "We've entered," Ling Hua said coldly. "It seems that this is the martial lacking pavilion. Ji Yunlong also knows that he can't get rid of us, so he directly came to the martial lacking pavilion and waited for us to arrive. Perhaps he knows some of the mechanisms in the martial lacking pavilion and is waiting for us to enter so that he can kill us." "Then what should we do?" Zhao Kunming asked. "Of course we have to go in." Ping immediately said, "If Ji Yunlong doesn't die and leaves 5 years later and returns to the sect, do you think the two of us will still be alive?" Zhao Kunming's expression was a little ugly. Hong Ping was right. If Yunlong returned to the sect, it was very likely that he would break through to the sovereign king realm. At that time, the two of them would definitely be seen as thorns in Ji Yunlong's eyes. "Although it's risky, we still have to enter," Qi Lingyue said. The people around Ji Yunlong were basically all dead. Only he, Mu Yun, and Qi Lingyue were left. This was a very rare opportunity. "Let's go." Without saying anything else, they entered the basin and disappeared from the ground. Then, behind them, many figures chased after them. It turned out that Qi Lingyue and the others were not the only ones who were interested in the primordial protection spirit brew and the bone-engraved true dew. Others were also very interested. Everyone understood the principle of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, Qi Lingyue and the other three, the 4-7 primordial spirits, were quite famous. They couldn't fight against them and could only follow from afar. At this moment, in the martial lacking pavilion, Mu looking at the palace, Yun was a little surprised. These palaces were not made of simple wood, but pure 10,000-year-old shieling wood. Shieling Mu Yun had some understanding of shieling wood. The shieling flowers that grew by themselves were extremely valuable. And shieling wood could even fuse with life essence. But therefore, sleeping on a wooden bed made of shieling wood would make a warrior's body and mind feel extremely comfortable. And not to mention being in a palace made of shieling wood. "How extravagant," Mu Yun said. Yun couldn't help but say, "The extravagant part is yet to come." Ji Yunlong smiled and led Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue deeper and deeper, passing through many palaces. According to the information we received, the 9th disciple of ancient Emperor Wu Jian was the weakest. It should be because he entered the sect late. Therefore, ancient Emperor Wu Jian doted on this disciple very much. Therefore, back then, all the disciples below the Heavenly Lord realm who entered the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace were taught by this 9th disciple. Yunlong continued, "Therefore, this time, all the major forces also sent their Heavenly Lord realm disciples to explore this place. The two of you should have found some places. Most of the things you obtained are useful for Heavenly Lords, right?" Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue nodded. "That's right," Ji said. Yunlong said, "As ancient Emperor Wu Jian's disciple, Shaoqing Tian naturally received a lot of power. I reckon that in that era, he was one of the top existences in the Great Thousand World." Qi Lingyue said, "I heard my mother mention it once. After the Emperor realm, one would become a paragon. The paragon realm can be said to be standing at the top of the Great Thousand World. Apart from that, there are those titled gods and emperors," Ji said. Yunlong sneered and said, "How can the gods and emperors of the current era compare to the ancient gods and ancient emperors of the primordial age and the primordial age? You're too biased," Qi Lingyue said. Qi Lingyue retorted, "My mother once said that the human emperor, Mu Qingyu, was the first emperor below the god emperor." Yunlong didn't refute this time. Mu Yun stood aside and didn't say anything. Yes, she praised him in front of her son. This feeling, sad. God the first emperor below the god emperor? Mu Qingyu? Now I don't even know where he is. Mu Yun felt bitter in her heart. It was indeed quite bitter. In the current Great Thousand World, there should be less than 100 people who are titled gods and emperors. It's the same reason why emperors are rare in our eastern wilderness. An emperor sealed the border for billions of years. Those people are far from what we can come into contact with. Qi Lingyue's heart was filled with yearning. Her father, Emperor Qi Shi, and her mother, Emperor Ling Xian. They were all famous figures in the eastern wilderness. But, yes, they were in the Emperor realm, but in order to break through to the Paragon realm, they couldn't take that step. To reach the Paragon realm was too difficult. These are too far away from us. Ji Yunlong smiled bitterly and said, instead of thinking about the Emperor realm and the Paragon realm, it's better to think about how to break through to the King realm. If I reach the King realm, I won't let go of Qi Linghua, Zhao Kunming, and Hong Ping. Yunlong's face was cold. His trusted subordinates were all dead this time. The losses were too great. No, how could he vent his anger by killing them? We're here. Yunlong came to a hall and spoke. This is the center of the Wu Kei Pavilion. You can treat the Wu Kei Pavilion as a circular building. At the end, it's the exit and also the entrance. Previously, Qi Fengyang, Qi Fengyun, and I walked to this place. There's no road ahead. As Yunlong spoke, he stepped into the hall. This hall looked very different from the ones they had walked through before. It was squarish and there was a strange pool in the center. The pool was only the size of a wash basin and was empty. While in the depths of the hall, in the center, there was a table with 2 chairs on both sides of the table. While at this moment, there was a glass bottle on the table in the center. However, the glass bottle was empty. Ji Yunlong walked into the hall and said with a smile, we'll go from the front hall to the back hall. Those people can't come in. Qi Lingyue was about to take a step forward when she was stopped by Mu Yun. Brother Ji. Mu Yun said with a smile, the 2 of us helped you not to kill you, nor for the spirit protection wine and the bone-engraved true nectar. Princess Qi Lingyue, I'm sure you know that father and mother are both emperors. They won't be greedy for those things and take the opportunity to attack you. The 2 of us helped you to have more helpers. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. But you, why do you want to harm us? As soon as Mu Yun said this, Qi Lingyue hurriedly retreated. She knew that Mu Yun was an ancient divine array master, she couldn't see the danger, but it didn't mean that Mu Yun couldn't see the danger. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Ji Yunlong smiled and said, Brother Mu, why do you say that? Isn't that so? There is obviously an ancient divine array in this hall, and it's a killing array, but Brother Ji didn't say anything and let us enter directly. Isn't it a dead end? Ji Yunlong's expression changed slightly. Brother Mu, you're wrong. Ji Yunlong smiled and said, I'm not hiding anything. I'm just letting you follow my footsteps. Once we enter this array, we'll be safe and sound. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome if Qi Linghua and the others catch up. When I recover, they'll be the ones who deserve to die. Ji Yunlong said again, the 2 of you can follow my footsteps. There's absolutely no problem. Mu Yun was stunned when she heard this. Then, she smiled and said, I see. It seems that I've gauged the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. With that, Mu Yun followed Ji Yunlong's footsteps and stepped into the hall. The moment they stepped into the hall, a sharp aura rushed towards them from all directions. As an ancient divine array master, Mu Yun naturally knew what that represented. Array, the thread of Dharma. Array Dharma was an array pattern condensed from the origin power of heaven and earth. It radiated between heaven and earth and released an incredible power through the array pattern condensed from the origin power. Ancient divine arrays could be said to be extremely precise in controlling array patterns. Mu Yun sensed for a moment and determined that this place was at least a level 4 ancient divine array. Even a king had to be careful of a level 4 ancient divine array. 3. They carefully stepped into the front hall. Ji Yunlong smiled and said, the 2 of you, I didn't lie to you, right? This back hall is a place worth cultivating in seclusion. Let's go in and take a look. As Yunlong spoke, he pushed open the side door and entered. Front. Qi Linghua and the others really couldn't enter the level 4 ancient divine array. As for how Qi Fengyang and the others cracked it back then, Mu Yun was too lazy to ask. At this moment, the 3 of them arrived at the back. Entering the back hall, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue immediately felt an oppressive aura. The back hall was a square room. In the middle, a figure was sitting. That figure looked dignified and stern. He wore a scarlet cloak, which gave off a murderous aura. I've checked with Qi Fengyang and the others. This person might be Shao Qingtian, the ninth disciple of ancient Emperor Wu Jian. Mu Yun was stunned when he heard this. This guy is him? Mu Yun was a little stunned. This figure was very similar to the one that Guai had sent him into the painting. He's been dead for at least 1,000,000 years, but his body is still intact. Moreover, it's not something we can touch. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Dead for 1,000,000 years, his body was still intact. Looking at that figure, Mu Yun was obviously shocked. Don't get close. This body is protected by a formation. It's not something you or I can touch. After Ji Yunlong finished speaking, he asked, do the two of you see the chairs in the pavilion? At this moment, in addition to the chair in the center, there were also 4 chairs on both sides of the lower row. The 4 chairs looked like they were made of wood but not wood. They looked very neat. There's a great opportunity on this chair. As Ji Yunlong spoke, he sat on it and said, it's extremely beneficial for us heavenly lords. Back then, when Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun were here, we almost didn't want to leave. With this chair, our recovery speed will be extremely fast. Brother Mu, you might be able to reach the 7 primordial spirit realm directly. Yunlong sat down generously and even changed chairs to show his sincerity. Mu Yun didn't say anything and sat down. Qiliang Yu also sat down. Qing in an instant, an extremely special power surged out from the chair. Then streams of power spread out. When it entered her body, Mu Yun immediately felt as if there was an expert leading the way. Be careful. Guai suddenly said. This chair contains the vengeful spirit of an expert. If you absorb too much, it will cause your mind to be scattered and you will lose yourself. He smiled and said, I think Ji Yunlong already knew. Don't fall for it. Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately became cautious. She seemed to be absorbing power, but in fact, she was circulating the origin power in her body to create an illusion. I don't know if Qi Lingyue can tell. Yun continued to pretend at this moment. No, after a while, Qi Lingyue's expression suddenly changed slightly, and she revealed a struggling expression. Mu Yun followed suit and also revealed a struggling expression, as if she was fighting with someone. Too good for nothings, how dare you try to use this method to get close to me with ill intentions? Ji Yunlong stood up at this moment and sneered, the first time I entered this place, I almost fell for it. This chair has probably been used by experts for a long time, and after a long time, it has been contaminated with the power of their soul remembrance. Even if it's just a trace of a supreme expert's soul power, it's enough to make you sink. Yunlong looked at Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue and sneered. I'm seriously injured. I might not be a match for you guys. But if you want to steal my things, you're courting death. Ji Yunlong held a long saber in his hand and looked at Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue. Let's start with you, Qi Lingyue. So what if your parents are imperial emperors? You're still going to die in my hands. As Ji Yunlong finished speaking, he raised his hand. The long saber fell at this moment. Puff, but in the next moment, suddenly. Ji Yunlong swung his arm down. But, his palm was dripping with blood. His entire palm was cut off. With a scream, Ji Yunlong's face turned pale. Mu Yun. When Mu Yun stood up at this moment, Ji Yunlong's expression turned even uglier. How could this guy? I've always been on guard against you. Mu Yun smiled and said, Brother Ji, it's right that you don't trust us. Fortunately, I don't trust you either. How can you treat a tiger as a friend if you ask a tiger for its skin? As Mu Yun's words fell, Ji Yunlong's expression turned even uglier. You're courting death. You're just at the 6th essence divine realm. What do you think you can change? Although Yunlong's hand was cut off, he was still murderous. He can't? What about me? Suddenly, there was a puff. Qi Lingyue raised her sword and pierced through Ji Yunlong's neck. Blood spurted out. Stir, Qi Lingyue moved her short sword and said indifferently, Ji Yunlong, you deserve to die. Qi Lingyue pulled out her sword, and blood flowed all over the ground. Mu Yan's sword broke his palm. Qi Lingyue's sword directly took his life. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the two of them looked calm. Not bad. Mu Yun looked at Qi Lingyue and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You too. Qi Lingyue didn't say anything else and took off the ring on Ji Yunlong's finger. Let's see what good things are inside. At this moment, she took off the ring. After removing the seal left by Ji Yunlong, the things inside the ring were displayed in front of the two of them. Origin stones. Ancient god tactics. Ancient god elixir. Qi Lingyue said slowly, this elixir should be his daily savings. I'll give it to you. Qi Lingyue indeed looked down on Ji Yunlong's savings. At this moment, the other ring was opened. Suddenly, Qi Lingyue's face lit up. The next moment, a large pile of jade bottles appeared in the room. Spirit protection wine. Qi Lingyue looked at the glass bottles. There were more than 200 of them. 1 drop per bottle. More than 200 bottles, more than 200 drops. Qi Lingyue said happily, half each. Okay. The spirit protection wine was not a simple liquid. It was formed by condensing the essence of heaven and earth. And a drop was as big as an ordinary cup of wine. But a drop was already magical. At this moment, there were more than 200 drops gathered. Bone-engraved dew. On the other side, 2 large glass bottles appeared. The glass bottles were about the height of a person. They were filled with clear water. Although it was said to be water, it felt as thick as sticky paste. Bone-engraved dew. Qi Lingyue couldn't help but be overjoyed. How can there be so much? Even as the daughter of 2 great imperial emperors, she was also jealous this time. There were at least 600 drops in the 2 big bottles. And, a drop of the bone-engraved dew was priceless. Qi Lingyue said, 1 bottle per person, 300 drops per bottle. Okay. Mu Yun nodded again. 1 more than 100 drops of the spirit protection wine. 3 more than 100 drops of the bone-engraved dew. Made big money, a drop of the spirit protection wine was very beneficial to the heavenly monarch realm. Engraved bone-engraved dew was even more so. Qi Lingyue said at this moment, I think we don't have to leave anymore. Let's try to break through here. You can reach the sovereign king realm? Mu Yun said in surprise. My purpose this time is to get the bone-engraved dew and the spirit protection wine. Now that I have it, there's no problem. Okay. Mu Yun was also smug at this moment. He could also choose to break through. This time it was the essence, energy, and spirit of 6-7 primordial spirits. And then, in addition to this Ji Yunlong. 7. The primordial spirit realm was not enough. However, it was definitely enough to support the spirit protection wine. Mu Yun came to the front hall and set up a few level 3 ancient divine arrays again. This time, even if Qi Linghua and the others had great abilities, they could forget about entering. When the 2 of them broke through, it was uncertain who would kill who. If Yunlong didn't do this, they really didn't know what to do. Now, Ji Yunlong had helped the 2 of them greatly. Time passed bit by bit. The 2 of them cultivated slowly in the back hall. Mu Yun at this moment, the aura in Yun's body was constantly condensing. At this moment, the 7th primordial spirit gathered, disappeared, back and forth hundreds of times. Finally, it was the 7th primordial spirit. An endless stream of energy flowed over at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun's mind was rippling. 7 primordial spirit realm. Reached, yes, 50 years. Try, who could compare to the speed of refining from the essence spirit realm to the 7th primordial spirit realm in 50 years? Mu Yun couldn't help but want to laugh to the sky. 5 organ spirit realm, 6 organ spirit realm, 7 primordial spirit realm. Human Lord, Earth Lord, and Heavenly Lord. Now, he had finally reached the last step of the Heavenly Lord realm. Once he reached the Sovereign King realm, he would be considered an expert in the entire Eastern Wilderness. 2. He could also manage the Rites Pavilion well. Mu Yun stood up, overjoyed. This breakthrough only took less than a year. Fast. Very fast, the spirit protection wine was really magical. Now, thinking about it, the so-called geniuses who advanced to the next level in 10,000 years and monsters who took 1,000 years were simply nonsense. Really? A true genius coupled with these spiritual materials would probably be able to leap into the sky in a few hundred or decades. Mu Yunyun stood up and looked around. The light finally landed on the figure in the hall. The dead paragon expert, Xiaoqing Tian. The former ninth disciple of ancient Emperor Wu Jian had also died. In that era, ancient Emperor Wu Jian might have been an extremely glorious ancient emperor, but for some reason, he had completely disappeared from the vast world. No matter how magnificent you were, if you weren't the strongest, you would still disappear in the vast history in the end. For a moment, Mu Yun felt something in her heart. Qi Lingyue was still cultivating. Only at this moment, Qi Lingyue's body was emitting a faint ancient light. 5 At this moment, her internal organs, and 7 elemental essences were showing a faint pressure. The origin power of the earth was fused into it. Her skeleton was clearly visible at this moment. It's almost done. Mu Yun whispered. The Sovereign King Divine Bone Realm was divided into 4 realms. Iron Bone Realm, Silver Bone Realm, Golden Bone Realm, and Jade Bone Realm. These 4 realms, as the name implied, were the refinement of the bones of the Sovereign King realm. 5 The internal organs and 7 elemental essences were ultimately the physical body. While the refinement of the bones was completely different. This required a lot of tempering. Ming True Bone Dew was just enough to achieve this level of tempering. At this moment, Yun was carefully observing Qi Lingyue's cultivation. Now that he had reached the 7 elemental spirit realm, he was not far from the Sovereign King realm. When the time came, he had to carry out the first step, which was to temper the iron bones. Real from the beginning of martial arts cultivation until now, the body and soul were the most important. The tempering of the Sovereign King realm was to temper the body like the world. At this moment, the bones of Qi Lingyue's lower body were emitting a faint light at this moment, as if they were iron bones. Gradually, the bones of his entire body were transforming. Qi, a crackling sound rang out from Qi Lingyue's body. Qi. Suddenly, Qi Lingyue opened his eyes. Qi, a ray of light was released at this moment. Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm. Qi, at this moment, Qi Lingyue's entire body, from top to bottom, was released a unique aura. Iron he had reached the bone realm, standing up, Qi Lingyue's eyes flashed with brilliance. Congratulations. Yun said with a smile. Aren't you the same? Lingyu smiled and said, I'm already at the 7 Yuan spirit realm. I'm just a step away from breaking through. As for you, when I first met you, you were at the 3rd essence spirit realm. Now, you are at the 7th essence spirit realm. It has only been 50 years. Mu Yun smiled and said, once you reach the Sovereign King level, it's not that simple. Is that so? Qi Lingyue obviously didn't believe him. Mu Yan's improvement was very strange. The speed was strangely fast. It was completely different from a normal martial artist's improvement. Either his talent was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end, or he had some shocking secret. However, this wasn't something she needed to worry about. Boom, before the two of them could say anything else, a series of explosions could be heard in the front hall. Someone forced their way in. Qi Lingyue's expression changed slightly. Mu Yun smiled and said, with the 2 of us joining hands, who would we be afraid of? Immediately, the 2 of them walked to the front hall. However, at this moment, when they came to the front hall and looked at the entrance of the hall across the middle hall, their expressions changed. Qi Fengyang. Qi Fengyun. Qi Lingyue said to the 2 people in front. Sister Lingyue. Fengyang smiled and said, Sister Lingyue, Ji Yunlong was killed by you, right? In that case, it's not good for you to take the Primordial Protection Brew and Bone Engraved True Dew for yourself, right? There was a trace of a smile in Fengyang's eyes. However, that smile made people feel exceptionally gloomy. You 2 are wrong. Qi Lingyue said. Lingyue was unmoved and said with a smile, didn't you 2 get the Primordial Protection Brew and Bone Engraved True Dew? Qi Fengyang sneered and said, when Ji Yunlong entered this martial lacking pavilion, we didn't go in at all. How could we get the Primordial Protection Brew and Bone Engraved True Dew? Sister Lingyue, we are all members of the royal family. I'm afraid it's not good for you to take it all for yourself, right? You said you didn't get it, so you didn't get it? Qi Lingyue said. Lingyue smiled and said, then if I said that Ji Yunlong didn't have the primordial protection brew and bone engraved true dew on him, would you believe me? If Sister Lingyue says so, then it's meaningless. Qi Fengyun said, why would brother lie to you? We just want to ask for some to stabilize the sovereign king Iron Bone realm. As Qi Fengyun spoke, the aura in his body rose steadily. Obviously, he had reached the sovereign king realm. First entering the sovereign king realm was considered an expert in the entire eastern wilderness. In the 4th grade sects, they were also considered the upper echelons and were no longer ignored. Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun had both stepped into the sovereign king realm. Looks like you don't believe me. Qi Lingyue said. Lingyue didn't say much and released her aura. Sovereign king Iron Bone realm, this time everyone's expression changed. Qi Lingyue had also reached the sovereign king Iron Bone realm. Qi Linghua, Zhao Kunming, Hong Ping, and Gong Sun Yan had ugly expressions. Qi Lingyue had finally reached the sovereign king realm. Looks like sister isn't willing to help brother. Qi Fengyang smiled and said, if that's the case, then don't blame us for snatching it. If the two of them hadn't reached the sovereign king realm, even the princes wouldn't dare to attack Qi Lingyue. No, the mother of any prince or princess was the sovereign king's mother. Qi Lingyue's status was higher than the other princes and princesses. However, even now, Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun had both reached the sovereign king realm. Therefore, if they attacked Qi Lingyue and snatched her things, the sovereign king wouldn't punish them when they returned to the Qiyang Holy Kingdom. At most, he would scold them. In the Qiyang Holy Kingdom, there were only about 1,000 sovereigns, 100 saints, and 10 sovereigns. To the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire, every sovereign king was a talent that could be used, let alone the princes. The two of them were fearless and directly attacked. You guys, kill that kid. Qi Lingyue said. Fengyang said indifferently, Mu Yun must have the primordial protection spirit wine and bone engraved true nectar. Whether you can get it or not depends on you. Qi Linghua, Hong Ping, Zhao Kunming, and Gong Sun Yan were eager to give it a try. At this moment, Mu Yun had reached the 7 primordial spirit realm, and her aura was strong. If they didn't kill him now, he would ride on their necks. At this moment, the atmosphere became tense. Boom, at that moment, Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun instantly attacked. Qi Lingyue directly faced them. Mu Yun, it's time for you to die. Qi Linghua sneered and rushed out. At this moment, Yun wasn't afraid at all. In the previous battle, she had used sneak attacks. At this moment, this time, it was open and aboveboard. Everyone was at the 7 primordial spirit realm. Who was stronger and who was weaker? At this moment, Qi Linghua and the other 3, as well as the people behind them, had become treasures in Mu Yun's eyes, treasures that could be devoured. At this moment, they were all her nourishment. Mu Yun's killing intent surged as he charged out. Boom, in an instant, Qi Linghua and the other 3 also rushed out. While, at this moment, Qi Lingyue, Qi Fengyang, and Qi Fengyun had already fought out of this place. Big. In the hall, Mu Yun was fighting against 100 people alone. Just now, you guys should have worked together to break the array, right? Mu Yun said with a smile. But that smile seemed to have a faint sneer. However, what you guys broke was the array originally left here. The array I set up has never been activated. Chaos Heaven Leaving Array. 100 Beasts Roar Array. Great Void Demon Array. In an instant, 3 arrays were activated. The 3 level 3 Ancient Divine Arrays were set up by Mu Yun earlier. In order to prevent these guys from finding the tracks and breaking the level 4 Ancient Divine Array here. Only however, Mu Yun had never activated these 3 level 3 Ancient Divine Arrays. Instead, they were in a state of dead silence. Now, when they were activated, the hall was filled with an aura. Retreat! Qi Linghua and the others yelled. But, it was too late, the array was activated in an instant. In an instant, nearly 100 figures were surrounded by the array. Mu Yun held her sword and rushed into the array. Who would kill who? Was it accurate? Boom, boom, a series of explosions could be heard continuously. The murderous intent in Mu Yun's heart grew stronger and stronger. After entering the trial ground, she had to run and hide all the way or launch sneak attacks to kill people. This time, she could finally fight to her heart's content. Damn it! Qi Linghua, Gong Sunyan, Zhao Kunming, and Hong Ping immediately stood together. If we kill Mu Yun, the array will break on its own. Qi Linghua shouted, otherwise, we can withstand it, but the other disciples can't. Among the 100 people, most of them were at the 3 primordial spirit realm and the 4 primordial spirit realm. There were also 10 to 25 primordial spirit and 6 primordial spirit realm cultivators. 7 primordial spirit apart from the 4 of them, there were a few more primordial spirit realm cultivators. Only it was just that those few people were not enough. The 4 of them were considered famous among the 7 primordial spirit realm cultivators. At this moment, now that they had joined forces to deal with Mu Yun, they had to get rid of her as soon as possible. Otherwise, many of their disciples would die. Mu Yun looked at the 4 of them and sneered. I'll let you see my strength. The 9 cauldron ancient sword in her hand swung out at this moment. 9. Divine cauldron sword technique, the light of the 9 cauldrons instantly condensed. Slash. The sword slashed down, and the light of the 9 cauldrons smashed down. Bang, Dao, a boom sounded at this moment. The sword slashed down. Mu Yun's aura condensed to the extreme. Boom, boom. Boom, as the sword slashed down, Mu Yun's aura condensed. Wild, the violent power stacked up layer by layer. Sword light flashed, and the power rumbled. Mu, at this moment, some people felt a brilliant sword power. Puff, among the 4 of them, Hong Ping's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 9 cauldron divine sword technique gathered the sword aura into the cauldrons. The condensation of the 9 cauldrons was the most powerful attack of this sword technique. Mu, at this moment, Yun had reached the 7 primordial spirit realm, so it was not difficult for her to unleash the strongest power of this sword technique. Mu, at this moment, some people felt the domineering power. Big Dipper seal. A seal descended from the sky and covered the 4 of them. In an instant, the 4 figures were suppressed to the point that they could not breathe. Die. At this moment, a 7 primordial spirit realm disciple saw Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue entangling and attacked with his sword. You're much weaker than them. Yun turned around. With a swoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The divine wood sword directly pierced through the disciple's forehead. At this moment, Qi Lingyue and the others were completely dumbfounded. Was this still Mu Yun? Didn't she just go from the 6 primordial spirit realm to the 7 primordial spirit realm? How could it be so terrifying? Qi Yun pointed his finger, and the Big Dipper seal smashed down. I'll definitely be the first to enter the 7 primordial spirit realm. The yin-yang seal of heaven and earth spread out 100 meters and directly pressed down. Clang, at the beginning, Mu Yun could only do it as wide as 10 meters. But, after reaching the 7 primordial spirit realm, it instantly expanded 10 times. According to the master of the 2 primordial spirits realm, the limit of what a 7 primordial spirit realm could do was within a range of 1,000 meters. Under the seal, not a single blade of grass grew. But now, he was still far from it. 100 meters and 1,000 meters, that was a difference of 10 times. But now, the mark of 100 meters was enough to suppress Qi Linghua and the other 3. This was a 4th grade ancient god technique. Although he had only just mastered it, his control was already very domineering. Everyone, if this continues, we will definitely die. Qi Linghua shouted angrily. We know. Zhao Kunming was even more aggrieved. What the hell was this? Mu Yun had reached the 7 primordial spirit realm, as if she had been injected with chicken blood, ferocious and invincible. This guy was so strong. At this moment, everyone was in disbelief. Fight. Zhao Kunming cursed in a low voice. What do you have to fight with me? Yun stood on the yin-yang seal, firmly suppressing the 4 people. You can't even self-destruct. The wooden sword and the heaven and earth furnace came out one after another at this moment. Facing the attack of the heavenly dipper seal, the overbearing yin-yang seal of heaven and earth technique, and the surprise of the divine wood sword and the heaven and earth furnace. The 4 people were firmly suppressed. Boom, in the hall, a roar gradually sounded. But, it was the aura of resistance, but it was getting weaker and weaker. No matter how unwilling Qi Linghua and the other three were, at this moment, they were already unable to resist. At this moment, Yun's aura was blooming from head to toe. 7 Divine Lord Yuan, strong. At this moment, nearly 100 people were dying in the array. Essence, their qi and spirit were all devoured by Mu Yun. Awesome. Yes. With these people's essence, qi, and spirit, there was hope for the emperor. Next, the earth rumbled, and power poured out layer by layer. Boom, at the same time, outside the martial lacking pavilion. Qi Lingyu was fighting against two people, Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun. Mu Yun, if you continue to dawdle, I'm going to die. Qi Lingyue's voice rang out. Feng and Mu Yun were stunned when they heard this. This woman is the daughter of two great imperial emperors. How can she not have any means to protect herself? Mu asked. Yun shook his head. Then I won't play with you anymore. In the next instant, sharp spatial blades shot out from Mu Yun's eyes. The power of space, only autarchs can control it. Qi Linghua and the others were completely dumbfounded. Only however, at this moment, there was no time to be stunned. That sharp blade had cut through their defenses, cutting through everything they were. Boom big, the earth rumbled, and everything seemed to vanish into thin air. The figures inside the formation gradually fell to the ground. After swallowing everything, the cloud heaved a sigh of relief. How comfortable, very comfortable. Near the essence, qi, and spirit of the 100 people gathered together and waited quietly under the world tree of the executioner painting. At this moment, Yun's eyes were clear. This feeling was indeed very comfortable. Layers of power surged into her body. Mu Yun stepped out. Sovereign King? Then, she had to see how strong she was. Stepping out, Mu Yun's figure came to the ground, and her aura was concealed. At this moment, Qi Lingyue, Qi Fengyang, and Qi Fengyun were fighting on the ground. The might of the Sovereign King caused many people, who were hundreds of miles away, to step back. Then, but an emperor, how many emperors were there in the entire eastern wilderness? At this moment, Qi Lingyue's short sword was emitting moonlight, and it was cold and threatening. But Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun both used spears, and the spear aura suppressed Qi Lingyue. Qi Lingyue. Qi Fengyang couldn't help but say, we only want half of the bone engraved dew in your hands. The primordial protection wine is useless to us. Why don't we each take a step back? If you have the ability to snatch it, then come and snatch it. Qi Lingyue sneered and said, I'd like to see if you can live to enjoy it. What do you mean? If you kill me, let's see if mother will let you and your brother die with me. Qi Fengyun shouted. Fengyun shouted angrily, even if your mother is Emperor Ling Xin, she can't do whatever she wants. Qi Lingyue sneered and said, is that so? Why don't you give it a try? Don't think that you can challenge an emperor just because you're an emperor. If you kill me, father won't punish you too harshly. Similarly, if my mother kills you, father won't be too angry. Father isn't stupid to be angry with an emperor for two emperors. Qi Lingyue was not afraid at all. Want to snatch her things? Then kill her. Look, they dared to kill her, but they didn't dare to. At this moment, Mu Yun was hiding. She was envious when she heard this. He was the son of Emperor Qing and Emperor Human. But, now, if she told those emperors and supremes, even if they didn't do anything, the 9 celestial emperors would definitely kill her immediately. They were all the children of big shots. The difference was too big. Mu Yun made up her mind that in the future, her children must rely on her fame to pretend to be weak. At this moment, Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun were approaching step by step. Qi Lingyue had already reached her limit. While at the same time, Mu Yun was waiting for an opportunity. Now it looked like 2 against 2, but he was a 7 primordial spirit realm expert after all. Then, the 3 of them were all emperors. Qi Lingyue, since this is the case, you've forced us. The bone engraved dew was really hard to come by. This if they didn't snatch it this time, they wouldn't have the chance next time. The 2 brothers were murderous at this moment. Whether Qi Lingyue was willing or not, they had to kill her today. Boom, the 2 continued to use their spear techniques. Waves of air hit the ground, and the roar shook the area within 100 miles. Qi Lingyue cursed, Mu Yun, what are you doing? That kid might be killed by Qi Lingyue and the others now. Do you still expect a 7 primordial spirit realm expert to help you? Humph. Qi Lingyue shouted, he can't help me. I'll help myself. Do you really think you're my match? At this moment, Qi Lingyue turned her palm. Oni purple bead suddenly appeared. Purple thunder bead. Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun's expressions changed. Are you crazy? Qi Fengyun shouted, the purple thunder bead can explode indiscriminately. If you draw it out, the 3 of us will die together. You may die, but I may not. Qi Lingyue sneered. In an instant, the purple thunder bead was drawn out. Boom, that happened in an instant. Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyang understood that escaping was useless. There was no way to escape the attack of the purple thunder bead. 3 at this moment, they were shrouded in purple smoke. In the smoke, explosions sounded one after another. At this moment, Mu Yun ran dozens of miles away. Qi Lingyue, this woman, was crazy. Although he had never heard of the purple thunder bead. But, if this thing exploded, it would be a lose-lose situation. However, this was also an opportunity for him. Mua's smile flashed across Yun's eyes. Cough cough, the smoke dispersed, and the sound of coughing blood sounded. At this moment, Qi Lingyue's face was pale, and her breath was in a mess. Until Qi Fengyang and Qi Fengyun's expressions were even worse. All their robes were torn, and there were many wounds on their bodies. Even more, some parts of their bodies were badly mutilated. At this moment, one could see that there were wounds on their iron bones. The power of the purple thunder bead was too terrifying. It was fortunate that they didn't die. All kinds of ancient god pills, ancient god artifacts, ancient god arts, and so on were under his control. There were some things that he had no use for. However, the Yin and Yang Pavilion was a big business and needed it. This time, he had gained a lot from the 50-year trial. The blood source serum was very effective for heavenly lords. It was the same for the primordial protection spirit. These things could be used to win the hearts of the disciples of the 2 instruments pavilion. The coiling dragon pill and dragon blood could strengthen his dragon form body. The supreme bone could be refined for the master of the 2 rites to fuse with and relieve his lifespan. As for the bone engraved dew, he had to keep it for himself when he reached the sovereign king realm. Overall, in terms of physical strength, this time, he had gained a lot. At reaching the 7th essence spirit realm was very worth it. Mu Yun was satisfied at this moment. Just now, after reaching the 7th essence spirit realm, he was not in a hurry to refine the essence, energy, and spirit that he had devoured previously. After stabilizing his realm, he left the trial ground and cultivated quietly in the 2 instruments pavilion for a period of time before making a breakthrough. Time passed bit by bit. One day, while Mu Yun was cultivating, she suddenly felt a pillar of light rising in the entire trial ground. It's time to leave. Qi Lingyue stood up. Qi Lingyue, who had reached the sovereign king realm, had a different aura all over her body. If she came to the void, get ready to go. Qi Lingyue said, it's over. This place has no value anymore. The next time we come to Waterless Ancient Mountain, perhaps the real Golden Axe Heavenly Palace will appear. Qi Lingyue seemed to be implying something, but Mu Yun did not ask. What Qi Lingyue knew was nothing more than what she heard from Emperor Ling Xian. Fear Emperor Ling Xian probably did not know about the changes in Waterless Ancient Mountain over millions of years, as well as the strange space in which it was located. Only a paragon who could cross the void of the greater 1,000 worlds would know about this, right? At this moment, all the energy in Yun's body gathered. Let's go. At this moment, pillars of light rose in countless areas of the trial ground. Standing in the pillars of light, one could leave this place. The trial had come to an end. As for why the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire and the Sevenfold Valley would choose the 50-year time limit, this was not something Mu Yun would know. I'm finally back, Mu Yun exhaled. To Pavilion Master Yi, you don't have to die this time. At this moment, Mu Yun felt satisfied. It was still within the valley. Here at this moment, figures appeared one after another. Mountains around the valley, hundreds of ancient god array masters were setting up arrays. Seeing the disciples returning one after another, the crowd gradually became lively. There were more than 20,000 people there. While now, there were about 15 to 16,000 people. Gelong Kai. Seeing Gelong Kai, Mu Yun walked forward. At this moment, several disciples stood beside Gelong Kai. Mu Yun. Gelong Kai was stunned when he saw Mu Yun. 7 Primordial Spirit Stage. Mu Yun had reached the 7 Primordial Spirit Realm. Gelongcai smiled bitterly. You're lucky this time. Why are there only a few of you? Where's Lu Shaoran? He's dead. Long Kai said bitterly, we're too weak. Compared to the disciples of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire and the Sevenfold Valley, they were too weak. At the same realm, they were no match for them. Only however, this time, Gelong Kai had also reached the 5 Essence Spirit Realm. Item Dong Yu had reached the 4 Essence Spirit Realm. It wasn't like they didn't gain anything. Mu Yun, I'll take my leave first. Lingyue waved her hand and said, we'll meet again. Okay. Qi Lingyue flew up and landed on the side of the valley. Over there. There was a beautiful woman about 34 years old standing there with an expressionless face. When she saw Qi Lingyue return, the beautiful woman didn't say anything. She waved her hand and disappeared. While this time, Emperor Qi Shi and Sect Master Hong Jiuzhong didn't come. 2 big forces had their own Sage Lord experts. They organized their disciples and gradually left this place. No, whatever it was, they could talk about it when they returned. Mu Yun. When they arrived at the valley, a figure was waiting. Pavilion Master Gu. The person waiting was Gu Shuhua. Gu Shuhua smiled when she saw Mu Yun. Eh? Gu Shuhua couldn't smile when she looked at Mu Yun again. Mu Yun's aura seemed to be on par with his. Gu Shuhua was stunned. This guy. How did he improve? Let's go back to the pavilion first. Gu Shuhua didn't say much. She waved her hand and a flying divine beast flew over. There were about 100 disciples in the 2 Instruments Pavilion, but now, there were only about 70 people left. The loss was not small. Gu Shuhua was helpless. This was an invitation from the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. They had to come. Now they could only endure the loss. At the very least, many of the disciples who had survived had also improved. One on the way, Gu Shuhua didn't ask much. Back to feign the Yin and Yang Pavilion. Gu Shuhua asked the other disciples to return and report to the elders. She brought Mu Yun to the Pavilion Master Peak. Two Rites Pavilion still looked the same as 50 years ago. The difference wasn't big. Come to the Pavilion Master Peak, in the back mountain, between the pavilions. A figure was sitting cross-legged with a bow. Jing, it was the master of the 2 rites. Only however, the current pavilion master of the Yin and Yang Pavilion was a world of difference from before. Only her body was hunched, her hair was pale, and her eyes were muddy. At this moment, the master of the 2 rites seemed to have one foot in a coffin. You're back? Seeing that Mu Yun had returned safely, the master of the 2 rites finally heaved a sigh of relief. I've been waiting for you to come back. The master of the 2 rites chuckled. Pavilion Master. Yun looked at the old man in front of her. It was hard to imagine that he was the same person as the master of the 2 rites when she first met him. He was too old. 7 Primordial Spirit Realm. Pavilion Master Yi's eyes flashed, and his hands trembled with excitement. Good, good. 7 Primordial Spirit Realm, and with the inheritance I left for you, it's only a matter of time before you reach the Sovereign King level. The 2 Instruments Pavilion will not decline. At this moment, the master of the 2 rites seemed to have seen the light before death, and his tone became excited. Pavilion Master, what are you saying? Mu Yun said. Yun smiled and said, how can there only be one Sovereign King in the 2 Instruments Pavilion when I return this time? As soon as these words came out, Gu Shuhua and the master of the 2 rites were stunned. I found a way to save the Pavilion Master. As soon as these words came out, the pavilion was extremely silent. Mu Yun didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, a large array was set up at this moment. 3rd level Ancient Divine Array. Gu Shuhua was stunned. Mu Yun with a wave of his hand, how many level 3 Ancient Divine Arrays were set up? This guy. What had he experienced in the past 50 years? Even Gu Shuhua couldn't do this now. Pavilion Master, take a look. Mu Yun waved her hand, and a skeletal figure, emitting a faint pressure, appeared in the pavilion. A tyrannical aura spread out. The skeleton of a sovereign god realm expert. Gu Shuhua cried out involuntarily. That's right. Mu Yun said. Yun said again. The pavilion master swallowed the life-exterminating divine pill, which ended the life of the physical body. The pavilion master will definitely be able to advance further if he merges this sovereign skeleton with his soul. However, there are also drawbacks. Every sovereign divine realm expert has his or her own martial path. The sovereign movement technique that he or she cultivates follows his or her own martial path. Once the pavilion master merges with it, he may not be able to reach the sovereign god realm in this lifetime. As soon as these words came out, the master of the two rites was stunned. Unable to reach the sovereign god realm in this lifetime? Then what was there? The possibility of him reaching the sovereign god realm in this lifetime was very small. It couldn't be said that it was very small. But there was basically none. How could it be so easy to reach the sovereign god realm? Dante speaking of the sovereign god realm, even becoming an emperor was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But Gu Shuhua said. At this moment, Gu Shuhua hesitated and said, the skeleton of a sovereign god realm expert has cultivated the sovereign celestial body. The pavilion master is at the emperor realm. It's impossible to refine it. When pavilion master heard this, his face darkened. I have a way. Mu said. However, Yun spoke. Since I brought this back, I naturally have a way to refine it and let the pavilion master merge with it. This time, the master of the two rites and Gu Shuhua were completely stunned. When will it start? Now, immediately. Mu said. Yun smiled and said, there's no time to lose. Okay. Gu Shuhua nodded. Pavilion Master Gu, please go to my peak and call the Panga spirit to protect me. Mu said. Yun looked at Gu Shuhua and said again, it's not that I don't trust Pavilion Master Gu, but I hope that Pavilion Master Gu can be busy in the pavilion as usual. I think it's better to do this in private. Upon hearing Mu Yun's words, Gu Shuhua immediately understood. Gu Shuhua left and immediately summoned the Panga spirit, Luo Tianqing, and the other Osteopyram. Mu. Yun looked at the crowd and began to give orders. Then, he looked at the master of the two rites. The process is more painful. If you can't persevere, you won't succeed. Pavilion Mastery laughed and said, what's there to be afraid of? I originally thought that the divine son of the two instruments pavilion, the divine son of the heavenly secrets pavilion, saved you. I was still worried about whether he could protect the two instruments pavilion. But now, it seems that I was overthinking. Pavilion Mastery smiled and said, the best thing that I, Tai Chi White Dragon, have done in my life is to keep you, the divine son. Mu Yun nodded. He was also very grateful to the master of the two rites. Although, he said that the master of the two rites helped him because of the words of the divine son of the heavenly secrets pavilion. However, it had to be said that the master of the two rites had taught him everything. Let's begin. Tai Chi White Dragon exhaled and sat down. Tai Chi White Dragon, this was the first time Mu Yun had heard the name of the master of the two rites. The heaven and earth furnace appeared at this moment. Raging flames burned at this moment. Mu Yun threw the supreme being bone into it and calmed his mind. He sat cross-legged on the ground for 10 years. For 10 years, Mu Yun had not moved at all. Pavilion Master, melt. Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. To Pavilion Master he had waited for 10 years. At this moment, his body directly jumped into the heaven and earth furnace. Shane that instant, his withered body was instantly burned into nothingness. Only left behind his soul to attach to the supreme being bone. This is the source building liquid. Yun threw it into the furnace and said, it's used to recover the body. The bone engraved true dew is used to temper the bones. Yun threw it in one after another. Time passed at this moment. Next, it was up to the Tai Chi White Dragon. Mu at this moment, Yun exhaled. Panga spirit. Falling heavenly steps. Yun opened his mouth and called the two of them over. I've reached the 7 primordial spirit realm from the 2 primordial spirit realm. It's time for the 270 osteopyram to level up. Mu Yun looked at falling heavenly steps. Let them be prepared. Yes. As for you. Mu Yun looked at the Panga spirit. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. This guy was still at the half-step monarch realm. This he couldn't be blamed. Played if the ancient spirit wanted to improve, it had to absorb the power of extreme yang and then fuse with the origin fire in its body. He didn't need time to cultivate or talent. He only needed fire. Bone engraved true do. Mu Yun threw it out and said, absorb as much as you want. We'll talk about it after you reach the monarch realm. Yes. The Panga spirit was delighted. This was a good thing. Thank you for your reward, Master Mu. The Panga spirit was overjoyed. Mu Yun was generous. It seemed that Mu Yun had obtained a lot of good things in this trial. After gathering 270 osteopyram, Mu Yun began to unseal them one by one. The 270 bone guardians were finally released from the suppression. All of them were at the Heavenly Lord realm and had powerful auras. To this time, it was equivalent to having 270 more Heavenly Lord realm disciples. Just this point alone was incomparable to the Blue Dragon sect and the Jiaoxing sect. Time passed bit by bit. During this period of time, Mu Yun didn't go into seclusion. Instead, she had been honing the Heavenly Dipper Seal and the 9 Cauldrons Divine Sword technique. Same as at the same time, the yin-yang art of heaven and earth was also constantly deepening. When the realm improved, the corresponding divine art also had to be greatly improved. In her free time, Mu Yun also looked for Qi Zhongshu, Lin Miao, and Gu Shuhua to discuss array formations. The days passed one by one. One day, Mu Yun sat in her pavilion on the mountain peak and cultivated wholeheartedly. Buzz, boom, suddenly, in the pavilion master peak, a buzzing sound rang out from within the array formation. Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Finally, it's done. A trace of joy flashed in Mu Yun's eyes. Fly. He left and arrived at the pavilion master peak. A loud laugh sounded at this moment. It's done. Today, I've come back from the dead. The extreme white dragon's head was black, and he looked like he was in his 40s. Strength gathered all over his body. Congratulations, pavilion master. Yun cupped his hands and smiled. Mu Yun, thank you. The extreme white dragon laughed heartily. Over the years, he had been waiting for death to come. He definitely did not want to experience this feeling a second time. Now, it was no different from being reborn. Sovereign King Silver Bone Stage. The extreme white dragon smiled and said, I've been stuck in the monarch iron bone realm for 100,000 years, unable to break through. Now, I've directly reached the monarch silver bone realm. Actually, that's not all. This paragon bone is even stronger than a sovereign emperor. However, my physical body has yet to reach that level. For my next cultivation, I only need to condense my flesh and blood. Sovereign King Silverbone. Mu Yun smiled. Protection. He had been constantly consuming primordial spirit brew and bone-engraved true nectar. The Tai Chi white dragon might not be able to reach the utmost celestial realm, but it would definitely reach the emperor realm. However, the Taiji white dragon didn't care about this at all. Namely, if he didn't take the life-exterminating divine pill, would he be able to reach the supreme god realm? No, it was possible. He knew his own lifespan. Reaching the saint realm was already pretty good. But now, he had the chance to become an imperial emperor, an emperor. He was an overlord of the eastern wilderness. And this time would be very short. He might be able to reach it in a few thousand years or even 10,000 years. While all of this was thanks to Mu Yun. God, the divine son of the Secrets Pavilion, was indeed accurate. Since ancient times, the Divine Secrets Pavilion had changed the secrets of heaven. They could say some things, but not others. But everything that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion said had come true. The extreme white dragon looked at a pavilion on the pavilion master peak and was shocked. That's Panga Spirit. Mu Yun nodded and said, he should be there soon. This time, he used 50 drops of primordial spirit brew and 200 drops of bone-engraved true nectar. Only 50 drops of primordial spirit brew and 100 drops of bone-engraved true nectar were left. He had to save some. Pavilion Master's breakthrough is great news, but it's not suitable to make it public now. The Blue Dragon sect and the 9 Stars sect have been moving frequently recently. They seem to have some ideas. The moment Yin said this, the Tai Chi White Dragon immediately understood. They see that my lifespan is coming to an end and are preparing to make a move now. The Tai Chi White Dragon smiled and said, coincidentally, I've reached the Silver Bone realm. The 2 Instruments Pavilion is considered top among the 5th grade forces. There's no need to be afraid of them. Yes. In the following days, the Yin and Yang Pavilion was still peaceful and quiet. Muyun was still cultivating wholeheartedly. 5 organs, 6 bowels, and 7 elemental essences represented the 3 major realms of Human Lord, Earth Lord, and Heaven Lord. He was not in a hurry to enter the Sovereign King realm. Instead, he was constantly polishing his foundation at the 7 primordial spirit realm. He could improve his strength at any time. But once he missed out, he would have to pay a huge price to make up for it in the future. In the Eastern Wilderness, the 2 Instruments Pavilion, the 9 Star sect, the Boundless sect, and the Blue Dragon sect were all close to the Southern Wilderness. Although they belonged to the Qiyang Holy Empire, their territory was actually in the Southern Wilderness. However, more than 90% of the Southern Wilderness was in the unbroken ancient mountains. Therefore, the 4 sects were actually controlled by the Qiyang Holy Empire. At this moment, outside the 2 Instruments Pavilion, numerous figures could be seen lurking in the forest. These 3 figures all had powerful auras. One of them was the Blue Dragon sect leader, Long Songhai. Ninixing Wuhan, the 9 Star sect leader. While the other person's aura was half a level weaker than the other 2. Tian Wuxing, ever since you took over the Boundless sect, it has been thriving. Now that you're half a step away from becoming a sovereign king, you'll definitely be able to break through this time. Songhai chuckled. Ever since the Boundless sect leader, the new sect leader, Tian Wuxing, had been in charge of everything. Tian Wuxing was dressed in a black robe. He smiled and said, the Boundless sect only wants a quarter of the wealth after destroying the 2 Instruments Pavilion. I, Tian Wuxing, am not greedy. As the Boundless sect leader, he knew that he was no match for Long Songhai and Xing Wuhan. It was better to retreat now and save the sect. This time, the Blue Dragon sect and the 9 Stars sect had joined forces to find the Boundless sect, intending to attack the 2 Instruments Pavilion. The Boundless sect had no choice but to agree. If they didn't agree, after destroying the 2 Instruments Pavilion, it might be the Boundless sect's turn. Without a sovereign king, it was impossible for a 5th-tier faction to survive. He wasn't a subordinate. Now, he had to come. It's been 100 years. The current Taiji White Dragon should be at the end of his life. Perhaps he's already dead. However, this time, Mu Yin seems to have achieved quite a lot. I heard that she's entered the 7 primordial spirit realm. Long Songhai said indifferently, we can't be careless. This kid must be killed. I'll do it. Tian Wuxing said coldly, a 7 primordial spirit realm must be killed. At this moment, Wu Han also said, in that case, let's get ready. This time, our 3 sects have more than 800 heavenly lords and thousands of earth lords. If we join forces, the 2 Instruments Pavilion will be destroyed without a doubt. In an instant, the 3 of them looked at each other and nodded. In this battle, the 2 Instruments Pavilion must be destroyed. Kill. In an instant, Long Songhai and Xing Wuhan rushed out. The 2 sovereigns had to open a path to destroy the 2 Instruments Pavilion's protective array first. The protective array inside the 2 Instruments Pavilion was only a level 3 ancient divine array. It was not worth mentioning in front of the sovereigns. Opening a gap was not a problem. Boom, the 2 of them rushed forward. Boom, Sha, at that moment, outside the Yin and Yang Pavilion, a tyrannical wave was unleashed. A strong murderous aura spread throughout the 2 Instruments Pavilion. Boom. Boom. Boom, heaven and earth seemed to be trembling. In front of the two instruments pavilion's mountain gate, 100-meter wide gap opened. Haha. White Dragon, we're here to visit you. Loud laughter rang out at this moment. Dragon, Xianxia smiled and said, are you feeling better now? The tremors had alarmed the two instruments pavilion. Swoosh, whoosh. 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 Several figures rushed out. The three vice pavilion masters, Sui Qingrong, Sun Yi, and Gu Shuhua, as well as Xian Ziheng and Fan Huan, all appeared. Where's White Dragon? Wu Hen smiled and said, don't tell me he's dead? We still want to see him one last time. Pavilion master, you don't have to worry about him. Qingrong yelled, you should worry about yourselves. Our yin and yang pavilion doesn't welcome such rude and unreasonable guests. Xing Wuhan said. Xing Wuhan sneered, then we'll force our way in. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Wuhan waved his hand. An army of nearly 10,000 people surged out at this moment. There were hundreds of heavenly lords and thousands of earthly lords. The three major sects were going all out this time. Such as the disciples in the two instruments pavilion had a slight change in expression. Long Xianxia smiled and said, I guarantee that anyone who surrenders will be able to enter the Blue Dragon sect and receive the same treatment as the disciples of the Blue Dragon sect. The same goes for the Jiuxing sect. The two of them had already begun to disintegrate people's hearts. You two sect masters really think highly of yourselves. A sneer rang out at this moment. Mu Yun walked out at this moment. Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Xianxia and Xing Wuhan were stunned when they saw Mu Yun. According to the news, Mu Yun had reached the 7 primordial spirit realm. He didn't believe it. But, now, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. This kid, how did he do it? 5-10 years, plus the 20 years that had passed, was only 70 years. Terrifying. Everyone, the pavilion master needs to cultivate. There's no need for you to pretend to be kind. Mu Yun said. Yun smiled and said, everyone, please go back. After a brief shock, Xianxia and Xing Wuhan regained their composure. The more important it is, the more we should see the White Dragon Pavilion Master for the last time. Xianxia smiled and said, don't tell me he's already dead? Mu Yun was not angry. It seems that all of you have come with ill intentions today. It's just that once you pick up the knife, it won't be that easy to put it down. Mu Yun smiled again. Water Qingrong and Sunny did not speak at this moment. A few days ago, the pavilion master had already announced the order. 2 in the E-Pavilion, Mu Yun was the young pavilion master. Mu Yun was in charge of all matters. Moreover, Mu Yun had reached the 7 primordial spirit realm and was not weaker than them. Gu Shuhua also supported Mu Yun. And in addition to the half-step sovereign King Pangu spirit by Mu Yun's side. Even if they wanted to, there was nothing they could do. It's not that difficult to deal with you. Long Xianxia sneered. Disciples of the 3 sects, listen up. Kill anyone who resists. Xianxia gave the order. Disciples of the 2 instruments pavilion, listen up. Mu Yun shouted. Swoosh, 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 many figures rose into the sky at this moment. Those who invade the 2 instruments pavilion will be killed without mercy. Thousands of disciples rushed out at this moment. The auras of the 200 to 300 people leading the team were abnormally terrifying. Heavenly lords. And, they were not ordinary 1 yuan 2 yuan heavenly lords. Many of them were even 4 yuan, 5 yuan, and 6 yuan divine realms. 2. When did the E-Pavilion have so many heavenly lords? Even if we wanted to, there was nothing we could do. Let's set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Long Xianxia, Xing Wuhan, and Tian Wuxing were all stunned. More than 200 heavenly lords suddenly appeared in the 2 instruments pavilion, and they were very powerful. Elders, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones and lead the 2 instruments pavilion to greater heights. Elders, are you willing to fight with me? Mu Yun looked at Sui Qingrong, Sun Yi, and the others. The 2 of them had wanted to kill him before. But now, Mu Yun didn't care about them at all. At the same cultivation level, these people were far inferior to those fellows in the trial grounds. As you command, young pavilion master. Qingrong cupped his hands. Gelong Kai and the others had told him what Mu Yun had done. This, Zibufan had surpassed them in a short time. If they didn't know what was good for them now, they might even be killed today. Okay. Mu Yun smiled and said, the two instruments pavilion have a common enemy today. If anyone dares to move forward, I'll kill them without mercy. Long Songhai said. Songhai sneered. Mu Yun, you'd better think about your own safety first. At that moment, Long Songhai attacked. 2. So what if there were more than 200 heavenly lords in the E-Pavilion? Without the Emperor, the two instruments pavilion was destined to die. After taking care of the 3 deputy pavilion masters, the two instruments pavilion was still finished. Ha ha ha, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. I haven't seen you for so many years, but why are you still so arrogant? Do you really think that I, Tai Chi White Dragon, am dead? A burst of laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. 2. Pavilion Master Yi appeared at this moment. 1. He was wearing a black and white Taoist robe, looking extraordinarily handsome. At this moment, a powerful aura enveloped the entire two instruments pavilion. Emperor Silverbone. 2. At this moment, the Supreme White Dragon's entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of faint silver light. This was the sign of the Silverbone state. 2. The Supreme White Dragon didn't die, but stepped into the Silverbone state. Disciples of the two instruments pavilion, listen up. Young Pavilion Master Mu Yun, treat my injuries. Now, I'm fine. Today, the 3 sects are invading us. Those who kill the enemies bravely will be rewarded with the Earth Blood Source Serum. Those who kill the enemies will be rewarded with the Spirit Protection Spirit Wine. As soon as he said this, the eyes of everyone in the Yin and Yang Pavilion turned red. Kill, those who kill the enemy will be rewarded. Protection Spirit Wine, are you kidding me? How precious was the earth? Primordial Spirit Protection Brew was even more priceless. Were they really rewarded? At this moment, Songhai. Songhai as one of the 5 Grand Elders, he had been stuck at 6th Origin Spirit Realm for over 1,000 years. If he could obtain a drop of the Origin Protection Spirit Brew, it would not be a problem for him to reach 7th Origin. Young Pavilion Master Mu, everything you obtained from the trial will be your reward. Whether you can get it or not depends on you. As soon as the Master of the Two Rites said this, everyone looked at Mu Yun. How many good things did Mu Yun get on this trip? Gelong Kai and the others could only smile bitterly in the crowd. He went to the trial to hide from people. What about Mu Yun? Then she killed people, the difference was too big. Do you understand? The Master of the Two Rites said again, today, it's not the 3 sects who are invading us. It's us who are invading the 3 sects. Kill, kill, kill. Shouts sounded at this moment. There were fewer disciples in the two instruments pavilion. However, there were more high-level martial artists in the Heavenly Monarch realm than the 3 sections. At this moment, they took the initiative to attack. At this moment, Mu Yun bit her lips and smiled bitterly. There was no need for the Master of the Two Rites to mention him again and again. Mu Yun knew that the Master of the Two Rites was trying to raise his prestige. Once his prestige was there, the title of Young Pavilion Master would be secured. Xing Wuhan, Long Songhai, why don't the 3 of us try to fight? The Master of the Two Rites sneered. White Dragon, what are you so proud of? Long Songhai shouted angrily, do you really think that we came here unprepared today? Thousand Demons Blood King, thank you. Long Songhai clasped his hands in greeting. Suddenly, the clear sky turned blood red, and dark clouds rolled in. Billowing blood energy churned nonstop. 1. A figure suddenly arrived at this moment. Thousand Demons Blood King of the Central Desolate Region's Thousand Demons Sect. Taiji White Dragon's expression became serious. This person was also the sect master of a 5th-tier force, a sovereign king at the Silver Bone Realm. Only however, although the 4 sects were also under the jurisdiction of the Qiyang Holy Empire, they were in the Southern Desolate Region. The Thousand Demons sect was in the Central Desolate Region. White Dragon Pavilion Master. Thousand Demons Blood King cupped his hands and smiled. How have you been? Blood King, are you going to interfere in this matter? Sect Master Long and Sect Master Xing spent a lot of money to invite me. It wouldn't be right if I didn't come. Have you considered the consequences of doing evil with the Two Instruments Pavilion? White Dragon Pavilion Master shouted angrily. Nothing happened, right? Thousand Demons Blood King smiled. I'll just destroy the Two Instruments Pavilion. You sure dare to dream. The Master of the Two Rites shouted and charged into the sky. The black and white mark immediately converged with the sea of blood. At this moment, Long Songhai and Xing Wuhan looked at Mu Yun with sneers. Mu Yun, what else can you do now? Mu Yun looked at the two smug expressions and smiled. I think so. The two sect masters were stunned. Panga Spirit, can you fight one against two? Leave it to me, Master Mu. Panga Spirit walked out at this moment. Sovereign King at the Iron Bone Realm. Another one, another sovereign king was born in the Two Instruments Pavilion. This was too strange, wasn't it? Long Songhai and Xing Wuhan could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. Kill. Panga Spirit didn't care and instantly charged out. Next, I'll be your opponent. The boundless sex Tian Wuxing smiled. Mu Yun, no matter how powerful Yun was, she was only at the Seven Essence Spirit Realm. But, he was half a sovereign king. He was confident in facing Mu Yun. Let's give it a try. Mu Yun held her sword and smiled faintly. It's just half a sovereign king. I've killed a sovereign king before. In the next moment, Mu Yun charged out with her sword. At this moment, the entire Two Instruments Pavilion was filled with the sounds of battle. However, with the addition of 270 Osteopyrum, the three sects' heavenly lords were at a disadvantage in the battle below, although they had the advantage in numbers. Everyone. The eyes of the disciples and elders were red. No, whether it was the Earth Blood Source Serum or the Essence Protection Spirit Wine, it was enough to make people go crazy. On the other hand, the disciples of the three sects didn't want to be the center of the battle and were afraid. The battle that would determine the outcome was getting more and more intense. The Thousand Fiend sect master, the Thousand Fiend Blood King, was at the Sovereign King's Silver Bone Realm. The Two Instruments Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Taiji White Dragon, was also at the Sovereign King's Silver Bone Realm. As they fought, the sky changed color. Below, Panga Spirit fought one against two and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. He was formed by the fusion of several origin flames and was led by the Pangu Primordial Fire. Although he hadn't completely merged the origin flames, he was still at the Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm. On the other side, Mu Yun and Tian Wuxing clashed fiercely. However, Tian Wuxing looked a little haggard at this moment. He was half a step away from becoming a sovereign king. Compared to Mu Yun, who was at the Seven Essence Spirit Realm, he was stronger. But now, this advantage didn't seem to exist. Mu Yun's every move was filled with killing intent. It was too unbelievable. 9 Cauldrons Divine Sword Technique. As the sword slashed out, the sword essence condensed. Mu Yun's aura suddenly bloomed. Boom. 9 Cauldrons seal was blasted out at this moment. Wild, the power of the explosion was stronger than the previous one, everyone's heart palpitated at this moment. Mu Yun was at the Seven Essence Spirit Realm. The power of the sword essence was very strong. Bastard! Tian Wuxing was furious. He was at a higher realm than Mu Yun. Slash! As the sword slashed out, Tian Wuxing was filled with killing intent. Slash! Mu Yun also slashed out with her sword. In an instant, the Divine Wood Sword and the Heaven and Earth Furnace both attacked at this moment. One on the left and one on the right, blocking Tian Wuxing. Damn it! Tian Wuxing wanted to retreat at this moment. However, in the next moment, Mu Yun opened her Heaven's Eye. Traces of space blades appeared behind Tian Wuxing. The space blades were the most invisible and the most powerful. No! At this moment, Tian Wuxing screamed. His entire back was covered in blood and flesh. It was too horrible to look at. At this moment, Yun did not care. Long. The sword approached. Boom. Tian Wuxing. Wuxing was cut in half by the sword. This. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Tian Wuxing was killed so quickly? Mu at this moment, Yun sneered. At this moment, in the two instruments pavilion, the sound of fighting was endless. Casualties had begun to appear. Deputy Pavilion Masters, lead the 5 Essence Spirit Realm, 6 Essence Spirit Realm, and 7 Essence Spirit Realm to me. Okay. Xu Hua and the other two also wanted to kill more enemies at this moment. The Essence Protection Spirit Wine was also a great temptation to them. Mu Yin instantly rushed in with her sword. The 6 Essence Spirit Realm was killed with one strike. 7 Essence Spirit Realm. The Essence Spirit Realm was not killed with one strike, but with another strike. Together with the Divine Wood Sword and the Heaven and Earth Furnace, Mu Yun's killing intent was so strong that it was terrifying. In the crowd, only Mu Yun was fighting against 10 enemies alone and was not at a disadvantage at all. Kill. Her chi was constantly pressing. At this moment, outside the two instruments pavilion. In a forest. 1. A beautiful figure was sitting upright on the ground. Below her feet was a cliff, but the woman did not care at all. Here. Behind the woman, a man in armor stood with his back straight. This person is at the 7 Essence Spirit Realm. He is indeed impressive. The man said. Yes, I have seen his strength. It is very terrifying. The woman said. Zichao smiled sweetly and said, he is a ruthless person. Your Highness seems to be very concerned about him? Of course. The woman said. Zichao said, that guy is really sinister. I heard from my mother that the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace might be about to appear as well now that Tian K Palace has appeared. The 11 fourth-tier forces in the Eastern Wilderness all want to enter. Now, they seem to be discussing this matter. When the time comes, I would like to bring him along. The man did not say anything. He is not a king, so he seems a little weak. Brother Ling Hao, don't look down on him. The woman stood up and stretched. She smiled and said, when I met him back then, he was only at the 3 Essence Spirit Realm. He reached the 7 Essence Spirit Realm in 50 years. Perhaps he will become a king in today's battle. Hearing this, Ling Hao was stunned. 50 years, Mu Yun, was a little terrifying. Set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. I have a feeling that this kid is not ordinary. The woman smiled and said, I, Qi Lingyue, have never submitted to anyone. However, this guy is too arrogant. If the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace really opens, the 11 fourth-tier forces of the Eastern Wilderness will definitely not sit back and do nothing. At that time, there will be competition. Perhaps someone will take this opportunity to break through to the Supremacy Realm. Then, the situation in the Eastern Wilderness will change. Supremacy Realm, if an invincible Supremacy Realm existence was really born. The Eastern Wilderness would not be in a situation where the 11 major forces coexisted. Ling Hao couldn't help but say, if the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace really appears, then the Supremes of the Western Myriad Mountains, the Antarctic Sea region, the North Heaven origin, and even the Yuan region will probably make a move. There's nothing to be afraid of. Qi Lingyue said indifferently, just like this time, we eat the meat, and the 5th-tier forces drink the soup. If those people really want to participate, they will eat the meat, and we will drink the soup. Qi Lingyue smiled and said, however, I have a feeling that something unexpected will happen with Mu Yun around. A light flashed across Qi Lingyue's eyes. Sometimes, the feeling that Mu Yun gave people was too strange. Yes. She was very curious about Mu Yun. At this moment, the battle in the field was heating up. Mu Yun seemed to have entered an unstoppable state. No, with a sovereign king in the way, a heavenly monarch would not be able to stop him. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body was filled with murderous intent. 3 The 7 Yuan Spirit Realm elders and higher-ups of the large sects were almost all slaughtered. 6 Yuan Spirit Realm cultivators had long disappeared. Without these people, the 3 deputy pavilion masters, 5 elders, and 8 others were enough to pass down the advantage. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at Pangu's spirit. With 1 against 2, Pangu's spirit could resist for a short time. But today, was it to resist? Obviously, of course not. No. If he wanted to do it, he had to kill. Destroy the Blue Dragon sect, Jiuxing sect, and Boundless sect. Hold on for a while longer. Mu Yun shouted. Yun transmitted his voice. Okay. Pangu's spirit shouted, and flames instantly spread all over his body, turning him into a flaming man. Kill. Pangu's spirit. Mu at this moment, Yun was standing in the main hall of the Two Instruments Pavilion and looking around. Today, I am the king. With a low shout, the heaven and earth furnace appeared in front of Mu Yun. 100-meter-tall cauldron was releasing scorching heat at this moment. Mu Yun Yan did not say much and stood on top of the cauldron. Refine it, Iron Bones, you will succeed today. Mu shouted. Yun was extremely arrogant. When he shouted, everyone heard him. Stop him. Azure Dragon Sea roared. Keep this moment, who would dare to approach? Quasi in fact, who could get close to it, the 6 Primordial Spirit Realm and 7 Primordial Spirit Realm experts were wiped out. Even 5 Essence Souls were being pursued. A rival lured you, not to mention that. Tian the scorching heat of the earth furnace could directly incinerate them. Mu just like that, Yun stood on the heaven and earth furnace so brazenly. Down the next moment, a scorching aura was unleashed. Mu at this moment, Yun swallowed a coiling dragon pill and a drop of Yi dragon blood. Boom, a rumbling sound rang out at this moment. He didn't know that he had to form iron bones, but he also had to refine dragon bones. He had waited for this day to devour essence, energy, and spirit, and achieve this step in one go. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was flowing. All the bones in his body were crackling at this moment. Then, the essence, energy, and spirit that he had devoured all gathered at this moment. A powerful force spread out layer by layer and surged into his bones, tempering his bones. 5 after his internal organs and 7 elemental organs were condensed to perfection, the next step was his bones. The bones of a martial artist were the most important. Blood if his flesh was destroyed and his bones were intact, his body would not suffer any major damage. Bone engraved true dew. 100 drops of bone engraved true dew were all drunk at this moment. Pandragon pill, Yi dragon blood, and bone engraved true dew. Mu Yun's entire body was being tempered by the heaven and earth furnace. Guai, release a portion of the heaven and earth furnace's power. Yun shouted. Are you serious? Nonsense. Yun smiled and said, that guy hates me so much, he must want to refine me to death. I occupy 12% of the heaven and earth furnace's control, and it occupies 88%. Release a portion and fuse it with the heaven and earth furnace that I have. Today, not only will I refine iron bones, I will also condense dragon bones. Hearing this, Guai chuckled. Mu this time, Yun had made up his mind. This guy didn't take his life seriously at all. Boom. Big, the earth rumbled, and waves rolled out. Kill inside the sky map. Heaven the earth furnace was awakened. His strength has weakened? Old Man Lu, I'll give you a chance to refine me. Old Man was the name Mu Yun gave to the heaven and earth furnace's artifact spirit. Mu Yun chuckled and said, weren't you unconvinced? Kid, do you want me to be your stepping stone? Old Man Lu shouted angrily. As one of the most powerful and long-lasting primordial 13 treasures, the heaven and earth furnace's artifact spirit was extremely intelligent. At this moment, how could he not see Mu Yun's meaning? If you want to take revenge on me, take this opportunity to vent your anger. If you don't, I don't care. Mu Yun smiled and said, sooner or later, you will submit to me. Right now, I control 12% of the heaven and earth furnace, and you control 88%. But your 88% is suppressed by Guai, the world tree, and the heaven punishment diagram. You can't turn the tables. Old Man Lu was furious at this moment. As expected of the descendant of the number 1 divine emperor. I underestimated you. However, what do you think? Are you sure you have me? I'm just refining you. If you have the ability, let go of all the suppression. With a wave of my hand, you will die without a doubt. Yun laughed and said, don't say such impossible words. If you don't submit to me now, in the future, I will control the heaven and earth furnace and directly refine you, the artifact spirit. At that time, I won't even give you a chance to regret it. Yun laughed and said, "Come on. Bastard." Old Man Lu knew that Mu Yun was using it. But now, Mu Yun was right. Yes. It was a good opportunity to vent his anger. God, he was afraid that he would be used, and he would accept it. Can let me vent my anger. I'll refine you to death. Old Man Lu immediately exploded. A tyrannical aura was released at this moment. Immediately, in the furnace, the most young and hot aura was released at this moment. Boom, the earth rumbled, and layers of waves swept out. How do you feel? Yuni smiled. If it's not enough, come again. This time, Mu Yun not only wanted to temper her iron bones, but also rely on the dragon blood of the coiling dragon pill to directly transform her bones into dragon bones. She wanted to achieve a dragon body. Dragon bones, dragon body, and dragon soul, all three were indispensable. Now, it was time for her to take action. Then let's do it again. At this moment, he released 10% of Old Man Lu's power to temper Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't look like she was advancing at all. Inverted, she looked like she was burning herself. Again. A low shout sounded from Mu Yun's mouth. Scorching heat, the hot ore rolled and spread. Mu Yun didn't care at all. Rumbling sounds rang out one after another. Here at this moment, anyone could tell that Mu Yun's transformation was very different from ordinary people. It was domineering and divine. Today, I will definitely temper my dragon bones. With a low shout, Mu Yun swallowed another coiling dragon pill and a drop of dragon blood. This brat is courting death. Yuni cursed. Coiling dragon pill and dragon blood, one drop at a time, was enough for him to digest. It would be strange if he wasn't courting death by swallowing like this. Again. Increasing the amount, Mu Yun swallowed the last coiling dragon pill and dragon blood completely. Here at this moment, the flesh and blood on the surface of his body exploded at this moment. That is, he kept recovering, but he couldn't resist the speed of destruction. Mu Yun didn't care. Heavy, he was tempering his bones. Iron bones. Dragon bones, he wanted both of them to transform successfully. My life is in my hands. Who am I? The son of the human emperor and Emperor Qing, I am Mu Yun. There is no second person in the world. Today is the day to shed my dragon bones. Mu Yun roared in his heart. Break! A roar instantly echoed in the air. Roar, in an instant, Mu Yun let out a roar. The faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard in the clouds. Mu Yun's roar was actually like a dragon's roar. In fact, before he cultivated the dragon transformation body, he swallowed dragon blood, fused with dragon soul, and absorbed dragon bones. Only, however, it was too weak. While today, the dragon bones were finally tempered. This was a fundamental change. King. Mu Yun opened his eyes, and his devouring power was activated. First waves of heaven and earth essence continuously rushed into his body. Blood at this moment, his flesh was growing domineeringly. Old Man Lu. Mu Yun laughed sinisterly, I have to take back a part of this control. At this moment, the heaven and earth furnace was suppressed again. But Old Man Lu could only control 85% of it. Mu now, Yun could control 15%, an extra 3%. Listen, it sounded very little, but in the past few decades, he had not achieved any results. This time, it was a lot. Mu Yun clenched his fists tightly. Bone at this moment, it was suffused with a faint iron color. The sound of clanging could be heard endlessly. The four realms of the king, the iron bone realm, the bones are like iron, the iron of heaven and earth. I see, this feeling is definitely not comparable to the Lord of Heaven. Mu Yun nodded at this moment. A comfortable aura came from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was excited. Reaching the king realm, he was already prepared. And this time, it was not the joy of reaching the king realm, but the completion of the dragon bones. Only to transform the dragon blood and condense the dragon soul. He could then transform into a divine dragon. It was a real dragon. Human between humans and dragons, he could transform at will. Even among his children, there might be such a legacy. Mu at this moment, Yun smiled slightly. Boom. First a rumbling sound rang out at this moment. Plate Gu Ling's figure retreated. Long Songhai and Xing Wuhan were unable to restrain their anger. He had actually allowed Mu Yun to break through right under their noses. Damn it, damn it. Master Mu. Let me do it. At this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward and said with a faint smile, it's just 2 kings of the Iron Bone realm. District. Hearing this, Long Songhai and Xing Wuhan almost vomited blood. This guy had just broken through to the king realm, but he was so arrogant. He did not put them in his eyes at all. Then let me see how capable you are after reaching the king realm. Song Longhai sneered and charged towards Mu Yun. First set a small goal, such as 1 second, remember, book guest residence. Mu Yun's face turned cold, and her figure flashed. Die. Long Songhai growled, and his fist radiance bloomed. We don't know who will die yet. At this moment, Yun struck out with her palm. Boom, in an instant, the 2 sovereigns exchanged blows. Origin force rolled and exploded. In the air, explosions spread. Tu Yunche's figure was immediately separated. At this moment, Long Songhai felt his iron bones trembling and buzzing. Counter on the other side, Mu Yun stood in the air, silent. It seemed that nothing had happened at all. We are both sovereigns of the Iron Bone realm, but you are too far away. Mu Yun pointed with her finger and said indifferently. At this moment he had advanced to the Iron Bone realm, but it was not as simple as that. His bones were shining all over his body. They were iron bones, but also dragon bones. How could Long Songhai be his opponent in terms of physical strength? You are courting death. Long Songhai was completely furious. Mu Yun had just stepped into the sovereign realm. Even if she was powerful, how powerful could she be? He did not believe that he would be suppressed by Mu Yun. Long Songhai snorted and immediately charged out. Slash. At that moment, a long saber appeared in Long Songhai's hand. Saber like frost, a bone-piercing cold air was released at this moment. Boom, the saber fell, and in the blink of an eye, there were continuous explosions. Boom, the sound was deafening. Mu Yun's 9-cauldron ancient sword was released, and her aura was even more arrogant. At this moment, the 2 of them were fighting. A violent aura spread across the sky. This was a sovereign king, even hundreds of heavenly lords could not compare to such an unparalleled aura. He has just become a sovereign king, but he can release such a domineering aura. In the distance, on the mountain peak, Ling Hao could not help but exclaim, Princess, you have a good eye for people. This person is indeed extraordinary. This guy's cultivation realm is rising rapidly, and his strength is very solid. Ling Yu smiled and said, he's a talent. Most importantly. She said. Ling Yu paused for a moment before she said, this kid seems to have a great opportunity on him. In the Heavenly Deficiency Palace, he always brings good luck. If the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace really opens, I feel that bringing him along might be more interesting than bringing along an Imperial Emperor. The corners of Qi Lingyua's mouth rose slightly. Mu clouds had indeed piqued her interest. It's over. At this moment, Ling Hao's eyes were like torches as he suddenly spoke. Boom, in the next moment, in the distance, a pillar of light rose into the sky. With a rumbling sound, a figure fell to the ground. Positive it was the Azure Dragon Sea. Old thing, what's the use of becoming a sovereign king earlier? At this moment, Mu Yun flew down and smashed her fist down. Song Longhai's head exploded. Solpa was grabbed by Mu Yun. You're just making a wedding dress for me. She clenched her fist, and Azure Dragon Sea's soul shattered. Strands of essence, energy, and spirit entered Mu Yun's body. Here under such circumstances, everyone in the 2 instruments pavilion slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Long Songhai was dead. Mu Yun Yun Shadi. Tui Pavilion now had 3 sovereigns. Here this was something they didn't dare to think about in the past. Damn it. At this moment, in the sky, 10,000 demons Blood King cursed in a low voice and snorted, a bunch of trash, and you still asked me for help. Demon Blood King scolded, Tai Chi White Dragon, settle your own matters. With that, 10,000 demons Blood King immediately retreated. Here at this moment, everyone felt that victory was in sight. Bastard. Xing Wuhan also cursed at this moment. 2 Pavilion Master E, the person who deserved to die, actually didn't die. It was fine that Panga's spirit had reached the Sovereign King level. Mu Yun had also reached the Sovereign King level. This was far from their original plan. Tai Chi Pavilion Master Xing Wuhan said loudly, Long Songhai is the mastermind of today's matter. I, Xing Wuhan, have no intention of becoming enemies with the Two Instruments Pavilion. Health in the sky, a fist shadow smashed down. You have no intention of becoming enemies with the Two Instruments Pavilion? Tai Chi White Dragon landed at this moment, looked at Xing Wuhan, and shouted, Are you lying to a child? Tai Chi White Dragon charged out. At this moment, Mu Yun stood on the spot. The sounds of fighting in the surroundings gradually weakened. There were too many deaths and injuries in this battle. At the 7 primordial spirit realm, the absorption was limited. But now, he could absorb at ease. After reaching the Sovereign King level, the devouring power he could withstand increased again. The essence, energy, and spirit of those heavenly lords were no longer a problem to him. The battle was completely one-sided. The disciples of the 3 major sects give up resisting. The Two Instruments Pavilion won't destroy your sects. Mu Yun said in a low voice, but if you are stubborn, then don't blame us for being ruthless. At this moment, Mu Yun's words, everyone's expression changed slightly. Hua, with a clatter, figures threw away their helmets and armor. At this point, the Two Instruments Pavilion had 3 sovereigns. Not surrendering, waiting for death? The ceremonial pavilion disciples were cheering at this moment. This battle was too easy. Heavens! High-level Origin Realm cultivators were slaughtered, but they weren't at a disadvantage at all. The Pavilion Master was a Sovereign King Silver Bone Realm. Mu Yun Master Yun was a Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm. Plate Gu Ling was a Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm. 2 apart from the 3 great sects, who else in the southern wilderness could resist the 3 sovereigns of the ceremonial pavilion? But now, almost all of the upper echelons of the 3 great sects were dead. The remaining heavenly lords and earthly lords were nothing at all. Good. Mu Yun clenched her fists at this moment. This was the Sovereign King realm. Ah! With a miserable cry, Xing Wuhan's figure fell to the ground, his face pale. 2. The Extreme White Dragon was a Sovereign King Silver Bone realm. It was easy to deal with a Sovereign King Iron Bone realm. This time, it was a crushing defeat. Are you not going to admit defeat? The Extreme White Dragon shouted. Humph, the winner takes all. Why should I, Xing Wuhan, be afraid of death? Xing Wuhan laughed, his soul expanding in his body. You want to self-destruct? The Taiji White Dragon snorted and punched out. Bang! Xing Wuhan's body exploded from head to toe. You don't even have a chance to self-destruct in front of me. The Extreme White Dragon sneered and looked at Xing Wuhan, who had turned into a bloody mist, with contempt. The 3 great sects had been waiting for this day since 100 years ago. When the Taiji White Dragon died and took over the Two Instruments Pavilion. But Azure Dragon C and Xing Wuhan never dreamed that there was a variable. This variable was Mu Yun. 100 years in a year's time, a heavenly lord stepped into the Sovereign King Iron Bone realm from the primordial spirit realm. This was something no one could have imagined. Mu Yun. The Extreme White Dragon flew over. What should we do next? When the Extreme White Dragon asked, Mu Yun smiled and said, Pavilion Master should know better than me what to do. There's no need for the Azure Dragon sect, the Boundless sect, and the Jiaoxing sect to exist. 80% of the eastern wilderness and southern wilderness are unbroken ancient mountains. The remaining 20% is occupied by the 4 great sects. And now, it belongs to the Two Instruments Pavilion. The Extreme White Dragon nodded. Now that he had reached the Sovereign King Silver Bone, he had enough power to intimidate others. Plus, Mu Yun and Pango Ling, the 2 Sovereign Kings. And Mu Yun had 50 kilograms of Earth Blood Source Serum, which was enough to speed up the growth of a group of heavenly lords. The Primordial Protection Wine might be able to help the 3 Deputy Pavilion Masters reach the Sovereign King realm. It would not be difficult for the Two Instruments Pavilion to unify the southern wilderness. At this moment, on the mountain peak, Qi Lingyue and Ling Hao watched the whole process. It seems that the southern wilderness belongs to the Two Instruments Pavilion. Well, this. It's fine. Xianxia waved her hand and said, the southern wilderness is the smallest region in the entire eastern wilderness. In addition, the unbroken ancient mountains occupy most of the southern wilderness. It doesn't matter if the two instruments pavilion unifies the southern wilderness as long as they are loyal to the Qiang Holy Kingdom and know how to pay tribute. Ling Hao also nodded. There are 17 fifth-grade forces under the Qiang Holy Kingdom. They are all in the central wilderness, surrounding the Qiang Holy Kingdom. The two instruments pavilion's turnaround is the best. However, their overall strength is not much different from the Thousand Demons sect. Xianxia said again, actually, I do hope that the two instruments pavilion can become stronger. It would be best if they could swallow the Sky Pavilion in the west of the southern wilderness. Sky Pavilion, Ling Hao smiled. The unbroken ancient mountains occupied most of the vast southern wilderness. 4 large sects were under the Qiang Holy Kingdom, but they were still located in the east of the southern wilderness. In Thuist, there was a 5th-grade force, the Sky Pavilion. Only it was the floating Sky Pavilion, which belonged to the Sevenfold Valley. It seemed that the Qiang Holy Kingdom had 4 major forces in the southern wilderness. However, in fact, the 4 major forces could not be compared to the Sky Pavilion in the west. Now that the 4 major forces were united, they could compete with each other. I will explain this matter to Imperial Father. N. Xianxia smiled and said, let's go. The two instruments pavilion needs some time to restore order and unify the other 3 sections. As for Mu Yun, I will come and find her another day. The battle came to an end at this moment. However, there were many things that needed to be dealt with. 2. Extreme White Dragon, Panga Ling, and Mu Yun led their disciples to the other 3 sections. 3. The kings of the large sects were all dead, and there were only a few high-level heavenly monarchs left. 2. In this case, there was no possibility of resistance. The entire southern wilderness had a population of 10 billion, and the land was vast. News of this matter spread like wildfire. The 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, and 9th grade forces hurriedly changed their direction. The Blue Dragon sect, Boundless sect, and Jiaoxing sect were completely finished. The two instruments pavilion rose. This was a new change. Times had changed. 2. Extreme White Dragon was at the Silver Bone realm. Who could be his opponent? This time, the two instruments pavilion was undoubtedly the overlord of the eastern region of the southern wilderness. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. For a martial monarch, 10 years was too short. It was like 10 days. It really passed in the blink of an eye. At the two instruments pavilion. In the pavilion master's hall. Several figures stood there one by one. Above, Tai Chi White Dragon sat on the pavilion master's throne. On the left and right sides, Mu Yun and Panga Ling stood there. Below them, the 3 deputy pavilion masters, Sui Qingrong, Sun Yi, and Gu Shuhua. 5. First Elder, Xian Zixing, Fan Huan, Su Minghua, Lu Hong, and Yu Zong. At this moment, the 3 deputy pavilion masters and 5 elders' faces were flushed. Reporting to the pavilion master, Qingrong cupped his hands and said, in 10 years, the relocation of the 3 sects disciples has been completed. Now, in our two instruments pavilion, there are hundreds of thousands of human monarch disciples, more than 40,000 earth monarch disciples, and more than 3,000 heavenly monarchs. Good. Tai Chi White Dragon chuckled. 10. In 1 year, the eastern region of the southern wilderness had changed greatly. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, guest residence. The 3 major sects completely disappeared. The disciples of the sects were taken into the 2 instruments pavilion. As for those who were stubborn, they were naturally killed without mercy. The change of martial artist forces had always been like this. Until the hearts of those people were dealt with after a long time. As the pavilion master of the two instruments pavilion, Tai Chi White Dragon could naturally do this. I see that all of you are glowing. Tai Chi White Dragon smiled and said, Elder Fan Huan seems to have broken through. Thanks to young pavilion master's essence protection spirit wine, I was able to break through to the 7 essence spirit realm. The 5 elders were all at the 6 essence spirit realm before. After a bloody battle, with the help of the Essence Protection Spirit Wine, someone had already broken through to the 7 Essence Spirit Realm. Until now. In the end, the 3 Deputy Pavilion Masters and the 5 Elders were at the 7 Essence Spirit Realm or 6 Essence Spirit Realm. Until now. At this point, what they lacked was not accumulation, but cultivation resources. Now, the Essence Protection Spirit Wine and the Earth Blood Source Liquid were all good things, peerless treasures. Help. It was natural for them to break through. The 4 Elders have to work harder too. Tai Chi White Dragon said with a smile. In less than 3 years, the old me will definitely break through to the 7 Essence Spirit Realm, Xian Zixing said with certainty. Great! Tai Chi White Dragon laughed. What about the 3 Deputy Pavilion Masters? Tai Chi White Dragon looked at Sui Qingrong, Sun Yi, and Gu Shuhua. Gu Shuhua smiled and said, I'm starting to temper my bones now. I can barely be considered a half-step emperor. Good. Tai Chi White Dragon laughed again. The Instruments Pavilion was thriving day by day. Sui Qingrong and Sun Yi also had complicated expressions at this moment. Clang. At first, they did not recognize Mu Yun, the god's son. Who would have thought that now? Mu Yun had become a monarch, the young pavilion master. They had no choice but to recognize her. Fortunately, Mu Yun did not care about the past with them. She even took out the Earth Blood Source Liquid and Essence Protection Spirit Wine to help them cultivate. Right. The 2 Instruments Pavilion had feelings for each other. Otherwise, he would not have insisted on killing Mu Yun back then. It was precisely because they were worried that the Pavilion Master would be too obsessed with the Son of God that they had made such a decision. At this moment, Mu Yun walked out. Everyone, whether it was in the past or now, we are all in the 2 Instruments Pavilion, so we must be united. I won't say anything unnecessary. Let's forget about our grudges. In the future, if I, Mu Yun, have the chance, I will definitely help all of you raise your realms. Hearing this, the 3 Vice Pavilion leaders and the 5 Elders brought their fists together. The Taiji White Dragon was a dying man. However, he was directly saved by Mu Yun. Not only that, he even reached the Monarch Silver Bone realm. Ching is a martial artist who wouldn't want to take a step forward and become stronger. Since Mu Yun had given them this opportunity, they naturally wanted to grasp it tightly. The entire southern wilderness region covers an area of tens of thousands of miles and has a population of 10 billion. In our eastern region, there are thousands of cities, not to mention important towns. Pavilion Mastery said at this moment, some of these cities belonged to our 2 Instruments Pavilion before. Now, some of the 3 major sects have come together. We have to let them recognize a new master. Pavilion Mastery said with a smile, therefore, I am preparing to gather those city lords and the various major forces in the 2 Instruments Pavilion to discuss important matters. Important matters? What important matters? The few of them looked puzzled. The Master of the 2 Rites said again, these 2 Instruments Pavilion will definitely be handed over to Mu Yun in the future. Therefore, I am preparing to create a new Pavilion Master for everyone. After thinking about it, I have decided to gather everyone here as an announcement to the world. From today onwards, the 2 Instruments Pavilion will be renamed. Name, this was a big matter. A sect's strength was accumulated through generations of fame and foundation. More substituting a name meant a new change. 2 Pavilion Master E was really planning to let Mu Yun inherit the position of Pavilion Master. However, at this moment, no one had any objections. Mu Yun's talent was terrifying. It was only a matter of time before she surpassed the Master of the 2 Rites. Mu Yun and I have already discussed this matter. We have already thought of a new name. The Master of the 2 Rites nodded. Mu Yun walked out at this moment. She looked at the few of them and said slowly, a new name, a new beginning. At the same time, it can also reduce the barriers between the disciples of the 3 major sections. Therefore, it will be called 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the few people changed slightly. Isn't it too grand? Elder Yuzong said worriedly. By the 2 Instruments Pavilion was now a 5th grade force. It was also under the Qiyang Holy Empire and paid tribute every year. If it was too impressive, it would make the Qiang Holy Empire unhappy. In that case, wouldn't the name Sky Pavilion be even more grand? Mu Yun asked. Yun smiled and said, it's just a name. The Qiang Holy Empire has several emperors, hundreds of saints, and thousands of sovereigns. How could they take us seriously? As soon as this was said, everyone nodded. In that case, let's call it Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Two Instruments Pavilion changed its name to Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and spread in the southern wilderness region. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's Alliance Master, Taiji White Dragon, Sovereign King, Silver Bone Realm. Vice President the Alliance Master, Pango Ling, was temporarily decided. As for Mu Yun, she did not announce her fame. Mu Yun naturally had his own considerations. The current Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was too little famous. However, sooner or later, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance would unify the Eastern Wilderness and even the Abyss Realm. The Ninth Heaven Realm. Take it was named Nine Heavens. Mu Yun's goal was this greater thousand world. This greater thousand world was vast and boundless. Big. Large and small realms, thousands of them. The Abyss Realm, the core of the Ninth Heaven Realm. There were 8 other realms. With the Dragon Realm, the Phoenix Realm, and so on, since the heaven-sealing Divine Emperor had ordered his 9 sons to rule the 9 heavenly realms. Then, he was going to rule the 9 heavenly realms. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance should be like this. How in the vast southern wilderness region, a grand occasion appeared. The Two Instruments Pavilion changed its name to Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and unified the southern wilderness region. It was extremely lively. Each of the major factions competed with each other to drink. Compared to the liveliness of the eastern part of the southern wilderness region, the western part was much calmer. At this moment, the southern wilderness region was also close to the ancient mountain region. Between a mountain range. Pavilions faintly appeared. Tall mountains, flowing water, and even waterfalls were left behind. The earth gathered spiritual energy all year round. It could be said to be a heavenly talent and a land spirit. Right, it was one of the overlords of the southern wilderness region, the Sky Pavilion. The Sky Pavilion belonged to the 7 Valleys and was also a 5th grade faction. The main camp was in the west of the southern wilderness region. It covered an area of 10,000 miles and had a population of 10 billion. Moreover, the Sky Pavilion was definitely one of the more tyrannical among the 5th grade factions. The 1,000 worlds were divided into 9 grades. If there was a king in the sect, it could become a 5th grade faction. And, if there was an emperor in the sect, it could be called a 4th grade faction. Between these, the difference between the 5th grade factions was big and small. 1. Some of the top 5th grade factions even had experts at the peak of the Saint Lord realm in the sect. Those at the peak of the Saint Lord realm were only one step away from the Emperor realm. Once they broke through to the Emperor realm, their sect would be promoted to a 4th grade faction. In the eastern wilderness region, there were 11 4th grade factions. But, in fact, these 11 4th grade factions were the most powerful existences. Here, between them, there were layers upon layers of prosperity and complexity. At this moment, in the Sky Pavilion. 1. This hall was resplendent and magnificent. In the hall, inside, 4 figures sat together, drinking tea and discussing tea. Pavilion Master, the east side has been very lively recently. A bearded burly man smiled and said, the Two Instruments Pavilion destroyed the 3 major sects and changed its name to the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. It has declared its sovereignty and is abuzz. Should we send some gifts over to the sky-reaching pavilion? The burly man smiled with a hint of ridicule. Mengze, don't cause trouble. At the seat, an elegant man dressed in coarse hemp clothes berated, that is the territory of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. Without orders from the 7 Valleys, we will behave ourselves. Mengze, we are entrenched in the west side. Compared to the Two Instruments Pavilion. Oh, no, it should be called the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Our foundation is much stronger than theirs. Pavilion Master is at the Golden Bone Realm. The 3 of us are at the Silver Bone Realm, and there are more than 10 people at the Iron Bone Realm. There is no need to worry about them. The one who spoke was a slightly thin middle-aged man. Su Fuxing, you can't be careless. Meng Zhe chuckled and said, I heard that the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance has a Mu Yun. Taiji White Dragon is being nurtured as a pavilion master. Pavilion master, we can't be careless. Xiantian nodded when he heard this. Body as the pavilion master of the Sky Pavilion and a Golden Bone Realm expert, Xiantian Mo did not rely on his strength to create the Sky Pavilion. Meng Zhe is right. One of them said, Big brother, we can't just do nothing. Can you ask the Seven Valleys for instructions? Mo Kong is right. Meng Zhe chuckled. He was a person who could not stay idle. With the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance making such a big scene, he could not stay idle even more. After all, it was the Sky Pavilion, the Two Instruments Pavilion, and the Blue Dragon sect that faced each other in the southern wilderness region. Now, the Two Instruments Pavilion had become the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, unifying the eastern part of the southern wilderness region. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. I will ask about this matter, but you are not allowed to make decisions on your own. Yes. Sky Pavilion, Pavilion Master Mo Xiantian Mo, was at the Golden Bone Realm. 3 First Deputy Pavilion Master Mo Kong, Su Fuxing, and Meng Zhe were all experts at the Silver Bone Realm. Sitting down, there were many elders and more than a dozen people at the Iron Bone Realm. Just this lineup alone was not something the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance could compare to. Shan Muyun naturally did not know what Sky Pavilion was thinking. Muyun, who had been busy for a few days, ran back to her mountain and hid. Pango Ling and Luo Tianxing were beside her. Seeing Muyun like this, they both smiled bitterly. How troublesome. Muyun was speechless. This is just the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, a 5th-grade force. I really don't know how the sect masters and pavilion masters of the top 2nd-grade forces in the Yuanyuan region manage. At their level, they only need to use their powerful strength to intimidate others, and there will naturally be someone to manage them. Pango Ling laughed. Your Highness Mu, your 9 wives are all phoenixes among men. When Master Mu unifies the myriad worlds, your 9 wives will be able to help Master Mu manage them. Pango Ling, you know how to flatter now. Mu Yun said. Yun laughed. I'm just telling the truth. Pango Ling chuckled. Your Highness, what are your plans next? Plans? Mu Yun asked. In the southern wilderness region, there are very few 5th-grade forces. Now, only the Sky Pavilion and our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance are left. They might be thinking of how to kill us, dominate the southern wilderness region, and be promoted to a 4th-grade sect in the future. Mu Yun laughed. But with the Qiyang Holy Empire and the Sevenfold Valley, they won't act rashly. Next, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance still needs to be integrated. This will take time, and I also need to temper my sovereign realm. Pango Ling, you also have to hurry up and improve. Luo Tianxing, you too. Mu Yun said. Yuni instructed. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second. Remember, Book Residence Pangu Spirit had great potential in the future. A few Dao Source fire fused, and the power was developed to the extreme. It would be extremely easy to become a venerable in the future. Until the 270 Osteopyrum, including Pangu Spirit, would at least become a supreme being in the future. He had always treated them as his treasures. South the eastern part of the desolate region gradually began to quiet down. Everything seemed to have returned to its previous stability. Mu Yun tempered her iron bones all day long. Lord King Iron Bone Realm, bone marrow catalyzed, fused with origin power, 10 times or 100 times higher than a Lord of Heaven. This was the biggest difference. And now, Mu Yun relied on the coiling dragon pill and dragon blood to transform her bone marrow into dragon bones, which was far higher than ordinary kings. Here at this moment, Mu Yun's bones were emitting a faint iron light. Only although she had reached the king realm, Mu Yun faced a problem. She didn't have a suitable ancient god tactic. The Heavenly Dipper Seal and the 9 Cauldrons Divine Sword technique were powerful, but they were only 3rd-grade ancient god tactics after all. While she only had 1 4th-grade ancient god tactic, Heaven and Earth Yin Yang Art, Yin Yang Seal, Heaven and Earth. The Heaven and Earth Yin Yang Art was powerful and incomparably powerful. And now, after reaching the King Iron Bone Realm, Mu Yun began to try to compress the imprint. The first half of the heaven and earth yin-yang art condensed the yin-yang Tai Chi seal, which constantly expanded to a range of 1,000 meters, which was the limit. Once it reached 1,000 meters, she could try to condense it. No, at this moment, the smaller the imprint, the more powerful it was. Here during this period of time, Mu Yun had been trying to shrink the seal. Cultivation was not something that happened overnight. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. Mu Yun had completely stabilized in the King Iron Bone realm. 9 in the Cloud Alliance, another piece of good news appeared. Gu Shuhua had reached the King Iron Bone realm. Here in an instant, there were 4 kings in the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. The main king was at the Silver Bone realm. Mu Yun, Panga Spirit, and Gu Shuhua were at the King Iron Bone realm. South, the desolate region could live in an area of 10,000 miles. This news spread. First, in an instant, the prestige of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance was gradually established. The Taiji White Dragon was very happy about this. In the past few decades, the 2 Instruments Pavilion had gradually stabilized and started to develop. This is one day, when Mu Yun was meditating, 2 figures came straight to the foot of the mountain. Luo Tianxing came to the mountain and was about to report. Mu Yun stepped forward. An acquaintance? Mu asked. Yun smiled. He was now a bona fide grade 3 ancient god array master. The mountain he lived in had all been personally set up by him. If someone came, he would be able to sense it. Princess of the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom, Qi Lingyue. Oh? Mu Yun didn't expect that Qi Lingyue would come looking for him after a few decades. No, not long after, Qi Lingyue arrived at a pavilion halfway up the mountain. Mu Yun walked down the mountainside. Princess Lingyue. Yun smiled and said, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance seems to have given quite a lot of tributes to the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire, right? As an old friend, can't I come to see you privately? Qi Lingyue asked. At this moment, Qi Lingyue's aura was deep, giving off an extremely obscure aura. Sovereign King Silverbone. Qi Lingyue had improved again. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not as generous as you. In order to break through to the Sovereign King realm, I can use the bone-engraved nectar. Qi Lingyue smiled and said, the bone-engraved nectar is very good for the Sovereign King realm. You wasted it that time. Mu Yun was stunned. He naturally knew which time Qi Lingyue was talking about. It seemed that Qi Lingyue was watching from afar when the 2 Instruments Pavilion was besieged. Congratulations, Your Highness. Mu Yun said. Yun cupped his hands. When did you become so polite? Qi Lingyue smiled. Mu Yun didn't say anything, but he was cursing in his heart. How could he not be polite? This wasn't the trial ground. Qi Lingyue was the princess of the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom. Although the young man behind her had restrained his aura, he was at least an early-stage Saint Lord. One hand was enough to destroy the entire 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Alright, you're quite the schemer. Qi Lingyue said again, I'm here to pass you a message. It won't be long before the Sky Pavilion makes a move on the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. If the Sky Pavilion destroys the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, they will be the overlord of the Southern Wilderness region. If you can destroy the Sky Pavilion, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance will be the overlord of the Southern Wilderness region. Qi Lingyue smiled and said, the Sky Pavilion won't do it now, but it's hard to say in the future. Hearing this, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. What kind of deal did the Sevenfold Valley make with the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom? Qi Lingyue glanced at Mu Yun. Even I don't know. Do you think you would know? Qi Lingyue said again, but I can tell you a piece of news. Perhaps soon, the 11 top 4th-tier forces in the Eastern Wilderness will jointly explore the Scarlet Ancient Mountain and the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. Are you interested? Hearing this, Mu Yun shook her head. Stop pretending in front of me. Qi Lingyue said again, are you not interested? What if I'm interested? Mu Yun said, 11 top 4th-tier forces. That means there are probably close to 100 Imperial Emperors, right? If I go, won't I die? Moreover, the Scarlet Ancient Mountain is the former headquarters of the Scarlet Ancient Emperor. How can it be so easy to explore? Qi Lingyue sneered. Continue pretending. The Sky Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Mo Shantian, is a Golden Bone sovereign. He has 3 deputy pavilion masters under him. Mo Qingkong is his younger brother. Su Fuxing and Meng Zhe are his life and death brothers. The 3 of them are all silver bone sovereigns. These 3 people can be said to have a life and death relationship with Shantian. They are loyal to Mo Shantian. Mu Yun smiled helplessly. 1. Golden Bone Sovereigns. 3. Silver Bone Sovereigns. No. There should be at least 7 or 8 Iron Bone Sovereigns, right? Same. As a 5th-tier force, the difference was indeed a little big. Then our 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance might as well admit defeat. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, we will definitely die. You are willing to admit defeat? Qi Lingyue smiled and said, don't worry. Don't you still have a few years to prepare? Moreover, your 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance has 4 sovereigns. I have 2 Nirvana Primordial Spirit Pills here. It is enough to help a 7 Primordial Spirit Realm cultivator to become a sovereign. 6 sovereigns against the Sky Pavilion. Even if they lose, they can't be defeated, right? Mu Yun took the Nirvana Primordial Spirit Pills and said slowly, you came to tell me this news and give me 2 pills to send me away? After all, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance belongs to the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. Emperor Qi she can't just watch as the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance is destroyed, right? Don't push your luck, Qi Lingyue said. Qi Lingyue said again, my father doesn't care. Besides, the southern wilderness is the worst place in the 5 great wilderness. It is limited by the Scarlet Ancient Mountain and can't develop a big force. The eastern wilderness, western wilderness, northern wilderness, and central wilderness all have 4th-tier forces. Only the southern wilderness doesn't have one. So what if we give it to the Sky Pavilion? As long as it doesn't threaten the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire's rule, they won't care. Yun nodded. Qi Lingyue was telling the truth. The southern wilderness was located in the south of the eastern wilderness. It occupied a vast area and didn't lose to the other 4 great wilderness. But, more than 80% of the land was covered by the Scarlet Ancient Mountain. Moreover, they had to worry about the Scarlet Ancient Mountain exploding one day. Who would dare to build a base here? Then life and death are up to fate. Mu Yun said casually. Don't play dumb in front of me. You're not that kind of person. Qi Lingyue said again, you are afraid of death, but you also want to become stronger. This is an opportunity. If the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance takes over the Sky Pavilion, they will be the overlord of the southern wilderness in the future. Although they can't become a 4th-tier force, they might be able to produce a group of kings and a saint. Then, they will be comparable to a top-tier 5th-tier force. A top-tier 5th-tier force would have a saint. Anyway, the Sevenfold Valley won't interfere. The Scarlet Sun Holy Empire won't interfere. Qi Lingyue smiled. Mu Yunyun started to plan in his mind. There was a high chance that the Sevenfold Valley and the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire made a bet and decided by the Sky Pavilion and the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Until Qi Lingyue didn't know what was going on, let alone him. By the way, I can give you 2 pieces of news. Qi Lingyue said. First, Shantian Mo has a son named Mo Yinghua. He is a Heavenly Lord 7 Primordial Spirit Realm cultivator. He is not Shantian Mo's son, but Mo Qingkong's. Second, Su Fuxing has a refined personality, but he is lustful. He has a concubine named Jean Lingmei. However, Meng Zhe has secretly slept with this concubine a few times. If you grasp these 2 things tightly, it might be very effective. Thank you. Qi Lingyue said again, Mu Yun, the Greater Thousand World has never lacked geniuses. However, except for those top-tier 1st-tier and 2nd-tier forces, most of the geniuses die young. I hope you understand this. Yun nodded. Of course, he understood this. Alright, I won't say anything unnecessary. Think about it yourself. Qi Lingyue waved her hand, and a scroll appeared in her palm. 4th-tier Ancient God Technique, Glazed Light Emperor Sword // You have just become a sovereign king and probably don't have a suitable Ancient God Technique. I think this sword technique is suitable for you. Mu Yun didn't refuse. This time, it seemed that the victory between the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance and the Sky Pavilion was related to him. Actually, it was the Sevenfold Valley and the Qiang Holy Kingdom that started it. He had no qualms about taking this ancient god technique. Qi Lingyue left with Ling Hao. Mu Yun stood under the pavilion and pondered for a long time. Send the Nirvana primordial spirit pills to Sunny and Sui Qingrong. Yes. Mu Yun replied. Yun Dushan stood still and exhaled. The bet between the Sevenfold Valley and the Qiang Holy Kingdom gave him a chance to rise. Although it was dangerous, it was also a great opportunity. If the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance unified the southern wilderness region, they would be able to stand firm. Everything had to be done step by step. That was the way of the king. Mu Yun, the corners of Yun's mouth rose slightly. The Sky Pavilion, on the other side, Qi Lingyue and Ling Hao left together. Ling Hao said. Ling Hao couldn't help but say, the Glazed Light Emperor Sword Slash is a 4th-tier ancient god technique. It has extremely high requirements for origin power and physical strength. That kid, the Glazed Light Emperor Sword Slash, was a dominant sword technique among the 4th-tier ancient god techniques. That was even in the Qiang Holy Kingdom, many geniuses couldn't cultivate it. His Majesty instructed us to give him some help, but I'm afraid the ancient god technique you gave him won't do him any good. Instead, it will harm him. That might not be the case. Ling Yu smiled. This kid's source power is abundant. Even if I reach the Sovereign King's Silver Bone realm, I might not be able to match him. Moreover, this kid's physical body. When he first broke through to the Sovereign King realm, his physical body was already extremely strong. You and I both saw it. Ling Yu said again, if he can successfully cultivate it and even perform 7 consecutive slashes, then, it will be really terrifying. Perhaps he can reach the Paragon God realm in the future. As soon as he said that, Ling Hao's expression changed. Paragon God realm, how could it be? Mu Yun could really reach that level? Let's just wait for a good show. Qi Lingyue smiled with her hands behind her back. I'm very curious about his achievements. Moreover, now that things have come to this, the opening of the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace is imperative. The previous trial was just to test the waters. I have to make good use of my time to cultivate and strive to reach the Saint Lord realm as soon as possible. After Qi Lingyue finished speaking, the two figures disappeared from the southern wilderness region. The Cloud Alliance's power was getting stronger and stronger. Many disciples broke through one after another. At the same time, Sui Qingrong and Sunny also began to cultivate in seclusion. 9. It seemed that the Heavenly Cloud League was going to have 2 more sovereign kings. At this juncture, Mu Yun brought Luo Tianxing and quietly left the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Originally, he was only the deputy leader in name, but he wasn't in charge of anything. As for his prestige, when the 3 major sects invaded, he became famous in one battle and was deeply remembered by the disciples of the 2 Instruments Pavilion. Again recently, the Tai Chi White Dragon was in charge of the sect's affairs, and all of them mentioned Mu Yun. Li in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun and Luo Tianxing walked side by side. Master Mu, where are we going? Luo Tianxing asked. Of course, to the west of the southern wilderness region, where the floating sky pavilion is. Mu Yun smiled and said, however, I have to disguise myself. Don't keep showing yourself. Bring 2 or 3 heaven monarchs, 4 essence and 5 essence spirit realm osteopyrum with you and follow me. Alright. Tianxing disappeared, and 2 osteopyrum in black walked out from the heaven-destroying picture. Just don't talk so much on the way. Yes. At this moment, Yun was wearing a pale yellow divine robe. However, at that moment, the pale yellow divine clothes had turned into a faint golden color. Furthermore, Mu Yun's aura had also changed. From now on, my name is Yun Mu. Yun said seriously, the 2 of you, remember. Don't address me incorrectly. The 3 of us are all Heavenly Monarch 5 Primordial Spirit Realm. We came from the Boundless Sect and were forced to come to the Sky-Reaching Pavilion, hoping to join you. Got it? Yes, Senior Brother Yun. Yes, Senior Brother Yun. The 2 of them immediately cupped their fists. Mu at this moment, Yun's face slowly changed from a delicate and charming appearance to a murderous and sonorous aura. His aura was completely different. The pale yellow divine robe was an evolution of the heaven-destroying picture. It would greatly increase Mu Yun's strength. Furthermore, it could also change his aura appropriately. Guei had known about this long ago, but he had never told Mu Yun. This way, even the pavilion master of the sky-reaching pavilion, Xianxia, would not be able to recognize him as Mu Yun. The three of them left the east and headed west at a leisurely pace. Xianxia City was located in the west of the southern wilderness region. It could be said to be the most famous city in the southern wilderness region. It had a population of 10 million and was a magnificent city with layers of pavilions and towers. Sky City was not really floating in the air. Instead, it belonged to the sky-reaching pavilion and was only 100 miles away from the mountain gate of the sky-reaching pavilion. Because this city was also a place where the disciples of the sky-reaching pavilion often gathered. By even a ruler realm expert would have emotions and desires at such a level. At this moment, in Sky City. First. Inside a restaurant. Mu Yun brought 2 osteopyrum with him and sat down. The table was filled with wine and dishes. Have you heard? A voice sounded at this moment. Recently, the sky-reaching pavilion has begun to recruit disciples. Moreover, not only human monarchs and earth monarchs, but also heavenly monarch realm guardians. The sky-reaching pavilion is already the most powerful force within a radius of 10,000 miles. Why are they still recruiting? Who knows? I heard that recently, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance in the East seems to have the intention to make a move on the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Is it true? I only heard about it. How would I know? Restaurants had always been the best place to listen to news. It seems that Qi Lingyue is right. The sky-reaching pavilion has already begun to make preparations. Recruiting human monarch and earth monarch disciples, heavenly monarch realm guardians. Just like the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, the sky-reaching pavilion was also a 5th-grade force. Tiana high-level martial monarch was indeed qualified to be a guardian. Mu Yun said, after eating, we will apply for the guardian position. Yes. The 2 osteopyrum were also at the heavenly monarch 5 primordial spirit realm. The 3 of them might be able to apply for the guardian position. After the meal, the 3 of them left the floating sky city and headed to the floating sky pavilion. Only seeing that there were indeed some people in front of the sky-reaching pavilion. And, those people were divided into 3 teams. Every team had a different realm and aura. Human Monarch Team 1, Earth Monarch Team 1, Heavenly Monarch Team 1. Tian the Monarch warriors were also divided into ranks. Here at this moment, an elder was sitting on a wooden chair calmly. With just a glance, Yun could sense the elder's aura. Monarch Iron Bone Realm. Same as a 5th-grade force, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was indeed much weaker than the sky-reaching pavilion. Monarch including him, there were only 6 people in the entire Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. And these 6 people were all in high positions and power. But now, outside the gate of the sky-reaching pavilion, an elder in charge of recruiting was actually at the Monarch Iron Bone Realm. Where are you from? The old man said in a daze. Reporting to elder, I am Yun Mu. These 2 are my good brothers. Bone to will, bone to fate. Mu Yun said respectfully. The 3 of us are from the Boundless Sect. The Boundless Sect was destroyed by the 2 Instruments Pavilion, no, the current Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, so we came to join the sky-reaching pavilion. Oh? The elder glanced at the 3 of them. 5 primordial spirit realm, not bad. The elder said slowly, the Boundless Sect has been destroyed for decades. Why did you only come now? Mu Yun had already prepared an excuse and said, previously, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance did not continue to capture us, so we had been hiding. But recently, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance began to clean up. And we also recently found out that the sky-reaching pavilion is recruiting guardians. Yun Mu. Bone will. Bone will. The elder took note of the 3 of them and looked at a young man behind him. Su Sun, bring them into the pavilion. Yes. The young man smiled at the 3 of them. Mu Yun hurriedly thanked him and followed Su Sun out of the mountain gate. Road Mu Yun approached Su Sun and handed over a few ancient god pills. She smiled and said, Senior Brother Su, I'm new here and don't know what to pay attention to. I hope Senior Brother Su can give me some pointers. Not really. Su Sun said. Su Sun happily took the pills and said, stay here in peace for the next few days. the pavilion will carefully check your identities. Once it's confirmed that what you said is correct, you will be tested. After passing the test, you will take up a position. But of course, the position you will take up at the beginning will definitely be peripheral. You will need time to show your loyalty. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Yun hurriedly said, I heard that the sky-reaching pavilion will attack the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. When will they do it? Where did you find out? Susan asked. Susan frowned slightly. That's what the outside world is saying. Susan said again, don't spread rumors about this matter. The higher-ups haven't sent down any news yet. Disciple has said too much. It's just that Yunmu really hates the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and wants nothing more than to avenge her master's friend. At this point, Mu Yun gritted her teeth. Don't worry, there will be a chance. Susan said. Susan smiled and said, I heard that the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance only has 4 kings now. How can it be compared to our sky-reaching pavilion? Hearing this, Mu Yun hurriedly asked, how many kings do we have in total? When Susan mentioned this, he became arrogant. In the sky-reaching pavilion, the pavilion master and 3 deputy pavilion masters are all kings. In addition, there are 7 elders and 4 hall masters. There are a total of 15 kings. Just the kings alone, our sky-reaching pavilion is definitely more than half of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. 15 kings, the sky-reaching pavilion indeed had a strong foundation. I saw that the one outside the mountain gate just now seemed to be a king, yes. That's the 7th elder, Elder Gu Yuansheng, a king at the Iron Bone realm. Susan continued, the requirements for recruiting new disciples and new protectors this time are very high. Strength and talent are secondary. The most important thing is loyalty. Elder Gu Yuansheng is personally supervising this time to prevent some people with ulterior motives from sneaking in. Oh. Mu Yan came to a sudden realization. 7 elders. 4. First Hall Master. All. They were at the King Realm, the 3 Deputy Pavilion Masters were at the Silver Bone Realm, and the Pavilion Master, Xianxia, was at the Golden Bone Realm. The sky-reaching pavilion's foundation was indeed strong enough. The 3 of you are all at the 5 Primordial Spirit Realm, so you will definitely be carefully examined. However, once you pass, you will definitely be at the Protector level, so don't think too much. Susan took the benefits and said a few more words. Mu Yun thanked him. After bringing the 3 of them to a valley and finding a room and a pavilion to stay in, Susan left. The 2 Osteopyrum did not say anything along the way. It seems that the sky-reaching pavilion is already preparing to make a move on the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun thought in her heart. Right now, it was very likely that the sky-reaching pavilion was recruiting disciples. Once the battle started, these people would rush to the front. If it was them, the sky-reaching pavilion would not feel the pinch. While, moreover, they could also test the loyalty of these people. The sky-reaching pavilion had thought of this move well. At this moment, in the valley, there were many pavilions on all sides. There were about 200 to 300 Heavenly Monarch martial artists coming and going. Mu Yun and the other 2 each had a room. When they arrived, there was no movement. Even Gu Yuansheng did not notice the change in Huang Shani's aura. Thinking about it, Xiantian was probably at the Golden Bone Realm and could not detect anything. For a few days, Mu Yun stayed in the sky-suspending pavilion, and nothing happened. About half a month later, the disciple who received Mu Yun and the other 2 appeared again. Here. Susan smiled and said, the 3 of you have been verified. You are indeed disciples of the Boundless Sect. Mu Yun was naturally prepared for this. He had already prepared the identities of Yun Mu, Gu Suwei, and Gu Sui Yuan. This is. Mu Yun couldn't help but be puzzled when she saw the 3 tokens that Susan handed over. These are the protector tokens for the 3 of you, said Su. Susan smiled and said, but now, you are only the lowest level guardians. You can discipline our sky-suspending pavilion's Earth Monarch and Human Monarch realm disciples. When you have made contributions in the sky-suspending pavilion, you can be promoted. Or your realm will increase, and your authority will also increase. Mu Yun suddenly revealed an enlightened expression. Susan smiled and said, all right, your identities have been confirmed. It's not suitable for you to live here. I'll bring you to your new address. Thank you, Senior Brother Su. Don't mention it. From today onwards, we are all fellow disciples. In the future, I might need you for something. Susan smiled. In the sky-suspending pavilion, the hierarchy was very clear. Human Monarch Realm disciples had the lowest status. Earth Monarch Realm disciples were better. However, only when one reached the Heavenly Monarch Realm would they be valued by the sect. Heavenly Monarchs from the first Essence Spirit Realm to the fourth Essence Spirit Realm were considered low-level, and they were still disciples. However, reaching the fifth Essence Spirit Realm was a high-level Heavenly Monarch. Fifth Essence Spirit Realm disciples had special identities. At that time, they could continue to be disciples or guardians. As a protector, he had the right to discipline his disciples. After reaching the sixth Essence Spirit Realm and seventh Essence Spirit Realm, they had greater authority to discipline disciples. Along the way, Susan told Mu Yun and the other two a lot of things about the sky-suspending pavilion. For example, the 7 elders were recruited by the sky-suspending pavilion. The 4 hall masters had always followed the sky-suspending pavilion's pavilion master, Xianxia. Fourth First Sect Master Wei Yuanjia, Ji Fangxing, Ji Tianji, and Lei Jing were loyal to the sect master, but they never got along with the 7 elders. As for the 7 great elders, with Great Elder Yin Liping as their leader, they also couldn't stand the 4 hall masters. Same as at that time, Pavilion Master Mo Shantian had 4 children. Changzi Mo Yinghua, Heaven Monarch 7 Primordial Spirit Realm. Hirzi Mo Jiji, Heaven Monarch 6 Primordial Spirit Realm. 3 His son Mo Yuhai was also at the Heaven Monarch 6 Primordial Spirit Realm. While the 4th lady was Mo Kaiyun, a Heaven Monarch at the 6th Primordial Spirit Realm. Between these, there were quite a few paths. Mo Ying had become the eldest son. Logically, he should have inherited the Pavilion Master's position and become the young Pavilion Master. However, Mo Jiji, Mo Yuhai and Mo Kaiyun were unwilling to accept this. At this point, Mu Yun asked, why? Don't talk nonsense. It's said that the Pavilion Master's wife had an affair with Vice Pavilion Master Mo Chunkong a few years ago. When she married the Pavilion Master, she was already pregnant with Mo Yinghua. Susan said secretly, this matter was very lively in the sky-suspending pavilion back then, but it was suppressed by the Pavilion Master. There's actually such a thing? Don't talk nonsense, Susan continued, this can lead to death. Thank you for your advice, Senior Martial Brother, Mu Yun said hurriedly. A cold snort sounded. Mo Yinghua is not Sayun's big brother to begin with. As soon as the words fell, several figures appeared in front of Mu Yun and the others. For the leader was a young man dressed in purple satin. His hands were behind his back, and he had a noble bearing. Senior Martial Brother Liu. When he saw the young man, Susan immediately cupped his hands and bowed. If you want to spread this matter, spread it. Say that Mo Yinghua is not qualified to be the young Pavilion Master. Nian said proudly. This person is Luan, a 7 Primordial Spirit Realm cultivator. Our 4th young lady, Mo Kaiyun, has taken a fancy to him. Quickly salute him. Seeing that Mu Yun and the others were still in a daze, Susun transmitted his voice. Yun Mu greets Senior Martial Brother Liu. Yun hurriedly cupped her hands. Who are these people? Luan said arrogantly, I've never seen them before. Susan immediately said, they are the new protectors, Yun Mu, Gu Suei, and Gu Suiyuan. Oh? Luan waved his hand and said, in that case, leave it to me. It just so happens that I'm preparing to go out. Find another 5 Primordial Spirit Realm disciple to follow me. Senior Martial Brother Liu, this is a little against the rules, Susan said with a troubled expression. Rules? Luan sneered and said, Susun, you're also an old man. The Pavilion Master will be my father-in-law in the future. You're talking about rules with me? Moreover, this time, 2nd young master, 3rd young master, and 4th young lady are going out together. This is their request. When it came to the 3 of them, Susan immediately said, yes, yes, yes. I'll do it right away. About 40 to 50 people. When you have gathered enough, bring them to 2nd young master's hall and wait. Yes. Luan left slowly. Straight. At this moment, Susan heaved a sigh of relief. Bah, relying on women, what kind of ability is that? Susan scolded. Luan and Mo Kaiyun were lovers. This matter was known by the entire Sky Pavilion. Moreover, in addition, Luan was a 7 primordial spirit realm cultivator and was considered an expert in the Sky Pavilion. On the surface, no one dared to provoke him. Moo. Yun did not speak at this moment. It seemed that the Sky Pavilion was not as impenetrable as he thought. Since that was the case, it was much easier to do. The more cracks there were, the more he could use them. Stir up if the Sky Pavilion was unstable, how would they have the mood to attack the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? Even more so if he could provoke a civil war, it would be best. Susan immediately called for people. Not long after, more than 40 people gathered. Bring more than 40 people, Susan came in front of a palace. The palace was quite grand. There were women coming and going, and a fragrance wafted in the air. Second young master Mogg likes women, so most of the disciples here are female. Susan said. Sun said in a low voice, if you follow second young master, you must think about how to please him. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Su. Susan said a few words and left. Not long after, a few figures walked out of the hall. The 2 young men in the lead walked together, and they looked quite similar. On the other side, there was a woman with an enchanting figure and a face like a peach blossom, looking exceptionally enchanting. Here beside the woman was Luan. Here at this moment, the woman leaned in Luan's arms and twisted her waist, looking extremely seductive. Muyun took a look and lowered her head. The one beside Luan should be Mo Kaiyun. The other 2 were Mogg and Mo Yuhai. It seemed that the 4 of them really breathed from the same nostrils. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, at this moment, the sound of air being torn apart rang out. About 7 to 8 figures arrived at this moment. Second young master, they are all here. The 7 to 8 people were all 7 primordial spirit realm heavenly lords. Mogg waved his hand and said, all right, get ready to set off. All of you, follow us. Immediately, the 7 to 8 people led the group. Mogg and the other 3 turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Everyone followed at this moment. May I know what we are going to do this time? Mu Yan's palm flashed, and an ancient god pill appeared. She handed it over. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The man replied coldly, do whatever I tell you to do. When he said that, Mu Yan's expression did not change. She nodded tremblingly. It seemed that something big was going to happen. Mogg and the others were the children of the pavilion master. If they wanted to explore some secret place, they would definitely bring their trusted subordinates. Of the 7 to 8 people who appeared before them, they could no longer be described as trusted subordinates. They could be said to be death warriors. In addition, they had recruited more than 45 primordial spirit realm disciples. Mogg, Mo Yuhai, Mo Kaiyun, and Luan definitely had their own plans. Foot after traveling for more than half a day, they headed all the way south, towards Wujian Ancient Mountain. Mu at this moment, Yun was even more confused. Here what exactly happened? Turn when night fell, the team stopped moving forward. They set up camp and rested. Mogg and the other 3 gathered together. For there were 7 to 8 people around them, so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Mu Yun and the other 40 people set up camp around them. At this moment, the 4 of them were discussing, isolating themselves from everyone's probing. Only however, how could a few 6 primordial spirit realm cultivators block Mu Yun's probing? Mu Yun, who was dozens of meters away, heard the 4 of them talking clearly. This time, we can only succeed. We must not fail. Gigi's voice was sharp. That kid Mo Yinghua brought 6th elder Ling Xuanqing and 5th elder Bao Bing to explore a secret place in Wujian Ancient Mountain. They found traces of the primordial spirit pill. If he succeeds and that kid breaks through to the sovereign king realm, then we will be in trouble. Second brother, is this news accurate? Mo Yuhai asked solemnly. The spy I planted beside Mo Yinghua left traces along the way. Mogg said again, we absolutely can't let him become a sovereign king. Of course. Mo Kaiyun also smiled and said, however, Ling Xuanqing and Bao Bing are both sovereign kings. Second brother, you can't be unprepared, right? How is that possible? Gigi smiled and said, this time, I asked Hall Master Leijing to come with me. In order to avoid father's doubts, I asked Hall Master Leijing to set off a day later. He will arrive tomorrow. Mo Kaiyun said again, second brother, if you can plant a spy beside him, will he leave a spy beside you? Du Jing and the other 8 are all trustworthy. However, the news will inevitably leak, so today, we must be extremely careful. Mo Gigi waved his hand, and someone immediately approached him. Mo Gigi instructed, Du Jing, pay attention to your duty today. Don't let anything happen. Yes. Mo Gigi and the other 3 sat by the bonfire and discussed for a while. It was nothing more than killing Mo Yinghua. Mo Shantian would not do anything to them. If Gigi became the young pavilion master, she would be the future pavilion master. As for Mo Yuhai, he would be the deputy pavilion master. Luan was also the deputy pavilion master. For he was already thinking of a great blueprint. At this moment, Mu Yun listened to the discussion of the 4 people, but her heart was blooming with joy. Originally, Qi Lingyue told her that Mo Yinghua was not Mo Xuantian's son, but Mo Xuantian's younger brother, the son of the current Sky Pavilion's deputy pavilion master, Mo Qingkong. She was still thinking that she could rely on this to make a fuss. Never would he have imagined that Mo Yinghua, Mo Gigi, and his 2 siblings would already have a major conflict with one another. Even. Sovereign King elders and hall masters were involved. This was interesting. At this moment, Mu Yun couldn't help but sigh. This saved him a lot of trouble. Tomorrow, when Hall Master Leijing arrived, Mo Gigi, Mo Yuhai, and Mo Kaiyun led people to surround and kill Mo Yinghua. No. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, the floating sky pavilion would be in chaos. Moreover, with him around, how could they not succeed? At this moment, Mu Yun smiled slightly. Deep into the night, everyone rested. Mu Yun didn't rest. Instead, she was trying to figure out the glazed light emperor sword slash. This 4th grade ancient god technique was too difficult. The glazed light emperor sword slash didn't have any moves to speak of. It only slashed down once. But this ancient god technique could condense 7 consecutive slashes. 7. Under the consecutive slashes, the power that erupted was as if it could split the heavens and earth. However, the difficulty of cultivating it was extremely high. First, the source energy needed to be abnormally abundant. No. Then, even if one cultivated 7 consecutive slashes, if one didn't have enough source energy, they might be exhausted after 4 slashes. First. Second, it had an extremely high requirement on the physical body. Actually, Mu Yun was satisfied with these 2 points. But yes, it was too difficult to cultivate 7 consecutive slashes. The adjustment of the physical body and the control of the source energy. These days, Yun hadn't touched the concept. It was nighttime. A rustling sound rang out. Yun listened attentively. Yes. It spread from Luan and Mo Tsayun's tent. At this moment, Yun was slightly stunned. Then, she understood what had happened. It seemed that these 2 people were really thirsty. Mu Yun didn't pay much attention. Not long after, 2 figures appeared in the tent. It was Luan and Mo Kaiyun. 2. At this moment, they directly left the camp. While knowing what the 2 of them were going to do, the disciple on night duty only smiled slightly and carefully checked the surroundings. At this moment, Yun's eyes lit up. The 2 of them went out to have fun, so they would definitely be a distance away. While at this moment, something unexpected happened. Who would Mo Gigi and Mo Yuhai suspect? Mu Yun's mind became active. Again. This time, she summoned an osteopyrum to herself. Mu Yun's figure flashed and left the camp. Now that he had reached the Emperor's bone realm, how could a mere heavenly lord detect his aura? Without making a sound, Mu Yun arrived at a mountain forest. 1. This short mountain was about hundreds of meters tall. At the foot of the mountain, a pool of water. At this moment, Mu Yun was about 100 meters away from the pool. All he could hear was the splashing of water. There were also Lo Mu Yun Ti that Mu Ti Mu's, Mu Yun's, of course. Mu Yun Ti Ti Yun's Ti Yun Ti Heat. Lo Mu Yun was stunned when he turned his head to look. Inside the pool, Luan and Mo Kaiyun were deeply entwined with each other. It was like a live lesson. How exciting! Yun sighed in his heart. TSK TSK. He came out to kill, but he didn't forget to have some fun. Mu Yun praised in her heart. At this moment, the water in the pool suddenly became more and more intense. Then, Luan's face turned red. Yun's expression changed. Now is the time. Swish, almost in an instant. The divine wood sword and the heaven and earth furnace shot out at the same time. Bang, bang, two deep voices could be heard as Luan and Mo Kaiyun's heads exploded. Their bodies had turned into corpses, but they were still entangled together. The sound came to an abrupt stop. Yun flew down at this moment. Look. Looking at the mess in the pool, Mu Yun clapped her hands. Don't blame me for not letting you feel comfortable at the end. It's an assassination. Of course, it has to be done when you're least prepared. Mu Yun turned around and left. He came to the floating sky pavilion to mess up the floating sky pavilion and wait for an opportunity to kill a few emperors. Now, it would be best if he could make the floating sky pavilion fall into chaos first. Kaiyun was dead. Gigi and Mo Yuhai would probably be furious. Yun returned to the camp, put away the osteopyrum, and sat down peacefully. This few seven-essence spirit realm heavenly lords would not be able to discover this at all. Yun sat down and restrained her aura. Get up, get up. On the second day, early in the morning. A shout sounded at this moment. Mo Yuhai's expression was very ugly at this moment. Mo Kaiyun and Luan, did you see them? Mo Yuhai shouted. Immediately, two seven-essence spirit realm disciples walked out and said, last night, fourth young lady and senior brother Lu went out together. Went out? What did they go out for? Mo Yuhai asked. At that time, fourth young lady and senior brother Lu were quite noisy in the tent. Later on, it seemed that they wanted to find some excitement. We didn't dare to stop them. Bastard! Mo Yuhai shouted, go and find them immediately. They didn't return for an entire night. It was obvious that something had happened. Lu, it would be strange if that Braden could last for an entire night. Second young master. Third young master. Suddenly, a few figures turned back and said, something big has happened. Fourth young lady is dead, beside the pool. Mo Gigi and Mo Yuhai's expressions were terrifyingly gloomy. Last night, the four of them had discussed how to manage the sky-reaching pavilion in the future. But, now, Mo Kaiyun and Luan were both dead. The two headless corpses were tangled together at this moment. It was nauseating. Were their brains eaten by worms? Mo Yuhai asked. Gigi cursed, you came out alone at this time to do such a thing. Mo Gigi was infuriated. Second brother, now is not the time to talk about this. Who killed them? Mo Yuhai asked anxiously. Du Jing hurriedly said, young masters, there are 8 of us in a team of 4. One team is patrolling the periphery to investigate the surroundings, and the other team is stationed in the camp. We didn't find anything special. I, Du Jing, guarantee it with my head. At this moment, Mo Gigi's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Of course, I believe you. The 8 of you are all at the 7 primordial spirit realm, and the top of the 7 primordial spirit realm. To be able to kill someone right under your noses, and in front of Luan. Forget it. That bastard Luan was bewitched by Mo Kaiyun. He probably didn't even realize it himself. To be able to do this, one has to be at least an emperor. Mo Yuhai hurriedly said, for this trip, the 2 of us are at the 6 primordial spirit realm. Du Jing's group of 8 is at the 7 primordial spirit realm. The protectors we recruited are all at the 5 primordial spirit realm. Emperor, could it be Mo Yinghua? The 2 of them looked at each other. At this moment, both of them became worried. Mo did Yinghua know they were coming? Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 Second young master, third young master. A tall and sturdy man landed on the ground. Hallmaster Lei Jing. Mogg and Mo Yuhai heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the newcomer. What are you doing? Lei Jing looked at the pool, his expression changing slightly. Fourth young lady, Mogg nodded. Uncle Lei, I'm afraid things have changed. Perhaps Mo Yinghua already knows we are coming. Hearing this, Lei Jing laughed heartily. Don't worry. Lei Jing waved his hand, and two figures walked out. Vice Hallmaster Lei Heng, Vice Hallmaster Lei Dong. Seeing the two of them, Mogg's face lit up. Lei Jing smiled and said, Second young master, don't be impatient. Lei Heng and Lei Dong are both half-step sovereigns and have already started to temper their bones. This time, Ling Xuanqing and Bao Bing, the two elders, can barely fight with me. When the time comes, Lei Heng and Lei Dong will attack and kill Mo Yinghua. It will be extremely easy. So what if he knows? We will kill him directly. Hearing this, Mogg and Mo Yuhai's faces lit up. That would be for the best. But how did fourth young lady get killed? Lei Jing asked. Lei Jing looked around suspiciously. Whoosh, suddenly, at this moment, Du Jing was shocked. Du Jing was startled. Suddenly, he thrust his sword in front of him. While, in front of him was Mogg. You're courting death. Lei Jing roared. Du Jing bled from his 7 orifices and died instantly. Mogg was shocked at this moment. What's going on? Mo Yuhai shouted. Yuhai hurriedly said, Du Jing, is he Mo Yinghua's man? At this moment, Mo Yuhai's face changed. No, but why did Du Jing suddenly attack after Hallmaster Lei Jing arrived? This, Hallmaster Lei Jing couldn't be Mo Yinghua's man. Ever since the floating sky pavilion gradually grew stronger. Most of the 4 hallmasters who followed the pavilion master were gradually not valued. Instead, the pavilion master valued the 7 elders. As a result, the 4 hall masters and the 7 great elders, 2 factions, fought openly and covertly. Because of Mo Yinghua's background, the 4 hall masters also tried to persuade him, but they were all rejected by the pavilion master. Thus, the relationship between the 4 hall masters and Mo Yinghua was very bad. Thus, Mogg and Mo Yuhai took the opportunity to rope in the 4 hall masters. This situation was like a fight for the throne. If Lei Jing stood on Mogg's side, it was impossible for him to harm Mogg. If Du Jing attacked, it meant he was Mo Yinghua's man. Damn it. Gigi's face was ashen. Du Jing, the person he trusted the most, actually wanted to kill him. Mo Yinghua, I will kill you. Gigi was furious. Second brother, are you okay? Mo Yuhai couldn't help but ask. Mogg had always been very shrewd. He chose to follow Mogg because they were born from the same mother. Moreover, Mogg was very scheming. If Gigi died, he would be finished. It's okay. Gigi quickly calmed down and said, it's a good thing that Du Jing exposed himself. Maybe Kai Yun and Luan were not killed by Mo Yinghua, but by Du Jing. He didn't have time to send the message before you arrived, Uncle Lei. It's just that this guy is too greedy. He probably wants to kill me and then take the credit. Gigi quickly summed it up. At this moment, Yun was amused. He didn't say much, but Mogg had thought everything through. Why did Du Jing suddenly attack? It was naturally his masterpiece. The Eye of Heaven could condense a spatial vortex. A spatial vortex was condensed between Mogg and Du Jing. Then in a panic, Du Jing thought that someone wanted to kill him and immediately attacked. But Lei Jing was a sovereign king after all, and he instantly killed Du Jing. Originally, Mu Yun thought that if Du Jing attacked, he would be suspected and Mogg would interrogate him. In the end, Lei Jing killed him directly. Mu Yun was also happy at this moment. This saved him a lot of trouble. The hatred between Gigi, Mo Yuhai, and Mo Yinghua was probably even greater. Only the 4 hall masters and 7 elders were all in the sovereign king Ironbone realm. and the 3 deputy pavilion masters, Mo Qingkong, Su Fuxing, and Meng Zhe, were all in the sovereign king's silver bone realm. He didn't know what the 3 deputy pavilion masters' attitudes were on this matter. If the 3 deputy pavilion masters also participated and took their positions, it would be even more interesting. Speaking, perhaps the entire Sky Pavilion would fall into internal strife without the intervention of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Second young master, since that's the case, let's not delay. Let's go. The team moved out at this moment and continued to move south. At this moment, Mu Yun was in the team, just following the main group. After about half a day, the sun shone brightly. In front, Mo Gigi and Mo Yuhai stopped. Have we arrived? Mo Gigi asked and looked at the 40-odd people behind him. I didn't ask you to come here to die. Don't be afraid. Mo Gigi said, now, everyone spread out and look for Mo Yinghua. You are all newcomers to my Sky Pavilion. Mo Yinghua doesn't know you, so find him and quickly report back. As long as you find traces of Mo Yinghua, I will reward you with a spirit protection pill. As soon as Mo Gigi said this, the crowd immediately became excited. Reward a spirit protection pill, this was a big deal. Everyone, don't worry. In the future, when I, Mo Gigi, ascend to the Pavilion Master's throne, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Thank you, second young master. Some warriors cupped their hands at this moment. Mo Gigi waved his hand, and several scrolls appeared in front of everyone. This is Mo Yinghua, 6th Elder Ling Xuanqing, and 5th Elder Bao Bing. Remember, don't be careless. These 2 elders are in the Sovereign King Iron Bone realm. If you encounter them, you must protect your own safety. Gigi said earnestly, as if she was worried that there would be casualties. Moo. But Mu Yun didn't care at this moment. Of the 40-odd people who came today, none of them would be able to return alive. Mo. The reason why Gigi looked for this group of newcomers was to silence them. If the news spread that more than 40 people returned to the sect safely, even if Mo Gigi killed Mo Yinghua, it would be difficult for him to bear the anger of the elders. Mu Yun could see through this kind of thing. Swish. 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 At this moment, the 40-odd people dispersed one by one. Mo Gigi and Mo Yuhai waited in place. This was a big deal. If they could kill Mo Yinghua, then everything would become simple. Mo Gigi had already made up her mind. With Mo Ying's incarnation dead, the 7 elders would not be able to do anything. Yes, with the support of the 4 hall masters, what were the 7 elders? The most important thing was Mo Yinghua. Uncle Lei, sorry to trouble you this time. Second young master, what are you saying? Lei Jing smiled and said, as the Justice Hall's hall master, I naturally lean towards second young master. Mo Yinghua is most definitely related to Vice Pavilion Master Mo Qingkong. Unfortunately, Pavilion Master placed too much trust in Vice Pavilion Master Mo, Lei said. Jing said bitterly, because of this, the Pavilion Master has distanced himself from us 4 hall masters. Even Mo Ying sees us as a thorn in his side. If we can't make second young master the next Pavilion Master, we will be in a difficult situation. Mo Gigi nodded. Vice Pavilion Master Su Fuxing and Vice Pavilion Master Meng Zhe support me. If we really fight, I don't fear that bastard Mo Yinghua at all. Mo Gigi said hatefully, it's a pity that this guy has found a way to become a sovereign king. If he succeeds, we'll be in trouble. Mo Yinghua was already at the primordial spirit realm, while he was only at the 6th essence spirit realm. If Mo Yinghua became a sovereign king again, then the position of Pavilion Master would really be in jeopardy, and this time, regardless of whether he killed Mo Yinghua or Mo Yinghua killed him. As the Pavilion Master, his father had no choice but to accept the result. Therefore, the victory or defeat between him and Mo Yinghua would be decided today. Mountain, between the veins, Mu Yun led 2 osteopyram and searched the forest. Why don't we come out and search together? One of the osteopyram said respectfully. No need. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, we're not in a hurry. It doesn't matter if we can't find it. Mo Gigi will be more anxious than us. However, the secret realm that Mo Yinghua found can help him become a sovereign king. This kid is extraordinary, but he's unlucky to have met me this time. I won't let him advance to the sovereign king realm. Hearing this, the two Osteopyrum nodded. Moo. Yun released her soul power and searched the surroundings. Suddenly, there was a strange movement in front of her. However, that strange movement was very weak, as if it could dissipate at any time. Mu Yan's figure flashed and flew out. In this huge valley, dozens of figures were standing at the entrance of the valley. If he went any deeper, he would not be able to see clearly. In the depths of the cave, Mu Yan sensed two auras that were not inferior to his own at all. Are they Mo Yinghua's men? Mu Yan was not in a hurry. This time, Mo Yinghua brought two sovereigns to explore the secret realm. Now if she made a move, she would alert the enemy. Mu Yan was also very interested in the secret realm that Mo Yinghua wanted to explore. Concealing her aura, Mu Yan waited carefully on the trees outside the valley. Gradually, the people at the entrance of the valley decreased one by one, as if they had entered the valley. While Mu Yan waited for a long time again. In the end, only two people were left. They hid between the hidden cracks on both sides of the valley entrance, as if they were left to stand guard. Mu Yan's eyes moved slightly. Her figure flashed and she rushed out. Puff. This disciple died at this moment. While, at the same time, before the other person could react, Mu Yan had already rushed out. Move and die. Mu Yan shouted. Yun restrained that disciple and asked, who's inside? It's the eldest young master of the Sky Pavilion, Mo Yinghua. What are you doing here? Mu Yan asked again. Eldest young master found a branch palace of the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace buried under the valley. He is exploring the palace and preparing to enter. The disciple said nervously, I don't know anything else. Thank you. Mu Yan said. Yun made a move instantly. Mountain in the valley, there was a deathly silence. Mu Yan at this moment, Yun hesitated for a moment. Then, what good things were there in the branch palace? Should she go in and investigate now, or return and tell Mogg? After thinking for a while, Mu Yan decided to go back and tell Mogg. Yinghua brought two sovereigns with him this time. If she made any movements and Mo Yinghua noticed something, that would not be good. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yan turned around and returned. Young master. Under the forest, Mogg and the others were waiting. That figure flew back at top speed. It was not Mu Yan, but a Osteopyrum beside Mu Yan. Then, Osteopyrum panted and said, I found something strange in a valley. There's a terrifying aura spreading. I'm not sure, so I came to inform you. Oh? Wei continued, Yun Mu and I are there. Yun Mu is still guarding there. Mogg's eyes flashed slightly. Tell everyone to gather. Gigi spoke at this moment. Success or failure will be decided today. Gigi rushed out. At the entrance of the valley, Mu Yan was watching carefully. After a while, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. When Yun saw the person who came, she hurriedly bowed and said, I found many people inside just now, but not long after, those people went in and disappeared. Mogg looked at the entrance of the valley. Second young master. Jing spoke at this moment, stopping Mogg and looking at the valley. Not long after, Lei Jing said, there's no one in the valley. Mu Yan hurriedly said, I saw dozens of people disappear into the valley with my own eyes. Jing said, I believe you. Because there's a trace of aura left behind by Mo Yinghua and the others. Gigi smiled and said, in that case, it's here. The 7 of you stay behind. Gigi looked at the 7 people behind him and ordered. Mu Yan sneered in her heart. Mogg was still prepared to send them to their deaths. Then, the 7 Yuan Spirit Realm disciples were behind. Whoever wanted to run would definitely be killed by the 7 of them. Mu Yun didn't say anything and waited quietly. Everyone. They moved forward slowly. They entered the valley and circled around. The valley was about 1,000 square meters in size. There were few trees and lush grass. For looking at it, it was completely empty. There was nothing special about it. There. Lei Jing pointed to the right of the valley entrance. Lei Heng and Lei Dong walked in front and led the way. When they reached the stone wall of the valley, the two of them carefully touched it with their palms. Buzz, suddenly, the two of them entered the wall without any hindrance. No, after a while, Lei Heng appeared and said, "There's no danger." Mog nodded and everyone entered one by one. Entering, inside the wall, there was a staircase that led straight down. Everyone followed the passage and went underground. This flight of stairs descended for over 1,000 meters. Most finally, dozens of people reached the bottom and went down the stairs. What entered their eyes was a vast and flat terrain. While, in front of the flat terrain, there was a square palace with red walls and golden tiles. It was built in an ancient and simple manner. At this moment, the palace door opened and two figures stood outside the door. Look, when Mog and Mo Yuhai arrived, the two people's expressions changed. "Who's there?" they shouted in a low voice. But at this moment, Lei Heng and Lei Dong had already rushed out. The two half-step sovereigns charged out at an extremely fast speed. But, even with that being the case, their shouts had alarmed the people inside. Boom, boom, two explosions took place at that instant. The ground trembled and everyone's expression changed. Two sovereigns appeared. Ling Xuanqing. Bao Bing. Lei Jing walked out and laughed, "So it's the two of you." Hall Master Lei Jing. Ling Xuanqing and Bao Bing's expressions changed slightly when they saw the people who came, but they quickly regained their composure. "You followed us." "Not followed, but followed." Mog corrected at this moment, "My good big brother." "Oh, no, maybe I should call him cousin." "Come out, Mo Yinghua." Mog shouted. However, at this moment, a loud explosion could be heard in the hall. A powerful aura rose into the sky. Lei Zhang's expression changed and he shouted, "Mo Yinghua is trying to break through to the sovereign king level. Stop him." At this moment, the dozen people who came with Lei Jing immediately charged out. They were all 7 primordial spirit realm heavenly lords. Their strength was extraordinary and their murderous aura was even thicker. They instantly charged toward the dozens of people in the main hall. "Lei Jing, are you a match for the two of us?" Ling Xuanqing roared at this moment. "Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try." Lei Jing sneered and stepped out at this moment. First, he set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Boom, a loud explosion took place at that instant. Lei Jing was fighting 1 against 2, his killing intent surging. As for Lei Heng and Lei Dong, they were at the side. Lei Sovereign King Jing was in the Iron Bone realm, but his aura was stronger than Ling Xuanqing and Bao Bing. But, no matter how strong they were, the 3 of them were still in the Sovereign King Iron Bone realm. Mu Yun looked at the 3 of them fighting but didn't say anything. There was. With the help of Lei Heng and Lei Dong, it wasn't a problem for Lei Jing to suppress the 2 of them. As for Mog and Mo Yuhai, the 2 of them were only in the 6th primordial spirit realm. So, how could they stop Mo Yinghua? Mu Yun looked at the battle. "What are you waiting for?" Mog shouted, "Kill. Kill 1 and I'll reward you with 1 primordial spirit pill. Kill 10 and I'll reward you with 10 pills." At this moment, the 7 disciples that Mog brought with him rushed out. Musing this scene, Yun's expression changed slightly. These guys seem to be in a killing frenzy. Mog shouted. Seeing Mu Yun and the rest stunned, Gigi said, "Kill Mo Yinghua today and you'll be my confidants in the future. Otherwise, you'll come here with me today. If I die and fail, Mo Yinghua won't let you go." As soon as these words were spoken, some people revealed worried expressions. "Kill!" Mu Yun shouted. At this moment, Yun let out a loud cry and charged out. He had come here to create chaos. Now, both sides were fighting. He was the most suitable person to add fuel to the fire. Boom, rumbling sounds sounded one after another. The entire underground was in chaos. Mog and Mo Yuhai, under the protection of 7 heaven lords and 7 essence soul realm men of sacrifice, charged all the way into the hall. At this moment, in the huge palace. In the hall, Mo Yinghua was sitting cross-legged. Above his head, there was a shining golden crown. Then, the crown released a rich golden light and poured into Mo Yinghua's body. But, Inside Mo Yinghua's body, golden light was shooting out. His bone marrow was like syrup, rumbling. He was refining his bone marrow. Damn it, stop him. Mo Gigi shouted. Gigi yelled in a low voice. Immediately, the 7 of them charged out. At this moment, there were still a few people beside Mo Yinghua, all of whom were at the 7 primordial spirit realm. They instantly blocked the attack. At this moment, they began to fight. The situation in the main hall was the most intense. Almost everyone was using their ultimate techniques to kill each other. While outside the hall, the smell of blood gradually thickened. When the 3 sovereigns fought, the shockwaves spread far and wide. When some martial artists saw this scene, they were already scared out of their wits and wanted to escape. Before he could reach the stairs, he was smashed into pieces by the sovereign king's palm. No, whether it was Mo Yinghua or Mo Gigi, neither side wanted anyone to escape from this place. Division victory and defeat were not decided. Here at this moment, the 2 sides were fighting, and the smell of blood spread out. Mu Yun, who was in the crowd, frowned. At that moment, Mo Yinghua was evidently fully prepared. The 30-odd people following him were all at the primordial spirit realm. Furthermore, they were all at the pinnacle of strength. Ruo of Leijing had not brought a dozen Heaven Monarch 7 primordial spirit realm disciples over. Mo Gigi and Mo Yuhai would have already been defeated. If this continued, it would not be a solution. Mo Gigi and Mo Yuhai could not interfere with Mo Yinghua at all. If Mo Yinghua successfully promoted to Sovereign King, then with one more Sovereign King, Mo Gigi and Mo Yuhai were finished. Mu Yun, what Yun needed was for both sides to suffer heavy casualties, not for either side to be completely defeated. We can't let Mo Yinghua succeed. Mu Yun made up her mind and fought with all her might. She dodged several times and deliberately approached the main hall. At this moment, in the main hall, both sides were at the 7 primordial spirit realm. Although Mo Gigi and Mo Yuhai were at the 6 primordial spirit realm, their armor and divine weapons were extraordinary. They were not at a disadvantage against the 7 primordial spirit realm disciples. Mu Yun, at this moment, Yun understood that she had to stop Mo Yinghua. Divine wood sword, kill. With a low shout in her heart, Mu Yun pretended to be injured and flew out. In the blink of an eye, a wooden sword attacked. Swoosh, bang, an explosion sounded. At this moment, Mo Yinghua's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His promotion was interrupted at this moment. Mo Yinghua was stunned. Someone attacked and interrupted his promotion. Yes, who? Mo Yinghua looked around. There was no sovereign king in the main hall. Who could interrupt his promotion? At this moment, Yinghua's face was ugly. If his promotion was interrupted, it was very likely that there would be repercussions. At that time, it would be difficult to promote again. Damn it. Mo Yinghua cursed in a low voice and stood up. Mo Gigi, Mo Yuhai, you are courting death. Yinghua's face was ashen. Mo Gigi and Mo Yuhai were pleasantly surprised. Who interrupted Mo Yinghua's promotion? That's great. Haha, the heavens are helping me. Mo Gigi laughed out loud. Mo Yinghua, you want to be sovereign king, dream on. Mo Gigi said ferociously. You forced me to do this. Mo Yinghua was even more furious at this moment. Boom. A powerful aura bloomed at this moment. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun rushed into the battle again, pretending to be affected, and moved all the way out of the main hall. Damn, near the door of the main hall, Mu Yun could not breathe. Her face turned pale and she fell to the ground with a plop. Pretend die. He 5 primordial spirit realm could not change anything here. He could only pretend to be dead to avoid being attracted. At this moment, the 2 sides were fighting at an extremely fast speed. Mo Gigi and Mo Yuhai were happy to see that Mo Yinghua's promotion was disrupted and he was injured. Next, every move he made was deadly. At this moment, victory was in his hands. However, Mo Yinghua swallowed an ancient god pill. His origin power exploded, and his killing intent was even stronger. Dong, dong. Dong, the earth rumbled, and the power overlapped. At this moment, Mu Yun was watching everything in a state of suspended animation. The 3 figures fought, and the ancient god tactics they used were extremely similar. The power was overbearing, and it was not something that others could compare to. Boom, a rumble sounded at this moment. The battle became more and more tragic. Big, outside the hall, dozens of people had died. And inside the hall, people began to die. Half in the air, Lei Jing, Lei Heng, and Lei Dong fought with Ling Xuanqing and Bao Bing, and they had always had the upper hand. Lei Jing alone was more than one level stronger than Ling Xuanqing and Bao Bing. Bureau on the surface, the situation could be considered to be evenly matched. At this moment, Mu Yun could not wait any longer. This kind of killing, when will it end? Let me give you a hand. Mu Yun shouted. Yun shouted in his heart. At this moment, heavens, I was constantly stirring the space. Originally the two people who were evenly matched suddenly lost their minds and were killed by the opponent. Mu Yun kept doing these little tricks. Time and time again, his whole body's aura was like that of a dead person. Dead, the speed of his injury was getting faster and faster. Bang, along with a loud bang, there was a loud bang. Big, in the blink of an eye, only a few figures were left in the hall. While at this moment, outside the hall, the casualties were even more severe. The ground was full of corpses. Bang, all of a sudden, a loud explosion rang out in the sky. Ah, a loud shout sounded, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Bang. Since exploded. Elder Bao Bing. When it came to the person who exploded, Mo Yinghua's face turned ugly. But at this moment, Bao Bing exploded, and Lei Heng and Lei Dong died instantly. That is, even Lei Jing's whole body was badly mutilated. On the other side, Ling Xuanqing did not have a good time. All his body was dripping with blood. In the depths of his wounds, even the light of iron bones was revealed. Eldest young master. At this moment, Ling Xuanqing retreated. At this moment, there were only 2 or 3 people left beside Mo Yinghua. All of them were extremely miserable. On the other side, Mo Gigi and Mo Yuhai did not have a good time either. There were only 2 or 3 people left. At this moment, Lei Jing fell from the sky. His whole body was covered with terrifying wounds. The loss was too heavy. After fighting until now, only a few of them were left. There were also some who were seriously injured and dying. Mu Yun seeing this, Yun was quite satisfied. Only yes, it was still a little short. Only 1 elder died. It was probably not enough to make them crazy. Mu Yun's body leaned against the door of the hall, without a trace of breath. At this moment, the divine wood sword suddenly rushed out. It was Mo Gigi. Young master, be careful. The moment the divine wood sword moved, Mu Yun also moved. Body shadow rushed out, trying to grab the divine wood sword. However, Mu Yun was pretending. Then he naturally could not grab the divine wood sword. Suddenly, there was a puff. At this moment, Mo Gigi's face was shocked. Eyebrow, a bloody hole appeared in his heart. However, at this moment, someone sneaked an attack on him. Also succeeded, even Lei Jing could not stop it. Mu Yun, when Yun saw this scene, in the next moment, he grabbed the long sword with one hand and slashed fiercely, slashing out again and again. However, it was a corpse beside him. Young master. Mu Yun said with tears, this guy pretended to be dead just now and was killed by me. At this moment, Lei Jing was even more stunned. Mo Gigi. Dead, how was this possible? Someone killed Mo Gigi in front of him. Lei Jing spat out a mouthful of blood. If the battle had not reached this stage, it would be impossible for someone to sneak an attack on Mo Gigi. Haha. Good death. At this moment, Mo Yinghua was also not in a good state. However, he laughed out loud and said, Mo Gigi, good death, haha, Mo Yuhai, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I will definitely not care about this matter. When I become the pavilion master in the future, I will definitely make you a deputy pavilion master. You can have as many beauties as you want. At this moment, Lei Jing suddenly reacted. Mo Gigi was dead. But, yes, there was also Mo Yuhai. Third young master, Mo Yuhai. At this moment, Yuhai's face was filled with fear. All along, everyone in the Sky Pavilion knew that he, Mo Yuhai, followed Mo Gigi's lead. But, now, Mo Gigi was dead. What about him? Mo Yuhai. Yinghua said again, to tell you the truth, my father is indeed not Mo Xiantian. You and I are not blood brothers, but you are my cousin after all. Now, my father Mo Chinkong has actually reached the Golden Bone Realm. He is only waiting for me to break through to the Sovereign King realm. The position of Pavilion Master will be at my fingertips. Everything has been planned out. I have Mo Chinkong's support and the Seven Elders' support. Do you think you can make a comeback? Yinghua looked down on Mo Yuhai from the bottom of his heart. If it was not Mo Gigi, then Mo Yuhai and Mo Kaiyun were both trash. Now, kneel down and submit to me, and I will spare your life. When I become the Pavilion Master, you will be the Deputy Pavilion Master. I will guarantee that you will have no worries for the rest of your life. Come here. Mo Yinghua shouted in a deep voice. First set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence Mo Yuhai's eyes were filled with horror. Let's admit defeat. Mo Yuhai shouted, second brother is dead. We are no match for big brother. Let's admit defeat. At this moment, Mo Yuhai's expression was ugly. Lei Jing was even more furious. This trash. Big brother. Mo Yuhai knelt down on the ground. Big brother, it was second brother who asked me to do this. I had no choice. Big brother, please spare me? Yuhai knelt on the ground, walked to Mo Yinghua step by step, and kowtowed. If you sincerely repent, I won't kill you. Mo Yinghua smiled and said, Lei Jing, Mo Gigi is already dead. Mo Yuhai is just a pile of mud that can't be helped. What do you want? The 4 hall masters are all Iron Bone Realm powerhouses. I, Mo Yinghua, will not treat you unfairly. Without Mo Gigi, the 4 of you are no longer an iron bucket. Why don't you submit to me? Dream on. Lei Jing shouted. Jing shouted, I will report today's matter to the Pavilion Master. He will kill you. Mo Yuhai, you bastard. Useless thing. Hall Master Lei, let's admit defeat. Yuhai's nose was running all over his face. Bastard. Lei Jing roared. Lei Jing had reached his limit after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hall Master Lei, why? Mo Yinghua sneered. That's right, why bother? Mo Yuhai turned around and tried to persuade him. However, all of a sudden, a poochie sound rang out. Mo Yuhai's sword pierced through Mo Yinghua's abdomen. Big brother, why do you think? At this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on Mo Yuhai's face. Look, seeing this scene, Mu Yun almost blurted out a curse in his heart. Mo Yuhai was acting, the remaining people in the main hall all stared with their mouths wide open. Mo Yuhai was really acting. No one realized that Mo Yuhai was acting. Here at this moment, Mo Yuhai's aura suddenly changed. It was not the 6th primordial spirit realm, but the 7th primordial spirit realm. Station Mo Yuhai stood up and looked at Mo Yinghua's incredulous expression. At this moment, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. In truth, you and Mo Gigi are both idiots. How can the 2 of you compete for the position of Pavilion Master? Do you really think that I, Mo Yuhai, am an idiot? At this moment, Yuhai's aura was slowly increasing. Puff with a thump, Mo Ying collapsed to the ground. Mo Yuhai withdrew his sword. Uncle Lei, my second brother is just an idiot. Rather than assisting him, why don't you assist me? Yuhai smiled faintly. Matter love had taken a turn for the better. If Yinrua hadn't seen everything with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Mo Yuhai, you're awesome. You've been pretending all along. Ling Shuangqing cursed, then left in a flash. Only he was able to escape, but the 3 people around him were unable to. They were easily dealt with by Mo Yuhai. At this moment, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. After Yuhai had dealt with those people, all that was left was to silence them? Don't be afraid. Mo Yuhai said again, I need you to put on a show with me. Put on a show? At this moment, Jing was puzzled. Mo Yuhai stepped out and said, Uncle Lei, let's push all the blame on Mo Yinghua, including what Mo Yinghua said before, let's tell father. Who do you think is more powerful, Mo Chimkong has reached the Golden Bone Realm, or father. Let them fight, and we'll reap the benefits. Even if father can kill Mo Chimkong, I'm afraid he will suffer a heavy blow. We'll take this opportunity to kill father, and the position of pavilion master will be mine. At that time, the 7 elders will be nothing to worry about. At this moment, Jing looked at Mo Yuhai in horror. Was this really the stupid Mo Yuhai that she knew? I'll follow your orders. Lei Jing cupped his hands. However, there's still one last thing. Mo Yuhai suddenly said. Third young master, please speak. I need Uncle Lei to die too. With a snort, it sounded again. At this moment, Lei Jing was seriously injured. At such a close distance, he was completely defenseless. Mo Yuhai's killing intent was condensed to the extreme at this moment. You. Uncle Lei, I'm sorry. Mo Yuhai said again, you're dead. Elder Baobing is dead. 2 Iron Bone Realms, I'll go back and perform. Ling Xuanqing won't be able to defend himself. Father and Mo Chimkong will definitely fight. The effect will be better if you're dead. At this moment, Mu Yun really wanted to clap her hands and cheer. Mo Yuhai, what a talent. Pretend to be stupid and follow Mo Gigi. Mo Gigi was dead. Mo Yinghua was dead. 2 Iron Bone Realms were dead. Wouldn't he say whatever he wanted when he went back? At that time, Shantian Mo and Mo Chimkong would fight. Mo Chimkong would most likely not be Shantian Mo's opponent. If they fought to the death, Mo Yuhai would be the king of looting. This guy is so calculative. Only, at this moment, Mu Yun was even happier. In the end, he only did a few things. Mo Kai Yun's death angered Mo Gigi. Fight break Mo Yinghua's advancement. Then attack Mo Gigi. But unknowingly, it helped Mo Yuhai, who was pretending to be stupid. Pick up looting king? No, Mo Yuhai was not the looting king. He was. I'm the biggest looting king. Mu Yun thought happily in her heart. Mo Yuhai had arranged everything. As long as one of Mo Shantian and Mo Chimkong was injured, it would be his chance. Shantianhua. He must be. The few of you know what to say, right? Looking at the remaining 3 or 4 people, Mo Yuhai said slowly, Mo Yinghua and Mo Gigi had a dispute and killed each other. Hall Master Lei Jing was killed, and Elder Baobing was killed. Ling Xuanqing colluded with Mo Yinghua and Mo Chimkong to subvert the rule of Shantian Pavilion. We risked our lives to escape and go back to inform father. This subordinate understands. At this moment, the 4 of them nodded. Mo Yuhai looked carefully at the remaining 4 people, including Mu Yun. After looking at Mu Yun for a moment, Mo Yuhai did not say much. The 4 of them could not die now. Since, father might not believe his words alone. With the addition of a few disciples, especially those recruited by second brother, father might be swayed. Instead, after this matter was over, it would not be a problem to kill these few people. Seeing that Mo Yuhai did not have any killing intent, Mu Yun also heaved a sigh of relief. If Mo Yuhai killed him here, then he would have to kill Mo Yuhai himself. Then, the good show could not continue. Now, Yun was looking forward to the next show in Shantian Pavilion. The 4 of them left the place together. Night gradually fell. Shantian Pavilion, Deputy Pavilion Master Hall. At this moment, Chimkong was dressed in black, and his eyes were bright. Hua is dead? Yes. 6th Elder Ling Xuanqing returned to the sect quietly and did not go to see the Pavilion Master. Instead, he went to Deputy Pavilion Master Ling Xuanqing's hall. At this moment, 1st Elder Yin Liping, 2nd Elder Xiao Yaqiu, 3rd Elder In Yongming, and 4th Elder Wei Yushuan were all present. Deputy Pavilion Master, Lei Jing and Mo Yuhai know everything. They will definitely come back. We cannot hesitate anymore. At this moment, Xuanqing's expression was sorrowful. No one expected Mo Yuhai to hide so deeply. Everyone was fooled. I understand. Mo Yuhai said. Chimkong said, I will go with Su Fuxing and Meng Zhe to see the Pavilion Master now. Get ready and work with the others. Get ready to attack at any time. Elder Yin Liping said helplessly, first young master is dead. This internal strife will definitely reduce the strength of Xiantian Pavilion. To deal with the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, no worries. Mo Chinkong said, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance is not a concern. After this matter is settled, I alone can deal with the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. As Mo Chinkong spoke, his entire body shone with golden light. Next. In the next moment, Mo Chinkong's figure disappeared from the hall. Same. At this moment, the 5 elders immediately started to get busy. Where is 7th elder? He's arranging for the newly recruited disciples. Get him here quickly. The 6 of us will work together to deal with the 4 hall masters. Yin Liping said bitterly, it is hard to say who will win. We can only rely on the deputy pavilion master. No one would have thought that Mo Yuhai had hidden himself so deeply. While, on the other side, Mo Yuhai was extremely fast along the way. When it was already late at night when they arrived at Xiantian Pavilion, Mu Yun pretended to be weak and fell behind the others several times. Luo Tianqing. Mu Yun shouted, ask the White Dragon Alliance leader to bring all the disciples and elders above the 5 primordial spirit state of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance over here. Today, we will completely destroy Xiantian Pavilion. Yes. Luo Tianqing disappeared into the night. Tight, Mu Yun was gasping for breath as he arrived after a few people. Looking at the mountain gate in front of him, Mo Yuhai held his long sword. The show is about to begin. Mo Yuhai said, are you all ready? As 3rd young master says. Good. Mo Yuhai smiled and held his long sword. All of a sudden, a sword pierced his chest, and blood continuously dyed his robe red. Mu Yun exclaimed. Mu Yun praised in her heart. But Mo Yuhai's strategizing was indeed amazing. But now, he was going to become the king of loot. Help! Mo Yuhai's face was pale at this moment. With a bang, he fell in front of the mountain gate with a few people. Who? The guarding disciple became nervous at this moment. But suddenly, the guarding disciple looked surprised. 3rd young master. Quick! Mo Yuhai shouted, quickly report to the pavilion master that Mo Yinghua personally admitted that it was Mo Chinkong's son who killed the 2nd young master and the 4th young lady. Hall master Lei Jing was also killed. Mo Chinkong and Mo Yinghua, father and son, colluded with the 7 elders to plot a rebellion, kill their father, and replace the pavilion master. Quick! When Mo Yuhai said this, the guarding disciple was stunned. The pavilion master is in the Golden Bone Realm, and the deputy pavilion master, Mo Chinkong, has already reached the Golden Bone Realm. Mo Yuhai shouted. What? The guarding disciple was completely stunned at this moment. This was a big deal. Something big was going to happen in Heaven Pavilion. Immediately, the disciples guarding the mountain hurriedly rushed into the mountain gate. Here at this moment, in the pavilion master's hall of the Sky Pavilion, 3 figures stood below. Mo Chinkong, Su Fuxing, and Meng Zhe. Here at this moment, the 3 of them stood below the hall. Above, Xiantian Mo was still dressed in coarse hemp clothes, looking very calm. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Reporting to the pavilion master. Mo Chinkong cupped his hands and said, today, young master Mo Yinghua left Sky Pavilion. Later, young Master Mo Gigi, young Master Mo Yuhai, and young lady Mo Kaiyun also left with their people. Some disciples saw that they went in one direction. As soon as he said this, Xiantian Mo frowned. These 4 have always been a nuisance to me. Now, do they still want to cause trouble? Mo asked. Xiantian Mo said unhappily. Let's set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Pavilion master, it's not just them. Elder Ling Xuanqing, Elder Bao Bing, and Hall Master Lei Jing went out together. I'm afraid something big has happened. Chung Kong said hurriedly. Xiantian Mo shook his head. Go after them and see what's going on. But Pavilion Master. What are you afraid of? Xiantian Mo said seriously, you and I are brothers. Of course, I trust you. 2nd brother and 3rd brother are still young and don't know anything. Just don't bother with them. Yes. Mo Chun-Kong said again, but this time, there are 3 elders and hall masters with us. I'm afraid they won't listen. Pavilion Master, Xiantian Godly Sword. Lend it to me. Godly Sword, Xiantian Mo nodded. Okay. He waved his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. Mo Chun-Kong stepped forward and took the Xiantian Godly Sword. With the sword in hand, a wave of sword energy was intimidating. I heard that this sword is outstanding among the 4th grade ancient godly weapons. Its power is endless. Mo Chun-Kong smiled. Big brother, is this sword really so powerful? Of course. Mo Chun-Kong said. Xiantian Mo smiled. This sword represents my will. Go with this sword. If Hall Master Lei Jing and Elder Ling Xuanqing are disrespectful to you and speak arrogantly, you can kill them with this sword. Yes. Mo Chun-Kong said. Chun-Kong bowed. Only in the next moment, the 2 vice pavilion masters, Su Fuxing and Meng Zhe, suddenly shone with silver light. Boom, there was a rumbling sound and silver light bloomed at this moment. The 2 of them rushed to the front of the hall and attacked Xiantian Mo. What are you doing, vice pavilion masters? Mo Chun-Kong's expression changed drastically. He stabbed with his sword. However, in the blink of an eye, that sword suddenly changed direction and shot toward Mo Xiantian. This everything had happened too quickly. For example, on a normal day, an acquaintance who always smiled and waved at you. But today, he suddenly waved his sword. Bastard! The figure directly attacked Xiantian Mo. In an instant, Mo Xiantian Mo's body was covered in golden light. Sovereign King Golden Bone Realm. Big brother, you are not the only one at the Sovereign King Golden Bone Realm. Mo Chun-Kong's body glowed with golden light. Bang bang, Fuxing and Meng Zhe were filled with killing intent. The attack landed on Mo Xuantian's body, but Mo Xiantian reacted instantly and blocked it. Keep this moment, Mo Chun-Kong's sword pierced through Xuantian's body. Poof, Xiantian Mo spat out a mouthful of blood. His face paled. You. Xiantian was shocked. This is out of the 3 of them, one was his biological younger brother, and the other 2 were his close brothers. Juyet, he wanted to kill him. Pavilion Master. Outside the palace, a shout rang out, not good, eldest young master, 2nd young master, and 4th young miss are dead. The 3rd young master is seriously injured and on the verge of death. Reporting to the Pavilion Master, the eldest young master and vice Pavilion Master Mo Chun-Kong colluded to murder the Pavilion Master. Noisy! Chun-Kong slashed with his sword. Chai! At that moment, the palace gate was shattered, and that figure was directly cut in half. Xiantian Divine Sword is indeed a good sword. Chun-Kong said indifferently at this moment. Swoosh, in an instant, the sword light soared into the sky. Yin Liping and the other elders saw the sword light and shouted, the deputy pavilion master has succeeded, kill. In an instant, the sound of killing rang out in the sky pavilion. At this moment, Mo Yuhai entered the mountain gate and saw this scene, his face changed slightly. We're a step too late. Mo Yuhai hurriedly shouted, where are Wei Yuanjia, Ji Fangxing, and Ji Tianji, the 3 hall masters? Go find them. Mo Yuhai shouted. Yuhai rushed out, but he came to the place where Mu Yun lived before. At this moment, a figure was waiting there. 7th Elder. 7th Elder Gu Yuansheng. It was the Sovereign King Elder that Mu Yun saw in front of the mountain gate. 3rd young master, is the matter done? I'm 80% sure. At this moment, Mo Yuhai smiled slightly. 7th Elder, Ling Xuanqing is seriously injured, it may be easier for you to kill him. This old me understands, 3rd young master, don't worry. Gu Yuanqing cupped his hands and said, 3rd young master, you've endured for many years to achieve today. This old me wishes 3rd young master success. Of course. Mo Yuhai said again, you go first, I will contact Wei Yuanjia, Ji Fangxing, and Ji Tianji. As long as you tell them that Lei Jing was killed by Ling Xuanqing and you killed Ling Xuanqing, there will be no evidence and there will be no loopholes. With this, the 3 hall masters and the remaining 4 elders will definitely fight a bloody battle. Report. At this moment, a few figures flew over. They were obviously Mo Yuhai's confidants. Something went wrong. Mo Chun-kong actually joined forces with the two deputy pavilion masters and attacked the pavilion master. Oh? Mo Yuhai smiled at this moment. I know. Young master, don't worry, I have my own decision. Mo Yuhai smiled and said, Meng Zhe and Su Fuxing will join forces? I think, this alliance is not reliable. Don't bother about this first, go and do your work. Yuhai waved his hand and smiled indifferently. Although he was surprised that Mo Chun-kong joined forces with Meng Zhe and Su Fuxing to attack Xianxia Mo. But all in all, things were not out of his control. Who was Xianxia Mo? The pavilion master of Sky Pavilion had long reached the sovereign king Golden Bone realm. Even if Chun-kong reached the sovereign king Golden Bone realm, joining forces with the two deputy pavilion masters, he might not be Xianxia Mo's opponent. At this moment, the corners of Yuhai's mouth were slightly raised. On the other hand, Mu Yun grinned from ear to ear. Mo Yuhai was happy, but he was even happier. It would be great if the battle was in full swing and the casualties were disastrous. Sky Pavilion would collapse on its own. Mu Yun was overjoyed as he followed Mo Yuhai and left this place. Boom, in Sky Pavilion, under the night sky, a golden light soared into the sky. Tight then, the second golden light flickered again. The golden light radiated in all directions. Mo Chun-kong, the three deputy pavilion masters betrayed the pavilion master. Disciples, follow me and kill. Mo Yuhai shouted angrily in the crowd at this moment. Here at this moment, no one paid attention to him reaching the 7 primordial spirit realm. This news was earth-shattering, causing everyone to be stunned. The 3 deputy pavilion masters had always been close to the pavilion master, and Mo Chun-kong was the pavilion master's brother. Why did they fight? Betrayal. Fake, damn it, swoosh, 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 under the sky, 3 rays of light rose into the sky at this moment. 3 first hall master moved, Wei Yuanjia, Ji Fangxing, and Ji Tianji rushed into the sky at this moment. 3 hall masters. Mo Yuhai hurriedly said, my second brother has been killed, Hall Master Lei Jing has also been killed. Among the 7 elders, Elder Bao Bing is dead, and the other 6 colluded with Mo Chun-kong. 3 hall masters, the foundation of Sky Pavilion depends on the 3 of you. Wei Yuanjia was dressed in a black robe, and his iron bones clanged. Lei Jing is dead? Wei Yuanjia shouted angrily, Yin Liping and the other 6 have always colluded with each other. We've told the pavilion master several times that they can't be trusted. Now, there's chaos. Ji Fangxing said angrily, damn it, Mo Chun-kong is courting death. Stop talking, the 2 of you, kill. Ji Tianji shouted at this moment. Lei Jing is dead, what's the use of the 3 of you? 3 shouts sounded at this moment. 4 pillars of light shot into the sky. First elder Yin Liping, second elder Xiao Yaqiu, third elder In Yongming, and 4th elder Wei Yuxuan were very eye-catching at this moment. 7 sovereign realm sovereigns started fighting at this moment. At this moment, a shout sounded from below. Screams sounded, and everyone was shocked. One of the pillars of light collapsed at this moment. Elder Ling Shuangqing, it's the 6th elder. The 6th elder's bones have collapsed. Who did it? The crowd exploded at this moment. Gu Yuansheng. 7th elder. Above, 1st elder Yin Liping roared. Gu Yuanqing stayed by Ling Shuangqing's side and ordered his subordinates. Now that Ling Shuangqing was dead, who else could it be other than Gu Yuanqing? For elders, why do you have to do this? Gu Yuanqing asked. Yuanqing flew up at this moment and said, we were all promoted by the pavilion master, not the vice pavilion master. You're going against morality, you're not popular. Bastards. All of a sudden, the 8 Iron Bone Realm kings started fighting in the sky. While on the other side, a golden light, 2 silver lights, and that golden light were very dazzling. 3 the vice pavilion master also started killing Mo Xiantian. The entire Sky Pavilion was in chaos tonight. Mo Yuhai had become the only young master at this moment. Those who rebel with the 6 elders and the vice pavilion masters will be killed without mercy. My father is a golden bone sovereign, how can Mo Chun-kong be his opponent? Mo Yuhai continued to persuade people and shouted, disciples who are loyal to the pavilion master, follow me and kill. Mo Yuhai's voice was very loud at this moment, and he kept shouting. At this moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Many disciples didn't know who was right and who was wrong. Who was the enemy? Some disciples even killed anyone they saw. Xianxia Pavilion was in complete chaos. Even Sky City, which was 100 miles away, could see the light shooting in all directions. At this moment, Yun had already separated from Mo Yuhai. Anyone who resisted was killed without mercy. Only however, from the looks of it, Shantian was at a disadvantage. Most of the people Mu Yun killed were the disciples and guardians who followed the vice pavilion masters and the 4 elders. This battle was completely out of control. Most finally, Mu Yun sat cross-legged. Under a mountain forest, she quietly opened up her devouring power. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, the more she killed, the more she devoured, and the faster she improved. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care about the advantages and disadvantages. Third young master. A disciple suddenly came to report at this moment and shouted, "The pavilion master is seriously injured. He's fighting 1 against 3 and is a little weak." Mo Yuhai's expression changed slightly. "He father can't die. Mo if Shantian died, then Mo Kong would definitely kill him. Bring that bitch here." Mo Yuhai shouted. "Yes." At this moment, a figure was brought up. Jean Lingmei. Yuhai looked at the woman in front of him. She looked to be in her early 20s. Her skin was clear, and her face was like a peach blossom. She was so beautiful that it was as if she was made by nature. She gave off a soft and weak feeling. Who are you?" Jean Lingmei's voice became shrill. "Who am I?" Mo Yuhai sneered. "You are Meng Zai's favorite concubine, but you sneaked around with Su Fuxing. Do you think no one knows that Vice Pavilion Master Meng Zai was deceived by you? You should know whether the child in your belly is Meng Zai's or Su Fuxing's, right?" Yuhai sneered. "Bitch, you are usually useless, but today, you can help me a lot." Mo Yuhai smiled coldly. "First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence." Seeing Mo Yuhai's smile, Jean Lingmei only felt a chill. At this moment, Yuhai's figure flew out and floated to the place where the golden light flickered. He shouted in a deep voice, "Deputy Pavilion Master Meng Zai." The light trembled, and a figure flew to Mo Yuhai's side. "You little bastard, if you dare to touch a hair on Mei I will kill you." Yuhai was not angry. He smiled and said, "Deputy Pavilion Master Meng Zai, it is not easy for you to cultivate to the Sovereign King's Silver Bone realm. Why destroy your own future and seek death?" Meng Zai asked. Zai sneered, "Your father can't hold on anymore." Mo Yuhai, although Mo Yinghua is dead, Mo Kong can still be the pavilion master. You know you are going to die, so you deliberately used Mei to threaten me, right? Wrong. At this moment, Mo Yuhai waved his hand. Then, Jean Lingmei floated in front of Meng Zai. "I'll give you the woman." Mo Yuhai smiled and said, "And I have to congratulate Uncle Meng for having a son and being a father." What? Meng Zai's expression froze. Why? Uncle Meng doesn't know this? Mo Yuhai smiled faintly and said, "I brought Jean Lingmei here to congratulate Uncle Meng." It seems that Uncle Meng doesn't know. Yuhai laughed and said, "Interesting, interesting." Mo Yuhai, you." At this moment, Jean Lingmei was shocked. "Whose child is it?" Meng Zai asked. Zai looked at his beloved concubine beside him, and his voice became cold. "Young Meng, whose child is it?" Meng Zai shouted again. Mo Yuhai said indifferently, "Uncle Meng seems to have been cheated very badly." Perhaps Jean Lingmei's desires were not satisfied, so she went to look for Deputy Pavilion Master Su Fuxing. She came and went more than once, but Uncle Meng was completely unaware. As Mo Yuhai spoke, a bead appeared in his hand. Then, the bead floated hundreds of meters in the air and exploded with a bang. Shadow bead. Meng Zai was stunned. The shadow bead was expensive, and it was something that could only be found by chance. Then, everything that happened, as long as it was presented in front of the shadow bead, it would be recorded one by one and then displayed. At this moment, the shadow bead exploded. Then, at this moment, 2 figures were entangled with each other in a peach blossom forest. The sound of the woman's grunting made the bloody infighting seem even stranger. Okay, it was a picture of a man and a woman communicating with each other, even the images were accompanied by vulgar language. That the two figures were particularly eye-catching. Jin Ling Mei. Su Fuxing. Meng Hu didn't know that she was Zai's favorite concubine? He treated her like his life. Ju, however, she had an affair with someone else. While and this person was Vice Pavilion Master Su Fuxing. At that moment, the battle between the crowd had stopped. The scene was still going on. I'm much more useful than Meng Zai, aren't I? Su Fuxing's voice rang out. Hateful. Jin Lingmei couldn't help but snort, that guy is just a silver spear made of wax. Big brother Fuxing, can we not talk about him? The conversation between the two of them echoed throughout the entire sky-reaching pavilion. Ah, at this moment, Zai shouted. Several he roared ferociously. Brother Meng, this is all a misunderstanding. At this moment, Fuxing flew down. Misunderstanding? Hee hee. Zai sneered and made a grabbing motion with his hand. Bang, with a bang, Jin Lingmei's head exploded. Whoosh, at that moment, Su Fuxing's expression changed. Jin Lingmei was pregnant with his child. Meng Zai, you. Shut up. Meng Zai shouted angrily, Su Fuxing, I conspired with you and Mo Qinkong. Is this what you two promised me? I'm afraid you want to kill me after killing the pavilion master, right? Brother Meng. Qinkong hurriedly said, Brother Su made a mistake and can't correct it. Woman, you must not ruin our big plan. Big plan? Meng Zai laughed out loud. Mo Qinkong, Su Fuxing, your so-called big plan is something that both of you know but I don't. I, Meng Zai, have a carefree personality, but I will not allow you to humiliate me like this. Su Fuxing, do you dare to fight me? Meng Zai roared and charged towards Su Fuxing. At this moment Su Fuxing's expression was even uglier. Meng Zai killed Jin Lingmei, which was equivalent to killing his child. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'm not afraid of you. Su Fuxing's body was surrounded by silver light and murderous intent. At this moment, another unforeseen event took place. Su Fuxing and Meng Zai began to fight. Meng Zai, if we lose today, do you think Xiantian will let you go? I'm in the Silver Bone realm. If the Sky Pavilion doesn't want me, I'll go somewhere else. The ninth realm is vast and boundless. Where can't I go? Mo Qinkong, Su Fuxing, you two conspired to deceive me. Damn you. Meng Zai was completely enraged. He had lost his mind. At this moment, Mo Qinkong said nothing more. Your wishful thinking has failed, Mo Qinkong said. Xiantian sneered, what did I do to you? But this is how you repay me. Shut up. Mo Qinkong shouted, back then, Shuyi and I were in love. As the pavilion master, you married her. Shuyi was already pregnant with my child. Why didn't you think of me as your brother back then? I didn't know about this. Xiantian said again. You didn't know? Ridiculous. Mo Qinkong said. As Qinkong laughed, Xuantian's sword light soared into the sky and instantly attacked Mo Xiantian. At this moment, Mo Yuhai smiled and retreated. Lord in a battle between kings, what was a lord of heaven? However, it was not his turn to intervene. This time, the situation was stabilized. Mo Xiantian and Mo Qinkong, the kings in the Golden Bone realm, were fighting fiercely. Meng Zai and Su Fuxing were fighting with their lives on the line. Their 8 kings in the Iron Bone realm were also murderous at this moment. Above, Fong was murderous. Below, on the other hand, under Mo Yuhai's lead, the massacre was even more intense. At this moment, Mu Yun was watching everything from the top of a mountain. Continuously devouring essence, energy, and spirit, the aura gathered in Mu Yun's body became stronger and stronger. Mo Yuhai is indeed a talent. To reveal this matter in public, Meng Zai won't be able to put down his face. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. It's even more impossible for Su Fuxing to avoid the battle. Mu Yun couldn't help but praise in her heart. Mo Yuhai was indeed a talent. This matter was truly inconceivable. However, yet, it happened at this moment. Master Mu, Do you want us to stir up trouble? No need. Mu Yun smiled and said, let them fight among themselves. We'll clean up the mess. Mu Yun naturally yearned for it. Kill. The more ruthless it was, the more satisfying it would be. And not to mention his devouring ability, it would be much more convenient for the people of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance to take over when the internal affairs of the floating sky pavilion were in chaos. Mu. At this moment, Yun had only secretly killed Mo Kaiyun and Mo Yinghua. Mo Yuhai had gone along with this big show. Hanging. The chaos in the floating sky pavilion wasn't something that happened overnight, however, even at this moment, Mu Yun understood. This matter still depended on Xiantian and Mo Qingkong. 2. If they didn't die, it would also be troublesome. 2. At least one of them had to die. As for Meng Zhe and Su Fuxing, who were in the Silver Bone Realm, it was fine even if they didn't die. When the Tai Chi White Dragon arrived at the floating sky pavilion, Meng Zhe and Su Fuxing were not a threat at all. Goldbone Realm was the real threat. Mu. At this moment, Yun didn't care at all, just devouring. Bang, all of a sudden, the area below where the iron light had been completely destroyed. Wei Yuxuan. Elder Wei. The King Iron Bone Realm was dead. 4. Elder Wei Yuxuan was dead. Ha ha ha. Laughter rang out. Hall Master Wei Yuanjia laughed and said, Wei Yuxuan is dead. Yin Liping, Xiaoyaqiu, and Yongming, the three of you will definitely die. Although the first Hall Master's strength was also at the Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm, there was still a huge difference between them. 4. Together with Elder Gu Yuansheng, for against 4, they had a great advantage. Bastard. Yin Liping's face was ugly at this moment. Ben. He thought that victory was in his hands. Who knew that Su Fuxing and Meng Zhe actually started fighting? If this went on, what should he do? At this moment, Mu Yun also saw this scene. Again an elder had died. Then Mo Yuhai had the advantage. No, fine, Mu Yun's mind moved, her figure flashed, and disappeared. She was now in the King Iron Bone Realm, and she had tempered and transformed into a dragon bone. Concealing her aura was the best way to assassinate. Mo Yuhai had the advantage? Then let Mo Yuhai be at a disadvantage. At this time, Wei Yuanjia, Ji Fangxing, Ji Tianji, and Gu Yuanxing joined hands to kill Yin Liping, Xiaoyaqiu, and An Yongming. The three figures were getting more and more passive. The two of you, if you don't fight to the death today, you will die after all. Since that's the case, then don't worry about the future. Alright. Yin Liping's words fell, and the earth exploded. Kill. As the leader of the 7 great elders, Liping could be said to be incomparably powerful in the Iron Bone Realm. A powerful attack was launched at this moment. Gu Yuanxing sneered at this moment and took it head-on. But, it was at this moment, in front of Gu Yuanxing, silently. A space vortex appeared. Gu Yuanxing was suddenly dazed, and Yin Liping's attack instantly slashed. Miserable, a scream sounded, and at this moment, Gu Yuanxing had already been cut in half. Fresh blood dripped everywhere. Everyone panicked. Another sovereign king had died. Mu at this moment, Yun was below, but she smiled slightly. That's right. It has to be fair. 6 kings, fighting each other, this is fair. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Yuhai vaguely felt that something was wrong. Gu Yuanxing's strength was very strong, and he was his confidant, he knew. But, he died suddenly. Could it be? Yuhai looked at Wei Yuanjia and the other two. These 3 people were not loyal to him, but Mogg. Now that Mogg was dead, the 3 of them seemed to be helping him, but they were actually helping the pavilion master. Could it be that the 3 of them secretly made things difficult? King realm, he only had this one confidant. Boom. 6 This figure, at this moment, started fighting again. Inside the floating sky pavilion, blood was dripping, and it was terrifying. One fighting in the night, the sky gradually turned white. At this moment, everyone was killing each other indiscriminately. Hanging in the floating sky pavilion, there were more than 100,000 disciples. At this moment, blood flowed like a river, and at least half of them were dead. the loss could be said to be heavy. Same as in Liping, Xiaoyaqiu, and in Yongming, the three great elders. As well as Wei Yuanjia, Ji Fangxing, and Ji Tianji, the three hall masters, had already reached their limits. This night of fighting, it could be said that every move was a fight to the death. At this moment, Mu Yun's body, the essence, energy, and spirit that she had devoured were almost full to the limit. This night was incomparably miserable for the floating sky pavilion. Mo Shintian and Mo Kong were already fighting to the extreme. Two Dao lords of the Golden Bone Realm fought, and the golden light never dissipated. It was simply terrifying. Meng as for Zhe and Su Fuxing, there was no need to mention them. They were practically exchanging injuries for injuries. Kill at this point, everyone had gone crazy. At this moment, Mo Yuhai's entire body was covered in blood. His entire body was dripping with blood, carrying an endless murderous aura. At this moment, the warriors around him were all full of fighting spirit. The floating sky pavilion is mine. Yuhai grinned at this moment. But he didn't know that Mu Yun was grinning even more now. 6 kings of the Iron Bone Realm. 2 kings of the Silver Bone Realm. 2 kings of the Golden Bone Realm. Both had reached their limits. Mo Yuhai smiled, Yin Liping, Xiaoyaqiu, and Yongming, if you surrender now, I will spare your lives. Mo Yuhai, don't say such childish words now, okay? Yin Liping said. Liping smiled and said, there's no point in lying to us. Since that's the case, there's no room for redemption? What do you think? At this time, a murderous aura spread out. God Protector June, because of Mo Yuhai's existence, had a backbone and an incomparably strong aura. The situation was already under Mo Yuhai's control. Seeing this scene, Yin Liping sighed. If Mo Yinghua hadn't died, why would this be? Today if *CK, they should have won. Yin Liping's face was filled with unwillingness. Even if we die, we have to die fair and square. At this moment, Yin Liping was furious. Kill. Immediately, killing intent surged from both sides. Mu Yun smiled slightly. Mu Yun said. Yun smiled and set off again. Bang. Suddenly, following this, a figure exploded. Trick Tianji Hall Master, dead. Tight then, Elder and Yongming died. Again then, Ji Fangxing and Elder Xiaoyaqiu died. Only Yin Liping and Wei Yuanjia were left. This time even Mo Yuhai could see that something was wrong. How could it be so good? He had the advantage, and someone died. He was at a disadvantage, and someone died. Who? At this moment, Mo Yuhai cursed, who's behind this? Yin Liping and Wei Yuanjia also realized that something was wrong at this moment. Also someone was interfering. Who? Wei Yuanjia shouted. However, no one, boom, at that instant, a loud explosion could be heard. 2 figures descended from the sky and smashed into the mountains. Meng Zhe Meng Yi. Su Fuxing. The Silver Bone Great Sovereign Realm was also the limit. Su Fuxing, today, you will die without a doubt. Meng Zhe grinned. Blood flowed out from his mouth, and the flesh on his body crumbled. His internal organs were exposed, and quite a few of his silver bones were shattered. Do you think you can live? A cold voice suddenly sounded at this moment. With a swoosh, a sword light flashed past. Meng Ye's head was cut off. In an instant, the entire sky-reaching pavilion fell into a deathly silence. Dead, Meng Yi was dead. That was. Even if Meng Yi was seriously injured, he was still in the Silver Bone Realm. His bones were like silver and unstoppable. He died just like that. Even Mo Yuhai, who was at the 7 primordial spirit realm, couldn't do this. Who was it? A young man in black stood at the peak of the mountain and looked around. Good day to you all. Nian cupped his hands and smiled. I am Mu Yun from the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings were dead silent. Mu Yun, who had recently risen to fame in the southern wilderness region. She lived and came to the sky pavilion. Bastard! Mo Yuhai shouted. At this moment, Yuhai was roaring like crazy. He felt that something was wrong. Someone kept coming to cause trouble. But he couldn't detect it. It was actually Mu Yun. I also feel that it's a little immoral. Mu Yun grinned. Young Master Mo Yuhai's methods are really admirable. Lei Jing was at the Sovereign King Iron Bone realm after all. In order to make the act more realistic, you killed him. You are talking nonsense. Is that so? Mu Yun smiled and said, Third young master has forgotten that Mogg was killed by someone. It was Yunmu who killed that thief. It's you. Yuhai's eyes were wide open. Mu Yun, it was that Yunmu, the 5 primordial spirit realm Yunmu. Difficult strange, no wonder Mu Yun, who was at the 5 primordial spirit realm, survived until the end. Do you remember? Mu Yun smiled. Mo Yuhai's face was pale. He thought that he was the final chess piece. But Mu Yun had already come to the Sky Pavilion. Mu Yun, you invaded my Sky Pavilion. Aren't you afraid of the 7 Valleys' revenge? What are you afraid of? Mu Yun smiled and said, Isn't your Sky Pavilion also preparing to destroy my 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance? Bastard, bastard, bastard. Mo Yuhai was extremely unwilling at this moment. Mo Yuhai, you killed Lei Jing. So what? Mo Yuhai gritted his teeth and said, Wei Yuanjia, if you obey me, I guarantee that you will be the deputy pavilion master. Today's situation is irreversible. Fuxing also struggled to stand up at this moment. I know, only Su Fuxing and Wei Yuanjia were left. As for Yin Liping, he was almost completely finished. Mo Yuhai was not afraid at all. Bastard, bastard. Wei Yuanjia shouted. Yuanjia roared. They were fooled. Fooled. They were fooled. They were fooled by Mo Yuhai. Mo Yuhai, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Mo Yuhai said coldly, we were all fooled by Mu Yun. Today, the Sky Pavilion may no longer exist. Do you still want to avenge Lei Jing? Wei Yuanjia struggled. There's no need to hesitate. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Mu Yun flew down and instantly appeared beside Wei Yuanjia. She punched out and crushed Wei Yuanjia's heart. If you're dead, there won't be any trouble. Yuanjia's face was filled with fear. A devouring force was pulling at his internal organs. Mu Yun wanted to kill him. Mo Yuhai cursed in a low voice. But there was nothing he could do. Mu Yun was at the Sovereign King Iron Bone realm. The scene changed drastically at this moment. Mo Yuhai shouted, even if he's at the Sovereign King Iron Bone realm, we'll torture him to death. Torture me to death? Yun smiled slightly. She waved her hand, and in an instant, many figures suddenly appeared. More than 200 osteopyrum cultivators at the Heavenly Monarch realm had powerful auras. Kill. With a low shout, Mu Yun's killing intent filled the air. Su Fuxing and Yin Liping's expressions completely changed. In the end, they were going to give it to Mu Yun, no. At this moment, no one was willing to accept it. But yes, Mu Yun wouldn't give them a chance to be unwilling. Do you two want to attack together or? Mu Yun smiled. Su Fuxing stood up. Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm, how about it? Do you really think that I don't have the strength to fight? Su Fuxing said coldly. Then let's give it a try. More than 100 osteopyrum cultivators rushed out in an instant. At this moment, Yun directly charged towards Su Fuxing. Boom, a violent collision was released at this moment. Mu Yun's aura was like a rainbow from head to toe. His bones were unyielding, but how could his bones be compared to an ordinary Iron Bone Realm martial artist? His bones of iron were even dragon bones. His toughness was not much worse than a Silver Bone Realm martial artist. Boom. Even after this collision, Mu Yun's aura rose from head to toe, almost at the peak of the Iron Bone Realm. Heaven and earth yin yang art. A low shout sounded. In an instant, Mu Yun waved her palm. Boom, a 1,000-meter seal was directly pressed down. Boom. Su Fuxing's silver bone light trembled a few times and was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, anyone could see that. Before Fuxing, it was a life and death battle. Mengze had consumed too much of his energy. Boom. Mu Yun did not hesitate and was full of murderous intent. At this moment, there was a touch of despair in Su Fuxing's eyes. Die, die. He did not want to die here. But yes, his soul was scattered, and it was irreversible. Mu at this moment, Yun landed indifferently. Enliping's face was even uglier. Dead. Realized dead, Mu Yun had become the biggest winner. Next is you. Mu Yun looked at Enliping. I am willing to surrender. Enliping hurriedly said. Surrender? Mu Yun smiled and shook her head. What I need is a loyal follower, not someone like you. You can betray Xianxia Mo, but won't you betray me in the future? At this moment, Enliping's face was ashen. Suddenly, his figure rushed out. Even if you die, don't think that you will have an easy time. Boom, Enliping rushed directly to Mu Yun and self-detonated, but in the next moment, Mu Yun's figure walked out of the self-detonation safe and sound. At this moment, Mo Yuhai's heart sank to the bottom. Mu Yun was lurking beside him. When it came to the internal strife of the floating sky pavilion, it was like this. Left and right, some methods were used, causing the floating sky pavilion to become like this. If it wasn't for Mu Yun, who influenced the fight between the Sovereign King and the Iron Bone Realm, he had succeeded. Only when his father killed Mo Kong, the young pavilion master of the floating sky pavilion would be his. At this moment, Yuhai's face was ugly. Everything he did, was watched closely by Mu Yun behind his back. Then, Mu Yun added changes according to his own wishes, causing the current situation. Damn it. At this moment, Mo Yuhai was furious, but he had no ability to resist. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at Mo Yuhai with a slight smile. Young pavilion master, what a pity. Mu Yun, your actions are heartless. Heartless? Mu Yun asked. Yun smiled and said, the floating sky pavilion wants to deal with the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. You are courting death. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance is my foundation. The southern wasteland region can be unified after destroying your floating sky pavilion. In the entire eastern wasteland, the southern wasteland region is the weakest. Because of the existence of the streamless ancient mountain, the southern wasteland region is very, very weak. But because of me, Mu Yun, the southern wasteland region will become stronger. Mu Yun shook her head slowly and said, why am I telling you this? Dream on. It's not a dream for me to become an imperial emperor. Haha. Mo Yuhai laughed crazily at this moment. You are only a mere sovereign king and the Iron Bone Realm. Becoming an imperial emperor? That's probably 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years. Are you worthy? Whether I'm worthy or not, it's not up to you. Mu Yun said. At this moment, Yun pointed with her finger, and Mo Yuhai immediately realized that he couldn't move at all. Sovereign King and Heavenly Lord were only one word apart, but the pressure was that strong. Mo Yuhai, actually, your plan was perfect. You pretended to be stupid. Mo Gigi didn't treat you as an opponent, and Mo Yinghua also looked down on you. You killed Lei Jing. You were vicious and merciless. You incited the hearts of the people and made Meng Zhe and Su Fuxing fight. You did all these too well. Even I felt numb when I saw it. But you forgot one thing. Mo Yuhai looked at Mu Yun. Strength. Yun said again, in this world, any trick is not worth mentioning in the face of absolute strength. You should understand this. Mu Yun's palm grabbed down, and a murderous aura spread out. Father, save me. Mo Yuhai shouted in a low voice, and a figure descended from the sky at this moment. Boom, a sound rang out, and that figure suddenly descended at this moment. Mo Xiantian, the pavilion master of the floating sky pavilion. At this moment, Xuantian's body was covered in wounds. His face was pale, and his body was trembling. All of his body seemed to have exhausted too much origin power. Mu Yun. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance is so generous. A pair of hands actually reached out to my floating sky pavilion. Xiantian said coldly and disdainfully, a mere sovereign king Iron Bone Realm, do you think you are my opponent? All of a sudden, another figure landed on the ground. Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? Mo Kong's face was also a little shocked at this moment. The people of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance actually interfered in the affairs of their floating sky pavilion. This news was indeed something that Mo Kong did not expect. In his eyes, the current Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance should shrink its neck and behave. How could they dare to send people to the floating sky pavilion and have designs on their floating sky pavilion? Sovereign King Golden Bone Realm. Yun pursed her lips and smiled. I do want to comprehend the strength of the Sovereign King Golden Bone Realm. Even if it's a Golden Bone Realm that has consumed too much energy, it should still be very powerful. Yun said with a slight smile. That's naturally not something you can compare to. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. Xianxia Mo said coldly, Mo Kong, this is no longer about the two of us. This is about the survival of the entire floating sky pavilion. If the two of us insist on a victor today, the sky-suspending pavilion will be in danger. I know. Mo Kong said indifferently, I've never thought of taking in a dilapidated floating sky pavilion. Mo Kong and Mo Xiantian did not care about the life and death of the Sovereign King Realm Elders and Hall Masters. There was no need for that. June, if Wang Jing was gone, she could be nurtured again. Only as long as they were still in the Golden Bone Realm and the disciples of the Floating Sky Pavilion were still around, then the Floating Sky Pavilion would not fall. Kate was an internal strife. In the end, it was an internal strife. Outsiders could not be allowed to interfere. At this moment, the two of them decided to face the outside world together. Let's give it a try. Mu Yun did not decline. At that moment, a violent aura surged from within his body. At this moment, a ray of silver light shot up into the sky. Junking Silver Bone, Mu Yun had reached the Sovereign King Silver Bone Realm. Here at this moment, everyone was stunned. Mu Yun had actually reached the Sovereign King Silver Bone Realm. Previously, when they were in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun was only at the Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm. How did she reach the Sovereign King Silver Bone Realm now? Mu Yun smiled and said, do you really think that I came without any preparation? At this moment, Mu Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. For this, she had to thank the people of the Floating Sky Pavilion. If not for them, she would not have been able to break through so quickly. How many people had died in the Heaven Pavilion's internal strife this time? Tens of thousands. Although most of them were at the Heavenly Lord realm. The essence, energy, and spirit of tens of thousands of heavenly lords was enough to withstand the essence, energy, and spirit of a Golden Bone realm. While the 4 Hall Masters and 7 Elders were all at the Sovereign King Iron Bone realm. This kind of devouring was enough. Mu Yun at this moment, there was a smile in Yun's eyes. Bastard! Xiantian Mo and Mo Kong were both furious. Xiantian Mo, how can you say that the Deputy Alliance Master of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance is a bastard? A cold shout sounded at this moment. The Supreme White Dragon had arrived. Silver the Shining Light was incomparably resplendent. The Supreme White Dragon was not an ordinary Sovereign King Silver Bone Realm, but a Sovereign King Silver Bone Realm with the Supreme Bone. His silver bone was even more ferocious than ordinary people. At this moment, the scene was quite cold. At this moment, everyone felt the oppressive atmosphere. Swish, swish. Swish, rays of iron light rose into the sky at this moment. Gu calligraphy and painting. Sunwing, Sui. Qingrong, the 3 Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm experts arrived one by one at this moment. 3 people were all at the Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm, and their power was endless. On the other hand, at the Floating Sky Pavilion, 11 Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm experts were all killed. At this moment, everyone at the Floating Sky Pavilion looked desperate. 3 Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm experts had arrived. Sovereign King 2 Sovereign King Silver Bone Realm experts. Where were the Sovereign Kings of the Floating Sky Pavilion? Only Mo Xiantian and Mo Kong were left. Dead, those who died, those who were injured. Mo Xuantian and Mo Kong were both injured at this moment. How could they fight? At the same time, the 2000 Heavens Cloud Alliance martial artists were also waiting solemnly. The gap was too big. More importantly, the disciples of the Floating Sky Pavilion had gone through serious internal strife. Some disciples were very unwilling at this moment. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance was despicable and shameless. Mu Yun did not care about this at this moment. Was the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance despicable? That was not it. Only it was just that he, Mu Yun, happened to come to the Floating Sky Pavilion and happened to see the internal strife of the Floating Sky Pavilion. Such a wonderful scene, in addition to him again and again secretly causing trouble. Xian only then did the floating sky pavilion come to this step. Mu at this moment, Yun stood in the void. White Dragon Alliance leader. Mu Yun said, leave these two to me. Mu Yun, the supreme white dragon, was slightly worried. Although Shan Tian and Mo Kong were seriously injured, they were still Sovereign King Golden Bone Realm. Although he didn't know why Mu Yun suddenly reached the Sovereign King Silver Bone Realm, Mu Yun might not be able to gain the upper hand against two Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm experts. Don't worry, Alliance leader. Mu Yun said indifferently, since I dare, I can do it. At this moment, Yun's expression was indifferent. Looking at the internal strife of the floating sky pavilion, the reason was that Mo Kong had advanced to the Sovereign King Golden Bone Realm. Shantian Mo's usual dignity no longer existed. And today, he was going to use himself as a pressure. The Sovereign King Silver Bone Realm created a powerful pressure that belonged to him. Mu Yun let the people in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance understand that no matter when, he, Mu Yun, would be the strongest. Think if he wanted to think about his thoughts, he had to see if he had the ability. Mu Yun at this moment, there was a trace of determination in Yun's eyes. The Supreme White Dragon understood at this moment. He naturally listened to Mu Yun's words. Disciples of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, listen up, surround and annihilate the floating sky pavilion. If they dare to resist, kill without mercy. Yes. 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 An earth-shattering howl sounded at this moment. The disciples of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance were extremely excited at this moment. Floating Sky Pavilion was an existence that they had originally regarded as a strong enemy. Now it was actually in chaos. And, moreover, the people of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance were going to destroy the Floating Sky Pavilion at this moment. This kind of thing was something that they didn't even dare to think about before. But, now, they were doing it. For a moment, the howl was earth-shattering. At this moment, Mu Yun flew up. The Nine Cauldron Ancient Sword was now in her hand. Ignorant. Arrogant enough, arrogant enough. Mo Shantian and Mo Kong were surging with killing intent at this moment. Even if they were Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm, they had consumed a lot of energy and had fallen to such a state. But that wasn't something that a mere Sovereign King Silver Bone Realm could provoke. And it was Mu Yun who had just reached the Sovereign King Silver Bone Realm. This brat was too arrogant. Mo Shantian and Mo Kong were surging with killing intent. This figure, at this moment, was filled with a powerful aura. Mu Yun was completely fearless. Boom, a rumbling sound rang out at this moment. Mu Yun's aura suddenly condensed from head to toe. The Cauldron God Sword technique erupted with its most powerful power at this moment. The sword slashed out, its power shaking the sky. At this moment, Yun seemed to be invincible in the world. Silver the bone was resplendent. One sword, 9 cauldrons. When the sword slashed out, the 9 cauldrons exploded. Boom, Shantian and Mo Xuantian's expressions changed at this moment. Mu Yun was indeed very different. She seemed to be completely different. It wasn't a lie to say that she was a Sovereign King Silver Bone Realm. But, it was the explosion of this silver bone that was too strong. No, it was too normal. Mu Yun, at this moment, didn't care about this. Heavenly Dipper Seal. A seal was slashed out at this moment. Mo Kong and Mo Shantian were retreating step by step. Shantian shouted, "Give me the Shantian Divine Sword, I can kill this kid." "Give it to you?" Mo Kong sneered, "If you can kill him, you can also kill me." At this point, you still care about this? Why shouldn't I care? Mo Kong sneered again, "Shantian Mo, if you and I can't kill him together, it's meaningless to give you the Shantian Divine Sword. Don't even think about it." Hearing this, Shantian cursed inwardly. It seemed that it was impossible to get the Shantian Divine Sword. In this case, the two of them could only focus on dealing with Mu Yun. Shantian Divine Sword slash. At this moment, Chen Kong slashed out with his sword. Together with the 4th grade ancient divine weapon, the Shantian Divine Sword, the power at this moment was overwhelming. Boom, the light slashed out, and along the way, the buildings in the entire sky pavilion collapsed. At this moment, Mo Kong was also angry. Xianxia Mo waved his palm. Powerful palm prints fell from the sky and slashed towards Mu Yun. At this moment, anyone could see that the two Golden Bone realms were completely angry. Don't be stunned. As the leader of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, Extreme White Dragon roared, disciples of the Sky Pavilion, those who are willing to submit, give up resistance. Under the leadership of the three kings of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, leave this place. Those who are unwilling to leave can just wait for death. At this moment, everyone was watching this scene. Extreme White Dragon saw that most of the disciples chose to watch. Also not angry. Kill. Mo's voice sounded at this moment. He naturally understood. Those disciples chose to watch at this moment because they thought that the Sky Pavilion would not lose. Since there was no point in keeping these disciples alive, it was better to kill them. Mu at this moment, Yun was also looking down. The disciples of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance would not be at a disadvantage at this moment. Phase on the contrary, this battle might allow the disciples of the three major sects to have a deeper sense of harmony with the disciples of the Two Instruments Pavilion. Also at this moment, Mu Yun did not need to worry about those disciples. Two Extreme White Dragon was in the Silver Bone realm. Gu Shuhua, Sun Yi, and Sui Qingrong were in the Iron Bone realm. It would be strange if they still could not maintain the situation. His opponents were Xianxia Mo and Mo Kong. First, set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence at this moment, the crowd became bloodthirsty. Hanging the Heaven Pavilion disciples were fighting among themselves, and now they were being suppressed by the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance disciples. But, no matter how sullen they were, there was nothing they could do. At this moment, Yun was filled with murderous intent. Mo, Xiantian and Mo Kong were even more murderous. No matter who had the last laugh, their disciples would be the ones to die, Xiantian roared angrily. You're courting death. He struck out a palm print, directly attacking Mu Yun. Here, at this moment, Mu Yun was holding the Nine Cauldron Ancient Sword and fighting with Xiantian and Mo Kong. After reaching the Silver Bone realm, what he transformed into was not just Silver Bone, but Dragon Bone. Here, at this moment, a strong sense of danger erupted from Mu Yun's body. Dong dong dong, in the sky, the battle between the three became more and more intense. Boom. First, a deafening roar fell. Next, in the next moment, a sword fell from the sky, exploding a mountain peak. Then, as the sword fell, a figure stood proudly at this moment. Do you think a mere third-grade ancient divine weapon can contend against me? Chen Kong held the Xiantian divine sword and said proudly. The Nine Cauldron Ancient Sword was broken. Mu Yun sneered and threw down the broken sword. I hope that you can still be so arrogant later. As soon as she finished speaking, a seal appeared between Mu Yun's hands. Heaven and Earth Yin Yang Art. Yin Yang Seal, Heaven and Earth. The seal suddenly expanded to a range of 1,000 meters. But, in the next moment, the seal suddenly shrank. It shrank to 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Then, finally, the seal shrank to 10 meters. 10 meters, the limit of origin power suppression. Mo Kong's expression changed slightly. The Tai Chi White Dragon was overjoyed. Tian Mu Yun had successfully cultivated the Yin Yang Earth art. He had spent hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, but he had only reached the entry level. Mu Clouds. How long has it been? The Extreme White Dragon couldn't help but exclaim, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets truly lives up to its reputation for uncovering the secrets of heaven. At first, someone from the Divination Pavilion came to find him and said that the Two Instruments Pavilion's fate had come to an end. But if he wanted to maintain the existence of the Two Instruments Pavilion, he would have to find the Son of God. He was wholeheartedly searching for the Son of God for the Two Instruments Pavilion. When he found out that it was Mu Yun, he wholeheartedly nurtured her. Keen reality, other than using the life-extinguishing divine pill and sacrificing his life to save Mu Yun in the beginning, he was not of much help to Mu Yun. But even now, Mu Yun was indeed leading the Two Instruments Pavilion to gradually become stronger. There was no denying this. Here at this moment, the Tai Chi white dragon felt that it had made the right decision. Seal. With a low shout, Mu Yun's seal had already smashed down. Damn it. Mo Xiantian and Mo Qinkong charged out with all their might. Boom. Boom, a cracking sound rang out at this moment. Mu Yun's seal smashed down. At first, there was no fluctuation. Then, all of a sudden, a dot of light rippled through the entire sky-reaching pavilion. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion spread out. Boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts beating wildly. Some Earth Lord and Human Lord disciples who were slightly closer were directly shocked to death. That is, even the Heavenly Lord disciples' faces were pale at this moment. The casualties were quite heavy at this moment. At this moment, Yun's expression was solemn. Divine Wood Sword. Heaven and Earth Furnace. At this moment, two top-notch killing weapons directly shot out. In the void, clanging sounds rang out at this moment. Yun's eyes were filled with seriousness. Mo Xiantian and Mo Qinkong were not dead. He had already used the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang art to the extreme. But the two of them were not dead. Cough cough, in the next moment, a figure descended from the sky. Right, it was Mo Xiantian. At this moment, Mo Xiantian's face was pale. His internal organs were exposed to the outside of his chest. At this moment, Mo Xiantian looked too miserable. Bastard, damn it. Mo Xiantian cursed in a low voice. On the other side, Mo Qinkong also landed. However, compared to Mo Xiantian, Mo Qinkong was much better. I'm fine. Mo Qinkong said coldly, this child must be killed. King Realm Silver Bone Realm, Mu Yun had a strong explosive power. At this moment, if he didn't kill them, Mu Yun would reach the Sovereign King Golden Bone Realm. Killing them might be extremely easy. This was something the two of them absolutely couldn't tolerate. At this moment, Yun looked at the two of them, but he didn't panic. Even if the Sovereign King Golden Bone Realm was heavily injured, how could he be so easy to kill as a Silver Bone Realm? Mu Yun wasn't surprised by this. Next, let's see what the two of you are capable of. At this moment, Yun's eyes flashed. At this moment, the three of them were already 10,000 meters above the ground. The world below was already in chaos. Other than the other sovereign kings, those Heavenly Lord disciples definitely wouldn't be able to see this place. As for Mu Yun, she also decided to reveal some of her trump cards this time to let Tai Chi White Dragon, Gu Shuhua, Sun Yi, and Sui Qingrong see it. Your ability is only SOSO. Mo Qinkong said. Qinkong said coldly. Is that so? Once again, a seal was formed between Mu Yun's hands. Whoosh, at that moment, the seal shrank to 10 meters and was thrown out again. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care about it. Rumbling sounds rang out one after another. Mu Yun's aura condensed from head to toe. Be careful. As the seal was released, Mu Yun shouted. Mo Xiantian and Mo Qinkong were even more confused. What was Mu Yun doing? Do it again, they could still withstand it. Boom, the seal exploded once again. But, it was at this moment that the two of them realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, there was a strange fluctuation. Mo Qinkong was the first to notice it. But just as he was about to resist, a powerful aura was released at this moment. Kill! Mu Yun shouted. In the next moment, something magical happened. The seal was released at this moment. Power spread out from Mu Yun's body. An invisible spatial fluctuation swept over and bound the two of them, preventing them from using any supernatural powers to protect their bodies. Kill. One at a time. The sharp blade, together with the power of the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang art, instantly attacked. Puchi. 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 The golden blood and the golden light merged into one. Boom, the sound of an explosion rang out completely at this moment. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Dead, two Golden Bone Realm experts were dead. But, at this moment, Tai Chi White Dragon, Gu Shuhua, Sun Yi, and Sui Qingrong were dumbfounded. That was the power of space. In the boundless world, the space barrier was incomparably powerful. Countless small worlds, countless low-level planes, but the space was incomparably weak. It was absolutely incomparable to the space barrier of the boundless world. Only when one reached the supreme realm could one withstand the power of space, and only then could one cross space and perform a space attack. But, just a moment ago, they had seen Mu Yun use it. At this moment, the four of them were stunned. Mu Yun at this moment, Yun descended from the sky. The silver light behind him seemed to cover his entire body, becoming even more dazzling. Shantian Mo Chenkong is dead. Floating Sky Pavilion belongs to my Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance today. Those who refuse to submit will be killed without mercy. At this moment, the words fell. Endless murderous aura enveloped the entire Floating Sky Pavilion. First, in an instant, many disciples were disheartened. The internal strife of the Floating Sky Pavilion caused heavy losses. And now, Mu Yun killed 2 Golden Bone Realm experts in one fell swoop. Although they were injured Golden Bone Realm experts, they were still Sovereign King Golden Bone Realm experts. At this moment, countless disciples' eyes were filled with despair. Too much. Extreme White Dragon shouted at this moment, Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance disciples, whoever dares to resist will be killed without mercy. As the shout fell, everyone was completely silent at this moment. At this moment, Mo Yuhai's face was ashen. Mo Yuhai, it's over. Yun waved casually, holding the Shantian divine sword in his hand. The sword light fell, and Mo Yuhai's figure dissipated. It was easy for a Sovereign King Silver Bone Realm to kill a 7 Primordial Spirit Realm expert. Moo. At this moment, Yun was so dazzling. 9 The disciples of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance could faintly see that Mu Yun had just entered the Sovereign King Silver Bone Realm, and her strength seemed to be stronger than the Alliance leader, Taiji White Dragon. Boom, a rumble sounded at this moment. The Floating Sky Pavilion was destined to be an extraordinary day, and it opened again. At this moment, there was a trace of enlightenment in Mu Yun's eyes. Human the Sovereign King tempered the 5 internal organs, the Emperor King tempered the 6 internal organs, the Heavenly Lord opened the 7 elements, and the Sovereign King tempered the 4 bones. Iron Bone Realm, Silver Bone Realm, Golden Bone Realm, Jade Bone Realm. These 4 realms represented the transformation of the Sovereign King's bones time and time again. And the transformation to the extreme was the Invincible Sage. The Sage was an even higher level, the ultimate fusion of the 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and 7 elemental bones. Also it could be said to be a process, the process of stepping into the Emperor realm. Sage the 4 monarchs, early, middle, late, and peak. Then it must be even more unfathomable. At this moment, Mu Yun felt a sense of infinite potential. She thought. To improve, she had to devour. Devour the essence, energy, and spirit of others. Merge, the devouring bloodline and the purifying bloodline were perfectly combined. Only then could she obtain the greatest benefits in the shortest time possible. Mu Yun gradually understood in her heart. At this moment, Mu Yun stood on the highest mountain peak of the Floating Sky Pavilion. Silver the bone light radiated in all directions. Even in the daytime, it was so dazzling. Amazing, Su Yun said. Many disciples couldn't help but envy. Bang, when Mu Yun first entered the 2 instruments pavilion, she caused a stir. It had only been a short 100 years. Mu Yun had already become the leader of the 2 instruments pavilion. Just this point alone was enough to make people admire him. God, perhaps it had always been like this. At this moment, the treasure vault in the Floating Sky Pavilion was being opened and emptied. The disciples of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance even sent out disciples of the Earth Monarch realm to help move it. The Floating Sky Pavilion was finally finished. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was about to take over the territory ruled by the Floating Sky Pavilion. It was yet another busy day. However, Mu Yun didn't need to worry about this. The Extreme White Dragon had arranged everything properly. With Mu Yun's reputation as a Silver Bone Realm monarch, who dared to resist, a heavenly monarch from each of the 6th grade forces was the strongest. Which could resist the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, a 5th grade force. Even more moreover, there were now 6 monarchs in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Mu Yun and Tai Chi White Dragon were all at the Silver Bone Realm. while Sun Yi, Sui Qingrong, Gu Shuhua, and Panga Ling were the four monarchs at the Ironbone realm. This time, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had completely occupied the entire southern wasteland region. Mu Yun was also quite satisfied with this. After a few days, the things in the floating sky pavilion were finally moved over one by one. While as for the disciples of the floating sky pavilion, those who resisted that day were killed without mercy. Dang, those who were willing to surrender on that day were brought back to the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and carefully screened. Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Large the hall was currently filled with people. Mu Yun and Taiji White Dragon were among them. Their remaining four, Panga Spirit, and the four sovereign kings were also present. Below them, hundreds of heavenly lords and 7 primordial spirit realm elders were all present. Close 50 kilograms of earth blood source serum was already priceless. And plus 50 drops of primordial spirit protection wine. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had produced a batch of heavenly lords and 7 primordial spirit realm elders. It looked quite lively with all of them gathered in one place. Taiji White Dragon looked at the hall full of elders and smiled slightly. Everyone. Taiji White Dragon spoke. With the destruction of the Sky Pavilion, our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance can be considered to have completely unified the entire southern wilderness region. The Sky Pavilion's foundation and strength are stronger than our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, but we did it. From today onwards, the southern wilderness region will only have one 5th-tier force, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, and all of you are the core members of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Taiji White Dragon continued. Next, let us listen to what Deputy Alliance Leader Mu Yun has to say. Taiji White Dragon didn't say anything else. Mu Yun walked out at this moment. Actually, I don't have anything to say. Yun spoke at this moment. The Sky Pavilion is gone, which only means that our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance has become the overlord of the southern wilderness region. However, the southern wilderness region is actually the weakest of the 5 wilderness regions. It only has a 5th-tier existence. In the west, there are the Tuoba family, Donghua Prefecture, Void Spirit Grotto Heaven, and Li Fire Sect. In the east, there are the Earth Erosion Dragons, Purgatory Blood Phoenixes, Lunar Aurora Bear Clan, and Ghost Flame Cat Clan. In the north, there is the powerful Reverence Moon Sacred Ground. In the middle, there are the 7 Valleys and Qiyang Holy Empire. What Mu Yun said represented the strongest 11 4th-tier forces in the entire eastern wilderness. The 11 4th-grade factions all had imperial emperors overseeing them. Not to mention these 4th-tier forces, the Western Myriad Mountains, Antarctic Sea, and North Heavenly Mountain Origin are all 3rd-tier forces with supremes overseeing them. In addition, there are many 2nd-tier forces in the Xianxia region. Our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance is really nothing. Hearing Mu Yun's words, everyone understood. The Cloud Alliance was now unstoppable in the southern wilderness region. Outside of the southern wilderness region, it was just a small and weak force, they were well aware of this. Everyone, our great cause has yet to be accomplished. Yun spoke again. Are you satisfied with the Heaven Monarch realm? Is everyone satisfied with the Sovereign King realm? Not satisfied. One of the elders suddenly raised his voice and said. All right. Yun smiled and said, it's right to be dissatisfied. I'm also dissatisfied. I hope that in the future, our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance will be filled with supremes and emperors as many as dogs. Haha, a burst of laughter rang out from below. I know you don't believe me. Mu Yun continued, just like all of you back then, perhaps you never thought that the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance would be able to reach this stage today. But I believe it. Yun said seriously, if I, Mu Yun, can become a sovereign king, I can become an invincible sage lord, and I can even become an imperial lord. Everyone, some of you are the elders of the 2 Instruments Pavilion of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, and some of you are new elders. I only hope that everyone will wait and see. Time will verify everything. Mu Yun smiled and said, this step won't be too far away. Next, the inventory in the floating sky pavilion is enough for our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance to develop and strengthen. I hope that more heavenly monarchs and sovereigns will be born. Rewards and punishments are orderly. Whether they are merits or demerits, they will be handled according to the rules of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Everyone, I hope you will remember this. Mu Yun said a few more things and everyone left. The Taiji white dragon looked at Mu Yun with a hint of admiration. Thank you. Thank me for what? Mu Yun smiled and said, Alliance leader, you have also put in a lot of effort to make the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance what it is today. The extreme white dragon did not say much. What do you plan to do next? The extreme white dragon asked. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had already reached its limit. Quasi to be exact, it had reached Mu Yun's limit. Without the higher level 4th grade ancient god techniques, 5th grade ancient god techniques, and the path of some predecessors, it would be difficult for Mu Yun to continue moving forward. He had nothing to teach Mu Yun. Someone will come looking for me. Mu Yun said. Yun smiled and said, for the next period of time I will cultivate in peace in the alliance. The Taiji white dragon said again, actually, there is one thing that I have never understood. Please speak, alliance leader. Now, you are stronger than me. You being the alliance leader is actually what I want, but, after thinking for a moment, Mu Yun said, it's not that I don't want to be the alliance leader, but, it's not convenient for me. Alliance leader, have you ever thought about why the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion told you that I am the Son of God and can save the 2 instruments pavilion from destruction? The Taiji white dragon was actually puzzled, but the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had always been deducing fate. He just believed it. Deep he could not understand the level of things. Let's put it this way. Mu Yun said again, the more famous I am, the stronger I am, and the more powerful I am, perhaps I will attract the attention of others. Some people want to kill me. Moreover, it is my Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. They are people that the entire eastern wilderness can't resist. And before my strength reaches that level, I can't expose myself. So I need to keep a low profile. Hearing this, the Taiji white dragon immediately understood. Mu Yun had great ambitions in her heart. Mu Yun really wanted to develop the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Since that's the case, I understand. The Taiji white dragon smiled and said, I'll help you manage the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. When the day comes when you can fight against your enemies, I'll pass the position of Alliance Leader to you. Thank you, Alliance Leader. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had undergone a new transformation. Even these 2 transformations had made the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance stronger. However, internal problems had also begun to appear. Everything needed time to smooth over. Mu Yun was not anxious about this. On the side of the Alliance Leader Peak, on the mountain where Mu Yun was. At this moment, Mu Yun stood on the mountain top. Around her, 270 osteopyrums stood still. Since the immortal world, you have followed me all the way and are under my command. Although I don't know how Father subdued you, since you are following me, I naturally can't let you suffer. Today, when I reach the Silver Bone Realm, I'll try and see if I can urge you to reach the Sovereign Realm. At this moment, a vast aura surged in Mu Yun's body and pervaded the 270 osteopyrum. Time passed bit by bit, and the violent power was released at this moment. Mountain on the mountain peak, the osteopyrum were constantly breaking the seal and improving. To them, Mu Yun's improvement, combined with the life and death contract, could allow them to improve greatly. While Mu Yun could help them break the seal on their bodies. 2. When they combined, their strength improved the fastest. Boom. Mountain, in the valley, a roar sounded. Fall, Tianxing was the first to transform. Sovereign Iron Bone Realm. Fall, at this moment, the bones on Tianxing's body were emitting iron light, and he became extraordinarily mighty. Slowly, 3 more figures began to transform under the light. 3. Sovereign Iron Bone Realm. Tight, then, the rest of the osteopyrum broke through one by one. In the end, all 270 osteopyrum had reached the 5 primordial spirit realm and above. There were nearly 100 people in the 7 primordial spirit realm. At this moment, Mu Yun's strength alone was stronger than the entire upper echelon of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Thank you, Master Mu. Luo Tianxing cupped his hands and said. These 3 people have also broken through to the Sovereign Realm. Luo Tianxing nodded and said, these 3 are called Hua Shanming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng. Good. Mu Yun said. Yun said again, in that case, you will be the commander of the 270 osteopyrum.
Hua Shanming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng will be the 3 captains, and each team will have 90 people.
Yes.
Mu Yun waved her hand at this moment. 2. The 170 osteopyrum disappeared one by one and entered the Zhu Tian painting, relying on the world tree to continue to sit and cultivate.
Plate, Gu Ling came over at this moment.
Master Mu.
What's wrong?
Plate asked.
Gu Ling laughed and said, there are 5 types of primordial fires in my body.
If I can completely absorb them, I will at least reach the sovereign realm. But now, I lack the urging of fire.
Magma fire, earth fire, and heavenly fire can all urge me to improve.
I hope that Mu Yun can help me to pay more attention in the future.
Gu Ling hurriedly said, after all, if I improve, Master Mu, your guards will be very strong. You won't have to worry too much.
Don't worry.
Mu Yun said again, in this world, the 21 types of primordial fires are just the firstborn. For example, I once fused the heavenly fire into the white tiger sacred fire. In this world, there are definitely more than 21 types of primordial fires. When the time comes, I will definitely plan for you.
Mu Yun said seriously, I don't only want you to reach the sovereign realm.
In the future, the most important thing is to make you the fire god.
Fire god, Panga Spirit's eyes lit up at this moment. This title was something he didn't even dare to think about. Title god, emperor, which one of them wasn't a peak figure in the vast thousand world?
Mu Yun mentioned the name of the fire god, she thought of a beautiful figure.
Mingyue Xin, that extremely domineering woman, was like an empress, high and mighty. She came from the Water Spirit clan, one of the 5 spirit clans in the vast thousand world. She called herself the water god. Mingyue Xin shouldn't have the strength of a titled god, right? Mu Yun couldn't help but sigh.
Wonderful, Xian Yu, Meng Zimo, and Yisweki should be in the Yuan region.
As for the other 6 women, he didn't know where they were at all. In this vast thousand world, he was afraid that only when he reached the sovereign realm could he truly inquire about the other 6 women.
Real power.
Mu Yun clenched his fists tightly. Now that he had reached the sovereign King Silver Bone realm, his progress was extremely fast. Next, he needed to stabilize. Most importantly, he could start to study some of the power of the level 4 ancient divine formation. Time passed bit by bit. After 2 transformations, the southern wilderness finally quieted down completely. 100 years passed in a flash. In the southern wilderness, a shocking piece of news spread out at this moment. The leader of the Cloud Alliance, Taiji White Dragon, had advanced to the sovereign King Golden Bone realm. When this news spread out, the entire southern wilderness was completely boiling at this moment. The sovereign King Golden Bone realm could be said to be a small transformation for a 5th grade force. Embracing a 5th grade force with a sovereign King Golden Bone realm overseeing it, if nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be a problem for them to be strong for 1,000,000 years. This news was quickly released. And, according to some observant people, in the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, there were more than just Taichi White Dragon and Mu Yun. There were also 4 kings who often appeared in the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. As the news spread, the entire southern wasteland region was abuzz with discussion. Have you heard? Taichi White Dragon broke through to the King Golden Bone realm. This time, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance is really powerful.
Who says so?
It's said that there are more than 10 kings in the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance now. Last time, someone saw a few new kings. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance has developed rapidly in the past 100 years. In a restaurant in a city, discussions could be heard continuously. Wine in the building, 2 figures were sitting at a table. This woman had a ponytail and looked extremely pure and pleasant. Sovereign King Golden Bone stage. The woman smiled and said, according to what I know, the Taichi White Dragon was on the verge of death. After it was saved by Mu Yun, its strength improved even faster. Brother Linghao, what do you think is the reason?
I don't know.
The man opposite the woman replied calmly. This Mu Yun is really interesting. I was nurtured by father and mother to break through to the King Silver Bone realm. He cultivated by himself and has already reached the King Silver Bone realm. The woman smiled and said, looks like we should go to the 2 Instruments Pavilion.
Oh, no, it's the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Let's see what this kid is doing. The woman smiled, stood up, and left the restaurant. 9 Heaven Cloud Alliance. 100 Years of Development. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance looked very different from the past. 1. The cohesion of the people's hearts had become stronger. 9 Within the Heaven Cloud Alliance. 10 Kings. Mu Yun, Panga Ling, Luo Tianqing, Hua Shaming, Shan Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng. And Tai Chi White Dragon had reached the King Golden Bone realm. Gu Shuhua, Sun Yi, and Sui Qingrong were also in the Sovereign King Iron Bone realm. The current 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance had indeed become extremely different. Strong as the number of people increased, those with ulterior motives within the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance had nowhere to voice their opinions. Mu Yun was rather satisfied with this. Here at this moment, in the mountains of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun, who was dressed in black, was busy between the mountain ranges. It wasn't like he had nothing to do in the past 100 years. After studying the ancient divine formation for 100 years, he had gained a lot. His attainments and formations had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he could be considered a true 4th grade ancient divine array master. At this moment, Mu Yun was setting up a sect-protecting array around the mountain range of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. The previous level 3 ancient divine arrays could only defend against the attacks of heaven monarchs. However, at the level of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, once a war broke out, it would be the Sovereign King who would take the lead. For example, just like back then, when the 3 sects of the Boundless sect invaded, the Sovereign King opened the way and blasted a hole in the array. Protecting the formation of the sect would then be useless. While now, Mu Yun was going to complete the level 4 ancient divine array sect protection array. That was even if the Sovereign King came to invade, he wouldn't be able to break through the sect protection array in a short period of time. Pango Ling followed behind and listened to his instructions at any time. Mu Yun worked hard to set up the array. It could be considered as familiarizing himself with and training his attainments in formations. The Tao of formations is indeed prosperous and complicated. I see that you have set up more than 100 array formations in order to set up the sect protection array. Panga Ling said. What is this? Mu Yun asked. Yun smiled and said, if it was a level 5 or level 6 ancient divine array, there would be at least 1,000 of them combined. What we have is nothing. However, if this array is connected as one with 10 sovereign kings presiding over it, even if a top expert of the Jade Bone realm comes, he won't be able to break through it. Is that so? Then can the Holy Lord break through it? A light laugh sounded at this moment. 2 figures landed. Princess Ji. Seeing the person who came, Mu Yun cupped her hands and bowed. Why are you being so polite with me? Qi Lingyue smiled. I still have to show the necessary etiquette. After all, you are the princess of the Qiyang Holy Kingdom. Qi Lingyue smiled and continued, Mu Yun, you have really surprised me. You have swallowed the Sky Pavilion, and the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance has developed very well. In just 200 years, you have already become a figure of the southern wilderness region. In another 2,000 years, the entire eastern wasteland will belong to you. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, Princess Qi, aren't you flattering me by saying this? The Qiyang Holy Kingdom has an emperor. I am only a sovereign king at the Silver Bone realm. How can I compare to the Qiyang Holy Kingdom? Qi Lingyue smiled and didn't say anything. You don't have to worry. Not to mention how difficult it is to become an emperor. If you can really become an emperor and rule the southern wilderness region, you will be an ally of the Qiyang Holy Kingdom. I won't harm you. Mu Yun coughed and didn't say anything else. Qi Lingyue said it casually. After all, he was friends with Qi Lingyue. If he really grew to that level, Qi Lingyue wouldn't be enemies with him. But what about the Qiyang Holy Kingdom? Qi Lingyue couldn't represent the Qiyang Holy Kingdom. Could it be that the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire was just going to watch the emergence of a 4th-tier force without doing anything? He didn't know what the Pardon Emperor was like. A 4th-tier ancient divine array master, Mu Yun. You really surprised me. Qi Lingyue stood with her hands behind her back and said, I don't think I need you for the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance anymore. You'd better tell the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance to get busy and build more pavilions in the next few decades. Huh? Qi Lingyue smiled and said, in less than 100 years, the 11 major forces of the eastern wilderness will explore the seamless ancient mountain together. Is it the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace? Yun blurted out. The Golden Axe Heavenly Palace was left behind by the ancient Emperor Wu Jian. The 11 major forces aren't that stupid. The ancient Emperor Wu Jian is an ancient emperor from the primordial age after all. How would a group of emperors dare to explore his ruins? And they can't find it at all. Qi Lingyue said seriously. This matter in fact, Mu Yin also understood this. A group of heavenly monarchs entered Xiaoqingtian's palace. Xiaoqingtian, although Xiaoqingtian was one of the 9 disciples of the ancient Emperor Wu Jian, he was the last one to enter the sect and had the lowest cultivation. Even so, he still made the heavenly monarchs suffer. Well, the Qiyang Holy Kingdom and the Sevenfold Valley were probably using this as an opportunity to enter the seamless ancient mountain. Also, they were trying to find a way forward. This time, it seemed like they were ready to find out. The seamless ancient mountain was vast. They couldn't find the location of the ancient Emperor Wu Jian's palace. If they could find the palaces of the other 8 disciples of the ancient Emperor Wu Jian, it might be the key for those emperors to become supremes. When will they move out? How would I know about this? Qi Lingyue smiled and said, the emperors of the major forces are all discussing it now. What do you think? Qi Lingyue suddenly changed the topic and looked at Mu Yun. What do you mean? Mu Yun was stunned. Don't joke around with me. Qi Lingyue said. Qi Lingyue said again, take the position of deputy alliance leader and don't show yourself. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Follow me to the Qiyang Holy Kingdom. When the time comes, I'll be qualified to bring people to explore the seamless ancient mountain. Otherwise, you won't be qualified to go as a sovereign king. As soon as she said that, Mu Yun was stunned. A sovereign king was not qualified to go? This time, 11 major forces in the entire eastern wilderness will be moving out. There will be at least dozens of emperors and thousands of saints. A sovereign king is really nothing. Qi Lingyue said again, do you think the 11 major forces will let people from their 5th grade forces go? Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. That was true. Now, the 11 major forces in the entire eastern wilderness were clearly divided. Who would dare to disobey a single word from them? You came just to bring me along? Of course. Qi Lingyue said. Qi Lingyue said again, in the Qiyang Holy Kingdom, the princes are fighting for power. If not for my mother being from the Ling family and becoming a sovereign king and being called sovereign Ling Xian, my status as a princess would be worthless. Princess, you've underestimated yourself. Ling Hao cupped his hands and said, Princess, you're a child of the Ling family. The Ling family won't let you be bullied. Qi Lingyue smiled and didn't say anything. Last time, the princes who went to the Tian Ke Palace in the Wujian ancient mountain were all young. None of the princes and princesses who were ranked at the top went. There are those who have reached the monarch realm and saint realm. To be honest, I also need help. I need my own people. Qi Lingyue said seriously. Lingyu said seriously, follow me to the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom. Otherwise, your ability will be delayed here. Only by seeing more of the world can your strength improve faster. Mu Yu said. At this moment, Yun smiled slightly. Okay. Su and Mu Yun nodded. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance had already stabilized. There was indeed no need for him to maintain it. Qi Lingyue of the Qiyang Holy Kingdom was a 4th grade force, and it was a top 4th grade force. There was more than one sovereign king. The Qiyang Holy Kingdom had 4th grade and 5th grade ancient god spells. They might even have 6th grade ancient god spells too. In that case, arrange a few days and we'll leave. Qi Lingyue looked around and said, I'll also take a look at the changes in the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Okay. In the next few days, Qi Lingyue and Ling Hao looked around the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. They were even more impressed by Mu Yun. This guy improved very quickly. He was also good at doing these things. In reality, Mu Yun didn't worry much about the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance at all. This was all controlled by the Tai Chi White Dragon. First, on this day, Mu Yun prepared to set off with Qi Lingyue. The Panga spirit followed. Luo Tianqing and the other 270 osteopyrum were kept in the heaven-destroying diagram. Mu Yun decided to bring the osteopyrum with her on this expedition. If they encountered some great opportunity, the osteopyrum would be able to improve greatly. That was the most important thing. Mu Yun and the Panga spirit followed Qi Lingyue and Ling Hao. They left the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and headed towards the central wilderness region. The four of them flew at full speed. It took them nearly half a month to see the capital of the Qiyang Holy Kingdom in front of them. Qi Lingyue Qiyang Holy City, this was the core of the Qiyang Holy Kingdom. The center of the Qiyang Holy Kingdom. Qi Lingyue. The large Qiyang Holy City occupied an extremely vast area. It had a population of nearly 10 million people. While the outer city only occupied a quarter of the area, but the population was 3/4. The inner city was the core of the Qiyang Holy City. In the inner city, there were pavilions, artificial mountains, and rivers everywhere. It looked like an otherworldly sacred ground. The entire inner city was enveloped by a huge array. A level 6 ancient divine array. Mu Yun couldn't help but exclaim. The Scarlet Sun Sacred City is the core of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. It's only natural for a level 6 ancient divine array to protect it, right? Qi Lingyue said proudly, actually, at the level of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire, the nation protecting array is just a formality. After all, the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire has a special patrol army and an emperor personally overseeing it. No one dares to cause trouble. If someone really dares to cause trouble, even if it's the great nation protecting array, it's meaningless. Qi Lingyue brought Mu Yun and Panga Ling along and talked a lot along the way. In the inner city of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire, there were only a few 100,000 permanent residents. Only these few 100,000 were all core members of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. Qi Sun Guards, they were mainly made up of heavenly monarchs and were in charge of maintaining the stability of the outer city. But, the stability of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire depended on the Red Flame Guards. The Red Flame Guards were the most elite warriors of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. The entire Red Flame Guards had 3,000 people and were all made up of Monarch Realm experts. 100 a captain for each person. 1,000 a commander for each person. A single just this point alone was enough to throw the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance by 10 streets. In the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, there were now a total of 10 Monarch Realm experts. But, if the Red Flame Guard sent out a team of 10 people, it would probably be enough to destroy the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. The Sun Holy Empire didn't put the 5th grade forces in their eyes at all. It wasn't without reason. Oh, right, Brother Ling Hao is one of the 3 commanders, the 3rd commander at the peak of the Saint Lord realm. Qi Lingyue introduced. Hearing this, Mu Yun looked at the taciturn young man who had been following Qi Lingyue. This guy was actually one of the 3 commanders? Mu Yun was a little dazed. The first commander is the eldest prince, Qi Tianjiao at the peak of the Saint Lord realm. The second commander is Luo Qingdong, a genius from the Luo clan, a peak saint monarch. Ling Yu continued, the 3 commanders are in charge of the 3,000-strong army. If there is any problem, report it directly to my imperial father. A heavenly talent. Lothi east of the city, it seemed that the first prince, Qi Tianjiao, was highly regarded by the Qixi monarch. The Crimson Flame Guards could be said to be the sharpest blade of the Crimson Sun Holy Empire. From this, it could be seen how much Qixi monarch trusted his son. I'll take you to my palace. Ling Yu smiled. As soon as they entered the inner city, Qi Lingyue warned, don't wander around here. After all, this is the inner city. There are some places that you can trespass. Even I can't protect you. Yes. The few of them headed into the city together. Sister Lingyu. A burst of laughter could be heard. Crutch at the corner, a few figures walked over. 17th brother. Qi Lingyue smiled and bowed to the person in front of her. Are these the new recruits? It was a young man in a silver dragon robe. He looked like a young master of an aristocratic family. Yes. Sister Lingyu, your imperial mother is Monarch Ling Xian. The Ling family will support you. Why do you have to work so hard and delay your cultivation? When Qi Lingyue heard this, she smiled and said, 17th brother, you too. Commander Luo Qingdong is already at the peak of the Great Saint Realm and is in charge of the Crimson Flame Guards. 17th brother, you have to work hard too. Empress Luo is also worried about 17th brother. Hearing this, the young man was stunned. Beside him was a black-robed man. He had a cold expression and didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Once again, the conversation ended unhappily. Qi Lingyue snorted and said, 17th Prince Qi Luoyang's mother is Empress Luo. Just like my mother, the Luo family and the Ling family are also two big supporters of the Crimson Sun Holy Empire. However, he was born earlier than me and is only at the Monarch Jade Bone realm now. If it weren't for Empress Luo's divine pills and elixirs, he probably wouldn't have reached this level. It was hard to tell that Qi Lingyue didn't care about Qi Luoyang. She even looked down on him. However, as they walked, Qi Lingyue's face turned bitter when she saw a few figures in front of her. I'm so unlucky today. I met the two people I didn't want to meet the most. Qi Lingyue was speechless. At this moment, a figure walked over. Look, when he saw Qi Lingyue, the figure stopped and smiled. Sister Lingyue, long time no see. You've reached the Monarch Silver Bone realm. How fast? Greetings, big brother. Qi Lingyue bowed. Little girl, are you unhappy to see me? The young man smiled and said, I'm not urging you to cultivate. It's embarrassing for Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. Qi Lingyue continued, Big brother, aren't you busy as the commander of the Crimson Flame Guards? Didn't Imperial Father ask you to do something? Go. Don't waste your time because of me. As Qi Lingyue spoke, she left the place as if she was escaping. The Crown Prince, Qi Tianjiao. Qi Lingyue seemed to be avoiding him. Mu Yun could also tell that Qi Lingyue wasn't disgusted. Instead, she was avoiding him. As the Crown Prince and the eldest son of Imperial Emperor Qi Tianjiao has always liked to show off. That's why I've been reprimanded by him many times since I was young. But it's for my own good. But when I see him, I can't help but want to avoid him. Qi Tianjiao, Qi Luoyang, all the princes of the Crimson Sun Holy Kingdom had noble statuses. However, Celestial Monarch Qi Shi had many children under him. Without a strong backing, he would not be able to control them. Qi Lingyue was undoubtedly one of the lucky ones. Imperial Mother Imperial Emperor Ling Xian. Ling Hao was one of the three commanders. Qi Lingyue could be said to be unstoppable in the Crimson Sun Holy Kingdom. This, Mu Yun also understood that some things weren't something he could figure out. His purpose for coming to the Crimson Sun Holy Kingdom was simple. Following Qi Lingyue would give him a chance to explore the palaces of the other 8 disciples of ancient Emperor Wu Jian. As for how much he could get, it would depend on his luck. But, moreover, the Crimson Sun Holy Kingdom was a top 4th-tier force. They had level 6 ancient god tactics and level 6 ancient god arrays. They also had plenty of emperor, and emperor weapons. Generally speaking, ascendant divine artifacts, transcendent divine artifacts, mortal divine artifacts, emperor divine artifacts, and emperor divine artifacts were the most common names. Level 1 mediocre to level 6 ancient god artifacts were categorized differently. Mu Yun now had an emperor weapon, the Xiantian divine sword. After all, this emperor weapon was obtained from Xiantian Mo, so he couldn't use it to its fullest potential yet. This is the palace I live in. At this moment, he was standing in front of a palace. The huge palace seemed to be floating in the air. There were layers of stairs leading up. This is my palace. Qi Lingyue smiled. Brother Ling Hao, you have many things to do. You should go back first. Okay. Ling Hao cupped his hands and disappeared in a flash. Qi Lingyue led Mu Yun and Pango Ling into the palace. The maids and guards coming and going were not ordinary people. They were beautiful and had some cultivation. When they saw Qi Lingyue, they were all respectful. In the entire palace, other than the main hall in the middle, there were also rows of imposing palaces in the east and west. The east side is where my people live, and the west side is where the palace maids and guards live. Qi Lingyue smiled. You will live in the east in the future. Let me show you your residences. Qi Lingyue smiled and led Mu Yun and Pangolin to the east. Looking at the surrounding palaces, Mu Yun sighed in her heart. The gap between the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and the Crimson Sun Holy Kingdom was too big. Just the gap between the strongest of them was already 108,000 miles. Saint Monarch, Emperor, not to mention Emperor, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance didn't even have a single saint. If they wanted to rely on their own efforts to change, they still needed a long way to go. When they arrived at the East Palace, there were rows upon rows of palaces. While with the arrival of Qi Lingyue, dozens of figures walked out from the East Palace one by one. Then, dozens of people. Upon closer inspection, they were all dressed differently. There were men and women. And they were all at the emperor level. Most of them were at the bone and silver bone level. There were also some at the golden bone level. There were even a few at the jade bone level. Qi Lingyue smiled. These are the people I recruited. Everyone, these two are Mu Yun and Pangolin. They will cultivate here with everyone in the future. Your Highness, don't worry. We will get along well and do our best for your Highness. A man bowed and said. Lu Wenfu, find someone to bring them around. Yes. A young man bowed and walked out. Then, at this moment, Qi Lingyue turned and left without saying anything. The young man called Lu Wenfu looked at Mu Yun and Pangolin and waved his hand to summon someone. Luo Feng, bring them around to have a look. Yes. At this moment, a young man with a dignified appearance stepped forward. Then, Lu Wenfu turned and left. There were close to 400 to 500 residences in the East Palace. Many people were busying themselves with their tasks as they walked back and forth. My name is Luo Feng. You can call me Feng Zi in the future. Luo Feng smiled. Qin He took out a 4th grade ancient god pill and handed it to Luo Feng. He smiled and said, Thank you, brother Luo. You're welcome. Luo Feng smiled and accepted it. Actually, my level is lower than yours. I shouldn't have taken your things. But I'm an old man, and you're a newcomer. If you take this, I'll definitely give you valuable information. Luo Feng brought the two of them and walked around the palaces. Remember, you can't go to the main palace of Spirit Moon Palace. Luo Feng looked toward the center and said, Princess Qi Lingyue is resting there. It's said that Emperor Ling Xian is there too. So remember, you can't cross the Thunder Pool. Emperor Xian. Qi Lingyue, one of the top great beings of Sun Saint Country. This is the most important thing. You can't go to the main palace. Even if Princess Qi Lingyue summons you, you have to go where you are supposed to go. If you go to the wrong place, you'll be courting death. Luo Feng said seriously. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, the bookstore. Next, it's naturally us, the aides, said Luo. Feng chuckled. Actually, I'm just flattering myself by saying that we're her aides. To Princess Qi Lingyue, we're just people she's recruited. We'll be kept in captivity in the Eastern Palace, and the winner will be king. Do you know how many people were here before you all came? Luo Feng looked around and said mysteriously, initially, there were more than 500 people. Later, 200 to 300 died. Now, there are only about 200 left. About 10 at the peak of the Jade Bone stage. There are more than 20 Golden Bone Realm cultivators. There are over 50 Silver Bone stage cultivators. The rest are all Emperor Iron Bone. Luo Feng said seriously, don't underestimate this small East Palace. If you're not careful, you won't even know how you died. Why are there so many twists and turns? What do you think? Luo Feng said again, remember, this is a cage, and we're the beasts kept by Her Majesty Qi Lingyue. Only by killing and robbing can we get rewards and improve. Mu Yun couldn't help but say, reaching the emperor level, at least in the outside world, you can live a luxurious life. Why are so many people willing to stay here? That's because, if you kill your way out, you'll be able to win a piece of land. Luo Feng laughed. If you can get the recognition of Qi Lingyue, you'll be able to achieve meteoric success. You'll have the chance to enter the Holy Emperor level as a reward. At this point, even Luo Feng himself became excited. Monarch Emperor level bones, and Holy Emperor level bones. Quenching one's bones wasn't difficult. It just took time. As long as you worked hard, day and night, you'd be able to keep improving. But it was different for a Holy Emperor level. Holy Emperor level, Monarch level, every step required the support of huge amounts of ancient god pills. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. Actually, I'm just dreaming. I have no confidence in myself. But in this small world, I found my way. Feng chuckled, at the very least, we will be able to survive safely. Everyone had their own choices. Muyun wasn't surprised. You've said too much. Feng laughed. Now's not the time to talk about this. In the East Palace, there's a training field, a closed-door training field, and a field for quenching one's bone marrow. But we have to fight for it. We have to snatch it. However, not everyone can snatch it and compete for it. Luo said. Feng chuckled. For example, the bone tempering tower is over there. It's a 100-meter tall tower. Luo Feng pointed to a 100-meter tall tower a few hundred meters in front of the three of them and said, that's the bone tempering tower. It's a simple name. It's an emperor weapon that Emperor Ling Xian accidentally obtained back then. It's specially made for emperors to temper their bone marrow. He gave it to Princess Lingyu. Princess Lingyue gave it to us to cultivate, but we can't just go in whenever we want. Feng didn't say much. For example, in the future, ancient god pills and ancient god artifacts will all need to be fought over. You will slowly understand this in the future. At this moment, Feng brought the two of them to two adjacent palaces and said, this is your address. After entering the palace, Xianxia looked around. It was quite exquisite, and there was a small formation that could isolate soul power from probing. Palace inside and outside the hall, there were also a few rather beautiful palace maids standing there. We'll be cultivating here in the future. Luo Feng smiled and said, next, I'll tell you the most important thing. As of now, there are only about 200 people left in the East Palace. There are mainly 3 camps among these 200 people. There were 3 camps among the 100 people? Muyun also felt that it was quite interesting. First of all, Su Yan from the sovereign Jade Bone realm. She's pretty. The most important thing isn't her looks, it's her figure. TSK, if her figure could be paired with Princess Lingyue's face, then even death would be worth it. Cough cough, realizing that his words were inappropriate, Luo Feng smiled awkwardly. Su Yan is at the pinnacle of the Emperor Jade Bone region. She can't be offended. She has gathered 10 to 20 people under her, with some at the Golden Bone and Silver Bone stages. Secondly, there's Tu Longsheng. He also has a group of people in the Emperor Jade Bone region. Secondly, there's Xianxia. Luo Feng continued, these 3 are all at the Emperor Jade Bone region, and they're the stronger ones in the Jade Bone region. I think among our group of advisors, these 3 have the highest chance of reaching the Saint Monarch level. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with envy as he spoke. He said that he had adapted to this place and found a way to survive. However, as a fighter, who didn't want to be respected by tens of thousands of people and become an invincible being? Luo Feng shook off his thoughts and continued, these 3 people cannot be offended. Other than them, there are 7 other pinnacle emperors of the Jade Bone region. Of course, we cannot offend them too. However, they are all in closed-door training to break through to the Saint Monarch level. They don't have time to bother with us. The ones who truly show themselves are Lu Wenfu and the other emperors of the Golden Bone region. Right, that Lu Wenfu is big sister Su Yan's man. Don't offend him. That punk is very petty. Thank you for the reminder, brother Luo. Along the way, Luo Feng had indeed explained a lot. You're too polite. Luo Feng waved his hand and said again, alright, you all rest first. I'll leave first. Normally, if the princess has anything she needs to do, she'll instruct us and we'll be rewarded. However, we have no chance, we've all been taken away by the 3 parties. Oh right. Luo Feng stopped and said seriously, actually, before this, the 500+ aides of the princess were originally split into 6 parties. However, the last internal battle caused 3 parties to be wiped out. After saying so much, I just want to tell you that this place is very dangerous. It's like a wolf's den. To survive and grow, you can only fight and steal. Don't be afraid of killing others. The prerequisite is, don't get killed. Luo Feng's words seemed to be mocking himself as he waved his hand and left. Mu Yun could feel Luo Feng's unwillingness and helplessness at this time. Want to fight, yet have no way to fight. Fight. However. Look, Pango Ling was speechless. I thought that lady was treating you well. I didn't expect her to put you in a wolf's den. You're thinking too much. Mu Yun, on the other hand, decided to take things as they came. Even though Qi Lingyu is at the emperor level, does she care about the emperor level? She doesn't. Only the emperor is what she cares about. Within the Scarlet Sun holy country, if one is strong, one must have a capable assistant by his side. She's nurturing her own confidant. Mu Yun said slowly, I'm only at the emperor level. Naturally, I'm not worthy of her attention. Besides, Mu Yun, don't need her to look at me. Mu Yun smiled, what I need is my own life. It's in my own hands. Isn't it just fighting and stealing? I'll just fight with those wolves. At this time, Yun was full of ambition. Regardless of life and death, that was just right for him, devouring bloodlines, he didn't have to worry about not having anyone to devour. This wasn't just ready-made wolf meat. Mu Yun, at this time, was eager to try. During this period of time, we'll first figure out the way here. Let's train in peace. You have to strive to break through to the silver bone level as soon as possible. Mu said. If there's no other way, I'll put you in the heaven and earth furnace to refine you. Hearing this, Pango Ling's expression was weird. The yang flames in the heaven and earth furnace could indeed help him improve greatly. But that feeling was so painful that it almost drove him crazy. He didn't want to experience it a second time. I'll do my best to train, Pango Ling hurriedly replied. Mu Yun smiled and didn't say much. Then, the rest of the time, the two of them spent most of their time in seclusion in the palace. During this period, Luo Feng also came a few times. Seeing that the two of them were obedient, he only chatted with a few words. Mu Yun, Pango Ling. On this day, Luo Feng came again and shouted at the two of them, let's go, let's hurry to the martial arts field and take a look. There'll definitely be some excitement. Excitement? Feng pulled the two of them and left. On the way, they started talking. Today, Princess Ling Yu released the bone-forging 10,000 yuan pill. If we're lucky, we'll be able to get one. Feng chuckled and said, the bone-forging 10,000 origin pill is a genuine tier 4 ancient divine pill. Not to mention its priceless value, to us sovereigns, it is equivalent to a heaven monarch realm essence protecting spirit pill, understand? At this point, Mu Yun's interest was piqued. How many pills at a time? How would I know? Luo Feng replied, it depends on Princess Ling Yu's mood. And there might be other 4th grade ancient god pills. Hurry up, or we won't be able to make it in time. That'll be a huge loss. Feng pulled the two of them and walked out of the palace. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the martial arts field. The large martial arts field was 1,000 meters long and wide. At this moment, more than 200 figures stood at the edge of the field. They looked very small. However, at the edge of the field, there were many figures looking at the stage respectfully. At this moment, Qi Lingyu was wearing a long green dress. Is everyone here? Qi Lingyu said indifferently. Mu Yun looked around and realized that there were many more people. Feng whispered, there are people coming to the East Palace every day. It's not strange. Mu Yun nodded. At this moment, Qi Lingyu said again, since everyone is here, let's begin. The 3 bone-forging 10,000 yuan pills will belong to whoever draws them. Qi Lingyu said and waved her hand. More than 100 names appeared in front of Qi Lingyu. Qi Lingyu waved her hand and a ray of light appeared. Lu Wenfu. After Qi Lingyu's words, Lu Wenfu walked out from the crowd happily and took a golden box. He had reached the Golden Bone Emperor level for a while and indeed needed these bone-forging 10,000 yuan pills. Qi Lingyu didn't hesitate and continued to draw. Luo Feng. At this moment, Luo Feng was overjoyed. He was anxious. He hurried forward and gratefully took the bone-forging 10,000 yuan pills. He looked at Mu Yun and Pangu Ling and waved his hand. Mu Yun. At this moment, a voice sounded again. Everyone. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise as they looked at Mu Yun. This guy had been here for less than a month. His luck was really good. Qi Lingyu. She got him in the first round. At this moment, among the crowd, a few gazes looked at Mu Yun with joy. Set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. At this moment, those silhouettes locked their gazes and looked towards Mu Yun with a hint of mockery. After a while, Lu Wenfu, Luo Feng, and Mu Yun all received their bone-forging 10,000 yuan pills. Luo Feng looked at the bone-forging 10,000 yuan pill in his hand and took a deep breath. What a good pill. Luo Feng couldn't help but compliment, too bad, it doesn't belong to me. After Feng finished his words, a smile appeared on his face as he walked towards Lu Wenfu. Senior brother Lu, this bone-forging 10,000 origin pill is the best for you. Luo Feng laughed, I don't have the right to use this pill. Luo Feng, you are indeed smart. Lu Wenfu laughed and took the bone-forging 10,000 yuan pill. He looked towards Luo Feng and nodded, this is a bottle of bone-forging liquid. I got it by chance, it's your reward. Thank you, Luo Feng. Luo Feng was extremely happy as he turned and left. That punk. Lu Wenfu looked towards Mu Yun on the other side. Mu Yun also got a bone-forging 10,000 yuan pill. Luo Feng, Mu Yun is with me. He's a newbie, it's rare for him to get one. Luo Feng said hurriedly. If that's the case, then forget it. Lu Wenfu brought the others and left. After getting 2 bone-forging 10,000 yuan pills this time, his golden bone stage will definitely improve. Luo Feng. After Wenfu and the others left, the smile on Luo Feng's face gradually disappeared. Brother Luo. Hey, I'm used to it. Luo Feng laughed, the bone-forging 10,000 yuan pill isn't a normal ancient god pill. It's considered a top grade even amongst the 4th grade ancient god pills. Of course we don't have the right. Yun didn't say much. Let's go, let's go. Luo Feng waved his hand. Even though he was reluctant, he had no choice. The way of survival, when you aren't strong enough, you have to shrink your head and behave like an ostrich. Stop. At this moment, a shout suddenly rang. A few figures walked up from behind Mu Yun and the other two. Master 2. Seeing who it was, Luo Feng immediately said respectfully, Third Master 2, we've already greeted Senior Lu. What is Luwen Mansion? Young Master 2 had a tall and sturdy build. He was only a sovereign king at the Silver Bone Realm, but he had a high and mighty aura. And it was not because of his superior strength, but because of his imposing manner. At this moment, Luo Feng's expression was ugly. He cupped his hands and said, Third Master 2, we are all family. In this East Palace, get lost. Young Master 2 snorted and said, Who's your family? Are you even worthy? Third Young Master looked at Mu Yun and said, Newcomer, you don't deserve the bone-forging 10,000 origin pill. Hand it over. Don't get yourself into trouble. At this moment, Yun smiled and said, My luck is very good. This pill naturally belongs to me. Could it be that you want to snatch it by force? So what if I snatch it? Young Master 2 sneered. The 2 people beside him immediately stepped forward. You are courting death. Gu Ling snorted and punched out. Bang bang. The man's bones were broken, and he screamed miserably as he fell back. Sovereign King Silver Bone Stage. Luo Feng looked at Pangu Spirit in shock. Initially, Pangu Spirit was also at the Sovereign King Iron Bone Stage. In just a few days, he had actually reached the Sovereign King Silver Bone Stage? A mere Sovereign King Silver Bone Stage. You are not qualified to rob me. Mu Yun sneered. Young Master 2's expression turned cold, and he rushed towards Mu Yun. Bang. Pangu Ling took another step forward, and the flames were released. Damn it. Before young Master 2 could get close, he had to dodge. The aura of the flames was simply too strong. This guy is weird. Panga spirit, don't stand on ceremony. Mu Yun said, we can't let others look down on us. Yes. Panga spirit took another step forward. This time, he took the initiative to attack. As he took a step forward, flames surrounded both sides of Panga spirit's body. Slash. A flame snake shot out and wrapped around young Master Tu's body. Rustling sounds of fire could be heard. Young Master Tu's face was as ugly as a pig's liver. Damn it. Brother Mu, forget it, forget it. Luo Feng tried to persuade him. If you want to find trouble, remember to find the right person. Yun snorted and turned to leave. Pan at this moment, Gu Ling also grinned. Only Luo Feng had a look of worry in his eyes. I'm afraid you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Luo Feng said slowly, young Master Tu is Tu Longxing's third brother. Even though he is only at the Sovereign King Silver Bone stage, his second brother is known as Second Young Master Tu, Sovereign King Golden Bone stage. Tu Longxing is very concerned about these two brothers. Luo Longxing said. Luo Feng was worried. This was not a joke. Tu Young Master Tu would definitely find trouble if he could not take this lying down. Don't worry, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Yun said seriously, he's just a mere Sovereign King Silver Bone stage. If he wants to find trouble with me, that's too much. As for Second Young Master Tu, he is Tu Longxing's brother, Sovereign King Golden Bone stage. I'm not afraid. As long as Tu Longxing doesn't interfere, this matter is fine. Tu Longxing naturally won't interfere. Luo Feng said seriously, Tu Longxing is already at the Sovereign King Jade Bone stage. One more step and he'll become a Saint Emperor. At this time, he'll be busy training. In truth, Su Yan, Tu Longxing and Xianxia are all holding their breaths and preparing to enter the Saint Emperor level. They don't care about anything else. Most of the matters within the East Palace are handled by the Golden Bone stage warriors. Lu Wenfu represents big sister Su Yan. Tu Yuan represents Tu Longxing. Xia Wenyuan represents Xianxia. Luo Feng looked at Mu Yun as he said this, feeling even more worried. He had thought that Mu Yun was a person who knew how to endure. He didn't expect this punk to be so rash now. Today, the matters of the day had offended young Master Tu, which meant offending Tu Yuan and Tu Longxing. If this continued, it would be troublesome sooner or later. Brother Luo, don't worry. Mu Yun consoled, in this place, there are still some rules. They can't kill me on the surface. As long as the Jade Bone stage warriors don't make a move, I'm invincible. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Luo Feng didn't say much. Jade, if the Bone stage warriors don't make a move, invincible? Mu Yun was too confident. A Sovereign King Silver Bone stage warrior might not be Mu Yun's match. However, a Sovereign King Golden Bone stage warrior might not be a match for Mu Yun. That was a difference of an entire level. At this time, within the East Palace, news of Mu Yun rebuking Tu Gang had spread. Within a short period of time, Mu Yun had made a name for herself. Despicable. Within the palace, Tu Gang sat on a chair and snorted coldly, this Mu Yun is truly a bastard. He actually made me lose face in front of everyone. Go check on this punk. Just where did he come from? Tu Gang snorted, don't tell me he's one of Su Yan or Xianxia's men? No matter what, going against me like this, I can't let him off. At this time, Tu Gang's eyes were filled with disdain. His brother Tu Longxing was one of the top figures in the East Palace. Within the East Palace, who would dare to go against him? This one. This Mu Yun was really looking for death. We found the news. Not long after, someone came and reported, this person is called Mu Yun. He has only entered the East Palace for a month. He's just a newcomer. Oh? Tu Gang smiled, so you're saying that a newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger? Yes. Since that's the case, I'll bring some people tomorrow to get back at him. Tu Gang snorted, a mere Silver Bone stage warrior. In front of me, he doesn't have the right to be arrogant. Tu Gang's mouth was cold. Indeed, Tu Gang's dignity was not to be challenged. Mu Yun didn't care about this. During this period of time, he had investigated carefully. Within the cave, there were 10 Jade Bone stage sovereigns. Most of them were in seclusion, preparing to break through to the Saint Lord level. And the ones in charge now were all Golden Bone Stage sovereigns. Sovereigns were Golden Bone Stage sovereigns. To be honest, they weren't worth Mu Yun's attention and worry. Even though he was only at the Silver Bone Stage, his bone marrow had after all transformed into dragon bones. In essence, compared to the Golden Bone Stage, what he lacked was a more reasonable opportunity to change. But it didn't mean that he was weaker than the Golden Bone Stage. After sending off the worried Luo Feng, Mu Yun and Panga Spirit were together. I saw Tu Gang today. This punk, even though he's also at the Sovereign Silver Bone Stage, his bone marrow refinement isn't complete. I reckon he'll only be at the pinnacle of the Sovereign Emperor level for the rest of his life. He won't be able to reach the Saint Lord level. Mu Yun said slowly, I didn't take him to heart. Such a person, a dog relying on its master's power, a fox borrowing the tiger's might. After that, Mu Yun continued to train. The light of the Silver Bone Stage became even more dazzling. But she still needed a period of accumulation before she could break through to the Golden Bone Stage. Time passed bit by bit. Another month had arrived. But during this time, Tu Gang seemed to have forgotten about his relationship with Mu Yun. He didn't do anything at all. During this month, he was also well behaved. This made Mu Yun feel that something was amiss. Master Mu. One day, while Mu Yun was training, Panga Spirit suddenly came. Something bad has happened. Panga Spirit said urgently, something happened to Luo Feng. Luo Feng? What happened? You'll know when you go and take a look. Panga Spirit's expression was ugly as he said softly. Tu Gang didn't find trouble with us, but he made a move on Luo Feng. In Luo Feng's palace, there's a servant named Shui Rou. Luo Feng likes her a lot. On the surface, they look like master and servant. However, that Shui Rou is Luo Feng's true love. Early this morning, within Luo Feng's palace, there was a commotion. It said that Shui Rou committed suicide. Committed suicide? Mu Yun's footsteps trembled. What happened? Panga Spirit walked and said, Shui Rou was ruined by Tu Gang. And it said that Shui Rou is already pregnant with Luo Feng's child. Right now, Luo Feng seems to have lost his mind. He's in his palace, completely stunned. Panga Spirit's tone was filled with hatred. Luo Feng was on good terms with the two of them. But now, Tu Gang didn't find trouble with them. Instead, he found trouble with Luo Feng. This guy was obviously doing it on purpose. Luo Feng. Mu Yun and Panga Spirit arrived at Luo Feng's palace at this moment. Here at this moment, Luo Feng was sitting on the door of his palace. His hair was messy and his eyes were dazed. It was as if he had lost his soul. First, he set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. At this moment, Luo Feng looked as pitiful as he could possibly be. His clothes were torn to shreds. On the surface of his body, there were burn marks. Those marks looked extremely terrifying, making it hard for people to look at them directly. More importantly, Luo Feng's entire person seemed to be in a daze. He didn't move at all as he sat at the entrance of the palace. In his arms, a figure opened her eyes wide. Dead. She couldn't close her eyes, that beautiful figure's clothes were torn to shreds. There wasn't a single piece of her body that wasn't damaged. Mu Yun clenched his fists as he saw this scene. The flames of anger in his heart were burning at this moment. Luo Feng. Panga Spirit's expression was ugly. Tu Gang went overboard. Hee. At this moment, Luo Feng suddenly laughed. I thought that I would be honest here and that no one would bully me. I didn't fight for anything and only wanted to live. However, I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to avoid it. I'm too laughable. I didn't chase after power, but instead, I thought about how to survive here. And now, I killed the woman I love the most. I'm really too laughable. At this moment, Luo Feng had truly gone mad. Panga Spirit said bitterly, Shui Rou was very important to him. We neglected. Mu Yun clenched his fists. He was indirectly responsible for Luo Feng's accident. He offended Tu Gang, but because Luo Feng was on good terms with him, he was implicated.
At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes flashed with killing intent. Tu Gang, right? Yun said slowly, don't worry, I'll bring his head to you. Don't go. Luo Feng suddenly stopped Mu Yun and said, you're not his match. I know that he attacked me because of you guys. However, I don't blame you guys. I'm on good terms with you guys because you guys treat me as a friend. I hate myself for not being able to protect the people I love. However, I don't want your lives to be threatened because of me. You're wrong. At this moment, Yun suddenly interrupted. You are gravely mistaken. He is dealing with you because of the two of us. Since he can act tyrannically in the Eastern Palace, then I, Mu Yun, will be even more tyrannical than him. Mu Yun shouted, kill him, not only for you, but also for us. As soon as Yun finished speaking, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Here at this moment, Mu Yun's entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Tu Gang's action really angered him. Disc Guling did not delay and immediately followed. After the man left, Luo Feng was in a daze. Looking at the corpse in his arms, Luo Feng couldn't stop his tears from flowing. Shui Ro, I've let you down. Since I didn't protect you well, I don't mind dying with you. As soon as Feng finished speaking, he stood up and left the hall with Shui Ro's corpse in his arms, Eastern Palace. Feng, there were hundreds of houses, and each of them looked like a palace. Here at this moment, in a rather large bedroom in the Eastern Palace. Hee, that little girl Shui Ro, it's quite comfortable playing with her. Tu Gang smiled and laughed. Big brother is in closed-door training, preparing to break through to the Saint Monarch level. Second brother is also preparing to break through to the Emperor Jade Bone level. No one can help me kill Mu Yun to vent my anger. Venting my anger on that punk Luo Feng is still very comfortable. Big brother too is right. Immediately, someone laughed, however I heard that woman killed herself. How boring. Even at this level of training, she still can't figure it out. She actually killed herself. The one who should be sad is Luo Feng, not us. Tu Gang snorted, that weakling Luo Feng, he'll be stuck at the Emperor Jade Bone level for the rest of his life. There's no way for him to break through. That's natural. When Big Brother 2 breaks through to the Golden Bone level, Tu Longxing and Tu Yuan, these two big brothers, along with you, will be the 3 gods. Within the Eastern Palace, Su Yan and Shui Zhongjia will have to bear with it. Su Yan is nothing, sooner or later I'll make her kneel and lick my boots. Tu Gang sneered, saying, I wonder if that Mu Yun and Panga Ling will explode with rage when they find out about this. I can't wait for the two of them to find trouble with me. How about this, I'll kill them right here in the palace. Brothers, we have 4 emperors at the Silver Bone level. Killing the 2 of them is easy. Someone chuckled at this moment. Oh? Is that so? A cold voice resounded at this moment. Palace 2 silhouettes stood still in the main hall. Mu Yun, Panga Ling. You're worse than a beast. Panga Ling couldn't help but shout, if you want to find trouble with us, come straight at us. Attacking others, what kind of ability is that? Others? Tu Gang smirked, from what I see, they don't look like others. They seem to have a good relationship with you guys. That punk is indeed someone without a temper, he came to you guys for help. You're the one without a temper. At this moment, Luo Feng's silhouette suddenly appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Bastard, you really think I'm afraid of you? Luo Feng roared. Hearing this, Tu Gang frowned. Today, Luo Feng was different. Mu Yun and Panga Ling looked at Luo Feng. Wataro's death was a huge blow to him. Luckily, Luo Feng wasn't discouraged by the hatred in his heart. Leave the 4 silver bone level to me. Mu Yun rushed out. Hand in the middle, the Emperor-level weapon Shantian Godly Blade released a blade aura. That blade aura rose into the sky, but it suddenly stopped after 100 meters. Formation. Tu Gang's expression changed slightly when he saw this. Mu Yun actually enveloped this palace in a formation. This way, if they were to fight here, it might take a while before traces of the battle could be seen outside. Mu Yun wanted to finish them off quickly? This guy was only a silver bone level emperor. Where did he get such confidence from? Tu Gang snorted, kill them. In an instant, both sides fought.
Other than Tu Gang, there were 3 other silver bone-level emperors who surrounded Mu Yun in an instant. Luo, when Feng saw this, he started to worry for Mu Yun. Don't worry about him. There are still more than 10 iron bone-level emperors here. They're not easy to deal with. Pangaling smiled. Okay. Luo Feng's expression was gloomy. He swallowed an unknown pill, and the blood in his body exploded. Kill. The next moment, Luo Feng attacked. Mu Wenyan arrived, he set up the formation. This palace was also supported by the formation, which could resist the attacks of emperors. However, it wasn't reliable. Mu Yun, at this moment, Yun wanted to build a solid foundation. He wanted to set up this place like an iron bucket. Until, before he killed Tu Gang, he couldn't let anyone destroy it. Emperor-level weapon in hand. Good stuff. In the blink of an eye, he also saw the Xianxia godly blade in Mu Yun's hand. Absolute, yes, it was the aura of an emperor-level weapon. No thinking that Mu Yun had such a godly weapon. Tu Gang was overjoyed. The 4 of them charged towards Mu Yun. Glazed light emperor blade slash. A low roar suddenly sounded. Lu glazed light emperor blade slash didn't have any special moves. What it needed was a tough body and thick origin energy. This rank 4 ancient god tactic was not something that anyone could successfully cultivate. However, those who were qualified to cultivate it were 1 in 10,000. This 10,000 was 10,000 emperors. At this moment, Mu Yun slashed down. A beam of sword radiance slashed down. Damn it. Glazed light emperor blade slash. This kid actually learned it. Tu Gang shouted. Tu Gang's expression was ugly. How did Mu Yun learn this glazed light emperor blade slash? Clang, Princess Ling Yu had taught it before, but no one could learn it. Qin, how did Qin do it? At this moment, Qin ignored Tu Gang. If 1 slash isn't enough, then 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Yun roared, and the Xiantian godly blade slashed out again. Clang, 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 3 consecutive slashes. Glazed light emperor blade slash could slash out 7 times at most. 7 slashes, the power was extremely domineering. Until, as for how domineering it was, Mu Yun didn't know. However, it seemed that it was already domineering enough. After the 3 consecutive slashes, the 4 figures all paled and retreated. The 4 of them couldn't withstand Mu Yun's attack even if they joined forces. Tu Gang's blood was boiling, and his expression was ugly. I underestimated you. Tu Gang shouted. Tu Gang said coldly, however, it's not good to be too complacent. Boom. Tu Gang's palm touched a blade and appeared at this moment. Saber the hilt was 6 feet long, and the blade was 1.5 feet long. Holding the blade, it was majestic. A bloody aura spread out. King Divine Artifact. Also it was an Emperor Divine Artifact. Ancient there were 6 grades of Divine Artifacts: Ascended Mortal Divine Artifact, Transcendent Mortal Divine Artifact, Mortal Divine Artifact, Emperor Divine Artifact, and Emperor Divine Artifact. The difference between the first 3 grades of Divine Artifact wasn't very big. However, the difference between an Emperor Divine Artifact and the first 3 grades was like heaven and earth. Tu Gang took out his Emperor Divine Artifact this time. It was obvious that he was going to risk his life. You should have taken it out earlier. Mu Yun said proudly, it's too late to take it out now. Arrogant. I am arrogant. Mu Yun said indifferently. You have a grudge against me, but you don't dare to show it in front of me. I look down on people like you. If you have a grudge, just look for me. Why implicate others? I'm happy to. Tu Gang laughed and scolded, bastard, who do you think you are? In this East Palace, my big brother and second brother are Jade Bone Emperor and Golden Bone Emperor. Not to mention a servant girl. Even if I kill Luo Feng, no one will dare to find trouble with me. You dare because you are not afraid of death. I'll let you die once. Tu Gang said. Tu Gang was filled with killing intent. His entire body seemed to be releasing an endless amount of energy. The middle and long blade was even more turbulent at this moment. Blade there seemed to be layers of blood whirlpools around him. I'll kill you. Tu Gang raised his blade and slashed towards Mu Yun. You think you're worthy? Mu Yun snorted. Instead of retreating, she advanced and slashed with her blade. Hong, in an instant, the two figures collided. The blade and the blade intersected with each other, and the killing intent spread. 4 consecutive slashes. A low roar sounded at this moment. Mu Yun's long blade burst out with a strong blade aura. 4 rays of blade aura directly slashed the blade back. At this moment, the blade aura swept past the blade and instantly slashed onto Tu Gang's body. This bloody aura dissipated. Mu Yunyun stepped forward and stabbed with her blade, directly sweeping across Tu Gang's head. Bang! Explosion! A cracking sound was heard, and a figure fell to the ground with a loud crash. Tu Gang's entire body fell to the ground. Mu Yun landed on the ground with his sword in hand. Next, it's the 3 of you, Mu Yun said. Yun turned around and looked at the other 3. First, set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residents. The 3 figures were pale as they looked at Mu Yun, their bodies trembling. It's him, he did it, it's none of our business. It's none of your business now? Luo Feng roared, you forced Shui Ro to her death, it's all of you. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. Today, he was going all out, revenge, didn't he want it? He really did. But, it was because he was too weak. But, now, with Mu Yun and Panga Spirit here. What was there to be afraid of? Luo Feng was filled with killing intent. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. He had already been humiliated, his woman, he definitely couldn't, if he didn't take revenge, he wasn't human. Use this emperor weapon, Mu Yun said. Yun wiped away the sole imprint of the long blade used by Tu Gang and threw it to Luo Feng. This isn't an ordinary emperor weapon. Okay. Luo Feng nodded, turned around and started killing. At this moment, the Panga spirit was slaughtering everyone within the Iron Bone state. Mu Yun looked at the other 3. These 3 didn't even have an emperor weapon. Emperor weapons were used by emperors, their value was too precious. There was only one in the 2 instruments pavilion. Tu Gang. After destroying Sky Pavilion, Mu Yun only found 1 Xiantian godly blade in Sky Pavilion. Dang, when Mo Chun Kong wanted to kill Xiantian Mo, he first had to trick the Xiantian godly blade, this emperor weapon. It was enough to see how important an emperor weapon was to an emperor. 3 At this moment, he started killing in the palace, not caring about anything else. At this moment, Mu Yun's killing intent was even stronger. 3 This figure was driven to the corner by him, with no way out. Die. The 3 of them didn't have an emperor weapon to protect them. Mu Yun let out a low growl and charged forward. Pung, after 3 consecutive slashes, a sovereign king of the Silver Bone realm died. In the end, Mu Yun didn't even use the glazed light emperor blade. He only used the intermediate sword soul and slashed, releasing powerful blade energy. At this moment, screams kept ringing in the palace. Several sovereign king Iron Bone realm martial artists were stopped by the Panga spirit. None of them could escape. At this moment, Mu Yun stood still. Look, Mu Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he surveyed his surroundings. There were more than a dozen Iron Bone realm and 4 Silver Bone realm. It was enough for him to devour. What happened? At that instant, a roar could be heard all of a sudden. Now in the distance, a figure rushed out from outside the palace and flew to the top of the palace. He looked at the palace where Mu Yun and the other 2 were. When the figure saw that the roof of the palace was in ruins, his face turned cold. Yes, someone had attacked Tu Gang, who was so bold. You're courting death. In the next instant, that figure appeared at the top of the palace. Golden light filled the sky as the palm slammed down. Boom, rumbling sounds could be heard. The palm print blasted out, and the earth rumbled incessantly. However, at this moment, there were no cracks in the main hall. At this moment, the light of the formation was protecting the main hall. Bastard! A figure landed on the ground and entered through the main entrance. Mu Yun didn't stop him. Bastard! A figure walked down and looked at Mu Yun and the other 2. In the main hall, the corpses and blood had yet to dry. Very obviously, it was done by Mu Yun and the other 2. Do you know who you killed? The man's voice was filled with anger. Tu Gang. Luo Feng said indifferently. If you know, you still dare to mess around. Nian said again, not to mention the rules of the East Palace, just the brothers Tu Longxing and Tu Yuan won't let you off. Luo Qingtian. Luo Feng obviously recognized the youth and shouted, Tu Gang killed my servant girl in the Luo Palace. It's not inappropriate for me to kill him, right? The East Palace said that you can bully others, but you can also be killed by others. I'm just dragging my brothers along to take revenge. Luo Feng looked at Mu Yun and Panga Ling. What happened? Luo Feng was no longer afraid of death. His most beloved woman was dead, what was there for him to be afraid of? If you're not afraid of death, then let's try. Luo Qingtian snorted, his entire body was covered in golden light, releasing rays of light. Monarch Emperor Golden Bone, Luo Feng's expression was serious. He was only an Emperor Iron Bone. Mu Yun and Panga Ling were only Emperor Silver Bone. Honestly speaking, the three of them had a higher chance of dying against an Emperor Golden Bone. Dang, however, they were the ones who died. Luo Feng. Mu Yun suddenly let out a low roar. Are you afraid? Mu Yun shouted, the heart of martial arts is never afraid. If you're afraid, how can you cut off all means of retreat and reach a higher level? Have you forgotten about Shui Ro's death? Mu Yun shouted angrily, Panga Ling and I are both responsible for Shui Ro's death. But let me ask you, are you not responsible? Your cowardice and tolerance ruined her. Luo Feng's body was trembling. However, Mu Yun kept asking, why? Are you scared? Afraid of hearing the truth? Panga Ling and I have implicated you. I'm deeply sorry about this. I'll help you kill the culprit and take revenge for you. If you're afraid, then get lost. I'll take revenge for you. I'm not afraid. Luo Feng suddenly roared, his entire body was shining with silver light. Emperor Silver Bone. Luo Feng was actually about to break through to the Emperor Silver Bone. Mu Yun was stunned. This punk. Humph. Luo Qingtian snorted. Suddenly, a unique domineering aura was released from his body. Panga Ling, protect Luo Feng. Don't let his breakthrough be delayed. Yes. Panga Ling immediately stood in front of Luo Feng. Mu Yun waved her hand and the door was sealed. Luo Qingtian looked at Mu Yun with a confused gaze. Killing a few Emperor Silver Bone, how can I establish my power? Yun laughed, don't worry, if you and I fight, this palace will definitely be destroyed. However, if we fight, this formation won't be destroyed. Today, I'll kill you and establish my power. Haha, Qingtian seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing loudly. Luo Qingtian, will see how you, a mere silver bone, can kill me today. A roar rang out at this moment. In an instant, the entire East Palace shook. Many fighters who weren't in seclusion walked out. Looking out when they arrived at Tu Gang's palace, it was reduced to such a state. For a moment, many people were shocked. Tu Gang was Tu Longxing and Tu Yuan's brother. Tu Longxing was an Emperor Jade Bone, just one step away from becoming a saint. And Tu Yuan was an Emperor Golden Bone. It was rumored that he was preparing to break through to the Emperor Jade Bone. Of these three brothers, the eldest and second brother had unlimited potential. Even if Tu Gang was an idiot, no one in the East Palace was willing to mess with him. Who had the guts to do so? Do you think that you won't die if you cause a ruckus? Mu Yun sneered, I only need one move to kill you. You are indeed arrogant. In the crowd, a youth with long and narrow eyes smiled faintly, who is this person? Someone at the side immediately cupped his hands and said, Senior brother Xia, he is just a silver bone kid who just entered the East Palace. His name is Mu Yun. Interesting, senior brother Shui Zhongjie and that woman Su Yan don't dare to say that they can win against Tu Longxing. Therefore, the East Palace is divided into three. This guy is really bold to provoke Tu Longxing. Xia Yun said. Wen Yuan laughed and waved his hand, don't watch anymore. Luo Qingtian is an Emperor Golden Bone. If he loses to this Mu Yun, then he has wasted all his cultivation. After Wen Yuan said that, the others smiled and didn't say anything. A silver bone realm against a golden bone realm was almost certain to lose. The stronger the bone marrow, the more pressure one could withstand. Source: the gathering of power, the explosive power, and the ability to resist were all qualitative changes. Then let's see if you can kill me in one move. Luo Qingtian sneered. A mere silver bone stage cultivator was truly arrogant beyond belief. Mu Yun didn't say anything. Xiantian godly sword, emperor god weapon. It appeared in his hand. The intermediate sword soul slowly transformed and merged into the Xiantian godly sword. Glazed light emperor sword slash. A beam of light flashed between his hands. Slash, slash. Slash. Eh? Seeing this scene, Wen Yuan stopped in his tracks. Glazed light emperor sword slash. Xia Wen Yuan said in shock, brother Shui cultivated it before but failed. This kid actually started cultivating at Silver Bone Realm? This is going to be interesting. Xia Wen Yuan wasn't in a hurry to leave. Glazed light emperor sword slash. Among many people present knew this rank 4 ancient god technique. Because it was very famous. Qi. Lingyue had given it to them more than once, but no one had succeeded. Until now, no one had been able to successfully cultivate it. Muaxian slashed out, Luo Qingtian had already attacked with his spear. Instantly, the two clashed. Same as in another direction, a few figures stood in the air. The one at the front was Lu Wenfu. Lu Wenfu was full of smiles as he watched the two fight. Glazed light emperor sword slash. I remember Shui Xianxia only cultivated it to the 5th slash. In the end, he couldn't do it and gave up. I didn't expect this newbie to cultivate it. How unexpected. Someone immediately said, Brother Lu, how many slashes do you think this kid can make? At most 3 slashes. 4 slashes. Just as Lu Wenfu finished speaking, 4 sword glows overlapped in the distance. Mu Yun's sword exploded with 4 slashes. Look, Lu Wenfu was startled at this scene. He then smiled awkwardly, it's just luck. He used 5 slashes, someone exclaimed. Lu Wenfu couldn't hold on any longer. This kid wasn't ordinary. At this moment, Mu Yun, who was inside the formation, executed 5 slashes smoothly. The overbearing part of the glazed light emperor sword slash was the accumulation of power between the consecutive moves. The stronger the initial slash, the stronger the accumulation of power. At this moment, Mu Yun had used up half of the origin power in her body after executing 5 slashes. This amount could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Although she was at Silver Bone Realm, the origin power contained in her bone marrow dragon bone transformation was definitely comparable to Golden Bone Realm. But even so, the 5 slashes had already consumed half of her origin power. Damn it! Qingtian cursed at this moment. Mu Yun actually mastered the glazed light emperor sword slash, and it was the 5th slash. Kai, what kind of joke was this? However, it's not enough to kill a Golden Bone Realm with just the 5th slash. What about the 6th slash? At this moment, Mu Yun let out a deep roar. 6th slash. In an instant, the 6th slash landed at this moment. Mu Yun waved his sword, and light shot out in all directions, giving people a kind of supreme pressure. At this very moment, everyone felt an oppressive aura descending from the sky. Bastard! Luo Qingtian was really angry at this moment. 6th slash, what kind of joke was this? Mu Yun was only at the Monarch Silver Bone Realm, how could she open the 6th slash? It was impossible. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Mu Yun didn't care about this. Luo Qingtian didn't just take his attacks, but continuously tried to counterattack. This guy didn't think that he would lose at all. That was even now, he was still accumulating power and waiting for him to fail. You're courting death. In Luo Qingtian's anger, the golden light in his body spread all over his body. His entire person seemed to have turned into a golden man at this moment. Kung, kung, kung. Mu, when Yin slashed down, the golden body let out a king 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 sound. The long sword didn't break Luo Qingtian's defense. Soaked in silver silk armor. Not far away, Xia Wenyuan exclaimed in surprise, Tu Yuan actually gave a defensive emperor-level deity artifact to this guy. It said that this armor was soaked in the blood of a supreme martial artist, and its power is unlimited. Looks like even if Mu Yun uses 6 consecutive slashes, it's impossible for her to succeed. Xie Wenyuan's heart was filled with astonishment when he heard this. He actually thought that Mu Yun could kill Luo Qingtian? Kai, what kind of joke was this? But just now, he clearly thought so. Xie Wenyuan couldn't help but clench his fists to calm himself down. So what if it's 6 consecutive slashes? At this moment, Qingtian sneered, 6 consecutive slashes. You're no match for me. Really? Mu Yun was not angry. She continued, what about the 7 consecutive strikes? At this moment, Mu Yun did not seem to be joking. Luo Qingtian laughed out loud. Someone like you can cultivate 7 consecutive slashes? Why not? Yun wielded the Xiantian divine sword and slashed out. In an instant, the long sword rumbled. In an instant, Mu Yun attacked. Slash. Swish, 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 in an instant, sword gleams fell from the sky. In front of Mu Yun, it was as if tens of thousands of sword gleams had shot out and condensed into a single sword gleam. The 7 gigantic swords completely covered the formation. Down in the blink of an eye, the temple within the spell formation began to collapse as attacks raged out. No one could sense what was happening in the temple. But slowly, the light of the 7 gigantic swords dimmed and disappeared, while a figure stood in the air. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was wielding the Xiantian divine sword. The sword gleam flickered and seemed weak. But, on the blade of the sword, there was golden blood. But, it was not that the blood was golden, but that the long sword was dyed golden, making the blood look golden as well. Down, Fong, a corpse, split into 2. Down, it was Luo Qingtian. June. A king of the Silver Bone Realm killed a king of the Golden Bone Realm. Down, down. Down, in front of hundreds of people in the East Palace. Mu at this moment, Yun kept the Xiantian divine sword and floated into the air. Golden Bone Realm. That should be the case. As Yun's words fell, her skin became crystal clear. All the light on her body gradually became dazzling. The silver bones turned golden at this moment. There seemed to be a primordial beast sealed in the golden bones, and there was a faint roar. This guy, after the battle, did he have an epiphany? Xie Wenyuan, Lu Wenfu, and the others were in disbelief. After the battle of the Silver Bone Realm, he transformed into the Golden Bone Realm. Mu Yun was a king of the Golden Bone Realm. With this strength, he could be considered to have a firm foothold in the East Palace. Only Mu Yun had offended Tu Yuan and Tu Longxing today. Tu was about to step into the Jade Bone Realm. Tu Longxing was about to step into the Saint Lord Realm. Mu Yun killed Tu Gang. How could these 2 brothers let it go? This now, there would be a show to watch in the East Palace. Your Highness, this Mu Yun is a little interesting. At this time, in the direction of the main palace, Qi Lingyue and Ling Hao stood together. That day at the 2 Instruments Pavilion, he was the same. He broke through to the King of the Iron Bone Realm, then reached the Silver Bone Realm at the Sky Pavilion, and now he has reached the Golden Bone Realm. Ling Hao said slowly, this kid's cultivation seems to, the more he fights, the faster he improves. That's why I think so highly of him. Qi Lingyue smiled faintly and said, now, the situation in the Holy Nation is very unclear. The first prince, Qi Tianjiao, the 17th prince, Qi Luoyang, and my brothers and sisters, which one of them doesn't covet the throne of the Qiyang Holy Nation? It would be best if Mu Yun could lend me a hand. Ling Hao said worriedly, I'm afraid this kid's improvement is very fast. If he gets out of our control in the future, it will be difficult to handle. Brother Ling Hao, don't worry. I know what to do. Ling Hao nodded. Qi Lingyue understood in her heart. Clang, when she first cooperated with Mu Yun, it made her understand that Mu Yun was not that kind of evil person. Knowing repaying kindness might be more suitable for Mu Yun's style of doing things. Ling Hao continued, Your Highness, Empress Ling Xian has prepared a golden leaf bath for you. You should reach the Golden Bone Realm very soon. Maybe it won't be long before the 11 forces join forces to open the 8 palaces of the Wujian Ancient Mountain. At that time, you will reach the Saint Lord Realm and have a great opportunity. Hearing this, Qi Lingyue nodded. 8 palaces, the Wujian Ancient Emperor had 9 disciples. Last time, the Qiyang Holy Nation and the Sevenfold Valleys joined forces to open the Tian Ke Palace of the 9th disciple, Xianxia. And this time, the 11 forces joined forces. Qi Lingyue smiled and said, the Earth Erosion Dragon Clan, Purgatory Blood Phoenix Clan, Moon Aurora Bear Clan, and Ghost Flame Cat Clan of the Eastern Wilderness region will definitely join forces. The Donghua Prefecture and Tuoba family of the Western Wilderness region, Void Spirit Grotto Heaven, and Distant Fire Sect will also join forces. The Reverence Moon Sacred Ground of the Northern Wilderness region is the strongest. They are not afraid of anyone. The Sevenfold Valleys. It's hard to say. Qi Lingyue said. Qi Lingyue shook her head and said again, these are not things that a sovereign king like me can understand. Father and mother will make the judgment. Ling Hao nodded at this moment, but there was a burst of battle intent. Qi Lingyue smiled and said, the Reverence Moon Sacred Ground's Holy Prince, Wu Jinhui, ranked first on the saint list of the Eastern Wilderness region. It seems like Brother Ling Hao wants to fight with him? Ling Hao nodded. Although the 100 on the Saint Lord list isn't very accurate, it is still a representation. The Crown Prince, Qi Tianjiao, is ranked 9th, and I am ranked 21st. Ling Hao said seriously, the gap between me and Qi Tianjiao is not small, but I want to know how big the gap is between me and the Reverence Moon Sacred Ground's Holy Prince, Wu Jinhui. Brother Ling Hao will surpass them. Yes. At this moment, the battle ended. But no one appeared to maintain the so-called order. But the others gradually dispersed as if they did not see anything. Luo at this moment, Feng looked at Mu Yun with amazement. You successfully broke through to the Silver Bone Realm? Yes. Luo Feng had stayed in the Iron Bone Realm for so long that he had forgotten that he could still improve. Good. Yun continued, I killed 2 gang. This is my promise to you. However, you have offended Tu Longxing because of this. In the future, you better keep a distance from us. I'm not afraid anymore. At this moment, Feng smiled in a carefree manner. I have nothing to be afraid of. I was afraid that I would fight and win. What would happen to Shui Rou if I died? But now that Shui Rou is no longer here, I feel that it's nothing even if I die. Gu Ling said, but that Tu Longxing, don't worry. Luo Feng smiled and said, sovereign kings are at the Golden Bone Realm. Her Highness Princess Ling Yu has only recruited 20 people. Her Highness Princess Ling Yu will not let them fight as they wish. Even if Tu Yuan comes out of seclusion, he can't kill Brother Mu directly. Brother Pan and I are both at the Silver Bone Realm. The 3 of us will stay together and not be afraid of being attacked. But in the open. Luo Feng said. Feng hesitated and said, we can kill Golden Bone Realm warriors, but it has to be a voluntary competition. If we don't accept, they can't do anything to us. Mu Yun nodded at this time. This time, after absorbing the essence of over 10 emperors, breaking through to the Golden Bone Realm wasn't that safe. It was true that he needed time to recover. Actually, there was one more point that Luo Feng didn't mention. Tu Gang's death might be nothing. However, Luo Qingtian, a sovereign king at the Golden Bone Realm, had died and Qi Lingyu didn't do anything? No. There were 2 reasons. Firstly, Qi Lingyu didn't care about sovereign kings at the Golden Bone Realm. But that was obviously impossible. Out of the aides Lingyu recruited, there were only 10 at the Jade Bone Realm and 20 at the Golden Bone Realm. 1 dead meant 1 less. Then there was only the second possibility. Qi Lingyu thought that Mu Yun killed Luo Qingtian and displayed her talent. Qi Lingyu was willing to use Mu Yun's existence in exchange for Luo Qingtian's death. This was enough to show that Qi Lingyu valued Mu Yun. Being able to survive in the Eastern Palace for so long and survive, he had his own judgment. Mu Yun might have a bright future. Since now that he had nothing to worry about, he might as well follow Mu Yun. Matter love seemed to be at the end of Guai. Taken the following time, Mu Yun's reputation rose. However, it slowly decreased. Cultivation was always dull and tedious, but to Mu Yun, it was a form of joy amidst bitterness. He carried the mission of his father and mother, and even the ideals of the #1 God Emperor, the support of Guai, and the expectations of his 9 wives. He had to continue to become stronger. Quenchbone Pagoda, in the East Palace, there was a unique place. Originally, sovereign kings of the Iron Bone Realm and Silver Bone Realm could not enter this place casually. However, when one reached the Sovereign King Golden Bone Realm, they had the privilege of entering the Bone Pagoda at will. Quench the Bone Pagoda had great benefits for sovereigns. Quench bone marrow refinement accelerated the transformation of iron bone, silver bone, golden bone, and jade bone. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was restrained to the extreme. His current position was the 7th level of the Bone Pagoda. Quench the Bone Pagoda had a total of 9 levels. Iron Bone Realm Level 1 and 2, Silver Bone Realm Level 3 and 4, Golden Bone Realm Level 5 and 6. Only by reaching the Jade Bone Realm could one withstand the pressure of the 7th and 8th levels. The 9th level was for disciples who were preparing to break through to the Holy Lord Realm to train themselves. However, Mu Yun arrived at the 7th level not long after reaching the Sovereign King Golden Bone Realm. It wasn't because he was exaggerating. It was because he had only stayed on the 5th and 6th levels for a few months, and he didn't feel any pressure at all. Only when he reached the 7th level did he feel the sudden pressure. At this moment, Mu Yun was on the 7th level. Her flesh and blood seemed to have turned into crystal. Only bone marrow. At this moment, it was golden. The faint golden light looked very weak at this moment. Sovereign King Golden Bone Realm, Golden Bone Forging, pale gold at first, to golden gold, to platinum gold. Mu Yun muttered to herself, today, it should reach golden gold. As she finished speaking, Mu Yun let out a low roar. Hong, the next moment, within the bone marrow, waves of origin energy were compressed to the extreme and tempered into the bone marrow. Pale gold, to golden gold. At this moment Mu Yun's face flushed red. Her flesh and blood crystallized and gradually faded. Her slightly thin body with well-proportioned muscles and a height of 1.8 meters looked rather mighty at this moment. Most what was important was her aura. Sovereign King Golden Bone Realm had an imperial aura. Her figure flashed and appeared outside the bone tempering tower. Master Mu. Gu Ling and Luo Feng appeared beside Mu Yun at this moment. HM? Why are you all here? Master Mu. Pangu Ling was about to speak. However, a roar sounded at this moment. Mu Yun, scram to the training field and die. The roar spread at this moment. In an instant, soul wills from all directions probed at this moment. Tu Yuan, will kill you today. The roar sounded again. Pangu Ling and Luo Feng's expressions were ugly at this moment. Tu Yuan had come out of seclusion. They were waiting for Mu Yun here to tell Mu Yun this point. They wanted to let Mu Yun be careful, but they didn't expect Tu Yuan to already know that Mu Yun had come out of seclusion. Tu Yuan? Mu Yun raised her eyebrows slightly. Master Mu, it's okay. Yun waved her hand and said, if he wants to fight, then let's fight. With a flash, Mu Yun rushed out. In an instant, a golden ray of light rose into the sky. Mu Yun, I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun's aura suddenly changed. Imitation the Buddha condensed into a long sword and soared into the sky. At this moment, there were over a dozen figures standing around the martial field. It was really lively recently. Tu Gang was dead, and Mu Yun had reached the Golden Bone Realm. This is not long after, Tu Yuan came out of seclusion to avenge his younger brother. Everyone was extremely excited as they watched. Everyone really wanted to see such a lively scene. Here at this moment, in the martial field, a young man in blue martial attire stood with his hands behind his back. Aura gathered around the young man's body, and he was like a boulder rooted to the ground. It gave people the feeling that it was incomparably powerful. Mu Yun. When Tu Yuan saw Mu Yun, a murderous aura burst out from his eyes. Junking Golden Bone Realm. And it was an extremely powerful Golden Bone Realm. At this moment, Mu Yun could feel that Tu Yuan's body was brimming with vitality. You really dare to come. At this moment, Tu Yuan's eyes could almost eat people. He looked at Mu Yun and couldn't wait to attack immediately. Why wouldn't I dare? Yun was not angry. King Golden Bone Realm. Princess Ling Yu once said that we can't kill each other in private. Tu Yuan said, today, I invite you to a duel. If you dare to accept, regardless of life or death, you and I will decide the winner here. If you don't dare to accept, I won't kill you. But the two people beside you won't have it easy. When Tu Yuan came out of seclusion, he knew that his younger brother had been killed. Luo Qingtian was also dead. This almost made him explode with anger. He wanted to kill Pango Ling and Luo Feng immediately to vent his anger. But if he did so, Pango Ling and Luo Feng would die, and Mu Yun wouldn't be able to fight with him. Tu Yuan held it in. He held it in until today. When he saw Mu Yun appear outside the bone-tempering tower, he immediately used this method that Mu Yun couldn't refuse to challenge him. Then you can just kill them. Mu Yun smiled at this moment. You. Fight to the death with you? What benefits do I have? Mu Yun teased, what benefits do I have if you die? Tu Yuan heard this and gritted his teeth. This guy, at this moment, actually wanted to kill him? Do dream on. Looks like you're not an idiot. Yuan snorted and said, if you can kill me, of course, all my savings will be yours. That's true. Mu Yun smiled and said, however, if you self-destruct before you die, I can't do anything, humph. Just as he flicked his finger, a space ring was taken out. My things are all here. Mu Yun pursed her lips and smiled. She also took out a space ring. His things were naturally in the execution of the heavens painting. This ring was just for show. Until Tu Gang, he didn't know whether it was true or not. However, Tu Gang was confident that he could kill him. It was very likely that he wouldn't lie to him. Fight to the death. At this moment, Yuan stepped onto the arena. Okay. Mu Yun responded and stepped out. Martial arts in the arena, the two figures were hundreds of meters apart. Boom. At this time, the entire arena was shining with light. A formation surrounded the two of them. The spiritual moon palace didn't prohibit the fight to the death. As long as both sides were willing, they could start a fight to the death. Once this formation was activated, only one person could walk out. No, then, the formation would directly kill the two people who wanted to leave. Tu Yuan was murderous at this moment. He couldn't wait to skin Mu Yun alive. Get lost. As his words fell, a strong murderous aura was released. Tu Yuan's hands instantly clenched into fists and punched the ground. Boom. Big, the ground cracked, and mounds of earth protruded out, directly attacking Mu Yun. Yin and Yang seal. A seal exploded at this moment. A light with a diameter of 10 meters enveloped Mu Yun, blocking the light. Bang! Mounds of earth, the mounds exploded, and Mu Yun's figure retreated. Humph! At this moment, Yuan instantly charged forward. All golden light shot out from his body, and he directly punched out. Brilliant, rotten light shot out at this moment. Humph! Mu Yun also snorted coldly and stepped out. The Xianxia divine sword was already in her hand. At this moment, she directly slashed out with her sword. 3 consecutive slashes. With this slash, Mu Yun released all her attacks. You're courting death. Yuan naturally understood Mu Yun. This C cultivated the glazed light emperor sword slash and reached the level of 7 consecutive slashes. He knew. However, it was him, not Luo Qingtian. This time, in order to break through to the Monarch Jade Bone Realm, although he failed, he had accumulated what ordinary Golden Bone Realm experts could not. At this moment, Tu Yuan snorted, and killing intent appeared. Dong. In the next moment, Tu Yuan's body was like ashes, emitting a cold grayish-brown color. 3 the consecutive slashes landed on the surface of his body, but Tu Yuan only paused for a moment and did not suffer any injuries. He withstood it. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. 3 the power of consecutive slashes was also extremely strong. Previously, Mu Yun was at the Silver Bone Realm, and they saw the power of 3 consecutive slashes. Now, she was at the Golden Bone Realm. Tu Yuan withstood it just like that. It's the gold curse. Someone said. The gold curse that Her Highness Spirit Moon rewarded Tu Longxing. At this moment, Yuan didn't hide it. In fact, he didn't need to. One stepping out, Tu Yuan smiled and said, the gold curse condenses the skin and flesh of the whole body, and can be sublimated together with the bone marrow. Mu Yun, my golden body, even if you use 7 consecutive slashes, you will definitely not be able to break it. Is that so? Mu Yun was obviously not prepared to admit defeat at this moment. 4 consecutive slashes. Clang, 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 in an instant, 4 sword seals directly slashed towards Tu Yuan. However, the current Tu Yuan was obviously prepared for it. All his body was like grayish-brown soil, seamless and without any flaws. Even more when Mu Yun slashed out, she felt a tyrannical force transmitted from Tu Yuan's body. This guy cultivated the gold curse and had indeed reached an extremely compatible state with his golden body. Moreover, Mu Yun could feel that this guy wanted to use this life and death battle to stimulate his potential and step into the monarch Jade Bone realm. Good, scheming, good idea. But, unfortunately, she chose the wrong person. With a wave of her palm, Mu Yun was filled with murderous intent at this moment. 7 consecutive slashes. If 3 slashes were not enough, then 7 consecutive slashes were not enough. Shah. At that moment, 7 sword rays descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the earth rumbled as if it would collapse at any time. Mu Yun at this moment, Yun's figure stood proudly and slashed 7 times. Clang, 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 clang. 7 crisp sound rang out at this moment. Mu Yun's aura erupted to the extreme, and even the intermediate sword soul was wantonly showing off at this moment. Sword the light dissipated, and a figure stood proudly in the martial field. Tu Yuan, at this moment, Tu Yuan stood at his original spot, as if he had not moved a single step. Everyone's gaze was gathered on Tu Yuan. Zai looking carefully, other than the cracks on Tu Yuan's chest, the other parts of his body were intact. Mu Yun's 7 consecutive slashes did not kill Tu Yuan. That is, even if Mu Yun had reached the Golden Bone realm, she still could not kill Tu Yuan with 7 consecutive slashes. Haha, Tu Yuan stood up at this moment and did not care about the wound on his chest. The 7 consecutive slashes of the glazed light Emperor sword slash is the strongest. Mu Yun, you have already unleashed 7 consecutive slashes. How much power do you have left to slash out the remaining ones? You are helpless against me. Tu Yuan shouted. At this moment, Tu Yuan was extremely excited. Mu Yun, it was impossible for Yun to kill him. Who said that I can't slash out? With a snort, Mu Yun stood up in one step. 7 consecutive slashes. In an instant, light shone everywhere. Mu Yun waved her sword and attacked again. The Xianxia divine sword descended from the sky like a descendant of the Emperor. Dao, this sword light released endless light at this moment. Bang, when the 7 swords landed, a loud bang suddenly rang out. In the martial field, a figure was sent flying back with a bang. It was Tu Yuan. At this moment, Tu Yuan covered his chest with a ferocious expression. You are courting death. A shout came from Tu Yuan's mouth. Tu Yuan released his palm, only to see that Tu Yuan's chest was badly mutilated and looked extremely miserable. Similar to even his internal organs were cut into pieces. Tu Yuan did not expect that Mu Yun could really achieve 7 consecutive slashes again. She must know that the requirement of 7 consecutive slashes was extremely high. Source, not to mention the tyrannical strength, just the strength of the body alone, how could Mu Yun perform it a second time? I will never court death. Yun smiled and took a step forward, saying, but you. I'm going to die. Mu Yun took a step forward, and the Xianxia divine sword in her hand released rays of sword light that were incomparably resplendent. What is he going to do? I don't know. Is he going to perform 7 consecutive slashes? At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care how shocked others were. 1. With the sword in her hand, the Xianxia divine sword shone resplendently. Imitating rays of light descended from the sky. A powerful aura gathered. 7 consecutive slashes. A low shout seemed to confirm everyone's thoughts. Mu Yun directly slashed out with her sword. 7 rays of sword light soared into the sky and slashed down at this moment. Boom. Dao, this roar entered everyone's ears at this moment. How about one more time? Mu Yun shouted in a low voice, and the long sword in her hand was released at this moment. 7 consecutive slashes fell again. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. 3 consecutive slashes this time.
Mu Yun, a sovereign king of the Golden Bone Realm, performed 3 consecutive slashes. How did his physical body withstand it? His source energy, how could it be strong to such an extent? The rumbling sound slowly dissipated at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun finally felt that her body had become tired. Only on the other side, Tu Yuan's figure had already fallen to the ground, his whole body twitching. 3. 7 consecutive slashes. Depleted. Mu Yun's source energy was depleted, but it also depleted Tu Yuan's defense. How does it feel? Mu Yun asked. Yun's mouth twitched as he panted. You. Tu Yuan was about to speak, but before he could say a word, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Tu Yuan's chest had long been penetrated, and most of the golden bones in his body were broken. At this point, let's not talk nonsense. Mu Yun said. Yun held the Xianxia divine sword in her hand. Although her source energy was almost exhausted, she still had the strength of her physical body to support her. Now. The current Tu Yuan, even if he didn't rely on his source energy, just the strength of his physical body was enough. Tu Yuan's face turned ugly. How dare you? Tu Yuan shouted angrily, my brother is Tu Longxing. If you kill me, you will definitely die. Even at this stage, you're still saying such things? Yun scoffed and said, in a life and death battle, it seems like only one person can walk out alive, right? Could it be that you want me to kill myself so that you can leave? You. Tu Yuan wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. Alright, I'll wait for you. Yuan shouted angrily, Mu Yun, I'll wait for you to accompany us 2 brothers. Then you can wait. Mu replied. Cloud raised his sword and slashed out. With a poochie sound, Tu Yuan's head left his body and his soul scattered. At this moment, the dozens of spectators were all dumbfounded. Tu Yuan was dead. Just he was killed by Mu Yun so easily. This matter would definitely cause a sensation. Tu Yuan was Tu Longxing's younger brother. To this time, Longxing had lost his second and third brothers. How could he allow Mu Yun to continue living? Mu at this moment, Yun sat on the ground. Her strength was exhausted. At this moment, Mu Yun was almost out of oil. 7 consecutive slashes. Even slashed 3 times. Already he had reached his limit. If he continued, his physical body might be able to hold on, but his origin power might not be able to. Swish, at this moment, a ray of light rose into the sky. In a hall in the Eastern Palace, a jade-colored light suddenly rose into the sky. That light descended, bringing with it a supreme pressure that made people unable to look directly at it. Strong as the brilliant light descended from the sky, a figure appeared on the martial arts field. Tu Longxing is here. Sovereign Jade Bone Realm, Tu Longxing's Jade Bone is already close to the peak. I'm afraid he's only 1 step away from becoming a sage. The discussion gradually rose. Good, good, good. Tu Longxing looked at Mu Yun and said good 3 times in a row. Mu at this moment, Yun also looked at Tu Longxing. 1. Dressed in green, he was tall and sturdy, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Vaguely, there was a unique and domineering aura. Mu Yun, do you dare to fight with me? With a low shout, Tu Longxing was murderous at this moment. Seeing Tu Longxing's furious look, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Why wouldn't I dare? Mu. Yun smiled and said, I'm standing right here, come and kill me. As soon as these words came out, Tu Longxing hid a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. You're on your own. When you break through to the sovereign Jade Bone Realm, I, Tu Longxing, will set up a life and death battle with you. If you don't accept, I'll kill all the people you hand over. With a snort, Tu Longxing turned and left. Mu Yun was at the sovereign Golden Bone Realm. Golden Bone Realm for Princess Qi Lingyue, the Bone Realm belonged to the elite staff. Qi Lingyue set the rule that the Golden Bone Realm could not fight in private and could only fight in the arena. Mu Yun had reached the sovereign Golden Bone Realm, which belonged to the core level. Tuesday. No matter how angry Tu Longxing was, he did not dare to disobey Qi Lingyue. Qi Lingyue was actually the owner of the East Palace, and everything he had was a reward from Qi Lingyue. When Tu Longxing turned and left, many people in the crowd looked at Mu Yun with sorrowful eyes.
Reaching the sovereign Jade Bone Realm was something that every sovereign Golden Bone Realm expert couldn't wait to do. But, if Mu Yun reached the sovereign Jade Bone Realm, it would be a dead end for her. That was even if Mu Yun delayed and didn't enter the monarch Jade Bone Realm. If Tu Longxing broke through to the Saint Lord Realm one day and killed Mu Yun, Qi Lingyue wouldn't punish a Saint Lord even if she was infuriated because of the death of a monarch Golden Bone Realm martial artist. Great Sage. In the Eastern Wilderness, they belonged to the ranks of experts. But, once they reached the Emperor Realm, they would be Great Sage experts. Only in the entire Eastern Wilderness, how many emperors were there in the 11 top 4th-tier forces? Only 100. But, apart from them, Great Sage experts were the strongest. Great Sage experts were divided into 4 small realms: beginner, middle, late, and pinnacle. If Tu Longxing really became a Great Sage and wanted to kill Mu Yun, even if Qi Lingyue was unwilling, she could not stop him. If Mu Yun died, she would really die. Eyes next, the path in front of Mu Yun. Breaking through to the sovereign Jade Bone Realm meant a battle with Tu Longxing. Or Tu Longxing became a Great Sage and killed him. No matter which one it was, to others, Mu Yun was a dead end. Look, after Tu Longxing left, Mu Yun stood up. Master Mu. Brother Mu. Pan Guling and Luo Feng walked over. How arrogant. Mu Yun said. Mu Yun stood up and smiled. Then let's see who will die in the Jade Bone Realm. The moment he said that, Pan Guling and Luo Feng were stunned. Pan Guling was still alright. After all, he had always known how powerful Mu Yun was. It was Luo Feng who was shocked. Brother Mu. Luo Feng cupped his hands and said, Tu Longxing, Su Yan, and Shui Xianxia are all at the sovereign Jade Bone Realm. And they are the kind that can reach the Great Sage level at any time. It's only one step away. If Tu Longxing reaches the beginning stage of the Great Sage level, he will not hesitate to attack you. By then, even the princess will not be able to protect you. Mu Yun smiled. He hasn't broken through yet, has he? And Mu Yun paused and did not say much. And it was not certain who would break through first. Really, if it reached that stage, he would burn his great life-stealing technique. Could he kill a Great Sage level beginner? Now, his realm was rising step by step, and his lifespan was already approaching 10 million years. Lord, this invincible level would at most have a lifespan of 10 million years. If he became a Great Sage, his lifespan would be close to 7 million years. At that time, burning for 1 or 2 million years wouldn't affect the foundation too much. However, things had not reached that stage. Mu Yun naturally would not do that. The great life-stealing technique was too harmful to himself. Moreover, it was not certain whether Tu Longxing would reach the Great Sage level first or if he would reach the Monarch Jade Bone Realm first. Hand-holding Tu Yuan's interspatial ring, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly. She wondered what good things Tu Yuan had on him. East Palace, inside the hall. Mu Yun was holding a tattered scroll in his hand. Cracks appeared on the scroll when it was opened halfway. Only half of the imprint on it could be seen. Star-shattering hand. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the tattered scroll in his hand and smiled bitterly. As expected, Tu Yuan did not put all the good things on him into the interspatial ring. But he only put this ancient god technique inside. And, moreover, it was not a complete ancient god technique, but a 5th-grade ancient god technique. Ancient god techniques corresponded to the 6 realms of the monarch level: human monarch, emperor monarch, heaven monarch, monarch king, saint monarch, and emperor monarch. The top was the 6th grade. The 5th-grade ancient god technique, star-shattering hand. It could be said to be very powerful. Just the introduction alone was very powerful. The outer hand of the shattered stars could be used to crush stars with one hand. This ancient god technique was divided into 3 realms. The first realm was to grab stars with both hands. Even a monarch could be killed with both hands. The first realm. The second realm was to use only one hand. The third realm was to use the power of one finger. He could crush a star with a single finger. However, this ancient god technique was incomplete and could not be cultivated at all. That guy, Yuan, was probably playing with him on purpose. Kid, do you want to cultivate it? Mu Yan's voice sounded at this moment. Nonsense. Mu Yun was speechless. Are you still thinking of training me at this time? If you know, then tell me. Of course, I can tell you. Guai smiled and said, however, my ability is limited now. I can help you restore this ancient god technique, but its power is estimated to be much weaker. At most, it is equivalent to a top 4th grade ancient god technique. When Mu Yun heard this, an incredulous expression hung on her face. There was such a method? The 5th realm. A 3rd grade ancient god technique would become a 4th grade ancient god technique after being restored? No, until now, she really had not asked how much Guai had recovered. Guai seemed to have gained a lot last time in Wujian Ancient Mountain, but she had never heard him mention it. Guai, how are you now? Do you have the strength of an emperor? Mu Yun could not help but ask. Instead of worrying about my matters, you should worry more about yourself. Mu Yun retorted and said slowly, next, I will show you this ancient god technique. Watch carefully. As Guai spoke, the scroll of star-shattering hand flew out of Mu Yun's hand at this moment. Gradually, the light dispersed. Only a layer of mysterious power spread out from the execution of the heavens painting at this moment and enveloped the broken scroll. Slowly, a magical scene occurred. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book residence. At this moment, specks of light appeared on the broken scroll and gradually restored it. Not long after, the scroll became brand new, and it looked dazzling. New star-shattering hand appeared at this moment. The light of the sky diagram gradually dimmed. Guai said tiredly, okay, you can think of this as a simplified version of star-shattering hand. However, its power is not inferior to an ordinary 4th grade ancient god technique. It's enough for you to use at the emperor level. Good. Mu Yun held up the star-shattering hand and studied it carefully. Within the heaven-exterminating diagram, Guai was panting heavily. I'm the origin of time and space. At my peak, even if a supreme being dies in front of me, I can easily revive him with a wave of my hand. It's just a 5th grade ancient god technique. I spent so much effort, I need to recover again. Guai said. One after another, they sighed helplessly. 2 just died at the hands of Mu Yun. 2 Yuan died at the hands of Mu Yun. These 2 things caused quite a stir in the East Palace. While as time passed bit by bit, the feud between Tu Longxing and Mu Yun was stirred up. However, it gradually quieted down. While time could kill everything. In the East Palace, everyone wanted to be promoted and not be stepped on by others. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 100 years, other than the arrival of many new people in the East Palace, nothing else special happened. This day, Mu Yun was in the bone-tempering tower, continuously condensing her bone marrow. Her originally golden bone marrow had turned dark yellow. Her fingers tapped lightly, making clanging sounds. At this moment, Mu Yun had a slight smile on his face. 100 years of bone tempering. Although she had not reached the Emperor Jade Bone realm, her golden bones had already reached perfection. If she trained hard for another 10 years, reaching the Emperor Jade Bone realm would not be a problem. Mu Yun got up, left the bone-tempering tower, and returned to her palace. At this moment, 2 figures were waiting quietly. Just it was Panga Spirit and Luo Feng. Seeing Mu Yun appear, Luo Feng immediately went forward. Brother Mu, something big is going to happen. Feng couldn't help but say excitedly. What is it? Seeing Luo Feng's excited state, Mu Yun said indifferently. Say. To be honest, in the past 100 years in the Eastern Palace, Mu Yun had experienced the ultimate benefits of the bone-honing pagoda. Right now, he wanted to stay here and concentrate on cultivating so that he could reach the Saint Realm. If the so-called major event wasn't particularly important, it wouldn't be able to attract his attention. The Scarlet Sun Holy Empire is preparing to explore the 8 great palaces. Luo Feng said in one breath, this time, the emperors from the 11 top powers have come to an agreement. The entire eastern wilderness is prepared to explore the 8 palaces and dig out the secrets of the 8 disciples of ancient Emperor Wu Jian. It's said that this time, they are preparing to explore the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun became curious. Golden Axe Heavenly Palace, Mu Yun felt that it was impossible, The Golden Axe Heavenly Palace was the residence of ancient Emperor Wu Jian. Gu Emperor. What did that mean? Those title gods and title emperors were all invincible figures from the primordial era and the primordial era. No, at the supreme level, if they wanted to explore the ruins left behind by ancient god ancient emperor, they would probably die before reaching the entrance. Some emperors probably didn't have the guts to do so. The 8 great palaces. Yun was rather curious. After all, when he was a heaven lord, he entered the ancient mountain domain to train at Tianke Palace, Xiaoqingtian's place. And Xiaoqingtian was the last among the 9 disciples of ancient Emperor Wu Jian, and he was the weakest. Even if he was a supreme, he was probably just a beginner supreme. There were also strong and weak supreme masters. The 8 great palaces of these 8 people should have been left behind by true supreme masters. We can go? Of course. Luo Feng smiled. Princess Ji Ling, you didn't recruit aides for this purpose. She needs them to work for her. Actually, everyone in the Eastern Palace knows about it. Her Majesty Qi Lingyu, her father Emperor Qi Shi, and her mother Emperor Ling Xian have a powerful background and a promising future. Everyone chose to follow Qi Lingyu because they want a good future. It's too illusory to say that they can become emperors. After all, there are close to 100 emperors in the Eastern wilderness. But it's still possible to become a saint. Once they can become a saint, they can at least become an overlord in the Eastern wilderness. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. These things are not something we can consider. Gu Ling thought for a moment and said, however, we emperors can enter and obtain some opportunities to increase our upper limit. It's not a problem. Luo Feng smiled. This time, I'll follow Brother Mu. I won't think too much. I'll try my luck and cultivate in seclusion for a few hundred years. I'll be satisfied if I can reach the Golden Bone Realm. Mu Yun said, since the news has been released, everyone must be prepared. This time, the top-tier emperors from the 11 major powers will take the lead. I think the 8 main palaces will make a fortune. Us monarchs, as well as the saints, are just begging for money. Luo said. Luo Feng said again, after all, it's a ruin left behind by a supreme being. To us, taking advantage of it will be a huge gain. As the 3 of them were talking, a bell rang in the Eastern Palace Square. This was a gathering of everyone. Mu Yun, the 3 of them looked at each other and moved out. 3 They came to the central square. At this moment, there were already more than 100 people waiting here. While Mu Yun saw a figure among them. Luwen Mansion. Luwen Mansion was an Emperor Golden Bone realm. At this moment, he was standing beside a woman, looking slightly humble. That woman didn't look stunning. She was only slightly better than average. Both her figure was enchanting and alluring, making one's heart flutter. That's Su Yan. Luo Feng said softly, she's as famous as Tu Longxing and Shui Zhongjia. Her power is unfathomable. Luo Feng didn't call her big sister anymore. Dang, initially, he followed Luwen Mansion. However, at the crucial moment, Luwen Mansion didn't care about him at all. Instead it was Mu Yun and Panga Ling who didn't care about their lives and would rather offend Tu Longxing to take revenge for him. Therefore, he knew long ago that in the so-called team, without power, you were the lowest existence. But he didn't expect Luwen Mansion and the others to be so cold-blooded. No, after a while, more than 10 figures arrived one by one. 3 of them had the aura of an Emperor Jade Bone Realm. The one in the middle stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm, as if he was a young master of an aristocratic family. That's Shui Zhongjia. Luo Feng said softly. Again, after a while, Tu Longxing brought more than 10 people and arrived too. Seeing Mu Yun and the other 2, Tu Longxing snorted coldly and didn't speak. After a while, most of them had arrived. Looking carefully, there were about 300 people. 300 people, close to 200 of them, were all emperors of the Iron Bone realm. And there were many new faces that Mu Yun hadn't seen before. These few years, Princess Lingyu has gathered many emperors under her command. It's probably to prepare for the exploration of the 8 palaces. Luo Feng was more informed and said, I think there's a high chance they're cannon fodder. Yun didn't say much. There were 4 great realms of emperors: Iron Bone, Silver Bone, Golden Bone, and Jade Bone. Every small realm was said to be a small realm, but the difficulty of breaking through was no less than that of an Earth Lord to a Heaven Lord. It was even more difficult. Honing one's bones and training one's bone marrow wasn't something that could be done overnight. The reason why Mu Yun was so fast in this life was because of her devouring and purification of bloodlines. Everyone had arrived and started to wait solemnly. No, after a while, on the plaza, at the end of the stairs, a few figures walked out. Middle, one person walked out like a moon surrounded by stars. It was Qi Lingyu. Qi Lingyu was wearing a green long dress. Her aura was otherworldly, fresh and elegant. She was less petite and more superior. Emperor Jade Bone. Seeing Qi Lingyu, Mu Yun was dazed. For the past 100 years, he had been honing his bones day and night in the bone honing tower. His golden bones were complete, but he hadn't reached the Jade Bone. Qi Lingyu had reached the level of emperor right after him. Now, she had reached the Jade Bone. Mu Yun would be lying if he said he wasn't shocked. This woman's speed of advancement was too fast. Everyone. Qi Lingyu spoke, and everyone went silent. Today, I've gathered everyone for the alliance of the 11 powers in 3 months. Qi Lingyu said slowly, in the eastern wilderness, the most mysterious place is Scarlet Ancient Mountain. Rumor has it that Scarlet Ancient Mountain was created by Ancient Emperor Scarlet Ancient Mountain. Ancient Emperor Scarlet Ancient Mountain has many powerful people under him, and the 9 famous disciples are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Back then, Xianxia country and 7 Valley worked together and sent heavenly monarchs into Scarlet Ancient Mountain to explore the Tian K palace of Ancient Emperor Scarlet Ancient Emperor's 9th disciple, Xiaoqing Tian. Now, the 11 powers are preparing to join forces to explore the 8 main halls and the relics of Ancient Emperor Scarlet Ancient Emperor. Qi Lingyu said slowly, everyone should know what Ancient Emperor Scarlet Ancient Emperor means. What does it mean to be the successor of Ancient Emperor Scarlet Ancient Emperor? Each of the 9 disciples is an invincible supreme being, and any one of them can dominate the eastern wasteland. For this exploration, the 11 powers will be united. Of course, the imperial emperors will be the leaders, and the great sages will be the backbone. But Emperor Scarlet Ancient Emperor is not dispensable. Qi Lingyu said seriously, everyone, those who have reached the Silver Bone Realm in 3 months can follow me into Scarlet Ancient Mountain and explore together. If you have a great opportunity, you can become a great sage, an imperial emperor, or even a supreme's inheritance and reach the supreme's divine realm. As soon as she said that, everyone present started to discuss. Fruit of course, Scarlet Ancient Mountain, explore the 8 main halls. Here at this moment, no one could suppress the excitement in their hearts. Of course, this is an alliance of the 11 powers. Therefore, not only the Xianxia country and 7 Valley, but also the Eastern Wilderness, Western Wilderness, and Northern Wilderness will be there. You will not only meet the geniuses of the Central Wilderness, but also the geniuses of the entire Eastern Wilderness. If you are worried about your safety, you can choose not to go. As soon as she said that, everyone laughed. Qi Lingyu's words underestimated them. Come, joining the Spirit Moon Palace and becoming Qi Lingyu as advisor could also be said to be her subordinate. Who wouldn't want to rise to the next level and gain her favor? Even more, as for becoming an imperial emperor, they would be able to escape the control of the Xianxia country in the future. During this period of time, everyone should prepare seriously. Qi Lingyu said again, this time, it's an opportunity for the 11 forces, and also for all of you. If you seize it, you can reach the sky in 1 step. Qi Lingyu finally finished her words and turned to leave. Below, everyone was discussing at this moment. Wu Jian Ancient Emperor, Golden Axe Sky Palace. 8 Palace. This. Every place made their blood boil with excitement. Mu Yun was also secretly looking forward to it. In any secret region, there was bound to be killing. If he could devour the essence of some emperors, reaching the Emperor Jade Bone Realm would be just around the corner. Even if he did this exploration, he wouldn't be able to come out without 80 to 100 years. He might even have a chance to devour a saint. Emperor Silver Bone Realm, I still have a chance. Luo Feng laughed and said, this time, I might really have a chance to reach the Emperor Golden Bone Realm. Yes.
Pangu's spirit also nodded and said, I hope I can get an opportunity. Mu Yun looked at the two of them and said, there are many who have the same thoughts as us. This time, we are destined to fight our way out. The three of us have to stick together for warmth. Yes. As the three of them discussed, they left the place. The surrounding people also gradually dispersed. Then, some Emperor Ironbone Realm warriors couldn't help but feel disappointed. Ironbone Realm warriors weren't qualified to go. It was really sad. However, this time, there would be many emperors and emperors from the various forces. Clang, it would be a grand occasion. Mu Yun. There was a shout at this moment, and a young man came to Mu Yun and said, Her Highness is calling for you. Qi Lingyu, ever since Qi Lingyu brought him here, she almost never looked for him in private. She followed the young man to a palace, and Qi Lingyu was standing in the palace. Sovereign King Golden Bone stage large success. Qi Lingyu looked at Mu Yun and smiled. I've long noticed that your speed of advancement is extremely fast, but I didn't expect it to still be so fast after reaching the Emperor realm. Compared to Her Highness, I'm too far away. You don't have to belittle yourself. Qi Lingyu smiled and said, My father and mother are both emperors. This time, I just want to have the ability to protect myself and improve myself. You're different from me. Mu Yun bowed and did not say anything. I heard that you killed Tu Gang and Tu Yuan, forming a grudge with Tu Longxing? Lingyu looked at Mu Yun with a calm gaze. Tu Longxing is about to reach the Saint Lord realm. Once he reaches the Saint Lord realm, he will definitely kill you and I will not be able to stop him. He might not be able to kill me. Mu Yun suddenly said. Qi Lingyu was stunned for a long time, then slowly smiled. You are indeed a dragon among men. Qi Lingyu said slowly, if you don't die in this exploration of the 8 palaces, I have a feeling that you will grow to a terrifying level. Perhaps he's a peak saint or even an emperor. Princess, you flatter me. However, Mu Yun shook her head and said, if I can reach the Imperial Emperor level in one exploration of the Mystic Realm, then there will be more Imperial Emperors in the Eastern Wilderness. Lingyu pursed her lips and smiled. She waved her hand and said, forget it. You will come with me on this trip. At least you will be by my side. If I am fine, you will be fine too. Rest well for these few months. Tu Longxing will not dare to touch you. As for when we leave the Mystic Realm, it's not up to him whether I want to touch you or not. Yun nodded. Qi Lingyu said a few more words, and Mu Yun left. Not long after, a figure appeared in the main hall. Xing, it was Ling Hao. Sovereign King Golden Bone Realm, this child's progress is indeed rapid. Ling Hao said seriously, it's just that Her Highness the Princess, is she worthy of such attention? Brother Ling Hao, do you still remember what I said before? He is a blessing. Qi said. Ling Yu smiled and said, actually, according to Mother, my talent in this life will only stop at the Imperial Emperor level. But with him, perhaps I can break through the shackles of the Imperial Emperor. Ling Hao was stunned when he heard this. Was Mu Yun so capable? Qi Lingyu knew that Ling Hao would not believe her, so she did not say much. Time would prove everything. Mu Yun was definitely not an ordinary person. Back when she was at the Heavenly Monarch realm, everything about Mu Yun had left a deep impression on her. Time passed by bit by bit. 3 months was no different from 3 days for a martial monarch. On this day, the entire Scarlet Sun Sacred City seemed to be a little restless. In Scarlet Sun Sacred City, powerful auras came back and forth. Inside the Spiritual Moon Palace, Qi Lingyu was dressed in green clothes. She looked a little more valiant. In front of her, nearly 100 people stood respectfully. Nearly 100 people, led by Su Yan, Xianxia, and Tu Longxing. There were 10 people in the Jade Bone Realm, 22 in the Golden Bone Realm, and 79 in the Silver Bone Realm. This was the right that Qi Lingyu had this time. 100 people. The group of people followed behind Qi Lingyu. In addition to Su Yan, Xianxia, and Tu Longxing standing beside Qi Lingyu, there was another figure who was rather unique. Xing, it was Mu Yun. Mu Yun was dressed in black clothes. Her long hair was tied up, and a strand of hair on her forehead slightly covered one side of her cheek.
She looked slightly delicate and gave people the feeling of a weak scholar. Mu Yun didn't want to stand beside Qi Lingyue, but because of Qi Lingyue's request. "Let's go," Qi Lingyue said. Nearly 100 people flew out and arrived outside Scarlet Sun's sacred city. They arrived at a mountain range outside the city. Looking ahead, Mu Yun's expression changed. Mu Yun was not the only one who was shocked. The others were also shocked. In an open space in the mountain range, there were nearly 10,000 people at this moment. The 10,000 people were divided into different categories. Looking carefully, there were more than 9,000 people who were in the monarch realm. Around, there were more than 1,000 people, and their aura surpassed that of the monarch realm. Among them, there were 5 figures with exceptionally powerful auras. They stood there as if there was a faint light pillar behind them that rose into the sky. Emperor Monarch Qi. 5 Emperor Monarchs. This was the foundation of the Scarlet Sun Sacred Kingdom. The 5 Emperor Monarchs were led by Emperor Qi Shi. Among in the eastern wilderness, the Emperor Monarchs were the most powerful and unfathomable. Qi the Scarlet Sun Sacred Kingdom had 5 Emperor Monarchs. It was easy to distinguish the strength of the Emperor Monarchs. Those who had been in the Emperor realm for 10,000 years were called the 10,000-year Emperor Monarchs. Those who had been in the Emperor realm for 10,000 years were called the 100,000-year Emperor Monarchs. The most powerful ones were the million-year Emperor Monarchs. The longer one walked on this path, the deeper and stronger they would be. Therefore, the only way to distinguish the strength of an Emperor Monarch was through the accumulation of time. The Scarlet Sun Sacred Kingdom has 5 Emperor Monarchs. My father is the million-year Emperor Monarch, known as Emperor Qi Shi. My mother is Emperor Ling Xian. The last one is the 17th Prince, Qi Luoyang's birth mother, Emperor Luanu. There are 2 others that I have never seen before, Qi Lingyue said. Qi Lingyue said slowly, Emperor Monarchs are the core judgment of a 4th-grade force's strength. In the eastern wilderness, there are many 5th-grade forces that are very powerful. They all have peak great sage experts, but without an Earth Monarch, they can't be considered a 4th-grade force. This is the iron law of the Great Thousand World. Yun nodded. Emperor Monarchs were the emperors of the monarchs. In the eastern wilderness, Emperor Monarchs ruled everything. Similarly, if someone stepped into the supremacy stage, then the entire structure of the eastern wilderness would change. For example, if Emperor Qi Shi entered the supremacy stage, entire 100 Emperor Monarchs in the eastern wilderness combined would not be a match for him. They could only submit. While at that time, the eastern wilderness would not be the 11 4th-grade forces. Instead, it would be 1 3rd-grade force and 10 4th-grade forces. In fact, 4th-grade forces would not exist at all. Just like back then, when Mu Yun rebuilt the 2 Instruments Pavilion and renamed it the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, she subdued the 9 Star Sect, the Boundless Sect, and the Blue Dragon Sect. This was the suppression of strength. If Emperor Qi Shi became a supremacy, he would definitely do the same. However, these were not things that Mu Yun could consider for the time being. At this moment, Mu Yun saw tens of thousands of people around him. Just the Emperor Monarchs alone numbered more than 9,000. This surprised him too much. Qi the Sun Sacred Kingdom actually had so many emperors? While there were also thousands of great sages. Chai at this moment, Ling Yu said again, the emperors are the backbone, and the great sages are the core. The Qiyang Sacred Kingdom has stood tall for millions of years and still has a lot of foundation. Yun nodded. When we reach the seamless ancient mountain, you will know what true strength is. Ling Yu did not say much. There were billions of living beings in the eastern wilderness. Although in the entire 9th heaven realm, the eastern wilderness foundation and strength were inferior to the western wilderness, the southern sea region, the northern sky mountain source, and the core abyss region. However, it did not mean that the eastern wilderness was pitifully weak. Even though Emperor Qi Shi and the other emperors were 1,000 meters away, their auras were intimidating. This was an emperor. Gradually, the crowd finished gathering. Emperor Qi Shi looked at everyone. Everyone, you must do your best to explore the 8 halls of the seamless ancient mountain. Be careful. What you obtain belongs to you. I, Emperor Qi Shi, promise that I will not pursue it. If you are strong, the Qiyang Sacred Kingdom will be strong. Get ready, let's go. It was just a few short sentences, yet Emperor Qixi was so enraged. Actually, he did not care how many emperors and sovereigns died or were born. No matter how many emperors there were, they could not compare to an emperor. If the Qiyang Sacred Kingdom could produce an emperor this time, that would be the Qiyang Sacred Kingdom's fortune. Master flew in the air and headed south. The weakest among them were sovereigns. It took them less than half a day to reach the seamless ancient mountain. Along the way, many 5th grade and 6th grade forces were scared out of their wits. One sovereign was enough to pose a great threat to them, let alone a group. Soon the appearance of the seamless ancient mountain appeared in front of everyone. Near the seamless ancient mountain was the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's headquarters. Now Taiji White Dragon was the leader of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, and he had several sovereigns under him. It could be said that he was the overlord of the southern wilderness. Although, compared to the Qiyang Sacred Kingdom, it was no different from a firefly compared to the moon, it was still developing steadily. All of these required time, and it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. While Mu Yun had already replied to ask the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's disciples not to leave the sect for the next few days. By this time, not only the Qiyang Sacred Kingdom, but the other 10 4th grade forces were also mobilized. If they offended a sovereign king, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance would be finished. The troops flew past the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and entered the depths of the seamless ancient mountain. Soon the troops stopped. At this moment, in the mountain range below, a similar group of 10,000 people had already arrived. Haha, Qixi, you are closer than me. You are actually late. A loud laugh sounded at this moment. Hong Jiucheng, you might not be able to gain anything even if you come early. Your sevenfold valley isn't much further away from here than the Qiyang Saint Nation. Emperor Shi took a step forward, his voice loud and clear. Hong Jiucheng was the sevenfold valley master. He was also a million-year imperial emperor. The Chong Valley and the Qiyang Saint Nation were located in the central barren region of the eastern wilderness. The two fourth-tier factions had always been at odds with each other. This was something everyone knew. That's true. However, we've agreed to go all out this time. I'm sure everyone is prepared. Hong Jiucheng smiled. Jiucheng smiled and said, Qixi, I hope you won't lose your troops and return in defeat. You should be worried about yourself. Qi said. Shi and Hong Jiucheng clearly didn't see eye to eye. The two emperors were chatting casually at this moment. At this moment, the atmosphere had become somewhat relaxed. At this point, the two of you are still not willing to work together. After all, we are all humans. It would not be good if the beast race of the eastern wilderness region took advantage of this. A chuckle could be heard at this moment. Far away soon, the 4 great teams arrived. One of the groups of cultivators was dressed in red robes. Their auras were like rainbows as they descended. Li Fire Sect. Qi said. Ling Yu said, the Li Fire sect master, Li Tianzi, is a million-year imperial emperor. He has a good daughter, Li Xiaoyu, ranked 8th on the Saint ranking. Saint ranking, it seemed like the great sage realm was indeed something that people in the eastern wilderness would talk about enthusiastically. Li Tianzi was dressed in red and had an extraordinary aura. He chuckled and said, both of you are invincible imperial emperors. Aren't you afraid of losing face by arguing in front of your disciples? Li Tianzi, you know how to be a good person every day. Another figure landed. He had a strong aura. Obviously, he was also an imperial emperor. Spirit Void Grotto Heaven's Cave Master, Ling Shuzi. Qi Lingyue continued, his son, Ling Ju, ranked 7th on the Saint ranking. Haha. Both of you, long time no see. How have you been? Yes. Today is a grand occasion. Let's not argue. 2 more figures arrived at this moment. Qi Lingyu looked at the 2 figures and said slowly, Chief of Donghua Manor, Hua Qianxian. Tuoba family's patriarch, Tuoba Zhen. Tuoba Zhen's son, Tuoba Lu, is ranked 3rd on the Saint ranking. Hua Tianxian, the young chief of Donghua Prefecture, is ranked 6th. Lingyu said calmly, the Tuoba family, Donghua Prefecture, Void Spirit Cave, and Lihua sect are the 4 major forces. Each of them has about 3 imperial emperors. They are slightly weaker than the Sevenfold Valley and Qiang Holy Kingdom. Thus, the four great powers are all entrenched in the Western Wasteland region. Their relationship with each other can be considered to be harmonious. Although there are disputes, if the Western Wasteland region encounters any problems, the four great powers will all join forces. At this moment, Mu Yun firmly remembered all of this. Tuoba Clan's Tuoba Lu, ranked 3rd on the St. Lord rankings. East Hua Manor's Hua Tianxian, ranked 6th on the St. Lord rankings. Spirit Void Paradise's Spirit Jia, ranked 7th on the St. Lord rankings. Li Fire Sex Li Xiaoyu, rank 8, on the St. Lord rankings. By from the looks of it, the foundations of these four forces should be about the same. Mu Yun looked at the four young men and women leisurely beside the imperial emperors. Needless to say, they should be at the peak of the St. Lord realm. Perhaps, they would break through to the emperor realm this time. Tuoba family's patriarch, Tuoba Zhen, Donghua Prefecture's chief, Hua Wanqian, Void Spirit Cave's Lingshuzi, and Li Hua Sex Li Tianza. The four imperial emperors represented the Western Wasteland region. At this moment, each of the four great powers had brought about 7,000 to 8,000 people. From this point, it could be seen that the four great powers were indeed inferior to the Qiang Holy Kingdom and Sevenfold Valley. Mu Yun whispered, who was ranked first on the St. Lord rankings. Ling Yu was about to speak when her expression froze. She smiled and said, they're here. The sound of bells and drums resounded at this moment. At this moment, the earth seemed to be trembling. At this moment, one figure after another slowly arrived along with the mighty sound of the bell and drum. Facing this scene, the 6 imperial emperors withdrew their auras and didn't say anything. What? My Reverence Moon Holy Grounds people are here, and everyone is silent? Is my Reverence Moon Holy Ground a man-eating tiger? A casual female voice sounded at this moment. This stunned Mu Yun. A woman, the Reverence Moon Holy Grounds people. The number 1 imperial emperor in the Eastern Wasteland, Lu Baiyue. The Reverence Moon Holy Grounds Holy Lord. Ling Yu took a deep breath and said, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground occupies the Northern Wasteland region and dominates a region. In the Reverence Moon Holy Ground, the number of imperial emperors is no less than 10. When these words came out, Mu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. Emperor, no less than 10 imperial emperors, what kind of concept was this? Even if the Sevenfold Valley and Qiang Holy Kingdom joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for an imperial emperor. Taking a closer look, the Reverence Moon Holy Grounds people were close to 20,000. Phase it was equivalent to the Tuoba family, East Flower Manor, Void Spirit Paradise, and Distant Fire Sect combined. Strong, invincible, Qi Lingyue continued, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground has 3 great emperors. The Holy Lord Lu Baiyue, Lu Tingyu, Lu Yi, and Lu Tingyu. My imperial father once said that both Lu Tingyu and Lu Yi's strength are comparable to him. And the number 1 on the Holy Monarch list is the Reverence Moon Holy Grounds Holy Prince, Wu Jinhui. It is said that this child's talent is extraordinary. Since he was born, he has improved at lightning speed. Now, he is stuck at the peak of the Saint Monarch realm, and he is only a hair away from becoming an imperial emperor. There is one more thing. His younger brother, Wu Jinheng, is ranked 10th on the Holy Monarch list. Not only Mu Yun, but the few people near Qi Lingyue were shocked when they heard this. 1 Holy Ground, 3 million-year imperial emperors. Holy Lord Wu Jinhui, ranked 1st on the Holy Monarch list. Wu Jinheng, ranked 10th on the Holy Monarch list. The gap was too big. Wasn't the Reverence Moon Holy Grounds foundation too strong? If someone broke through to the venerable realm, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground would definitely be the leader of the Eastern Wasteland. The Reverence Moon Holy Ground's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. No, it was too extravagant to attract attention. Lu Baiyue was wearing a white dress, and she looked to be in her 30s. She stood alone in the air like a fairy, making everyone feel ashamed of their inferiority. On her appearance was definitely top-notch as well. In terms of strength, there was no need to talk about. Not only is she powerful, but she is also beautiful. There were countless people in the crowd who were intoxicated. She was a real peerless beauty. Lu beside Baiyue, Lu Tingyu and Lu Yi also had an imposing aura. the two brothers, Wu Jinhui and Wu Jinheng, were even more talented and showed off their abilities. Saint the number one genius on the monarch list. Who in the entire eastern wilderness, apart from the imperial emperors, could compare to him? At this moment, the atmosphere was a little high because of the arrival of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. Mu Yun was also sighing in her heart. Saint Monarch. Emperor, Monarch, he was not far away. This trip to the 8 halls was imperative to break through to the Saint Monarch realm. He was unwilling to accept the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance was only the overlord of the Eastern Wasteland and the Southern Wasteland. 9. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance wanted to become the overlord of the Eastern Wasteland and the entire 9th Heaven world. Boom. 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 Just as the atmosphere was about to cool down, a series of explosions suddenly sounded. Hearing the explosions, many sovereigns turned pale and their bodies became unstable. The 4 great beast clans are really impressive. You just arrived and you want to show off your power? Lu Baiwa snorted and waved her hand. In an instant, the explosion stopped, and the wind around the mountain range calmed down. When everything calmed down, a loud laugh sounded. Monarch Reverence Moon's cultivation has become even more profound, haha. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority, ashamed of his inferiority. The powerful aura of an emperor rose spontaneously. Blinking, in the blink of an eye, the 3 had arrived. The patriarch of the Earth Erosion Dragon race, Long Da, and the 2 vice-patriarchs, Long Xian and Long Hong. Ling Yu was knowledgeable and immediately said, Long Gang of the Earth Erosion Dragon race, Peak Saint Monarch realm, ranked 12th on the Saint Monarch ranking. Da, Long Xian, and Long Hong, these 3 emperors, were full of vitality and carried the power of the earth with them. Long Da, I told you not to show off in front of Monarch Reverence Moon, but you didn't believe me. A soft laugh sounded at this moment. 4 figures of the martial monarch suddenly appeared. The Spirit Flame Cat race, the Spirit Flame Cat Emperor, invincible among the emperors. The 3 kings under him are Miao Ren, Miao Yi, and Miao Zhong. The Spirit Flame Cat race, Miao Yi, Peak Saint Monarch realm, ranked 11th on the Saint Monarch ranking. Ling Yu said again. She obviously knew a lot about these forces. Not long after, 2 more forces arrived. The Purgatory Blood Phoenix race, the Moonlight Bear race, the patriarch of the Purgatory Blood Phoenix race, Xuefeng Tian, a million-year emperor. Xuefeng Ming was also a powerful emperor. Refining the Purgatory Blood Phoenix race seemed to be weaker and only had 2 emperors. However, within the race, Xueku was a Peak Saint Monarch and ranked 4th on the Saint Monarch ranking, which surprised Mu Yun. One had to know that the current top 10 on the Saint Monarch ranking represented who would be stronger in the future when they stepped into the Emperor realm. In that case, the Purgatory Blood Phoenix race might be weak now, but they might not be weak in the future. The Moonlight Bear race had 3 emperors, Patriarch Xiong Rentao, Xiong Fengyu, and Xiong Tong. Among them, the Moonlight Bear race's Xiong Zhan was a Peak Saint Monarch and ranked 5th on the Saint Monarch ranking. Xiong compared to the emperors, Mu Yun paid more attention to the experts in the top 10 of the Saint Monarch ranking. After all, these people represented the future of the 11 major forces. While Mu Yun also learned from Qi Lingyue. 7. The young master of the Heavy Valley, Hong Wanjun, ranked 2nd on the Saint Monarch ranking. The first prince of the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom, Qi Tianjiao, ranked 9th on the Saint Monarch ranking. As such, the 11 major forces had all arrived. Emperor, the powerful auras of the emperors made one's heart ripple. As for the experts on the Saint Monarch ranking, all of them made one feel reverence. They were the future imperial emperors. 10. The major forces gathered around the mountain range. There were martial artists everywhere, and the weakest among them was a monarch. 10. There were close to 100,000 people. They represented the top existences in the entire eastern wilderness, making one's heart ripple. 8. The attractiveness of the main hall was too strong. At this moment, the emperors of the 11 major forces were gathered together, discussing how to proceed. As for the disciples of the sect, they spread out and obediently waited in their respective formations. Mu Yun followed Qi Lingyue closely and was even closer to her than Shui Zhongjia, Su Yan, and Tu Longsheng. For a moment, the advisors in the Eastern Palace were shocked. In fact, even Mu Yun was surprised by Qi Lingyue's attitude towards Mu Yun. He was just a golden bone monarch, while Qi Lingyue was a jade bone monarch. Her parents were both emperors. There was no need to be so polite to him. Qi Lingyue's attitude towards him was indeed a little polite. While they were resting, a commotion suddenly came from not far away. Qi Lingyue smiled and stood up. Interesting, let's go and take a look. Mu Yun, come with me. Qi Lingyue said and stood up to leave. Mu Yun followed. Shuizhongjia, Su Yan, and Tu Longxing sat together in a circle. I didn't know much about Mu Yun all these years. I didn't expect such a person to appear. Shuizhongjia said with a smile. You don't know? Su Yan said indifferently, Tu Longxing should know very well. Oh? Shuizhongjia looked at Tu Longxing. This kid killed my second and third brother. If he becomes a sage, I will definitely kill him. Tu Longxing snorted. I think it's difficult. Su Yan chuckled and said, Princess Lingyue thinks highly of him. Not only did she bring him along with her, but even the emperors and sage geniuses explained to him. I think it's difficult for you to kill him. Shuizhongjia also understood at this moment. I don't know what's so special about this kid. We don't know either. Tu Longxing snorted and said, originally, I didn't have a chance to do it in the East Palace. This time, this kid came out, so I have a chance. Do you really think that my brother is so easy to kill? Hearing this, Su Yan and Shuizhongjia smiled but didn't say anything. Qi Lingyue's attitude towards Mu Yun made them feel threatened. However, it was not worth it to attack a golden bone monarch. Tu Longxing it was best that Longxing and Mu Yun had a grudge. Tu Longxing it was best that Longxing killed Mu Yun. The three of them could be said to be Qi Lingyue's trusted subordinates. When Qi Lingyue became a sage or even an emperor in the future, they would also soar. This time, if Tu Longxing could get rid of Mu Yun, it would not harm the two of them at all. On the contrary, it would benefit them a lot. The three of them had different thoughts in their minds. On the other side, Mu Yun followed Qi Lingyue and headed towards the noisy area. Can you feel their jealousy towards you? Qi Lingyue smiled. Why is your highness acting this way? Lingyu said seriously, Mu Yun, don't play dumb. I see. Qi said. Lingyu stopped in her tracks and looked at Mu Yun. She said, I feel that you can become a peerless figure in the future. Now, consider it my investment. My investment that you can become a peerless figure. I've treated you well. If you really become strong in the future, I think you won't bite the hand that feeds you. Qi Lingyue said slowly, of course, I won't lose anything if you die during this period. Therefore, I can also say that I won't lose anything. Even if you become powerful in the future and don't repay me, at least you won't raise your army against me, right? Your Highness, you're thinking too much. However, Yun smiled and said, actually, putting aside the words Your Highness, you and I can indeed be considered friends. That's enough for me. Qi Lingyue smiled and said, moreover, the last time I was with you, I realized that you're very lucky. Perhaps this time, with you by my side, there will be a greater opportunity. Mu Yun was slightly stunned when she heard this. Lucky, very lucky? Similar to during the trip to the Heaven K Palace, they had been hunted down. Although they did get good things like the primordial protection wine in the end, they risked their lives to get it. That's all I have to say. Who knows what the future holds? Qi Lingyue smiled and didn't say anything else. When they arrived at the noisy area, they saw a lot of people surrounding them. Although Qi Lingyue was in the Emperor Jade Bone Realm, the Emperor Jade Bone Realm was really inconspicuous here. However, as the beloved princess of the Qiang Holy Kingdom, many people recognized Qi Lingyue and made way for her. When they arrived at the front, they saw a burly figure standing in the middle of the square. This person was the Moon Aurora Bear tribe Xianxia, and he was ranked 5th on the Saint Monarch list. Xianxia was close to 3 meters tall, and his muscular body made people feel like they were about to explode. At this moment, Xianxia stood in the center of the square and looked in the direction of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. Wu Jinhui. Xianxia shouted, ranked first on the Saint Monarch list, I, Xianxia, challenge you today. Do you dare to accept? Xianxia was ranked 5th on the Saint Monarch list. Wu Jinhui was ranked 1st on the Saint Monarch list. two in the eastern wilderness, they were all famous figures. Xianxia's challenge to Wu Jinhui naturally attracted everyone's attention. Do you think you're qualified to challenge my big brother? Wu Jinhui stood among the Reverence Moon Holy Grounds crowd and didn't speak, but Wu Jinheng walked out and said with disdain. If you want to challenge him, you'll have to defeat me first. Wu Jinheng held the spear in one hand and said excitedly. Although he wasn't as famous as Wu Jinhui, he was ranked 10th on the Saint Monarch list. The Saint Monarch list recorded the top 100 saint experts in the eastern wilderness. But, all of them were at the peak of the Saint Monarch realm. But, even if they were all at the peak of the Saint Monarch realm, the gap between them was huge. Wu Jinheng, you're not my opponent. Get lost. But Xianxia said carelessly, your father wants to challenge Wu Jinhui. This holy son, your father wants to see just how strong he is. If you want to challenge my big brother, you'll have to defeat me first. Wu Jinheng didn't back down. Body as the 10th on the Saint Monarch list, his strength wasn't bad. As you wish. Xianxia snorted and took a step forward. Chi. Silver-white moonlight rose from Xianxia's body, and his fist smashed towards Wu Jinheng. At this time, Emperor Realm experts had already set up a barrier around them. When Saint Monarchs fought, everything within 100 miles would explode if they weren't careful. Bang, the moment the two of them met, a loud bang sounded. They were evenly matched. But you're still far from being able to defeat me. Xianxia chuckled. You'll have to defeat me first. Wu Jinheng held the long spear in his hand, and a black light appeared. A powerful aura was released at this moment. Dong dong dong, the two of them were fighting within 100 meters. Their speed was so fast that some monarchs couldn't see it at all. The control and explosion of origin power, the diffusion and gathering of power. But, it could be said that they were extremely powerful. At this moment, Mu Yun could only catch some afterimages as she watched the two of them fight. She couldn't see it clearly at all. Monarch Golden Bone Realm. Between Peak Saint Monarch Realm, the gap was too big. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the long spear in Wu Jinheng's hand was sent flying. Xianxia threw a punch at Wu Jinheng's chest. Wu Jinheng spat out a mouthful of blood and fled back in a sorry state. He crashed into the surrounding barrier and fell to the ground. Damn it! Wu Jinheng still wanted to make a move, but he was pressed down by a palm. It's just a competition, not just this. Wu Jinhui walked out at this moment and said with a faint smile. But, big brother. You should set your sights further. Yes. Wu Jinheng lowered his head. If you have any tricks, don't hide them. Come. Xianxia chuckled. The Beast Race's faction was warlike. During the battle with the Aurora Bear, he was famous for his belligerence. Wu Jinheng had a trump card, so did he. Who was afraid of who? Since you want to fight with me so much, I'll satisfy you. Wu Jinhui smiled faintly and walked out. Look, he looked at Xianxia and said, you're tired from the battle with my brother. Do you need to recover? No problem. Xianxia laughed. Xianxia chuckled, full of battle intent. Since that's the case, let's end it in one move. I'm a man of my word, so I hope you won't take any chances. That's for the best. At this moment, how could Xianxia take any chances? Although he liked to fight, he wasn't stupid. Wu Jinhui was the Reverence Moon Holy Grounds Holy Prince, and he was the number 1 on the Saint Monarch list. How could he be careless? The two stood still. Wu Jinhui's clothes fluttered in the absence of wind, while Xianxia's armor shone brightly. Kill. Xianxia took a step forward. Next, in the next moment, Wu Jinhui moved. He pointed a finger. In an instant, it was as if thousands of changes were concentrated on this finger. Everything was concentrated on this finger. Star-shattering palm. Seeing this scene, Yun's heart trembled. What Jinhui had used was the true 5th-grade ancient god technique, the outer sky hand of smashing stars. It was not the outer sky hand of smashing stars that Guai had deduced. With a single finger, Xianxia's figure seemed to be frozen in place. Bang! Muffled explosions sounded as all of Xianxia's attacks were shattered by a single finger. That finger directly hit Xianxia's chest.
Puff, 1. The finger pierced through Xianxia's chest. Xianxian spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated in a sorry state. He fell to the ground on his butt, and his face was deathly pale. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Xianxian was ranked 5th on the Saint Monarch list. He was defeated. Wu Jinhui had defeated him in one move. Strong. Wu Jinhui was too strong. At this moment, many people in the top 100 of the Saint Monarch list looked at this scene with unnatural expressions. Xianxian was able to defeat Wu Jinhui, who was ranked 10th on the Saint Monarch list. But, compared to Wu Jinhui, he was too weak. After today, the Saint Monarch list might change. It wasn't that everyone's ranking would change. Instead, it was that Wu Jinhui might completely overtake the list. The first place was on a completely different level from the second to the 10th place. Qi Lingyue was also very surprised at this moment. Star-shattering palm. Beside Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue, a voice suddenly sounded. Wu Jinhui is indeed the number 1 person below the Emperor realm. Brother Ling Hao. Qi Lingyue looked at Ling Hao, who suddenly appeared and didn't know what to say for a moment. Ling Hao was ranked 21st on the Saint Monarch list. He was originally ambitious and wanted to take another step forward. Today, he might suffer some setbacks. Not only Ling Hao, but the others also found it difficult to calm down. Wu Jinhui's reputation was originally like a huge mountain that pressed down on them until they couldn't breathe. This time, it had definitely become a barrier in the hearts of the top 100 of the Saint Monarch list. And it was a barrier that they might not be able to surpass in their lifetime. Wu Jinhui didn't feel proud of defeating Xianxian in one move. At the side, the corners of Wu Jinhui's mouth curled up slightly. His elder brother often sparred with the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's 10,000-year-old Emperor realm experts. How could a mere peak Saint Monarch be his elder brother's opponent? Everyone, return to your positions. At that moment, a yell could be heard. The Emperor had spoken. Get ready for action. At this moment, the short interlude had ended. The 11 forces and close to 100,000 experts were waiting solemnly. They were eager to try and explore the 8 halls of the seamless ancient mountain. Mu Yun followed beside Qi Lingyue as he looked at the 11 forces. 8 Great Hall, Mu Yun, am coming. Here this time, the 11 forces had moved out in full force, and their momentum shook the heavens. Rumbling sounds shook the southern desolate region's seamless ancient mountain. Mu Yun stood among the tens of thousands of people, and he felt so small. However, in this trip to the 8 great halls, his name, Mu Yun, would no longer be weak. East the desolate land should have his name. At this moment, Yun followed the large group and rushed into the depths of the mountain. The ancient stream mountain was extremely vast, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. No one knew what was in the depths of the mountain. But this time, the 11 forces seemed to have a clue. 10 after one force rushed into the depths of the mountain: the Heavenly Erosion Earth Dragon Tribe, Purgatory Blood Phoenix Tribe, Lunar Aurora Bear Tribe, and Ghost Flame Cat Tribe headed towards the east. While the Reverence Moon Holy Ground took the lead and went straight into the depths. Tuo the Ba family, Donghua Manor, Void Spirit World, and Li Fire Sect headed towards the west. Qi the Sun Saint Country and 7 Valleys followed behind the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. The 11 forces moved in an orderly manner, and they seemed to have a purpose as they headed towards the depths of the seamless ancient mountain. Here at this moment, Qi Lingyue led close to 100 people and followed behind the large group. Body as Emperor Ling Xian's daughter, Qi Lingyue didn't follow beside her. Only Mu Yun thought about it for a moment. Here the last time he saw Qi Lingyue, she had a lot of treasures on her body, and they were piled up like a mountain. With so many life-saving treasures, Emperor Ling Xian wasn't worried about Qi Lingyue's safety. Moreover, on the path of cultivation, life and death were determined by fate. First being protected wasn't necessarily a good thing. As Qi Lingyue flew forward, her mind suddenly focused as if she was receiving some news. Good. After a long time, Qi Lingyue said, the 11 forces found the 8 great halls surrounding the center of the seamless ancient mountain. There are halls in the east, west, and even the front. The Scarlet Sun Saint Country and 7 Valleys entered the mountain from the direction of the Heaven K Palace. The Reverence Moon Holy Ground.
Qi Lingyue paused for a moment before continuing. It seems like the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's appetite isn't small. Fine, we don't need to care about them. We only need to care about ourselves. Lingyu turned around to look at the crowd and said, the emperors and sages have their own places to go. If you encounter other sages, just ignore them. If you want to snatch something good from the hands of a sage, then you'll have to have that fate. Do you understand? Yes. A long time later, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's cultivators' silhouettes disappeared from sight. The only thing he could sense was the aura of the Seven Valleys martial artists. And it was drifting further and further away. Look, the 11 sects had already thought of a route in advance. While from Qi Lingyue's words, it seemed like all 11 parties were here for the 8 palaces. He seemed to avoid the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. The landscape of the streamless ancient mountain was constantly changing. Muyun did not know how these imperial emperors managed to deduce the location of the 8 great palaces. Furthermore, they did not make a move earlier, but now, they made a move. All of this was not something that a golden-boned sovereign like him could meddle in. Here for this treasure hunt, reaching the Saint Lord realm was the most important task. Dong, the sound of a drum suddenly rang in front of them. Qi Lingyue immediately shouted, there are divine beasts blocking us. Everyone, be careful. It would be strange if the divine beasts living in the streamless ancient mountain were not angry when they entered on such a large scale. The large group continued to move forward. Suddenly, a wave of energy that could overturn mountains and fill seas expanded in front of them. Muyun vaguely saw a group of tall, 1,000-meter-tall beasts roaring wantonly in the forest ahead, blocking the group. The tens of thousands of people were forced to separate at this moment. While as they went deeper, waves of attacks from divine beasts kept appearing. The group became more and more scattered. It was just that the leaders of the small groups all knew where to go, so there was no panic when the large group separated. Muyun followed Qi Lingyue and was not worried about this. Qi Lingyue was a princess. Emperor Ling Xian would not let Qi Lingyue be attacked by divine beasts before she even entered the range of the 8 great palaces. The group rushed into the depths at this moment. Muyun also noticed that there were groups of people moving through the surrounding forest from time to time. Be careful. It's the earth-shattering tiger. Split up. In the crowd, Qi Lingyue ordered. Su Yan, Shui Zhongjia, and Tu Longxing immediately led 10 to 20 people and divided into 3 groups. Qi Lingyue led Muyun and the others and charged straight ahead. Boom, the 100 people collided with the earth-shattering tiger. Earth-shattering tiger was a relatively violent existence among divine beasts. In the Great Thousand World, there were thousands of divine beasts. There were some. For example, the Heaven Erosion Earth Dragon and the Purgatory Blood Phoenix had gathered into one race and formed a force. There were also some. For example, the earth-shattering tiger did not like to live in groups. It was used to freedom and was unwilling to appear in its human form. While the so-called racial ranking looked at the strength of the strongest person in the race. Thus, for example, the dragon race and the phoenix race were called first-class races because invincible figures were born in their races. They were powerful and their races were powerful. Thus in the Great Thousand World, there was no accurate classification of divine beasts. It depended on strength. This earth-shattering tiger was at the peak of the monarch Jade Bone realm. It was naturally very angry that hundreds of people invaded its territory. He let out a roar to show off his might. But, in the next moment, hundreds of people showed their auras. The powerful monarch Jade Bone realm and monarch Golden Bone realm immediately suppressed it. Woo, with a low cry, the earth-shattering tiger's figure flashed and turned to run. Fight, however, it could always escape. Living in the seamless ancient mountain was originally more dangerous than the outside world. These divine beasts were not stupid. Qi Lingyue shouted. At this moment, Qi Lingyue ordered. Go, the 100 people gathered and moved forward again. At the same time, powerful auras erupted from every corner of the entire seamless ancient mountain. Fights and killings continued to take place. First, in an instant, the seamless ancient mountain was boiling. The seamless ancient mountain was vast and occupied 80% of the land of the southern wilderness region. One could imagine how vast it was. Then, in addition to the high mountains, flowing water, and endless ancient trees, this place could be said to be extremely dangerous. Then, as the periphery began to become lively in all directions. In the center of the seamless ancient mountain. If one looked carefully, they would see that this place was surrounded by towering mountains. Then, those high mountains inadvertently connected to form a barrier, making the seamless ancient mountain look like it was divided into the inner and outer regions. And, in the inner region surrounded by the high mountains, some figures could be faintly seen. They were tens of thousands of meters tall, and they easily caused the mountains to tremble. There were many divine beasts that lived in this place. They were simply frighteningly huge. Staying there, they were as terrifying and mighty as a mountain. And, at this moment, in the central region, those majestic giant beasts were roaring faintly, as if they were venting their dissatisfaction in their hearts. After being silent for tens of millions of years, the seamless ancient mountain is going to become lively again? In the forest, a figure stepped on the withered leaves and walked in the mountain range. With a step, he appeared 1,000 meters away. And, it was a young man in green clothes. His long hair was tied up, and his fair face showed a trace of loneliness. As the young man stepped out, he seemed to be strolling in this incomparably dangerous central region, as if he was on a leisurely trip. My Xianxia lineage, as the lineage that guards the mountain, has stayed here for too long, the young man said slowly. I didn't expect it to be lively today. Roar, as he spoke, not far away, a 10,000-meter-tall figure roared a few times. It's just some sovereign emperors causing a ruckus here with some children. The 9 palaces are nothing in the first place. Just let them take it. If you feel annoyed, go out and kill them yourselves. Why are you ordering me around? The young man said unhappily. Hiss, at this moment, a giant python that was tens of thousands of meters long hissed as it stuck out its forked tongue, which was 1,000 meters long. My lineage guards the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace, not the 9 palaces. Fu Zhongyang, Lan Yuehua, and the others were the disciples of ancient Emperor Wu Jian. They are incomparably precious. Ancient Emperor Wu Jian is gone, and they are only supremes. They are not important figures. I don't care about the solar palace or lunar palace. Some of the giant figures in the surroundings all said with dissatisfaction. Tisk. The young man sneered. If you are not satisfied, go out and kill them. Aren't you afraid that those titled gods and titled emperors will find you and kill you to refine pills and weapons? Go out and try. What's the point of ordering me around? Kill me if you can. I don't want to guard this place anymore. The gigantic beasts gradually calmed down. Sigh, my clan's old ancestor is a fool. He was tricked by the number 1 god emperor to guard this place. Generation after generation, he still insisted on having a single descendant. When it comes to my generation, it's not even worth mentioning. Nian continued, I'm just a paragon. I'm only guarding the mountain. Those paragons shouldn't come and mess around. I can't be bothered with the monarchs, but if an invincible existence comes, I'll have to run. You can fend for yourselves. Nian continued. I stay here all year round and I don't even have a woman. How can I have children and continue to guard the mountain? Ancestor, Xianxia, I think it's better to call you Xianxia fool. I, Xianxia Ku, am not willing to be a slave to guard the mountain. As soon as Nian said that, the giant beasts in the surroundings immediately released a strong pressure. Instantly, Xianxia Ku's face changed. A bunch of shameless bastards. You have a male and a female. You are so comfortable that you don't care about me? When I cultivate, I will beat you up and let you lock me up here. Those primordial gods and primordial emperors are all dead. Why do you still want me to guard the tomb? Yi Xiaoyao is crazy. Ancestor Xianxia is also stupid. I am not willing to stay here for the rest of my life. You bastards, why are you locking me up? I am just a piece of trash. I can't take on the important role of guarding the streamless ancient mountain. Why don't you let me go out and find 17 or 18 beautiful women to marry me and give birth to a bunch of children? You can choose the most talented one and raise her. I will retire. It's so suffocating here. Qing one sentence after another, there was no end to it. But gradually, the giant beasts seemed to be too lazy to care about him and stopped talking. In the end, some of the giant beasts even started snoring. End of chapter 2692. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.